Men who win Player of the Year honors generally attract a lot of attention. Certainly that was the case of Terry Bradshaw in the AFC, but not so with this man in the NFC, Archie Manning.
Number 8, Archie Manning was the NFC's Player of the Year last year. You know, when he first came into the league, he had a reputation as being a gambler, but he did it with a bunch of retreads. Well, Archie is still a gambler, but now he has Wes Chandler and Chuck Muncie. He's playing with a full deck. Bourbon Street in the French Quarter are among the easily recognized landmarks in the Bayou country of New Orleans, bringing tourists from around the world to the city in southern Louisiana. For the past 9 years, Saints quarterback Archie Manning has also become something of a landmark, playing in relative obscurity with at best mediocre teams. Most of the good times in Saints history have come from the efforts of Archie Manning. And in this, his 10th NFL season, Archie is finally being recognized as one of the game's very best.
You say all along the honors or the statistics don't mean very much if you don't win, and that's true. You lose, and there's just nothing else left but just try to win. And I really want to be a part of a winning season or a playoff season.
J.D. Roberts, Ernie Hefferly, John North, Hank Stram, Dick Nolan. 9 seasons, 5 coaches. How has that affected you?
The thing about changing coaches so often, your friends and teammates seem to change pretty often too. So I actually feel fortunate to still be here in New Orleans after so many coaching changes. You know, and the way it goes, coaches, they get on the coach, and if they decide to keep the coach, then they get on the quarterback. And a lot of times when you bring in a new coach, he may bring in a new quarterback.
Well, one of those 5 coaches was Hank Stram. In his 2 seasons guiding the Saints, Stram formed some very strong opinions about Archie Manning.
I've always said he was a Roger Staubach without a supporting cast. But you have to be with Archie day in and day out. And, of course, the other wonderful thing about Archie, he's got such a fantastic attitude for a player who has so much skill and ability.
I think I learned very early that you're only as good a quarterback as the people that surround you, and you've got to win some games or at least be on a competitive team.
It hardly seems possible that it's been 9 years since Archie Manning headlined a senior class of college quarterbacks that included Dan Pastorini, Ken Anderson, and Jim Plunkett. Since then, Manning has passed for nearly 15,000 yards with 79 touchdowns in his pro career. Still, his ultimate goal of being on a playoff team has eluded him.
All in all, you know, these people want to see a winner here. This is great football country. And to have been here the whole time, I just feel so much a part of it. And that when that day comes, that we do it, I think it's going to be a really great feeling. To be competitive each week now, that's fun. And to win a game is a lot of fun. And I can't imagine yet what it's like if we could have a playoff game here in New Orleans, but I've seen the Mardi Gras, and I got a feeling it'd be comparable.
Indeed, it has been a long, hard road for one Archie Manning, but for one Steve Fuller, the road has been neither long nor hard. Today, he'll be starting at quarterback today when the Kansas City Chiefs take on the Denver Broncos in an important game. And that raises surprise because the Chiefs have done it with rookies. Rookies. Veterans contend that they are a puzzling breed. Give a rookie a football, veterans say, and they'll do the most unpredictable things. In this 1979 season, rookies have been doing unpredictable things, all right, unpredictable positive things. Rookie Jerry Eckwood has come from Arkansas and provided speed in the backfield of the Cinderella Buccaneers. O.J. Anderson of the University of Miami ran for 193 yards in his NFL debut, and he's been pleasing St. Louis fans ever since. The most spectacular one-game performance of this year was, in fact, produced by a rookie. Bills receiver Jerry Butler of Clemson, who caught 10 passes for 255 yards and 4 touchdowns against the Jets. Indeed, it has been a great season for first-year individuals, but from a team standpoint, nowhere has the impact of rookies been felt more than in Kansas City. Chiefs have allowed the fewest points in pro football thanks in part to rookies Mike Bell of Colorado State and linebacker Frank Manu Manayuna of San Jose State. The splendid Chiefs special teams feature rookies, too. Bob Gruff from Duke, who leads the league in punting. And M.L. Carr from Cal State Fullerton, whose block punt key to Kansas City win over Seattle. The many rookies in the Chiefs roster have been a boon to Kansas City fortunes, but a source of worry to Coach Marv Levy.
Well, there are advantages and there are disadvantages to having a lot of rookies on your team. I guess there probably are more disadvantages, at least within that particular season. The players have no background in what you're doing. They don't know your terminology. They are prone to make a lot of mistakes. They don't have a lot of confidence in themselves. Nevertheless, the advantages we find, first of all, they play with great enthusiasm. You see the improvement in them very swiftly, more so than maybe a veteran who's plateaued. And some of the rookies we have are darn good football players as well.
In all, there are 8 rookies on the Chiefs roster. Most, like running back Mike Williams of New Mexico, have been pleasant surprises. Williams wasn't expected to make a contribution this season, but he's already scored 3 touchdowns. Of all the Chiefs rookies, the player most under the gun is quarterback Steve Fuller, a leader who came from Clemson.
Well, the biggest adjustment I made is just in the lifestyle. You know, I've been away from home in college, but it's tough getting out here, and it's more or less making a living on your own. It's a business-type atmosphere. It's actually very business-like, but, the game's still fun, and that's my biggest adjustment so far.
Steve has grown. He's an intelligent player. He's very competitive. He has the ability to move around. You can see him getting better all along. I think he's going to go through this first season of his struggling and getting a little bit better. And then by next year, I think he'll begin to become a really full-fledged NFL quarterback.
With their rookies gaining confidence in themselves and earning respect around the league, the young Chiefs have brought winning football back to Kansas City. In that city, in this year, youth is being served. Although that piece was about rookies, as we applaud the Chiefs, let's take note of the fact, Mike, that they are young across the board.
No question about it. They've only given up 67 points. That's the tops in the NFL. When you figure that their average age of experience is 2.5 years, it's extra incredible.
Indeed it is. We're going to step aside, and when we come back, we will look at Wild West football, and you won't believe it. We'll take a look after this. Critics of the NFL contend that our pro teams are antiseptic. Be that true or not, Mike Adamle has found a CFL team that is far from antiseptic.
Where you take 3 downs instead of the customary 4, 12 men to a side instead of 11. Indeed, Canadian football is a curious animal to us folks here in the States. But for the Americans who play the game up north, the game is just as exciting. And if you happen to be a Calgary Stampeder, well, the lifestyle is just a bit different, too.
It's good to be Alberta bound.
In Calgary, Alberta, Canada, the heritage of the Wild West still lives on. Each July, the Calgary Stampede, North America's best rodeo, is held. A showcase of tradition that perpetuates the rough and tumble pioneer spirit of this western Canadian city. That western flavor carries over in the way the people support their professional football team, the Calgary Stampeders. This is a town built on cattle and oil. And each game finds cowboys and oil riggers packing the stands, ready to whoop it up in Western style. This kind of environment appeals to a lot of people, including Calgary head coach Jack Goda. Goda played football for many seasons right in Calgary and loves its Western character. He uses this unique feature as a selling point when it comes to stocking his roster with players.
In recruiting American college football players, maybe a little bit different out here in Western Canada. First of all, what we try to do, I go over the biographical sketches on the good football players that we're looking at and find out the guys that like hunting and fishing, maybe petroleum geology, anything to do with the great outdoors. And I think from that standpoint, you got a couple things going for it.
In just a 20-minute drive from the center of town, a linebacker turned backwoodsman find himself in unspoiled wilderness. In this relaxed atmosphere, the players can unwind, often swapping yarns about football in Western Canada. It is a way of life quite different from the slick and polished NFL.
Let me tell you something. You think that's something? I come up to pro, I figure here's big time. I'm going to be having a nice pregame meal, big steaks. All of a sudden we go over, it's our first exhibition, and we're heading over to this bowling alley. I go, where are we going there for? That's where we had our damn pregame meal. The coach is talking to us, and all of a sudden you hear a guy in the far lane going, yeah, that's my third strike. Way to go, Charlie. I go, oh, my God.
Another unique feature of Western Canadian football is that the towns and not individuals own the teams. One man, Jerry D'Arcy, invested in the Stampeders not for profit, but for something else.
I knew it wasn't going to make any money, but I enjoyed football, and that's basically the reason. And I think that's true of every man that invested in a football club. It wasn't for money. They just love football. I think because Calgary's Western flavor, because of the Stampede and our heritage, we honor our players differently, I think, than most football clubs. For instance, we at game stars, we give Stetson boots and white hats and Western attire. At the end of the year, our most valuable player gets about 1,100-pound steer, and I'm sure that that steer winds up in the rest of the teammates' locker somewhere because they usually share it with each other.
On this particular Sunday, all of Calgary would forget about the business of beef and petroleum and turn their full attention to the Stampeders' biggest game of the year, a matchup with the undefeated league champion Edmonton Eskimos. With the score tied late in the game, the Stampeders staged a wild and woolly comeback that would have put any Old West gunfight to shame.
Knock him off the ball.
He's going to cover hard on it. He's going to cover hard.
Like any good Western, this one ended the usual way, with rider and horse galloping off victoriously into the sunset.
We are less than a year away from Moscow and the adventure of the 1980 Olympics. You know, we've been bringing you features on what has happened, what is happening within the Olympic movement. Time out again for an Olympic moment.
This Olympic moment is brought to you by the Bell System. When it comes to solving business communications problems, the system is the solution.
In the past 3 Olympiads, women gymnasts from 3 countries have become internationally known. At the Mexico City 1968 Games, Vera Chaslovska of Czechoslovakia retained her individual all-around championship and won a total of 4 gold medals. 4 years later in Munich, Olga Korbut of the Soviet Union won 3 gold medals, and her teammate Ludmila Turisheva won the individual all-around championship. At the Montreal 1976 Games, Nadia Comaneci of Romania won 3 gold medals, and 7 times was awarded perfect scores of 10 by the judges. Although Chaslovska, Korbut, Turisheva, and Comaneci received international fame, there was a gymnast whose performance in Montreal ranks with the greatest in Olympic history, yet it went virtually unnoticed. It was turned in by 23-year-old male gymnast Nikolai Andrianov. He won 4 gold medals in the horse vault, the rings, the floor exercise, and the individual all-around championship. In all, he won 4 gold, 2 silver, and 1 bronze medal. Nikolai Andrianov of the Soviet Union, the greatest performance by a male gymnast at the 1976 Montreal Olympic Games.
Getting to be about that time for us to step aside. Don't forget, Mike and I are going to be with you throughout the day at halftime with scores and highlights, and time permitting, we'll get you updated after the game, too. Right now, we're moments away from kickoff. NFL 79 continues as we go down on the field right after this. We've got lots of football ahead. We'll be ready for kickoff of today's game following these words from your local stations.
Welcome to Bush Memorial Stadium, where today the St. Louis Cardinals with a 2-4 record play host to the Philadelphia Eagles, who come in here 5-1 in 1979. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Bender along with Sonny Jurgensen. Look at this, Sonny. The Eagles are 5-1. They're tied with 3 other teams for the best record in pro football. They've won 4 in a row. Their best start since 1961, but they're underdogs today.
2.5-point underdogs, too. They are a mystery team. The Cardinals are a mystery team. One week they play well, one week they play badly. And, you know, I think with the return of Neal, yeah, at guard is the big thing. With him coming back in there at guard, they're going to be a good football team now. And I think that's a big problem, you know, that they like the fact that he's back. He's going to provide the protection for Hart. with good protection, he's an excellent quarterback.
Now we're going to showcase two of the outstanding runners. Rookie Otis Anderson is second in the NFC. Wilbert Montgomery is third in the conference. And Sonny, last week they both had 100-yard days.
Well, I tell you what, Montgomery has scored 4 touchdowns against the Redskins. He's an excellent running back. I'm looking forward to watching both of them run.
Montgomery's teammate Harold Carmichael comes in here with at least 1 catch in 102 consecutive games.
And he's had 3 100-yard games against the Cardinals. And I'm looking for him to continue his streak.
On the other hand, Pat Tilley's underrated for the Cardinals. Jim Hart really likes him.
Well, he hasn't had Mel Gray to go to, and I think that's one reason he's gone to him so often this year. He's a hard worker, and he's had good days against the Eagles.
All right, Tilley with 7 catches against the Eagles last year. As Bud Wilkinson, along with Dick Vermeil, the 2 men who will be directing these teams today. And the Eagles will be kicking off as the Cardinals have won the toss, elected to receive. Tony Franklin, boy, what a job he's been doing this year. 8 of 9 in the field goal kicking department. And the ball has blown off the tee. Interestingly enough, the Cardinals have won 9 of the last 10 games against Philadelphia, and the ball blows off the tee again. So Franklin will have to reset it once again. That might be one of the big factors why St. Louis has the favorite nod here this afternoon. Last year, the Eagles broke a 9-game losing streak in Busch Stadium as the Cardinals had dominated them. And then Bud Wilkinson also won in Philadelphia last year, the first win that he had in the NFL. Franklin kicking off. And on the far side, this will be Roy Green. He leads the NFC in kickoff returns. And Green to the 24-yard line. And let's set it now offensively for St. Louis. There's Morris and Anderson. Anderson 109 yards last week. Gray will start today.
He's back, and they say that he's been running well in practice all week.
And that offensive line, well, it's had some problems injury-wise. Bostic playing in place of the All-Pro Dan Dierdorf.
And there's a guy, number 68, Steve, the name I had trouble with. He is the guy that's really solidified this line.
He weighs in at 260 pounds, and there's Jim Hart, the quarterback. First down from the 24 for the Big Red as he gives off to Otis Anderson. And Anderson across the 25 to the 27-yard line. And, Sonny, let's take a look now at the number 4 rated defense in the NFC. Boy, what a job Claude Humphrey has done.
Well, they have. And Hairston plays the run as well as anybody. Got 10 sacks already. Good defensive line.
Charlie Johnson's underrated. And Terry Tatalo, he's the guy playing in place of the injured Bill Berge.
Saw Bunning coming over here with ice on his knee. He says he's ready.
Boy, he ices it up 14 hours a day. And look at that secondary. They've had at least 1 interception in the last 7 games. The Eagles are playing well. Here's a give again to Wayne Morris, and Morris to the 31-yard line. It's going to be about 3 yards short of the first down. Carl Hairston, the man who we mentioned, had 10 sacks, making the tackle. I guess if there's one key for both these teams, Sonny, is that they both need to establish their running game.
Well, you go into the game thinking that, and I'm sure the Cardinals would like to be able to run to help Jim Hart go back and throw the ball.
Jim Hart off on slow footing, but he had an excellent game last week against Houston.
And I think he attributes that to Terry Steve's return.
Third down, 3 for St. Louis, just underway from Busch Stadium. This is Anderson trying to go for the first down, and he's got the first down and then some. Good second effort by the rookie out of Miami of Florida. It's first down, moving the ball out to the 37-yard line.
I tell you, I was talking to Bud Wilkinson about this young man down on the field before the game, and I said, has he adapted to the professional game? He said he is going to be a great one. And you can see right here the kind of ability he has, breaking tackles and fighting for the extra yards to pick up the first down.
He's averaging just under 5 yards a carry, 590 yards coming into this game. First down, St. Louis from the 37. Hart off to Morris, and Morris, who had 81 yards last week, moves to the 45-yard line. Carl Hairston made the stop. He's 2 yards short of the first down.
For that offensive line of the Eagles, they're running right at the Cardinals. They're running right at the strength of the Eagles and doing a job on them. Give Keith Wortman a lot of credit because he did a good block.
We've said it many times. As you look at 62, he's really underrated, isn't he?
He is. He does a good job against everybody he plays. He shuts them out. He did a good job against Bacon a couple of weeks ago.
Second down and 2 from the 45. Anderson again on the sweep, cuts it, and he pays for that one a little bit. moving the ball to the 47-yard line, and it looks like he's going to be just short of the first down. Terry Tatalo, he's the man that made the stop. There's Jim Hart. Boy, what a career this man has had. He, this year, had his 10th 300-yard day. But the thing that bothers him, Sonny, is he's thrown 11 interceptions this year.
It is. I told him he was spoiled. I said, you've been spoiled with that great protection all this time. Now you're throwing under a little heat. And he says, you know, you're right.
One quarterback talking to another, right? And so it's going to be third down, a short yard to go. The Cardinals operating just across their own 45-yard line. Theodis Brown is coming to the backfield. Up the middle, and it looks like he got it. Theodis Brown, the rookie out of UCLA, his forward progress will pick up the first down. Now, this is what the Cardinals wanted to do, was right off the bat get some field position. In other games, Sonny, prior to last week, their first series always left them in a hole.
That's right. They got the ball in good field position now, and they haven't had to put it up yet. You know, looking at the Eagles and having done their game last week, Gary, I noticed last week they were very confident going into the game. They were cautious today. I think very cautious coming in here to play this Cardinal team.
I thought last week they were very loose. Back to throw Hart, his first pass of the game. He's got his man, Brown, and Brown has a first down catch to the 35-yard line. Brown with the catch, and the Cardinals are on the move.
Good safe throw here, and you see the protection he gets. Excellent protection going back, throwing the football, and finds Theodis Brown right down the middle. No one around him. Another first down for the Cardinals.
Theodis Brown last week caught a 16-yard pass off of a fake punt, which really kept that game going against Houston. That was a 16-yard game also, so he's kind of getting a rut there. Give up the middle. This is Brown again, getting a lot of work in the early going of this game. Brown to the 33-yard line. As they're alternating the backs back there. Brown, I think an interesting story about him, Sonny, even though he's a rookie, they use him on those goal line situations. He scored 4 touchdowns, showing the confidence they have in him hanging onto the football.
Well, he's got that size, too, 6'2", 225. Being that big, they can afford to take advantage of him.
There it is, 2nd and 7. This is the initial series of the game. The Cardinals moving very effectively. Wayne Morris, is he hit by Carl Hairston? He really was hit at the 30-yard line. Let's pick up that one.
Boy, you can see why this man's such a great football player. Carl Harrison, watch his hit on mark. Really came around and nailed it. A little help from Claude Humphrey also.
Kind of sandwiched him on that one. Third down and 5, as now the Eagles will change their defensive alignment. They bring out Charlie Johnson and John Bunting, and they get in there Dennis Harrison, that fine second-year man out of Vanderbilt. They'll move Carl Hairston to a tackle. Back to throw on 3rd and 5. Hart, pressure put on by Harrison. He gets away. Flag on the play. Anderson can't hang on. A flag was thrown. Jim Hart got rattled pretty good on that one around the head.
Well, he did. The rush really gets him. Dennis Harrison coming in from his backside. Watch him here. You see him come into the picture right there. And he's the one that Jim has to duck, comes up throwing again. Kept his composure. Almost had a completion to Anderson, but we might have a penalty. It might be a holding call.
That's what it is, holding Jim Tunney. And, of course, the Eagles will refuse that. It'll bring up a 4th down. Dave Hart that time took a pretty good shot around the head, but he showed me something. He wants to throw more to the backs. Last week, they threw a lot to Otis Anderson. In fact, he had 4 catches last week for 58 yards. And here comes a field goal attempt. This will be a 48-yard attempt by Steve Little. Little coming in here. It's 2 of 3 in the field goal department. Holding Roger Worley. Little's kick is going to be short and wide to the right. And the Cardinals, in the combined kicking of Mike Wood and Steve Little, are now 4 of 11 for the year. It's been plaguing them throughout the course of this year. And just this week, they waived Mike Wood, gave Steve Little the entire kicking responsibility. And Little now is the only kicker in the National Football League that does it all.
Yeah, he's like 2 out of 4 now, isn't he?
2 out of 4, and the team is 4 of 11. So that's been an area that has haunted him. So the 38-yarder is short, and now from the 30-yard line, first down for Philadelphia. Jaworski giving off to Montgomery, and Montgomery, who had 127 yards last week, has dropped. Let's set now the offense. There's Montgomery. Harris, boy, he had a good game last week. He is in shape, they say, for the first time, and Carmichael will watch him very closely.
Boy, keep your eye on number 84, too. Kreftley leading the tight ends in receptions in the entire football league.
Almost a 20-yard average, and there's that offensive line, and you can't say enough for them.
Well, they did a job against Washington last week.
Payroll playing in place of the injured Wade Key. Second down, 9 for Philadelphia. There's Jaworski. He is ranked 3rd in the NFC. Run back, a little delay to Leroy Harris. He's in trouble. Bob Pollard is there. Also Charlie Davis. That did not fool anyone on that play. Let's set defensively now, the Cardinals, and they're ranked 5th overall. Bob Pollard, very steady defensive end.
Pollard had 5 sacks. He's their leading sacker, and they don't give up many yards. They give them up grudgingly, don't they?
They sure do. And back in the middle, they have lost Tim Carty, their leading tackler, and Kurt Allerman's playing there. And that secondary, Ken Stone has 4 interceptions already. Third down, 8 yards to go. Operating from the 33, Philadelphia. Jaworski. Protection is excellent. And Carmichael intercepted. Worley with the interception, and he's going to be down at the 41-yard line. And that is Rodgers' first interception of the year. Carmichael reached up, but he could not control the pass. And the Cardinals come away with it, their 8th interception of the 1979 season. So St. Louis has the football with 7:40 to go, first quarter.
Welcome to Cleveland Stadium, Cleveland, Ohio, on a chilly October day for the NFL Interconference game matching the Cleveland Browns and the Washington Redskins. Hi, everybody. I'm Frank Lieber, along with George Allen. We are not quite to the halfway point of the season, but they're talking about critical games already. Would you put this in that category?
Frank, I think it's a must game for Cleveland. They've lost 2 straight. I always felt that after we lost a game, the next game was a must game. I think if you're thinking of playoffs, that you can't have a losing streak of over 2 straight.
You've got the #1 passing team in the NFL in the Cleveland Browns going against the Redskins, who've allowed just 43% completions on the year. That should be quite a clash.
I think the interesting thing here is that Cleveland's going to try to run against the Redskin defense. You can't make a living just throwing that football. You have to get a running game going. Whether they can or not without Greg Pruda in there remains to be seen.
All right, let's take a look at the start of the ball game. We're just about ready to go here. Crowd of 60,000 on hand, temperature around 50 degrees or so. And as you can see, Browns have won the toss of the coin, elected to receive. Redskins will be kicking off. Mosley kicking off for the Washington Redskins. The deep men, Dino Hall, number 26, and Randy Rich, number 24, standing on about the 5-yard line. Wind swirls quite a bit here at Cleveland's Municipal Stadium. And we're just about ready to go. The referee, Jerry Seaman, and his crew checking things out. Both teams in one game out of the lead in their respective divisions. The Browns in the AFC Central. Redskins, of course, in the NFC East. Nice, high, typical Mosley kickoff. Dino Hall at the 15-yard line. 20, 25, 30, and fumbles the ball. Loose ball at the 40-yard line. Big pileup, and Cleveland has recovered its own fumble. Big break for the Cleveland Browns on the opening kickoff. Looked like Evans. Johnny Evans recovered the fumble. Let's take a look at it.
Well, the Redskins are leading the league. Yeah, see, 86 came down, hit the ball from behind, and knocked it loose.
That's Phil DuBose.
Good play. The Redskins are leading the league on the giveaway, takeaway turnover.
And they almost got themselves a takeaway there. 1st and 10. Browns really throwing the football this year. #1 in the NFL in pass offense. They're moving from their own 40-yard line. Greg Pruitt in the backfield. A quick flip goes out to the wide receiver. That's Logan at the 40-yard line, out to the 45, and he's got a first down at midfield. 10-yard pickup for the Cleveland Browns. Dave Logan, the wide receiver, on the quick hit screen.
Well, that's a good first down call. A quick screen to the wide receiver. However, Malloy played that so well. See 57 come out there, that he forced him to cut back, and this was a spontaneous play. He picked up his blocking and really turned a broken play into a long gainer. Look at the way he's carrying that football.
Look at the way the quarterback is leading interference for him. Do you see that?
Sometimes your pursuit can be so good that it can work as a disadvantage.
Well, we call it a first down. The officials aren't quite sure, and they're measuring. It is a first down. Now my eyesight is pretty good for openers. 1st and 10 for the Browns at midfield. They're coming off a 51-35 shellacking handed them last week by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here's the Cleveland backfield. Brian Sipe, Pruitt, and Calvin Hill replacing the injured Greg Pruitt. The wide receivers, Ozzie Newsome, guy to watch, tight end, outstanding receiver. And the Cleveland offensive line. A fumble by Greg Pruitt, a flag down on the play, and again Cleveland recovers at the 45 of the Redskins. So the Browns get 2 big breaks in the opening going.
Here's what happened here. He never really had the ball. They went on a quick count. They went on sound.
Penalty, offside. Goes against the Browns. That'll wipe out the 5-yard gain. And the ball will be moved back to the 45-yard line in Cleveland's end of the field. And we'll have a 1st down and 15.
You know, Frank, part of the fact that the Cleveland defense has had a lot of points scored on them has been the offense. The Cleveland offense has had turnovers.
Offside, left guard, offense.
See if we can pick it out here.
Watch 63, beat the snap. Reason, beat the snap. Cody Reason beat the snap and was offside. And that's what happens when you go on a quick count. You go on sound.
He's making his 1st start of the year, by the way, replacing George Beeler in the Browns offensive line. They made a couple of lineup changes after last week. 1st and 15. Browns back at their 45-yard line. Brian Sipe, the quarterback, hands to Pruitt. Nice hole over the left side. He reaches midfield, picks up 5 on the play, and Coy Bacon, number 79.
No, he's on the other side.
Makes the stop. Defensive setup for the Redskins. Larch there at left end. Jones will come in some on passing situations. Veteran outfield. There's some newcomers in that linebacker core. Hover and Malott. And the Washington secondary has performed as one of the best in the league so far this year. 2nd and 10 from midfield. Brown sight back to throw 1st time. Good protection downfield. We get a flag thrown. Reggie Rucker was the intended receiver, and the flag was thrown on the Redskins' Lamar Parrish.
Well, there's no question about that Parrish interfered. Play action pass from the I formation. Syke has time to throw. The Redskins dogged on the play. Watch the contact on Rucker. Good call by the officials.
So that's an automatic 1st down and a big gainer, quite obviously, for the Cleveland Browns. 1.5 minutes deep in the ball game. No score.
Well, Parrish is one of the best defensive backs in football. He's been a top-notch all-pro performer year after year.
Holding, number 24, defense.
Well, they call it holding instead of interference, and that's a big break, I guess, for the Redskins, because the 1st down would have been around the 30-yard line. As it is, defensive holding is a 5-yard penalty, but an automatic 1st down. So the Browns have it 1st and 10 at the Redskin 45. Greg Pruitt is available for emergency duty, but they don't expect to use him this afternoon. He was hurt in the Monday night game against Dallas and hasn't played since then. Cleo Miller close to the 1st down at the 35-yard line.
Well, they just brought Cleo Miller in, number 30 in that play, and took Calvin Hill out and used him right away to run strong side. Now watch Hover, 58, what happens to him. They blow him out of there pretty good.
He recovered nicely. Get back in.
Comes over and helps on the tackle with Joe Lavender.
Not quite enough for the 1st down. 2nd down, short yardage for the Browns. Nose of the ball just outside the Redskin 35. Cleo Miller in the backfield along with Greg Pruitt. Both wide receivers to the left side. It is Pruitt on the handoff diving for the 1st down at the 33-yard line. So the Browns are moving.
Well, the Browns, Frank, are doing a little bit what we talked about, is running the football, trying to establish that running game before they throw.
Don Hover, the middle linebacker, made the stop. There's Brian Sipe. He's off to a sensational start this year. Steelers have jumped on Cincinnati on a field goal by Matt Barr from 46 yards away. If Sipe keeps throwing the way he has so far this year, he will break the NFL passing record for yardage on the season. Better than 4,000 yards, originally set by Joe Namath. Pruitt straight up the middle. to the 30-yard line, pick up a 4. It'll be 2nd down 6.
Well, they're lining up in what we call a brown set, where the fullback is in the fullback spot and running up the middle, M blocking, man for man blocking, and blasting them out of there.
There's Sipes statistics for this year. That's more touchdowns than any quarterback has thrown this year, and more interceptions. So there's a reverse side of that coin, and that's the reason he's not #1 in the league right now, is because the large number of interceptions. 2nd down 6. Browns are at the 30-yard line. They've eaten up just about 4 minutes on the clock since the opening kickoff. Redskins haven't had the ball yet. Sipe. Good protections. Now he's in trouble. Still looking downfield. Finally delivers the football to Logan at the 17-yard line. It's a 1st down. I guess you can't give him that long to throw.
Sipe had all day to throw. Great protection. Watch this. Play action. Too much time to throw. Now he scrambles out and read the coverage real well. Fine play by Sipe. Yeah. Kenny Houston has Ozzie Newsome covered 82. He probably wanted to go to Newsome. Good job by Sipe.
1st down for the Browns at the 16. That's where they spot it. Miller and Pruitt in the backfield. It is Cleo Miller down to the neighborhood of the 10 to the 9-yard line. Lost the ball down there. Let's see. The Redskins are indicating they got it. Yes. I believe Washington has recovered, and the Redskins come through once again with another big turnover.
Well, we talked about the Redskins' turnover ratio.
He lost it right there. And the Redskins quickly pounced on the football. They'll have the ball for the 1st time at their own 10-yard line.
Live to the beer you drink. Go for it. By Chrysler Corporation. See the mileage makers at your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealers. By Pennzoil, the Ask for Motor Oil. When your car is worth caring for, Pennzoil is worth asking for. And by AC Delco. Quality automotive parts for quality motoring. Go with the names you know. AC Delco.
Very good. This is the Orange Bowl in Miami. Don Criqui with John Brody and the Miami Dolphins and Uwe von Schumann set to kick it off to the Buffalo Bills. The Dolphins coming off 2 consecutive losses. There's been pressure brought on quarterback Bob Greasy. And there are the Buffalo Bill receivers Steve Powell and Keith Moody. A high spinning kick. Powell will take it at the 4-yard line. He's to the 10. He'll cross the 20, the 25, the 30. Powell is all the way out to the 40-yard line. So he busts a good one. A 36-yard return of the opening kickoff, and the Bills go on offense 1st and 10. Steve Howell down to make the play on special teams for Miami. John?
All right, Joe Ferguson, Terry Miller, Curtis Brown. Terry Miller got off to a slow start this year. Ferguson got off firing. Everything he hit seemed to stick, and when the conditions exist so that Joe can throw the ball, he's got a man number 80 that can catch it, and their offense is potent.
The Bills come into the game with a 3-3 record. They've not beaten Miami in the last 19 meetings. Joe Ferguson changes his alignment. Gant, the tight end, comes strong to the right now. And they go to the run. Curtis Brown piles into the center. The Miami defense gets the ball out across the 40 and close to the 43. Baumhauer, the nose tackle, 73 on the stop. They're the pass catchers for Buffalo, and they're good ones.
And that Frank Lewis is a very familiar name. In Pittsburgh, he played very well for a number of years until Lynn Swann took over. Reuben Gant's a very strong tight end, and Jerry Butler's something else.
John, just before the game started, we heard the man on the public address tell us we've got a 20% chance of sunshine. We've got a lot of rain down in Florida right now. It's rained hard yesterday and earlier this morning. It is not raining now, but the field is wet. But you think it's a good day to throw. We'll get into that. Here's Curtis Brown. Good trap block up front by the Buffalo Bills as Dalam Alir, an all-pro guard, kicked out, and the carry is out to the 49-yard line and close to a 1st down.
Looks like it's about a foot short, Don. You were talking about the conditions of the day as we look at the defense. Dan Herter's having a great year. Baumhauer's just a fine player, and Doug Betters is in place of A.J. Dewey because Dewey has a little hamstring pull and groin pull, and he hasn't been well for the last 4 or 5 weeks.
They've been talking about Bob Greasy down here, the fact that he's had some bad football games. As Don Shula says, when he plays well, the writers call him cool and collected. He gets sacked a couple of times, and all of a sudden he's no good. Well, he's got 2 Super Bowl championship rings, as does Shula and most of these Dolphins. Here's a handoff on a 3rd down carry. Roland Hooks runs hard. He was stood up and hammered. Linebacker shooting the gap. Doug Betters, number 75, hit him. We'll see if the Bills got there.
Okay, if this first down is picked up, it's because Hooks knew exactly where the first down line was. He stopped at the line of scrimmage. When he comes, he's trying to get the ball to that line. It's just an official's judgment in that case. If he does make it, he's within 2 inches, and
that's right. If he got it, he's got it by the nose of the football and no more as the sticks come out. We're on the opening sequence from scrimmage. 13:28 left to play first quarter. The Buffalo Bills in the blue and white. The Miami Dolphins, and he is just short. And let's see what Chuck Knox and the Bills elect to do now. The ball near midfield early in the football game.
Well, here they go. They haven't sent anybody in.
They're not going to punt the ball back. They're going to go to the run. So we'll see Miami go with a goal line defense as Barisic comes into the football game. A big tackle from Princeton. They're the defensive backs for Miami. Thomas Small, Foley, and Colsey. Reuben Gant, tight end to the right. Joe Schiff, tight end to the left. Harry Miller and Curtis Brown are the setbacks for Buffalo. 4th down and inches. Ferguson takes it. First down Buffalo. He's got it. Willie Parker left the ball fired out, and Willie Parker got the needed yard, and the Bills get the first down.
A yard can be very difficult to pick up. In this case, it was just an inch. You almost figure Willie Parker could have taken the ball before he centered it and moved it 3 or 4 inches up forward. In this case, just everybody fall down, get yourself whatever you can, and we'll come up with a first down. That was a big 6 inches early in the game.
So the Bills, who are openly upset about a remark Bob Kuchenberg of the Dolphins made. Kuchenberg says, we've never lost to Buffalo, and we're never going as long as I'm playing. That was up in Buffalo
19 in a row isn't bad, Don.
That's a while, isn't it? Frank Lewis. Buffalo goes right back to the run, and Terry Miller takes the ball down to the 45-yard line of Miami. So the Bills come out running the football at the Dolphins.
Well, I expect Ferguson to throw the ball quite a bit, but if he doesn't have to, obviously he'll throw it a lot less. Terry Miller, who I mentioned, got off to a rather slow start this year after finishing fast last year. Gets good penetration offensively from his offensive line. 5 yards on first down, that's a piece of cake.
The Bills have a big disparity in their rushing. They're averaging only 3.3 yards a rush. You're not going to get there doing that. They're giving up 4.6 to the rush. Their defense is. So Buffalo can throw, but they've had trouble running, but they're doing all right today. Here's Curtis Brown on a 2nd down and 5 carry. He drives the ball down to the 43-yard line of Miami. Baumhauer, the middle tackle, again on the stop for the Dolphins.
Baumhauer and Gordon.
The Buffalo Bills with Ken Jones and Joe Devlin at the tackles. Reggie McKenzie, Delano Lear are the guards. Willie Parker is the center. Ferguson, the quarterback, comes in with a rating of 105.4. He's far and away #1 in the NFL. Staubach second at about 88. Ferguson's thrown only 3 interceptions. Has completed over 56% of his throws. And his average completion is almost 10 yards.
And has had a lot of balls dropped.
Yes, he has. 7 last week against Chicago when the Bills were shut out. Ferguson, his first throw is a strike for a first down. Coming out of the backfield was Curtis Brown. Here's the first score in for today. The Pittsburgh Steelers have moved in front of Cincinnati 3-0 on a Matt Barr field goal 46 yards out.
First down, Buffalo.
We saw the Steelers last week, and they can play football.
Looked like a track meet. You know, the funny thing, you mentioned the Steelers. They were playing Cleveland, and Ferguson and Sipe throw the ball a lot alike. Both of them, their personalities are a little bit similar. They're rather introverted. They're very businesslike in the way they go about playing football. But Ferguson, I think, as much as anybody in this game, has come along as far as knowing what to do and when to do it.
He's been spectacular this year. Buffalo offensive line appeared to leave early, and Ferguson, very upset about it in a 1st and 10 play, almost slams the football down. Reuben Gant might have jumped. So that'll be a 1st and 15, and that's tough to work against a very good Miami defense. The defense allowed the Bills only 5 first downs in that opening game when Miami beat Buffalo 9-7. And right now, Miami's defense is #1 in the NFL, has given up only 6 touchdowns through the first 6 games of the season. John, you were saying a day like this, even though the field's wet, it's a good day to pass.
I think it is because of your perception, John. You're able to see the ball so clearly. There's no sun in your eyes. There's no glare. There's no squint. Also, there's no wind here. It's a kind of day when it's a little bit wet. I think the offensive receiver has a little edge on the defensive back in a day like that, and I think there'll be a lot of balls completed because of those conditions.
That's interesting. We'll see what transpires now as Ferguson goes on 1st and 15. No score, first quarter. Bills with the football following the opening kickoff. They go to the run, and Curtis Brown turns upfield and does very nicely as he fights his way down to the 37-yard line of Miami. Neil Colsey, number 20, was on the stop for the Dolphins, but John, the Buffalo Bills have been running the ball at the Dolphins.
John, they're getting awfully good surge in their offensive line. Reggie McKenzie's playing awfully well right now. Ken Jones, both times they've gone off the left side. It's been intended to go up over the middle. However, he's cut to the outside because Jones and McKenzie have gotten awful good penetration.
So on a 1st and 15, the carry is good for 7. It's going to be 2nd down and 8 now. Ball at the 37-yard line of Miami. No score, first quarter. Ferguson, he's got time. He swings it out. Curtis Brown could not hold on. People were out in front, too.
It looked like a little bitty layoff that you throw because your receivers are closed. However, this is a perfect setup for a screen. If Curtis Brown can hang on to that ball, I didn't see anybody to handle him within 15 yards.
Joe DeLamielleure, the right guard, was way out in front of the play. That wasn't a safety valve. That was a set play. They had the guards out in front. If Brown caught the ball, he'd have gone somewhere. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 8 now. Jerry Butler, who is being double covered, moves out wide to the left. 3 wide receivers in the game now. Lewis comes out to the right, and Pacone is in a slot formation at the top of your screen. 3rd and 8 for Buffalo. Big rush. Ferguson steps in. He lets it rip. Frank Lewis goes up. The ball comes in a little high. Let's take a look at Jerry Butler run his pattern on the play.
All right. A pass pattern is designed so that everybody gets in the act. Frank Lewis runs patterns just about as well as anybody, but in order for him to get open, people have to be concerned. Here's Small, very concerned with Jerry Butler. He's coming in on a quick turn in. As you can tell, Ferguson has already decided to go down over the middle. You'll see a lot of Butler. That ball was thrown just a little bit high.
Now Rusty Jackson set to punt the ball, and back to receive is Nat Moore. He's in the middle of a 3-man formation. Jackson will be angling his punt. He hits it from the 47-yard line of Miami. Nicely done by Jackson. Fair catch is made at the 8-yard line, so the Dolphins get the football, but they start out in a hole as Kozlowski fair caught the ball, and I think Nat Moore might have said, "I'm not too sure you did the right thing, Coach," but that's where it'll be when we come back here at the Orange Bowl in Miami as the Dolphins ready for their first possession, and no score on the board.
This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League. It's intended for the private use of our audience, and any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Cleveland Browns and the National Football League is prohibited. There was a penalty on the punt as the Redskins had an ineligible man downfield, but the Browns declined it. They elected to take the excellent field position at the 47-yard line in Washington's end of the field. Had a look there at the 2 head coaches, Jack Pardee on the far side and Sam Rutigliano on the near side. No score, 8:16 left to play. First period, Cleveland Stadium. Sipe handing off to Mike Pruitt. Pruitt caught behind the line of scrimmage that time, and an excellent defensive play by Neil Olkowitz, number 52. He was in there.
Here comes Calvin Hill in. Calvin's an excellent pass receiver, good blocker. When he comes in there, they usually like to throw the football, screen, draw, some phase of the passing game.
He was some rookie. When he came up with the Dallas Cowboys, he was awesome.
Well, he did a heck of a job for the Redskins. He's a solid citizen and doesn't make mistakes.
Mike Pruitt, Calvin Hill, the running backs. Flag down. Reggie Rucker was the intended receiver. Newsom was also in the same area. You had 2 receivers awfully close to each other, George.
Yes, they were. They were too close together in that particular pattern. There's a flag on the play.
So it'll go against the Washington Redskins. Like illegal motion against the Redskins, so the option will lie here. Or rather, against the Browns. So the option will lie with the Redskins. Other scores around the league. Cincinnati Still looking for its first victory.
Number 85, offense, refused.
That's Dave Logan, the wide receiver, who jumped a little bit. So the Bengals 7-3 over the Steelers. And San Francisco leads the Giants on a 22-yard field goal by Ray Wersching. Third down, Browns need 11 for the first down. Ball is at the 48-yard line of the Washington Redskins. Brian Sipe played his college football at San Diego State, leading passer in the nation as a senior. Gets it away. Hurried the throw intended for Pruitt, and he was decked as the Browns had a pretty good rush coming.
The Redskins were in a nickel defense. They had a good rush on Sipe. He didn't have much time to throw, and Perry Brooks had a delivery sack on that play.
Now, what's a delivery sack?
Hits him just as he delivers the ball.
That's as good as a sack in your book, huh? Just
sometimes that tells the toll more than getting a sack. You keep getting hit and hit. The third or fourth quarter wears you down a little bit.
Johnny Evans in to do the punting. Hardiman is deep. And he's been a big boost to the Redskins this year, whose specialty teams are awesome once again. He barely got that away, but it's a beautiful kick and sails on into the end zone on the fly. Big rush that time on the punter.
The official reached for his back pocket and then decided not to call it. The Redskins had the punt block on and knocked the kicker down.
So the Redskins will take over at the 20-yard line. 1st and 10. You can see the heavy traffic there around Evans. 7 minutes, 10 seconds left to play in the opening period. No score. The Redskins nothing. The Browns nothing.
Back at the Orange Bowl in Miami, this is Don Criqui with John Brody. Right now, John, in the AFC Eastern race, we have Miami and New England tied at 4-2. They're going to play next week. And Buffalo only a game behind. This is going to be good right down to the wire, it looks like.
Today's game is so important because it can make this race a three-team race. I think Buffalo has the people to contend. If they get some people defensively, they'll be fine. But when you start contending with Miami and New England, you better stock yourself at all positions.
There's a guy that's well stocked, Don Shula. He's got the players. Miami going on offense, 1st and 10 now. They go to the run. Delvin Williams runs hard. He is struck hard as Hazlitt comes in and really popped him. 55, the rookie inside linebacker from Indiana State. He's a sticker. In the first game against the Dolphins, Hazlitt opened as a rookie, started the game and had 17 tackles, 13 unassisted. Lucius Sanford, 57's on one outside position. They've got Kadish, a former #1 draft choice of the Dolphins, playing the middle guard for Buffalo, 71. Then Williams and Sherman White are the defensive ends. 2nd down and 8 for the Dolphins. They like to run the ball. And Buffalo has been vulnerable. Here's Delvin Williams breaking into the secondary. And Williams gets out across the 15-yard line. He'll be short of a first down, but not by much, John.
When you talk, you know, you get Langer and Larry Little and Ed Newman and guys like that playing up inside. And it's very tough, no matter how you execute your defense, to hold people for less than a 3 or a 4-yard gain. That time, the entire interior line just opened a hole 2-3 yards wide. Delvin Williams picks up 7, and they got a short 3rd and 1.
That's what it will be, a 3rd and 1 now for the Dolphins. Greasy down behind his all-pro center, Jim Langer. Sherman White, the right end for Buffalo, is in early.
And early is not, if it's too early, it's not good.
So the Bills look like they anticipated the count. Greasy's as good as there is, though, Eddie, as far as jumping people offside. You weren't bad at that either.
I really think, Don, that there's 7 or 8 guys in this game who can change the count at the right time to give themselves the best of it. And if anybody is subject to jumping, they'll take advantage of it. That time, Sherman White, trying to make a big play, made a bad one.
What do you do to get the guys to jump offside?
Well, everybody has a rhythm. Everybody has a personality, we'll say, and you get into a rut. You start calling things on 2 or 3 or 1. All you have to do is change it a little, and you'll see some of those hamstrings start puckering.
Gordon McCarter, our referee, gives the Gordon McCarter gives the offside signal against the Buffalo Bills. The referee's mic is not working at the moment. It was Sherman White. It was offside for Buffalo, the right end. So the Dolphins move it out. They get a first down. There is the offensive set for Miami. Greasy, Delvin Williams, and Larry Zonka.
Not a bad group.
Zonka's already eclipsed his rushing mark of last year with the Giants. He has 350 yards already this season through 6 games. He's got 10 to go, and he's got some more right now. Big guy just leans in and gets a couple of yards.
You know, people People may disagree, Don, but it's my opinion that this may be the toughest test for Larry Zonka all year, because Buffalo has been run against very easily. They're going to give up a lot. They're going to make Greasy start throwing the ball because he hasn't thrown it very well. As we see, he's got excellent receivers. However, he's going to be tested. Buffalo will have 7, 8 people at the line of scrimmage all day long. If they can beat him doing that, then they're just a better team.
It is 2nd and 8 now for Miami. Pitch back. Delvin Williams turns upfield. Buffalo's pursuit is good. Coming across was Sherman White. And also on the play was Steve Freeman, number 22, the strong safety. Another score in now, Cincinnati. Ken Anderson has just thrown to rookie tight end Dan Ross from 7 yards out. Chris Bauer hit the field goal. It is 7-3. Cincinnati's taken the lead over Pittsburgh. There is the offensive line of Miami.
And this is Bob Kuechenberg's birthday. You know, I read where he's a free agent out of Notre Dame. Do you think Notre Dame has another free agent in the game? You know, if you've gone to Notre Dame and they don't know you're any good, I don't know how you're going to make any club.
He came here from the Chicago Owls, if you can believe that. If you don't get noticed there, I guess you're not gonna. Larry Little, who has not played well this season, and that is in the opinion of his coach, Don Shula, came running out of there like a getaway thief.
You know, you may have
not been snapped.
You may have just captured the methodical look that Miami has seemed to have adopted, because they have always been a group of personalities that really got after it. Their best players, Larry Little, Bob Greasy, aren't having the kind of big years that they've always had to carry this club.
No, their offense hasn't been there. The defense has been just fine, but the Miami offense just has not clicked. They had one big game against Chicago, blew the Bears out here. But Shula says we've only had 2 really good quarters of offensive football. That was against Chicago in the second half when we scored 4 touchdowns.
Ben Williams, Mike Kadish, and Sherman White. They've got a big job.
Cincinnati is in scoring position again. They have recovered a fumble on the Pittsburgh 38-yard line. So there could be an upset in the making, although you got to play 4 quarters of good football to beat Pittsburgh. Swing pass. It goes to Bulash. He's got people in front. Jeff Nixon come in and hits him. Knocks him down. It is short of a first down on a 3rd and 12 play. Bulash almost got there, but Miami will have to punt. We'll take a double look at this now.
Well, Bulash isn't too happy, but he really had very little he could do. A screen play with 3rd down and 12 yards to go is a defensive. It's a piece of cake for them, because they love to give you a little ground. Everybody move up toward the ball, stop the play. You can give them 7 or 8 yards. That's just what they gave him. Let's take a look at Bob Kuechenberg. Got him a little bit too good, Cooch. This is a screen pass.
Nixon came up and made the hit that stopped the first down. So now George Roberts will punt for Miami. Lou Picone and Keith Moody are back for Buffalo. Bad snap. He gets time. Drills a spiral downfield. But the play is negated by an official's whistle before he kicked the ball. They're going to bring it back. We have 6 minutes and 14 seconds left to play in the first quarter here at the Orange Bowl in Miami. Don Criqui with John Brody. Buffalo Bills nothing, Miami Dolphins nothing. As the play comes back. The Dolphins come in with a good defense against the rush. Only 3.5 yards a carry if they give it up. What do we have here now? The official's mic is not working. Gordon McCarter's telling us something. What does he say, John? Do it all over again.
I think he said we'll do it again.
Might have wanted a new football in there. Now, Keith Moody is back alone. Attempted the block. They almost got it. Moody will return it. There's some good blocking set up. Moody gets around the corner. And then is run out of bounds by Ron Lee, number 86, a rookie from Baylor. So the Bills go on offense for the 2nd time in the football game. 1st and 10. They'll have it inside their 40-yard line.
The Big Red Line. They're having a competition at halftime here between the Big Red Line and the Liberty Bells of Philadelphia. From the 40-yard line after the interception by Worley.
First quarter score, Pittsburgh leading Cincinnati 3-0. Matt Baugh on a 46-yard field goal.
Hart delivers the ball on the target to Pat Tilley, and Tilley has a first down catch to the 47-yard line. That is his 21st catch of the year. Boy, what a fine receiver he is.
Smart call this time, throwing on first down, not letting the Eagles get in their rushing team of Harrison and the people they bring in to rush the passer. throwing it on first down really helped him, and he found Tilley open for a first down.
Tilley, as we said at the top of the show, had 7 catches against Philadelphia last year. Here's Otis Anderson trying to go wide. He's got a block from Bob Young, the 40. He's got the first down to the 35-yard line. And evidently, Sonny, they think they can run wide today. They're keeping after it, aren't they?
Boy, they are. They came into the game, I think, on a high note, coming from behind to beat Houston last week. They feel like they're a much better football team than their record indicates, and they're playing like it here in this first quarter.
That was a 12-yard run following the 13-yard pass completion to Pat Tilley, and the Cardinals are on the move. They had a 48-yard field goal go awry, but they're right back in there knocking on the door again from the 35. We have Tilley along with Gray split out. This is Gary Parris, the tight end, in motion. Hart back to throw. He's got Anderson. Anderson to the 30. A lot of running room, and then he is hit hard at the 30. So at the 30-yard line, it's going to bring up a second down, and we have a man right now a little bit shaken up.
It looks like Jim Hart, too.
Yes, it is.
I don't know what happened to Jim Hart then, but look at him. He's hurting.
He sure is. It looks like his knee or ankle. Oh, boy.
Boy, look at this.
You know, he wears a brace on that knee, as you can obviously see. Johnny Omohandro, the trainer, out there with him. And Steve Pozarkowicz will come in. He's only thrown 9 passes this year. He's the #1 draft pick in '77. Just about the time they were getting that offense looking as impressive as it has all year, their leader's down.
Boy, that's for sure. They can ill afford to lose Jim Hart. We'll try to find out exactly what it is, if it's knee.
Let's go back. Jim Silman, our director, has it. Let's see what happened.
See right here, coming from the blind. Oh, there it is. Looks like it's got to be ankle.
Well,
where he got hit from behind and kind of rolled over.
Well, Pozarkowicz inherits the chore of quarterback. Second down, 5 yards to go from the 30. Pozarkowicz off to Anderson, a flag on the play. Look at the running room. The 20 to the 16, but as we mentioned, a flag went in the air. Illegal motion against St. Louis.
Oh, that change of that cadence. A new quarterback coming in. Invariably that happened. If you might be able to pick it up, see if we can pick this up and see who moves before the snap of the football. And it's because there's just a different cadence. Every quarterback has a different count. See, going right there. It's hard to pick up who actually moved, but you saw the flag come into the picture.
I'm impressed the way they're running the ball, aren't you?
Boy, they're doing a good job. Good draw call that time.
So it's after the penalty. Second down, 10.5 yards to go. Pozarkowicz's first pass of the day. He's got Tilley, and Tilley to the 25-yard line. That's very close to the first down. Boy, he delivered that ball, didn't he?
And it's tough to come in like that and deliver the ball this way because he's been sitting a little bit. Came in, a lot of pressure thrown on him to come in. And it's so good to get that first completion under your belt.
And that was the first down. We've been told that Jim Hart sprained his left foot.
Oh, yeah.
And sprained ankles sometimes, or sprained anything, take a long time to heal. First down inside the 25-yard line. Pozarkowicz. He threw 4 touchdown passes in a preseason game against Atlanta, but he hasn't seen that much action. Started 1 game for the Cardinals last year. Give to Wayne Morris. Morris to the 15-yard line. And the Cardinals are running the ball right at Philadelphia, a team who's been tough to run against. Bernard Wilson making the tackle.
Just a slant off tackle, and you can see slants off tackle. Good blocking by that left side of the Cardinal line.
We understand now. There he goes. Jim Hart is going in for x-rays. Boy, that is tough, as this guy has battled back all year long, and he had things moving last week, rolling today, and all of a sudden, you're in the dressing room. From the 15-yard line, second down, and less than a yard to go. Pozarkowicz to Anderson. Anderson's got the first down. Boy, when he cuts and he runs into, you better be ready for a collision. Let's look at that Pittsburgh-Cincinnati game, and this is a surprise.
Cincinnati came back, and Dan Ross on a 7-yard run.
That's a dangerous team. You're 0-6. You come in there, and they can sneak up on you.
7-3, they're leading.
A first down. Anderson now has 24 yards thus far, and San Francisco trying to pick up their first win.
A little field goal to jump out in front. First quarter scores.
Willard Harrell now has come in. Otis Anderson is checked out in the backfield on a first down call from the 13-yard line. Play action. Pizarkowicz, flag on the play. He's got Morris. Morris at the 12-yard line, but again a flag. You know, the Cardinals last week had 12 penalties against them, and it looks like they're going to pick up where they left off. That's illegal motion again.
They haven't adjusted to his cadence yet, I guess.
There's our officials. Jim Tunney, very well-known official. Pat Harter, what a football player he was for the Chicago Cardinals, University of Wisconsin.
This is a good crew. The thing I like about these officials, they enjoy doing the game.
Let's listen to Jim Tunney.
Illegal motion, offense, still first down.
That's twice that's been called. Do you think that's a cadence again?
I do. I have to believe it's a cadence. You get into a rhythm with that one quarterback, and all of a sudden that he's either slower in delivering the thing.
I'll say one thing before Pizarkowicz. Looks like we have a little equipment problem now with Wayne Morris. He's come in there, and he's shown pretty good poise, hasn't he?
He has. That first pass completion, you like to get that one down, and he completed that pass, too.
So the Cardinals, their second sustained drive. Their first one was an aborted effort, a 48-yard field goal. Now they're moving again just inside. 4 minutes to go, first quarter. Willard Harrell. Harrell is to the 15, inside the 15 to the 14-yard line. Going to bring up second down, still long yards, as Frank LeMaster made the stop. This Eagle defense, in some ways like Washington now, they're having role playing. People are playing on runs, people are playing on passes. It's getting more and more that way in the NFL.
Well, you see the Eagles right now just brought in Ken Clark. They got in their rushman now.
Anderson's going to come back in now. Harrell will check out. Wayne Morris comes out. Theodis Brown checks in. So they're alternating those four running backs. Pretty good depth for this Cardinal football team. They've had the best draft, they feel, in the history of their franchise. 7 of their first 8 picks made this club. Here's Pizarkowicz on the play action. Gets it off to Anderson. Anderson to the 15, to the 10, to the 9-yard line. But he still has to get to the 3 to get a first down. Ken Clark over there, the man you just mentioned, second-year man from Syracuse, over to make the stop. It's at the 9.5-yard line. It's still going to be 7 yards to go for the first down.
Well, they were expecting the pass in because they had in their pass defensive team. They brought in their rushman, Harrison, and Clark. They left Clark in, but they bring back in Claude Humphrey, and Harrison goes out now.
Cardinals 2 of 3 today on those third down conversions. They were 13 of 19 last week against Houston. That's almost 70%. Third down, a long 6 to go. Pizarkowicz getting a little pressure, and he's hit. Harris, the intended receiver. Pizarkowicz had somebody dragging him down as he threw that football. That somebody looked like Carl Hairston again. Also, Humphrey was back there. And that's going to bring on Steve Little again with a second field goal effort of the day.
I saw Pizarkowicz go down. He really took a hit from Harrison, and he got up very slowly. Who do they go to now?
I don't know, to be honest with you. Have to think about that one. From the 20 or 17-yard line, a 27-yard field goal attempt. Little kicking, and Little has it on the way, and he got this one. And so the Cardinals are on the scoreboard with 2:22 to go in the first quarter. The score from Busch Stadium, the Cardinals 3, the Philadelphia Eagles nothing. We'll be back in just a moment.
The head man of the Cleveland Browns and owner Art Modell so pleased with his work that he has signed him to a long-term contract and done an outstanding job bringing the Browns back to respectability. First and 10, Redskins at their 20-yard line. No score. Theismann, quick hit screen out to the far side. And run out of bounds is Danny Buggs at about the 28-29-yard line. So pickup of 9 or so on the play. There's Jack Pardee, a little nippy out there.
All the plays, Frank, are called from the sidelines. Joe Walton, the offensive coordinator, is doing a fine job, and he sent all the plays in. And that's a good first down call. It's a safe pass, and you got a chance to pick up pretty good yardage on it.
Second and a yard. John McDaniel is wide to the left side. Ricky Thompson split wide to the right. Riggins for the first down at the 33-yard line as he hurdles.
Watch Watch Riggins protect the ball. They're in the Brown set again. 2 hands on that football, which is good on a day like this.
Malone with a pretty good block there, too, to help him.
And we've already seen some fumbles today. It's a type of day where you can have a lot of mistakes if you don't concentrate and do the things that help you win and not beat you. They're all checking their hands.
Everybody trying to keep warm. This is right on the shores of Lake Erie. Again, Riggins finding his way across the 35 out to the 36-yard line. Pick up with 3. Mickey Sims, number 78, making the stop. Of course, the Browns are trying to come back defensively after giving up 51 points against Pittsburgh last week, and they kind of pinpointed on the left side of that defensive line. Even got the gloves, mittens out today. It's that type of day. It's been really, they say it's one of the coldest Octobers they've had here in northern Ohio. Temperature has been about 20 degrees or so below normal for the last couple of weeks. They've had snow flurries and the whole thing. Second down, 7. Malone caught at the line of scrimmage. That's Alzado, number 77, showing great quickness.
I'll tell you one thing that's a little bit deceiving about Benny Malone. He doesn't have a good average per try, but he's a good blocker. And you got to have backs that block to make it possible to throw the football and to make it possible for the other back to make yardage.
3rd down and 6. The Browns go into their dime defense. A couple extra defensive backs in there. How old is that nickel and dime defense? How far does that go back?
Frank, we used that in Chicago in the late 50s and 60s, and now most everybody's using it.
3rd and 6. Big rush. And Theismann goes down under the pressure at the 25-yard line.
They put on a safety blitz. They came in with more people than the Redskins could pick up. It's a good call. You can't make a living with that. It's a good changeup.
Ricky Jones, 47, and Clinton Burrell, number 49, were in there both blitzing through and dropping Theismann for the loss. Here's Lyle Alzado talking things over. Dano Hall, the Browns' diminutive kick returner, one of the smallest men in the National Football League. At 5'7", 165. Snap a little bit high, but Bry gets it away. Beautiful high punt. Hall at the 35 and down to the 37-yard line. So the Browns have put it in play from there. Ike Forte, just activated by the Redskins, made the stop.
Good catch on the punt.
That was a very, very high punt by Bragg. 4 minutes, 23 seconds left to play in the opening period. Still no score.
Steve Little, 27-yard field goal, his 3rd of the year. And there's Wally Henry. Henry comes in here 3rd in the NFC in kickoff returns. He's an exciting guy, number 89, and he's going to bring it out. Wally Henry. Oh, is he hit? Did he get hit? That is Roy Green, number 25, who's not getting up. Green, the rookie out of Henderson State, a 4th-round draft pick. You cannot hit anybody harder than he did on that play.
He split the wedge. Nobody laid a hand on him, and he hit him full blast.
Oh, let's go back and see this.
You'll watch him. He'll come in from the left side here and running. Nobody lays a hand on him. Right there. There he is, 25. Ooh, does he hit him? I don't think Henry saw him.
I don't know how Henry got up. Green has done an excellent job on the special teams. As we said, he led the NFC in kickoff returns. And then on a big tackle, doesn't give the Eagles the field position they'd like. We have a timeout. The Cardinals lead it 3-0.
It is 1st and 10 now for the Buffalo Bills. Joe Ferguson at quarterback. He drops to throw on 1st down. Lets her go long. He's got a man out there, but the ball's underthrown into the Miami Dolphins had a play on the ball. They were going for the home run ball to Jerry Butler, but it didn't get there.
The strange thing to me, Don, is that Butler did not look for the ball any earlier than he did. He actually got about 30 to 40 yards down the field before he even looked back. Very well covered. However, good play up in the line of scrimmage. When you're throwing on 1st down with play action passes, the purpose is to stymie the defensive lineman. That time they did a perfect job.
Neal Bill Colsey had a play on the football, the free safety. Barr just missed a 39-yard field goal for Cincinnati, so the score holds there. Cincinnati 7, Pittsburgh 3. It is 2nd down and 10 now for Buffalo. Joe Ferguson takes a deep drop. Lets her go. Boy, I tell you, Ferguson doesn't throw many interceptions, but that's as close as you're going to come without getting one as he throws into 3 men. And 2 of them weren't Buffalo Bills.
That was a situation that Ferguson, once he let the ball go, would love to have had it back. Take a look right in the middle of the field. Willie Parker on Bob Baumhauer. You can tell McKenzie is backing off, seeing who he can help out pick up. Ferguson was rushed just a little bit. When he did throw it a little earlier than he wanted to, he would love to have had it back and taken a sack because it was almost an interception. Foley was playing the ball the whole way.
So Ferguson, a 56% thrower this season, has hit only 1 of 6 now. That's good for but 5 yards. He'll be gunning it here. It's 3rd down and 10. 3 wide receivers in the game as Bacone comes to join Jerry Butler and Frank Lewis. They'll get 5 free yards there as Beaucamper on a blitz. He gets a free play, does Ferguson. He's upfield.
That's one of the few times, Don, where they make 8 yards. They get a 5-yard penalty, but they're going to have to take the penalty because they'd have been short of the 1st down. It wouldn't help them. They'll line up again and have 3rd down and 5.
Jim Beaucamper was coming on a blitz, one of the Miami linebackers. They go with Beaucamper 58 on the outside.
Okay, we saw Kim Beaucamper jump, but I think the purpose of this picture is to show you the zone defense that Miami employs so effectively. What they do is they get their linebackers into a deep drop. That time Ferguson had to throw the ball early because he rolled out. The backers didn't get as deep as they normally do. But throughout the afternoon, their 4 linebackers will get as deep into the secondary as any 4 in the game.
They got a great zone coverage. Here's the signal against Beaucamper. If you joined us late, we're coming to you from the Orange Bowl in Miami with John Brody. This is Don Criqui. The Buffalo Bills with their 2nd possession. They moved the ball well the first time they had it, then came up short. Penalty set them back and had a punt. Miami had a punt it back to Buffalo, and now with 5:40 left to play in the 1st quarter, the Bills have a 3rd down and 5 play coming up at their 43-yard line. No score on the board. Ferguson gets time, throws, and Jerry Butler is stripped to the football. Gerald Small, Miami's best defensive back. The right corner broke up the play and another close interception.
Well, Norris Thomas and Small are both fine, but this kid is one of those real fine 4.5 40 runner, just an outstanding athlete, playing corner where they play a lot of zone. He can do just as well playing man-to-man. Once in a while throughout the day, you'll see them put him in that position.
Now Rusty Jackson's in the game for Buffalo for his 2nd punt. And back to receive is a rookie from Alabama, Tony Nathan. Back with him, Gary Davis and Mike Kozlowski. There is Rusty Jackson, former LA Ram punter. Came here with his former coach there, Chuck Knox. Snap is a good one. The ball is hit well by Jackson. A high punt carrying deep downfield. It's going to be taken by Nathan inside his 15. Tony Nathan breaks some tackles. Look out, look out, look out. Here comes Tony Nathan. A lot of speed. And Nathan, one man has a shot at him. Rusty Chambers. Chambers can't get him. And Tony Nathan from Alabama, a rookie, will take it the distance for a touchdown.
Well, Dan Zielik made a fine effort to get in a position to make the play. He could not handle it. Nathan made an excellent play. You could kind of feel the whole thing happening. The contained man, when he went down the field, kind of got a piece, but there was nothing to seal him from getting to the outside. When he did so, easily ran away from the punter, and it was no contest when Dan Zielik tried to come over and make the play. You see, he gets underneath Willie Parker. A couple people overrun it. When that happens, you know the game is in trouble. Jackson has no play on Nathan. Zielik makes a fine play to get over, force him to the inside, but nobody's coming to help out. This is what always happens when punters are the last man waiting to make the play. They just can't keep up with a real good punt returner. 6-0 Miami.
And now, Uwe von Schaman will try the point after. He hits it hard. Up. Here's the signal. It's good. And the Miami Dolphins, on a spectacular play by rookie Tony Nathan, break open the first score of the game It is 7-0 Miami. We'll be back with the Dolphins kickoff in a moment.
Dick Vermeil standing behind Larry Barnes there going over. He'll be 43 at the end of this month. He spends, what, 3 nights a week at the stadium studying film, stays up till 4 o'clock in the morning, trying to get that little extra edge for his football team.
I don't think anybody works harder than Dick Vermeil does to be successful.
There's Green coming off, and that's good. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals and the National Football League is prohibited. So they're going to have the football at the 13-yard line. It's that remarkable tackle by Roy Green. Montgomery Harris, the running back, behind Jaworski. This is Montgomery, and Montgomery comes skittering out to the 20-21, and that's just where he picked up last week. We were so impressed with him a week ago. Calvin Favron making the stop. They're going to be 2 yards short of the first down.
As we look at Ron Jaworski's stats there.
Boy, he's cut the interceptions down, hasn't he?
He has. He's been very consistent. You know, there was some concern about the Eagles playing against, this is the first team they faced that used the 34 defense. There was some concern about it, and I'll touch on it after this play.
Jaworski 2 years ago had 21 interceptions. Cut him down to 16 last year. Here's Harris giving chase as Eric Williams. And I believe he caught him before he got to that first down. He needed 2 yards. Williams giving chase, dropping him short of the first down. It'll be a 3rd down.
The 34 concern of playing against this 34 defense, the Eagles didn't feel that there would be any problem against it because they face it every day in practice against their own team because that's what they use.
Basically, what it affects the most is the center, isn't it?
The center has that man on his nose, which he doesn't like.
3rd down, a yard to go. 1:06. Moments ago, the Cardinals had 11 minutes in time of possession, a minute and a half for Philadelphia. So the Cards have had the football. And there is Harris trying to get the first down, and I don't know. Bob Pollard was there first defensively. I don't think they got it. They held him. It's going to bring up a 4th down.
You look at this right here, and you see this stingy defense. Kurt Alleman going in there. Alleman making the tackle with a lot of help.
They're going to measure now. The Eagles came on with their punting team, and now they're waiting to see, but they didn't think he got it.
They're
Go ahead, Sonny.
Only giving up 34%, allowing 34% 3rd down conversions, and they get away with another, and they've improved on that.
I'll tell you what, the Cardinals are 2nd in the NFC against the rush, and that showed it right there why they are. And here's a guy, Max Runninger, has been unconscious kicking the last 2 weeks. Averaged 45 yards a kick 2 weeks ago and 44.5 last week. Comes in here a 38-yard average. Back is Willard Harrell, and Harrell will come up. It's a little bit short, and he doesn't fair catch. He's got a block from John Bearfield. Look out to the 45, the 40, and he's going to be knocked out of bounds at the 32-yard line. John Bearfield with a big block on that play. And that's what sprung Harrell up the field. A 23-yard return by Willard Harrell.
Boy, he does. He gets away from his first man. Looks like he's going to get tackled right there. Escapes, and look at the block. And Bearfield springs him loose right there. Big block on John Spagnola. And he has a good running room up the sidelines. And he gets great field position again for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Earlier this year, Harrell returned one 68 yards.
Sunday, kick off a big day of football action with NFL 79 when it takes a look at life on the inactive list through the eyes of injured receiver Billy Brooks of Cincinnati. Then a dynamite doubleheader. Most of the country will see the Dolphins and the Patriots. Also San Diego and Los Angeles. Here's the kickoff. Keith Moody takes it back for Buffalo, crosses the 20, and the Dolphins special teams throw him back. So the Bills will go on offense, and they need a big play now, as the Dolphins certainly got one, the longest punt return in the history of this franchise. 86 yards by rookie Tony Nathan of Alabama, and the Dolphins take a 7-0 lead. That's what it looks like next Sunday here on NBC. Miami at New England. They'll be gunning for the lead in the AFC East. And the 4 o'clock game, San Diego at Los Angeles, a matchup of two of the best in the West. Parts of the country will see Houston at Seattle. Tony Nathan taking a rest, waiting for another crack at it. He just took it 86 yards on a punt return. 1st and 10 Buffalo. Now the Dolphins defense, fired up by the great special teams play, comes out and stops the run cold. Rusty Chambers, 51, comes in and hits Curtis Brown. And there was no gain on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for Buffalo. John?
You know, you get the feeling when somebody scores on a long punt return or a long pass or some big play, it seems to pump up the offense and the defense. The whole group gets excited. And now a big play has to be created by Buffalo, whereas things were starting to go their way. They had two pretty good field position situations. They didn't take advantage of either one. Somebody runs one back for a touchdown. Now they have to start over.
Start over indeed. Now Ferguson takes a look. He's got a problem. Beaucamper runs at him. Curtis Brown catches the ball, but he's going to lose yardage. All-pro play by Kim Beaucamper. First he hurried Ferguson into the throw, and then he came back and made the play. Here's the first quarter score. Steve Little hit a field goal for the Cardinals from 27 yards. They lead the Eagles 3-0. Pittsburgh at Cincinnati, but that has since changed, and the Bengals have now taken the lead 7-3. John Brody's former team, the San Francisco 49ers, hasn't won yet, but they're leading 3-0 over the Giants.
Don't try to stand on that, babe.
Now it'll be 3rd down and 15 for Buffalo. A Raymond Wershing field goal put the 49ers up on the Giants. 3rd and 15 for the Bills, as Miami's defense is fired up at this point. Beaucamper again. Kim Beaucamper is one of the biggest linebackers in the game, 6'6", 245 pounds, out of San Jose State. He was hurt early in the season. He's not today. He's hurting people.
Don, they've got two great players from San Jose State in Gerald Small and Beaucamper. Now, what Beaucamper does is he gives the team an extra dimension. He can go down as a down lineman. He can also play as a linebacker. At 6'6", 245, he'll stand up with anybody as a lineman. He's very active, puts on a very good pass rush. The people in the league are gaining more and more and more respect for this guy.
Well, the Bills have a whole lot of it at this point, as right now the field has been shortened for the Bills. They're way back in their own end, and the Miami Dolphins are going to get good field position. Jackson hits the ball. A gusting wind kicks up, and Miami will have the ball at the Buffalo 37-yard line. So the Miami defense comes up, throws the Bills back, and now Greasy and the offense come out. Dolphins are leading 7-0, but it was Tony Nathan, a punt returner, who put the points up. We'll be back at the Orange Bowl with the Dolphins in possession after this.
No score. Cleveland Browns bench. Things started off a little slow on both sides here. Both teams feeling each other out rather tentatively. Browns have the football, 1st and 10 at their 37. Cardinals have a field goal from Steve Little and lead Philadelphia. Eagles tied with Dallas for first place in the NFC East. Straight rush up the middle. Much fancy about that. And Cleo Miller the football and point him straight forward. That's what the Browns did, and they took it up to the 42-yard line. On the bottom of the pile, Ken Houston.
There's Rick Saul on the sidelines, a real steady football player, one of the guys that is always ready to play. I had his brother in L.A., and they're twin brothers, and they're the type of guys you like to have in your football team because they're always ready to play football and prepare themselves to win.
2nd and 5. Cleveland at his 43-yard line. Mike Pruitt, Cleo Miller in the backfield. Brian Sipe calling the signals. Miller again. Trying to bounce off a tackle at the line of scrimmage. Gets away from one man, but then the rush really comes up after him. Good charge by Coy Bacon, number 75. Finally. Made the stop. Loss in the play.
Watch Dave Butts on this play, 65. They ran on his side. Dave fights them off and comes in and makes a play.
Squeezes through a little opening there. Butts is one of the biggest feet, I understand, or two of the biggest feet in all
Dave
pro football.
has big feet. We had a tough time getting shoes for him when he first came to the Redskins. Dave has come along. He's in shape, and he's playing good football and has a fine career ahead of him.
He wears 12 and a half 7 E's, if you can imagine that. 3rd down 9.
Gunboats.
They really are. Pruitt close for the first down at the 47-yard line. You surprised they didn't throw there?
Yeah, but Frank, they're doing what we said at the top of the show. They've been throwing the ball so much that Sipe wants to establish a running ball game.
Not enough for the first down. Redskin helmet. You're familiar with that, I'm sure.
I think it's the best-looking helmet in the league.
And why is that, George?
Well, I like that Redskin emblem. I think it's beautiful.
Tell him who designed it, George.
Well, some guy named Allen, I guess.
Yeah, all right. Ready to do the punting is Evans. Had a great one away a moment ago, and Hardeman is deep for the Washington Redskins. Not that much of a rush this time. Hangs up in the wind a little bit. Hardeman waiting, takes it on the 17, 20, 25, and close to the 30-yard line before he is dropped by Willis Adams, number 80, the Browns' #1 draft choice. Why don't you mark down Saturday on your calendar? We've got a prime time special for you you're not going to want to miss. It's the Celebrity Challenge of the Sexes, with the stars of the entertainment and sports world competing in spirited head-to-head competition. People like Charo and Bill Cosby and Red Fox and Tony Tennille and Joni Rivers and Charlie Pride and Phyllis George, and we can go on and on, but watch it for yourself. This Saturday on CBS. 1st and 10 Redskins at their 30-yard line. A minute 55 to go in the first period. Theismann back to throw it. Sideline throw. It is caught at the 40-yard line, and rolling out of bounds is Buggs. Danny Buggs.
Well, you know, Danny and Joe work together. They line up in an I formation. They go play action. Good fake by Joe to Malone. Low throw and a good catch. You know, Danny Buggs is one of the few receivers that has racehorse speed and size. Danny is 6'2", about 285, 185, 190.
That's Gene Fugit, who is not seeing action today for the Redskins, the tight end, because of a sprained knee. Malone belted at the line of scrimmage, gets a yard, maybe two. Jack Gregory, number 81, on the hit. That's not the World Series, is it? That's the NFL. 49ers 3 and the Giants 2 in the first period.
The Redskins are gradually taking away the field position that Cleveland has had through the kicking and picking up some yardage in this series.
2nd and 9. Redskins at their 41-yard line. No score yet. Riggins, nice hole. And Riggins knifes through across the 45 out to the 47. Clarence Scott, number 22, comes up from the Browns secondary to make the stop.
Good call. Lead draw to John Riggins. Riggins has his hand over the nose of the ball. Now he protects it with two hands as he goes down. These are the things that help you to win, the basics. It isn't the plays or the defenses, it's how you execute them. Now we have a situation where we have two backs in there where they like to throw the football.
3rd down 3. Browns at their 47-yard line. 30 seconds left in the quarter. Theismann gets it away, and a great catch at the 45-yard line by Harmon, who is down to the 30, drops the ball, and then fell on it. First down. Redskins at the 25. If everything's in order, and I believe it is. Not a bad catch.
Well, the Redskins brought in Harmon and Hardeman. Harmon ran a good route here, made a good catch.
29 yards on that play. The clock ticking away the final 5 seconds of the opening period, and there is the gun. So we're still scoreless. That's the end of the first quarter. The Redskins nothing, and the Browns nothing. Back in 1 minute.
How about this, Mr. Jurgensen? The Cardinals with 7 first downs. Philadelphia 0 right now.
It's unbelievable. They came to play today.
Morris, Anderson, the running backs from the 33 after that fine return by Willard Harrell. The kick was 34 yards and a return of 23 by Harrell. Pazarkowicz to Tilley. Tilley was hung up on the far side with Bobby Howard. Couldn't shake loose. Tilley's over there talking to the official. He felt maybe he was interfered with.
Yeah, he makes a little contact back here with Howard. I think that's what he's questioning. Take a look at it. You're isolated here on Pat Tilley going down. The defensive man is not allowed to make contact after he passes 5 yards. Maybe they called it unavoidable contact because you saw the contact there. Tilly was looking for some little help from the referee.
Second down, 10. From the 33, this is Anderson. Anderson to the 30 and hit from behind by Humphrey. His forward progress to the 28-yard line. And I want to say this, Anderson has all kinds of running room. They are opening up holes.
Offensive line, Bostic, and you can see what Terry Steve has done, giving that offensive line of the Cardinals some leadership.
Check that game between the Giants and 49. 3-2, you're kidding.
Is that a baseball score? As they got a safety, the Giants got a safety on a missed snap from center.
Well, that's the end of our first quarter here as the Cardinals with a 3-0 lead, dominating the first quarter. As Philadelphia coming in here with that 4-game winning streak. If they could win today and Dallas lose tonight, they could have sole possession of first place in the NFC East.
In the first quarter, and the Dolphins in the lead 7-0 on an 86-yard punt return by rookie Tony Nathan. Greasy goes to Zonka. Lucius Sanford, a big linebacker from Georgia Tech, came in and filled the gap, put a head-on slug on Zonka, but his power drove him inside the 35.
Miami is now going with the win. In order for them to move, they're going to have to throw it. You see Langer gets pretty good offensive penetration. We mentioned that Zonka's going to be tested today. There's a lot of effort to pick up 2 yards. It's going to be tough going that way all day long just because Buffalo's got an extra man in there.
John, as somebody once said about Zonka, he doesn't break many 60-yard runs, but after you hit him, you wish he had. Sanford is one of the hardest hitters around, put everything he had into that, and you saw Sanford went back. And here comes Delvin Williams. Buffalo cutting it down on a 2nd and 8 play at about the 32-yard line. Shane Nelson on the stop. Now we've got in the second inning at
what inning is that?
3-2. Must have got somebody from the 49ers in the end zone. Don Melville, the punter, snapped out of the end zone. That's what the note says. It's pretty tough to snap it out of the end zone when you're the punter. Sometimes the center can do that on you. Norm Bulash is in the backfield now for Miami. Gary Davis is in there with him. 3rd down and 6 for the Dolphins. 37-yard line of Buffalo. Greasy is going to throw. He's got a lot of time, and he's got a man wide open in Nat Moore. Moore was hit twice, broke away, and looks like he has the first down.
What a superb play by Moore. He plays the play coming out of the backfield, gives himself a lot of room going to the sideline. This is the sort of thing that Bob Greasy has been excellent at, as good as any quarterback in the game, hitting backs in the proper spots between the zone areas for the past 10 years. You know it's coming, but you don't know how to handle it. Here he goes. He's trying to go downfield. He's got good pass protection. Moore comes out of the backfield, runs up the field 6-7 yards, and then puts on a great effort to pick up the last 2 and get the first. I think he's got the first.
Fred Smirlis, fighting people pretty hard, gets close to Greasy, but no other Bill did. So Nat Moore's good play after he was hit, getting ahead for the first down, gives the Dolphins possession at the 26-yard line of Buffalo, 1st and 10. With 1 minute and 5 seconds left to play in the first quarter here at the Orange Bowl in Miami. As Miami with a 7-0 lead starts to mount another challenge. Duriel Harris, he's a deep threat, wide to the right. Nat Moore to the left. Greasy goes to Delvin Williams, a power sweep. And Williams, riding behind his blockers, gets the ball inside the 25-yard line, down close to the 23. 64, Ed Newman led the blocking.
You know, if you had 2 backs that you'd like to have to complement one another, I would think Zonka and Delvin Williams would have to be about as good as any pair. However, neither one has been quite as effective as everybody was looking forward to when they started the year. Now we're going to look at Larry Little. Little can do it. He's sitting there trying to seal off all the penetration. He does so. When Delvin Williams cuts up, he has nowhere to go. Still picks up 4 yards.
Shula says Delvin Williams' feet are never on the ground very long, a very quick stepper. And here is Zonka busting off, and the big back from Syracuse drives on down to the 10-yard line. He took it 10 yards, then got in a street fight with 3 guys and took it another 3 yards. Tony Green and Charles Romes finally knocked him down. Boy, he's tough. That hit that Sanford put on a little bit ago is as hard as you'll see, and Sanford just went flying backwards after it. The first quarter runs out. The Dolphins are challenging again. with Miami in the lead 7-0. We'll be right back after these messages from your local station.
A little problem here in the sidelines, apparently, for one of the members of the Cleveland Browns, George Beeler. 1st and 10. Theismann over the middle and incomplete. Intended for Riggins, and Riggins was well covered. All over him was the middle linebacker Dick Ambrose. Ambrose used to play with your son.
Yes, he did. He played with my son at the University of Virginia. 52 Ambrose, a fine football player. By the way, I was in Charlottesville the last 3 days with my son, Frank, and had a nice visit with him. And he's told me to tell Ambrose good luck.
All right. Ambrose, 12th round draft choice, so he's come along very nicely for the Cleveland Browns. And 4 years ago, 2nd and 10. Redskins on the move at the 24-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. Theismann again with good protection, and this time Spears McNair, they say he trapped it. Well, they say he trapped it at the 16-yard line. Let's look at it again.
It looked like a good catch. Let's see it again. Here it is. It's a low pass. Oh, he did. It went through his hands. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, McDaniel tried to talk the officials out of that.
Good call. Here's a big play on both sides now.
3rd down. Redskins need 10 for the 1st down from the 24-yard line of Cleveland.
You know, that nickel defense we're talking about is very vulnerable against the run. I was always worried they're going to run against it. You're strong against the pass. You're weak against the run.
Harmon and Hardiman are the setbacks. They normally come in a passing situation for the Redskins. Warren, the tight end, makes the grab, but not enough for the 1st down as he's caught at the 19-yard line. Good defense by Tom Darden, number 27.
This is a looky pass to the tight end. We call it a wide looky. That's usually open against the nickel. You like to give him that. Give him that because most of the time you aren't going to pick up a 9-10 yards on a wide looky.
Mark Mosley kicked a 37-yarder against the Eagles last week, the 8th consecutive game in which he has kicked at least one. That's the longest streak in the league. He's off to another great year, as you can see from these statistics.
I think he's the best in football.
This is a 35-yard attempt. Theismann puts it down. It is long enough, and it is good. Old automatic. Mark Mosley puts the Redskins on the scoreboard 58 seconds deep into the 2nd period of play here at Cleveland Stadium. We'll be back in just a moment.
The two brain trusts, 42-year-old Dick Vermeil, 62-year-old Bud Wilkinson. They have great respect for one another. Visited before the start of today's game, and right now Bud's team with a 3-0 lead. With Sonny Jurgensen, I'm Gary Bender, and as you look back in that 1st quarter, time and possession, the Cardinals had the ball 11 minutes, 45 seconds. The Eagles, 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
They're not being able to run. Give credit to that Cardinal defense.
3rd down and 6 as we start the 2nd quarter. Tilley and Mel Gray, the wide receivers. Wayne Morris, Otis Anderson, the running backs. Behind, Steve Pizarkowicz. We understand there's a chance that Hart could return. They'll try to wrap his ankle. Here's a throw by Pizarkowicz. He's got Gary Parrish, the tight end. 1st down at the 15-yard line, and Pizarkowicz is throwing the ball with authority.
Boy, he split the zone then. The Eagles were back in zone coverage at double the outside receivers. You see Morris swinging out of the backfield. He threw to the perfect man to throw to in that zone, and he found the little seam, and you see where Paris is. Good completion, good throw, and a good read of the defense by Pizarkowicz.
There's that time and possession we mentioned just a little bit ago. So the pick up to the 15-yard line for the 1st down. As Gray now to the bottom of the screen. Here comes Al Chandler, the tight end, jumping in. That's one of the few times they moved him into that position. Here's Wayne Morris. Morris to the 11-yard line, maybe the 10. Morris had time kind of backing into that one.
He did. He got the most out of that. There was no room to run at all, yet he picks up about 4 yards on the thing.
Pizarkowicz now 3 of 5 for 30 yards, and I'm sure gaining confidence each play. Going to mark it at the 11. It'll be 2nd down, still 6 yards to go. Just underway in the 2nd quarter. The difference in this game, a 27-yard field goal by Steve Little. Tilley, Gray again, the wide receivers. They're going to leave the tight end of the backfield this time. Pizarkowicz with time, but nobody's open. Gets away from Dennis Harrison. Looking, throws. Intended receiver Chandler can't hang on. Well, he had the time, but just nobody open. Terry Tatalo defending on that play.
I tell you, they really give him a long time to throw. Watch Pat Tilley trying to get an opening, someplace to go after he sees Pisarkowicz scrambling. You see, reverses his pattern, goes back, throw it here, and he's going to stop again. That's what you call a broken pattern.
Bobby Howard's played very well, hasn't he? 23. They were talking about him yesterday. He's a 13-year veteran, and he stayed with Tilley all the way. So we come to another third down, 3rd and 6. I'll say one thing about Pisarkowicz. It's been easier to throw the ball. It takes courage to stand back there sometimes, doesn't it? And hang on, keep looking. Showing some poise. On a 3rd and 6. Protection is there. He's got his man Anderson. He almost made a remarkable catch. And so Steve Little will come in again. Boy, if he'd have held on to that. Let's go back and see how close he came to catching that ball.
This was a great throw, too, because he kept the ball away from the defender. He threw the ball perfectly, and watch his effort to catch his football. Looks like he has it there. What an effort. He loses it going down. They had that nickel defense in, brings on Little again.
This is a 28-yard field goal. He earlier hit one from 17 yards. Worley to hold. Little's kick is on the way. It's good. And he now is 2 of 3 for the afternoon. And the young man who has handled the kicking job, all his sole responsibility, delivering on 2 occasions, and the Cardinals lead it 6-0.
19-yard touchdown pass, and here's the game's tying touchdown. Again, Shorner, the quarterback, runs out of the pocket, scrambles to his left, a 10-yard touchdown to make it 21-21. SC a chance to win it. 39-yard field goal attempt is blocked. Stanford recovers, and they get a tie, a big, big disappointment for Johnny Robinson.
And that despite 221 yards by Charlie White. Let's turn our attention back to pro football. Week number 7 already underway. Miami is out in front of Buffalo, 7-0. Mike, I know you've got to look at it.
Yeah, a big touchdown or punt return by Tony Nathan, the rookie from Alabama. You know, going into this game, the Bills had lost 19 consecutive games to the Miami Dolphins, and viewing this punt return, it doesn't look like things are going to be much different. Watch him go. Number 22, he gets loose here, 86 yards. He outruns the punter, and then watch this cut back against the grain. He beats the linebacker all the way, 86 yards. That is the longest punt return in Miami history.
Okay, very quickly now, let's get you caught up. Washington and Cleveland, that ball game's just getting underway. There is no score. Philadelphia against St. Louis. The Cardinals are out in front, 3-0. Jim Hart has had to leave the field with an injured ankle. Cincinnati surprising Pittsburgh. That one stands at 7-3. That ball game also in the first quarter. Believe me, this is the right score. San Francisco out in front of the Giants, 3-2. New Orleans and Tampa Bay, that one just getting started. It's in the first quarter. There is no score.
We are ready to start the second quarter here at the Orange Bowl in Miami as Bob Greasy goes out and joins the Dolphin offense. Don Criqui with John Brody. The Dolphins are in the lead 7-0. They scored on an 86-yard punt return by a rookie from Alabama, Tony Nathan. The longest punt return in Miami Dolphin history. That broke the game open, and since then the Dolphins have been in command. Their defense took the ball back, stopping Buffalo cold, and now Greasy gives off to Delvin Williams. Power sweep, and Del Williams is down inside the 10, down close to the 8-yard line, and a first down carry.
Don, Delvin picked up 3 yards. I mean, it's not bad when you're down in that close, but when it's 1st and 10, I think it's the toughest place on the field to pick up a first down from. Obviously, if they do so, they'll score a touchdown. We're looking at the offensive line. The reason I say that is look how bunched up everybody is defensively for Buffalo. Delvin Williams made an excellent move to pick up 3 or 4 yards. It just comes so tough right there that when you pick up 3 or 4, now what's he do? It's 2nd and 6. You're going to run it in? Very seldom.
Take your pick right now the way Miami's line's coming off the ball. 2nd down and 6 Dolphins inside the Buffalo 10. Zonka, touchdown Dolphins. Yes, it is. Larry Zonka fouls Larry Little, and once again they're in the end zone. They've been there many times together. This Dolphin team over the years they've been together.
Don, if nobody gets a piece of Zonk until he gets into the secondary, the defensive back has no chance. Little makes an excellent block. Langer makes a fine block. He just takes Tony Green and runs right over the top of him.
The Miami Dolphins own the AFC East here at the Orange Bowl. Since Shula's been here, the Dolphins are 32-4 against AFC Eastern opponents here in the Orange Bowl. They're 60-11. 60 wins, only 11 defeats overall at the Orange Bowl since Shula came in. The extra extra point is hit up and good by Uwe van Schomen. And so with 14:15 left to play in the first half, the Miami Dolphins extend their lead to 14-0. First on an 86-yard punt return by Nathan, then on the 6-yard run by Larry Zonka. So we'll be back with the Dolphins.
Frank Lieber with George Allen back at Cleveland Stadium as the Redskins prepare to kick off. 14:02 left to play in the first half. Washington leading by a score 3-0. And Mosley, of course, will do the kicking. And the Browns have Rich, number 24, back there, coupled with Dino Hall, number 26, as the deep men.
We have a swirling wind here, Frank. You can't count on the wind. It's blowing from all directions.
Kind of an end-over-end kick. Bounces at the 10-yard line. Hall at the 7, up the sidelines. 15, 20, and necktied at the 25. Browns 1st and 10. In case you joined us late, Browns took the opening kickoff and drove to the Redskins 10, where they fumbled, and Brad Dusick recovered. It seemed to take a little steam out of their sails.
Well, speaking of Brad Dusick, I think he's the most underrated linebacker in football.
He doesn't get the publicity a lot.
No, he doesn't. He's tough. He prepares himself. He doesn't make the mistakes. He doesn't have the size you want in a linebacker, but he's from the old school.
1st and 10, Cleveland at its 25-yard line, trailing 3-0. Brian Sipe starting to go to the air. Miller.
Well, all you got to do is watch Miller's head, and you'll see why he dropped that football.
Watch his head?
Watch his head. Sipe does a great job of looking downfield and then dumping it off. Now watch his head. He was looking ahead instead of looking the ball in.
2nd and 10. Sipe is now 2 out of 5 for 24 yards. Pruitt has rushed for 18. Miller has rushed for 16.
Calvin Hill came in now.
Browns can move the football. Nobody's really held them down this year. They've scored points. Pruitt out beyond the 25 to about the 28. Gang tackle by Neil Okowitz, number 52, who is in at the middle linebacker slot right now. By the way, we got word that Rich Malott went off earlier in the first period. They have already x-rayed him, and the x-rays have showed that he is apparently has a broken wrist and will not see action the remainder of the afternoon. Pete Wysocki.
The Redskins brought in their pass rushing personnel. Watch 69, Perry Brooks. One of the reasons we kept him on the football team was his ability to rush the passer. He's got size and speed. It's just a matter of staying healthy.
3rd down 7. Browns at their 28. Here comes the Redskin rush. Sipe retreating out of the pocket. Gonna run it. 30, 35, 40, 45, and finally slides to a halt at the 47-yard line. 1st down.
They chased him out of the pocket, and Sipe did the smart thing. Run for the 1st down.
Ray Waddy finally stopped him. Sipe, of course, engaged in a battle here for several years with Mike Phipps for the #1 spot, but he has really come into his own here in the last year. He's an outstanding quarterback, though he doesn't have the greatest physical attributes in the world. He's not that big. His arm isn't that strong, but he gets the job done. Going back to what the Browns do best, throw the football. Wide open was Calvin Hill at the 30, and the pass underthrown.
That's a real tough coverage for the defense. The halfback, Calvin Hill, goes down the field about 18, 20 yards, and no matter what defense you're in, it's difficult to get back there, whether it's the middle linebacker or the weak side linebacker.
Sipe has thrown for better than 200 yards in every game the Browns have played this year. No other NFL quarterback can make that statement. Cardinals got another field goal. They're now 6-0 in front of Philadelphia. 27 and 28-yard field goals from Steve Little. Our score, Redskins 3, Browns nothing early in the 2nd period. 2nd and 10. Browns at their 47. Sipe over the middle. Reggie Rucker at the 40-yard line. 1st down, Cleveland. Hit made by Lamar Parrish, number 24, is Lyle Alzado talking things over on the sidelines. One of his teammates.
And Perry Brooks put Sipe on the ground. Perry Brooks was in there, had good pressure on him.
First down. Browns are moving at the 40-yard line of the Washington Redskins as the sun breaks through the clouds. Giants now 9-3 over the 49ers in the second period. New York going for its second victory in a row after the upset last week over Tampa Bay.
Darren Talbert's in there now, number 72 for Perry Brooks.
Rucker to the right side. Dave Logan to the left. Sipe with good protection this time. Floats it out there for Logan at the 10. He is down to the 2-yard line. First and goal to go. As he got behind the coverage. In this case, Joe Lavender.
I tell you, if a quarterback has that much time to throw, the defense is on defense. You can't cover him if you give him that much time to throw the football.
Had all the time in the world, and Logan, great athlete.
If he didn't have to wait for the ball, he would have scored on it. The ball was just a little bit underthrown.
First and goal to go for the Cleveland Browns. The officials mark the ball at the Redskin 3-yard line. Miller comes out. Calvin Hill comes out. Now Calvin Hill's still in there. Take it back. Pruitt, Mike Pruitt, and Calvin Hill are the setbacks. First and goal from the 3. It is Hill. Starts in motion. The handoff to Pruitt. Hurdles down to the 1.
You know, Frank, right in here, Billy Kilmer would always know when he came over to the sidelines, we wanted the backs to have 2 hands on the football. Right in here, this is a critical area, and it's an unpardonable sin to fumble when you get inside the 20-yard line.
Well, the Browns have done it once. Lost the ball at the 10 in their opening drive. It is second and goal to go from the 1. Calvin Hill, touchdown.
And you see how he's carrying that football? Calvin Hill carried that football with both hands over each end of the ball. Look, watch Calvin Hill carry that football now. That's the way you want to protect it. There's no way you're going to fumble it when you carry it that way. That's good, sound, basic football.
Well, it's got to be a big touchdown for Calvin. There was a penalty on the play, but it was against the Redskins, so it is declined, quite obviously.
Protecting the ball so they can't jar it loose.
Sam Ratigliano. Don Cockcroft. Talk about one of the better field goal kickers in the NFL.
Yes, he is.
And Placeman, although he has missed 3 this year, that's a little surprising. And that one's blocked.
He didn't miss that as much as he kicked a line drive. It wasn't blocked, I should say. If we can see that again, it was a straight line drive.
The Dolphins have just gone 64 yards with perfect offense. Larry Zonka from 6 yards out on the payoff end. It's 14-0. Here's the kickoff. Keith Moody has the ball for the Bills. He's across the 20 and the 25 and still working at it. He is out to the 29-yard line. And there the Bills will go on offense, 1st and 10. Tonight on NBC at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, it's Disney's Wonderful World, Baseball Fever. At 8 o'clock, The Miracle Worker on the big event starring Patty Duke Aston and Melissa Gilbert. And then at 10 o'clock Eastern Time on NBC Primetime Sunday with Tom Snyder. Right now, 14:02 remains to be played in the first half. The wind is kicking up here in Miami. We've not had rain since the start of the game, but now it's coming down. It started to come in. Somebody said before the game they don't like rain on Bob Greasy's glasses. But they do like it on Larry Zonka's feet because he can plow when the field gets bad. Handoff goes Curtis Brown. Good change of pace move, and the fullback from Missouri takes the ball over the 30 and out to the 34-yard line. McKenzie led the blocking. Good gain on the play, 5 yards. 2nd down and 5 coming up for Buffalo. John, there was an article in one of the New York papers this morning. They talked about Greasy having a hamstring pull, but there's speculation it could be his eyesight which is failing at this point.
I've heard so much about peripheral vision over the years, Don. All you see when you're back there in the pocket is a bunch of helmets and elbows. And you're trying to find any piece of your own jersey you can find. So I just don't think it has anything to do with his eyesight.
You don't need that real good peripheral vision to see these guys coming at you. All right. Curtis Brown tries to turn upfield, and the Dolphins get him. A.J. Dewey, number 77, the right end from LSU, and Larry Gordon, number 50, one of the outside linebackers, are on the play for the Dolphins. Vern Denherter, Bob Baumhauer, and A.J. Dewey across the three-man front.
A.J. Dewey, as we see this ball pitched back to Curtis Brown, there is nowhere for him to go. Dewey makes an excellent play getting across the line of scrimmage, being able to force the action when he does so. Larry Gordon kind of finishes him off. Look at the blocking, but this is just excellent defensive play. Nobody's allowing themselves to be pushed back. The play's an automatic loss.
Now Barisic is in the game as a tackle as they go to the pass rushing defense. 5 defensive backs in. Ferguson against a big rush. Okay, he unloads, but it comes in low as Joe Ferguson, who's been rather well protected for the most part this season, has a problem today against Miami. They're coming with linebackers and just about everything they got out there.
Well, his guys were blocking everybody that time. The problem is one of them caught Joe. He couldn't get back before the defensive line did. He could never set up. He was smart enough to find a way to wheel out, got around the containment, but the play was never going to be any good once he hit Roland Hooks, who couldn't get across him to make the block.
Going to be tough to throw now as the wind keeps up and the umbrellas come out as the rain is falling here at Miami. Jackson ready to punt for the Bills, hits it at his 25. It's a good one downfield. They kick it away from Nathan with good reason. Here's Kozlowski putting his head down, and the rookie from Colorado takes it across the 40 to the 42. Scott Hutchinson made the tackle for Buffalo, number 90. Nathan doesn't see the ball again today. That'll be soon enough for Buffalo. They're taking it 86 yards. Right now, a break in the action. Miami in command at the moment, 14-0.
There's Jim Hart. You joined us late. He sustained a sprained foot, and they took him in. They have wrapped it, and they're looking at him again, and it looks like they're taking the wrap back off again. He may be too tight, but there is a possibility he could return. Zarkowitz doing a very good job in his absence. The Cardinals had the ball 3 times. They've gotten 2 field goals, missed on another one. Here's Wally Henry having all kinds of problems. Fairfield, he gets away, and look out. It could be quite a foot race here. Ken Stone gets him. But that's what happens sometimes when you mishandle a punt or a kickoff. Everybody overcommits and everything opens up for you.
Everybody relaxes for a split second, and that's what happened then. They relaxed for a split second. Wally Henry very wisely jumped back to the outside and made a good return.
Saw that drive a moment ago, culminating in the 30 or 28-yard field goal, and from the 27, the Eagles have the football.
Second quarter score, Washington is leading Cleveland 3-0 on a Mark Mosley field goal.
26-yard return that time by Henry. Boy, he's an exciting football player for this Eagle team. Don Jaworski off to Montgomery. Montgomery to the 32, possibly the 33-yard line. Montgomery much stronger this year, and he says that one of the reasons is he had a hill outside his home in Greenville, Mississippi. He ran up and down it all summer long. He says he strengthened the leg. He had a 126-yard day against the Giants also to go with that effort of a week ago.
Got 579 yards already.
He's ahead of last year's pace. He has 13 yards today on 3 carries. Second down, 5. This is Montgomery again, and it's congested as he's to the 34, and that's all. Steve Neal's a very, very smart linebacker, playing very well from the left side, made that tackle, and it's third down and still a long 3, and the Giants have bumped their lead up a little bit.
The Giants are up now 9-3. Phil Simms ran 18 yards for the touchdown.
He's done quite a job, hasn't he?
He won last week in his first start.
Third down, a long 3. Thus far, the Eagles are 0 for 2 on third down conversion. Jaworski wants to throw it. Blitz by Williams. He gets it off, though, to Montgomery for the first down. Jaworski was hit hard by Eric Williams, but he found his target, and he got the first down. So they convert their first third down of the afternoon.
Good smart play that time, throwing to the back coming out, and he had to get rid of it in a hurry.
Boy, he got hit pretty well by Williams.
Miami is leading Buffalo 14-0.
Buffalo last week shut out. After all that offensive explosion, they're having a little trouble getting back on the scoreboard.
That's right. What happened to all that offense, huh?
So Philadelphia with their initial first down of the game from the 40-yard line. 11:19 to go. Second quarter, 6-0 St. Louis. Jaworski back to throw. Carmichael. Oh, look at Carl Allen. He's going to get a flag on that one. Allen hit him on the head and did it out of bounds, which is a no-no. That's going to get him an automatic first down.
That's a foolish mistake. The ball is overthrown. It's overthrown. Watch Carmichael, a sideline pattern. You can see it's hard to overthrow a 6'8" guy. But Jaworski had an awful lot on the board. On the ball, you see the ball way over the top, and Allen didn't know it. Gives him a little shot in the back of the head, and it's a costly one.
He's that tall, you don't know what's happening up there. Automatic first down to the 45-yard line, and now the Eagles have some field position for the first time in this game.
Mr. Carmichael does not have a catch yet.
Neither does Mel Gray. He has 80 in a row. Both those wide receivers would like to keep their strings going. I don't know how you can shut Carmichael out, though.
I don't either.
From the 45, Jaworski on the first down. Carmichael again, way too tall, and look at Allen again. Two flags are thrown.
That's a second flag again. We're going to take a look at it. The same thing, just a different pattern. A turn in this time. And watch Carmichael. He comes down.
Number 27, unnecessary.
You take a look. And watch Allen come in. To see the ball's over his head. And look at Allen going at him.
I don't know about that one. That was not near as flagrant as the time before. He came in and hit him in the shoulder pads. Carmichael saw him coming. The first one is very apparent. This one a little bit questionable, maybe.
Carmichael expected him to do it, too, because you can see that he turned and faced him when the ball was overthrown. Second one on Carl Allen.
Look at the penalty yardage already, would you? 40 yards. Last week they had 12 penalties. From the 30th first down, Jaworski's got Carmichael, and the string is alive. 103 consecutive games. He could break that record November 4th in a game at home against Cleveland.
Carmichael said,
big guy, aren't they?
Carmichael said, put me on the other side of the field. They got away from Allen. Runs a little quick post pattern. And he's drilled this time.
First and 10 on the play.
That is a first down. That's his 23rd catch. And Abramowitz's record, well, he's 2 from tying.
And they went to him 3 straight times, didn't they?
I think that's like money in the bank. You just keep going to that guy, and he'll pay off for you. At the 10:30 mark, quick pitch to Montgomery to the 15. Maybe he didn't even get there. He got a yard, and that's all. Kurt Allerman over, the Penn State All-American.
Boy, did he make a fine play then. Good position, waiting for the cutback running of Wilbert Montgomery, and he makes a good play.
Allerman is the guy they said couldn't run well enough, didn't have great quickness, but he's only their best special teams performer, and now a starter at middle linebacker in the absence of Tim Carney. Second down, they gave him a pickup of 1, 2nd and 9. Operating from the 17-yard line, 6-0, St. Louis on 2 field goals. Montgomery Harris, the running back. Jaworski. He's got Montgomery, and Montgomery inside the 15 to the 13-yard line. It'll bring up a 3rd down. Calvin Favron, he's a rookie, playing in place of the injured Mark Arneson, who they hope to have back in a couple of weeks. He played very well.
He has. I talked with Arneson coming up on the elevator today, and he says he's looking forward to getting back out there and playing because Favron's playing too well.
Montgomery going out now. Billy Campfield replaces him, and now we come to another 3rd down. You see Philadelphia 1 of 3. It'll be 3rd down and still a long 5 to go, almost 6 yards. See, Wally Henry's checked in at a wide receiver. He's out there along with Carmichael to the near side. 3rd down. He's got his man Krepley, and Krepley to the 4-yard line, and that's going to be a 1st and goal for Philadelphia. And Krepley has now 14 catches in the last 4 games.
Good call here and a good pattern. Krepley just comes away from his tight end position. You see him just a little shallow pattern. He pushes off the linebacker and just goes straight out right off of Steve Neal's, catches it, picks up the 1st down.
9-yard pickup on the play. Krepley has really played well, averaging 19.6 per catch. That leads all tight ends. That's his 18th catch of the year. Look at that. He was hurt last year down the stretch drive. They really missed him. 1st and goal at the 4. Campfield, Billy Campfield trying to take it in. Big, strong man. They call him the Hulk on this team. He's the Lou Ferrigno of the Philadelphia Eagles. Big, strong guy. Bob Pollard made the stop. It'll be the 2-yard line. 2nd and goal there.
The Cleveland Browns have come back and taken a 6-3 lead over the Washington Redskins. Old teammate Calvin Hill scored for the Browns, and the extra point was blocked.
They're bringing in Ron Yankowski and John Bearfield as Worley and Allen check out on this goal line. That's Carmichael in motion. Nope, he's going to set in the wing position. A give to Harris. Harris trying to go wide, and he can't get there. Ken Green dropped him, but the man that stuffed it first was Ken Stone, and Stone is shaken up. Stone is taking himself out of the game, and Roy Green will replace him.
Great lateral pursuit this time by the Cardinal defense. You can see right here, Kenny Stone comes up, makes a hit, gets bounced off. Harris keeps his balance, keeps fighting, and Green comes over and denies him that end zone.
That was the same play, if you look at films, that they scored on against Pittsburgh. Coming in as Roy Green, believe it or not. He was shaken up earlier, replacing Ken Stone, but he's in there again. 3rd and goal. They lost a yard to the 3-yard line. Jaworski back in the corner. Touchdown. A touchdown catch is made by the big man, Harold Carmichael.
And who did they beat? They beat Roy Green for the touchdown. Just came in, and they go immediately to their big man down there. Hard to defend against him. Look at him. He's in the slot position here. Green's got him single coverage. Jaworski lays it up. Made it look easy.
You think they were picking on Green? They knew he was in there, or it just happened that way?
I just think it happened that way. That's who they like to go to down around the goal line.
Franklin, point after block. Flag on the play. Now the flag, let's see what it's all about. Looked like maybe Mike Dawson was the guy that got the hand on the ball. Offside, St. Louis. That could have been a big block point after.
It is, but it's easier to block them if you're offside.
That helps, doesn't it?
You line up on their side of the ball.
Well, Franklin has missed 1 point after. He's 13 of 14. I did not hear that, but it was offside against St. Louis. Franklin will try it again. Franklin has been nothing short of sensational. The 3rd round draft pick out of Texas A&M. Missed only 1 field goal, and that was from 52 yards. And he hits them, doesn't he? Point after is good. It's 7-6 now. So the Eagles take the lead. 3-yard touchdown pass from Jaworski to Carmichael. Franklin adding the point after. A 1-point lead for the Eagles.
Well, Washington leads Cleveland 3-0 second quarter score. Philadelphia now trailing 6-0 to St. Louis as Steve Little hit another field goal for the Cardinals. It's 1st down and 10 for Miami. Ball to the 41-yard line of the Dolphins. Handoff Delvin Williams. Good play by Buffalo. Shooting the gap was Shane Nelson, number 59. Cincinnati still holding to a 7-3 lead over the Pittsburgh Steelers in the second quarter at Cincinnati. And the New York Giants now lead 9-3 over the 49ers as quarterback Phil Simms is running in from 18 yards out for a Giant touchdown. Giants with a touchdown and a safety in that game. The 49er punter inadvertently kicked it out of his own end zone. 2nd down and 8 yards to go for the 1st down for Miami. Weather conditions making it tough to play football right now. It is raining and there's a lot of wind. That's Zonka's kind of weather. He likes it ugly. And Larry Zonka takes it up the middle inside the Buffalo 45-yard line. And as Zonka goes down, John, so does a penalty marker.
You know what Zonka's done so long. I don't know if he did this well in New York when he was playing and he wasn't as effective as he has been here. But he sets up so close to the line of scrimmage and he gets through the point of attack so fast that if his linemen get any piece of the defensive lineman, he's by there and he's got 6 or 7 yards.
Zonka's now run the ball 5 times for 31 yards, as you see, and the 1 touchdown from 6 yards out. Let's hear the call. We apologize that the official's mic is not working. Ball is set now at the 42-yard line. Now Cleveland has come back to take a 6-3 lead over Washington. Calvin Hill ran it in from 2 yards out, but the extra point attempt was blocked. It'll be a 1st down for the Dolphins at the 43-yard line of Buffalo. 14-0 Miami in the second quarter. Right back to the well, and Zonka gets some more work. His 7th carry of the day takes him down inside the 40 to the 37. Smurless, the nose guard, rookie from Boston College, on the stop for Buffalo, number 76. Larry Little led the blocking, 66.
Don, we were talking about how close Zonka gets to the line of scrimmage. That time he was only 4 yards deep. But Ed Newman, Jim Langer, Little, Kuchenberg, when these guys get their forward surge like they do so often offensively, he just finds whatever crack seems to open itself out. They don't do a lot of pulling. They used to when they were young. Right now they're primarily a straight-ahead ball club.
In the opening game of the season, it was a similar circumstance. After the Bills had taken the lead over Miami, the Dolphins in the rain at Buffalo on September 2nd gave the ball to Zonka time and again as he drove downfield and subsequently with the game-deciding touchdown in a 9-7 Miami win over the Bills, the 19th consecutive time that the Dolphins have beaten Buffalo. Buffalo can explode, though. Even though they were shut out last week, they're still the highest-scoring team in the league this year. Zonka on 2nd and 5, and he is close to a first down, might have it. Larry Little is winning at the line of scrimmage. He's been under criticism as Chuck Knox can do little to stop the play of Zonka and Little. Two big guys are just getting out there first.
I think it's been one of Miami's big secrets as we look at Chuck Knox. He knows one thing: his offense can't score if they don't get the ball. And Miami controls the ball about as well as any team in the game. And when they get 14 points ahead, it's not like a team that has to throw to get points on the board. These guys can take the ball, move it 6-7 minutes, kick 3 points, and all your offensive guys are so cold they don't know what to do.
Very good point. Buffalo's explosive offense can't do a thing as long as Miami's running the ball down the field. Don Shula. His contract is up next year here in Miami. A lot of speculation as to where he may go. He was quoted in the Boston Globe last week as saying he would like to go to Notre Dame.
I don't think he'd mind staying here.
I don't think they'd mind keeping him. Pitch back. Goes to Delvin Williams. He's inside the 30 on a first down carry, and he's down to the 26-yard line. Steve Freeman, the strong safety, made the stop for Buffalo as Zonka led the way. Delvin Williams holds the single-season rushing records for 2 teams, the 49ers when he was with them, and also for Miami at over 1,200 yards last year.
As we see the Giants take a 16-3 lead over my pals, the 49ers. Sims this time threw the ball to Ernest Gray for 12 yards, a 13-point lead early in the first half. You know, we were talking about, and I kind of got away from it when I was talking about Williams and Zonka. I'm saying they probably, as well as they complement each other, won't be as statistically great as they have been in the past, but their contribution will be great.
They can still play. 2nd down and 4. Greasy hands off. Zonka takes the ball, and he is, boy, this is vintage Zonka. I mean, he sat on the bench in New York getting $333,000 a year for 3 years. He comes back here and does this.
Well, Haslett met him, but he met him about 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. That's too far back into your own secondary for a middle linebacker to be picking up the fullback. You can see Langer gets a good piece right in there. He moves his man back. By the time they get there, he's already picked up 3 or 4.
Got to meet him with a 2x4 or something to slow him up. Zonka taking it down the field in the rain here at the Orange Bowl in Miami. 8:30 to play, first half. Dolphins lead the game 14-0. 1st and 10. Delvin Williams lost his footing. This is about as good a grass surface as you'll find in the rain. It is the prescription athletic turf, the field that was developed at Purdue University. There's a suction system. It can drain the water off. Delvin Williams, he's been getting the ball a lot. Greasy's had problems with interceptions. John doesn't have to worry about it today because he's not throwing it.
He's thrown the ball pretty well when he's had an opportunity, but Larry Little just came off. Seemed as if he hurt his shoulder or his arm. Anyway, Laxo is in replacing him. They say he's an excellent player. When you replace Larry Little, you better be.
Laxo, number 68, the right guard, on 2nd down and 7, right back to Zonka. He draws a crowd and takes it right along with him, all the way down to the 12-yard line. Be 3rd and short yardage now for Miami as they drive what could be a 3rd touchdown coming up, leading the game 14-0.
Excellent offensive line surge. As Laxo pulls out, his offensive line has left him about 2 yards behind him. If he'd known they were going to get that kind of surge, he could have snuck up in the hole and helped the running back. Got to play a few plays before you get comfortable.
See Larry Little being attended to. Cincinnati's giving Pittsburgh some problems. Ken Riley of the Bengals just recovered a fumble on the 16-yard line of Pittsburgh. Cincinnati leading the game 7-3. Nat Moore wide to the right. Duriel Harris is to the left. Greasy hands off to Delvin Williams. Turning upfield. Good play by the Buffalo defense on 3rd down and 3. They give Delvin Williams a little, if anything at all. Freeman came up. and filled, as did Lucius Sanford, 57. So now the field goal unit comes out.
Okay, what did we discuss? Here they've got a 14-0 lead. They get the ball on their own 35 or 40-yard line. They take about 5 minutes off the clock. They're going to settle for 3 points. But the offense has done its job. They haven't allowed Buffalo to get back in it.
You got it. Ron Jaworski just threw a touchdown pass from 3 yards out. 7-6. Eagles lead the Cardinals. Threw it to Harold Carmichael. Uwe van Schamen from Oklahoma, the man who displaced Garo Yepremian, will try the field goal. He's hit 7 of 11 this year. Oh, he's right on. Van Schamen drills it, and the Dolphins have 3 more points. With 6 minutes and 14 seconds left to play in the first half, Miami extends its lead.
Frank, Corey Bacon got credit for blocking that kick.
Do you think it was more Cockraw's fault?
Oh, it was a line drive.
Hardiman is deep along with Harris. Kickoff is high and short. And coming down on the near side, fielded by the Redskins' Ike Forte. So Forte getting his feet wet once again. I should say his feet muddy in this case. This field is quite muddy. They've had rain every day this past week.
And
here
you know,
in Cleveland.
the end zone is all dirt. Art Modell was telling me they're going to put some sod in there. There was a wall from baseball, and all the end zone is dirt.
Of course, on the left side of the field, as you view the action, the baseball infield, where the Browns were driving a moment ago, that's still bare.
Well, the Redskins lined up in a tray formation backfield. 3 backs in the backfield. The old wing tee, or 3 backs all lined up like you used to see years ago.
Benny Malone in the carry out to the 34-yard line. Pickup of 2. It'll be 2nd down 8. They feel obviously they can run against this.
Well, that's usually a running set.
And why shouldn't they? Because the Steelers certainly did last week. Riggins and Malone in the backfield. Ricky Thompson in motion. Here's Riggins going wide around the outside. Not much room there. Tried to turn the corner and couldn't do it particularly well.
Now watch Shirk, number 72. One of the guys I really think does a great job week after week. Now Saul is driving him back, pushing him back. Saul did his job. Shirk gets over there and with Gregory and helps in on the tackle. That's a good matchup. Saul 64 versus Shirk 72. I like the way Shirk plays football.
You couldn't see it particularly well on the replay, but Clay Matthews, number 57, did an excellent job of extending Riggins, kept him moving to the sidelines, and he couldn't turn upfield. 3rd down. 5 needed for the 1st down. Redskins at their 36, and Joe Theismann suddenly calls timeout. What happened?
Well, Joe saw something. The play they sent in, he saw something. He didn't want to run that play, and you hate to waste your timeouts, but that's a good call on Joe's part.
So he'll talk it over with the Redskin Brain Trust, and we'll be back at Cleveland Stadium in just a moment.
That was a 72-yard drive, but you got to remember they were helped by 2 unnecessary roughness penalties on Carl Allen, the cornerback, as Franklin kicks off. Green is going to bring it out. This is the guy that was unbelievable hit a while ago, and he runs out and gets hit himself this time at the 18-yard line. For the Cardinals, and it looks like Pazarkowicz will return to quarterback as Hart is sitting on the bench with a warm-up jacket on. A 19-yard return. Look at that drive. Took a lot of time.
That's it. That's the Eagles we saw play last week. A lot of time in possession last week against the Redskins.
You know what I like about Ron Jaworski? He's not throwing the ball all that much, but his percentage is so good. He's 5 of 6 today. Last week he was 8 of 12. They're just very judiciously throwing the football.
We just saw that New York Giants San Francisco score 16-3. The Giants are leading.
On the 18-yard line, 1st down for the Cardinals. Anderson. And Anderson might get back to the line of scrimmage, pick up a yard to the 19. Nothing developed because John Bunting, number 95, was there. Anderson getting up slowly. You mentioned Bunting. He had the surgery after hurting the knee in the 6th game of 1978, and he has ice on it almost all the time in order to play this game.
I'm coming out of the hotel with ice on his leg, and he says he has to keep his knee from swelling.
Ken Stone, we mentioned, was hurt a while ago. He dislocated the finger on his left hand. He took himself out. Back to throw, Steve Pizarkowicz. He's going to toss that one away. Gray, the intended receiver, but Herman Edwards had him covered.
Well, he did the smart thing in throwing that one away.
There's Stone. Stone with 4 interceptions. He's just been a remarkable football player for this team with the dislocated finger. He has 4 interceptions in the last 5 games. Last year he had 9 for the Cardinals. So Pizarkowicz now 3 of 8 for 30 yards. At the 19.5, third down. Third down, 8. 7-6. The Eagles with the lead. Pizarkowicz. Protection breaking down. He's got the man over the middle, Wayne Morris. Behind him. Looked like maybe, Sonny, that ball might have been tipped somewhere as it headed up the field.
I think he surprised Morris with the football, but he got a big rush that time from Bigfoot Harrison.
Bigfoot Harrison. Led him in sacks a year ago, 6.5. He wasn't on the roster at the start of the year. He was on the injured reserve list. They're glad to have him back. And here comes Steve Little, who's kicked very well. He's 8th in the NFC with that average. And back is Wally Henry. Wally Henry always provides problems for you. He is 5th in the NFC in punt return. Little, end over end, at the 46-yard line, Wally Henry. And Henry to the 40. He runs into his own man. And that may have kept him from breaking to the outside.
I think it did. His own man.
I believe that was Frank LeMaster. But that shows you what Henry can do. A 17-yard return, a 34-yard kick. Let's go back and pick it up.
You see some great running ability here. Looks like he's going to go outside, cuts back up, then he comes against the grain. Let's see who it is that he does run into. There it is, number 59.
It's Al Chesley.
Al Chesley, the big rookie from Pittsburgh.
I'm out. We'll be back in a moment.
3rd and 5 for the Redskins at their 37-yard line as they break the huddle. 8:55 left to go in the first half. Cleveland leading 6-3.
The last time we had this situation, Theismann went to his tight end in this against this particular defense.
Joe back to throw. Completes the pass to Hardiman at the 45-yard line, out of bounds at the 48, and that will be a first down. Bolton made the stop, number 28.
Let's watch the job George Stark does on Alzado. Pushed him outside, stayed right with him, knocked him down.
Nice job.
Good job by George Stark, one of the better tackles in the league.
Redskins pick up the first down at their 48-yard line. Bugs is wide to the left side. Ricky Thompson has had some injury problems this year in motion for the Washington Redskins. Theismann, big rush by the Browns. Gets the pass away, but the rush really got him. It was Shirk. Wrapped his arms around him. We get a flag thrown after the pass fell incomplete at the line of scrimmage. That was rather delayed penalty call on a part of the officials because the pass had fallen incomplete. Some of the players had started back upfield. All of a sudden the flag came out of the pocket. Illegal receiver downfield. So the option lies here with the Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland's going to take the penalty.
So the Redskins will go back to the 38. We'll get the call here from the referee, Jerry Seaman.
Ineligible downfield, number 73, offense.
Well, man who was there and shouldn't have been there was Jeff Williams, the right guard of the Redskins.
Well, what happened is that the play action, and then Joe was rushed. It took a little longer, and the lineman accidentally go downfield.
Now you've got a 1st and 20. Washington from its 38-yard line. Malone taking the pitch. Gain of 1 on the play. Again, good defense. Lyle Alzado, number 77.
That particular play, you need great speed to run a quick toss. The quick toss was effective with guys like Dorsett or that type of back that can outrun the defense. Now Alzado went with the pull and made a good play.
Ron Jaworski has hit Harold Carmichael on a touchdown pass in Philadelphia in front of St. Louis 7-6.
Greg Pruitt runs a quick toss beautifully.
Second down. 19 needed for the first down. Theismann with a nice fake, but didn't fool a couple of guys. Jack Gregory, number 81, and Jerry Shirk, number 72.
Well, Frank, second down and long yardage. Play action doesn't fool you too much. Nobody blocked Gregory. Joe was running a bootleg type of play. Gregory came in with Shirk and made the sack.
Gregory a little miffed because he wasn't starting prior to this week. Of course, he was a great star with the Browns for many years.
He was.
Traded to the Giants and then came back.
And he did a heck of a job for the Giants. I think it was a good move to bring Gregory back.
Third down, let's call it 21. Loss of 2 on that play. Redskins from their 36. They give it to Harmon. He's at the 40-yard line and a couple of more, and that's it.
You know,
Oliver Davis on the stop.
That guy carrying the ball, Harmon, was our fullback in 1977. John Riggins got hurt. Harmon weighed about 190 pounds that year. Played fullback for 10 games. Did a good job of blocking, catching, and running. He's a fine football player.
Dino Hall, number 26, safety man for the Cleveland Browns. 7:03 left to play in the half, and the Browns lead it 6-3. Punting situation for the Washington Redskins. Frank Lieber here, along with George Allen. Chilly, sunny day, Cleveland, Ohio. Bragg back to do the punting. He's hung a couple of beauties up so far. Good snap, bad kick, very short. Fielded by the Browns, Clinton Burrell, number 49.
And that was
only 27
smart
yards.
move by Burrell. Signal for a fair catch rather than let the ball bounce.
Next Saturday, and you're going to see a great one, a World Heavyweight Championship fight. We'll tell you more about it after Uwe van Schomen kicks the ball off for the Dolphins. They lead the game 17-0. He strikes it, not too deep. Steve Powell across the 15-yard line for Buffalo and across the 20. He's out across the 30 and gets a good return out to the 35-yard line.
Powell on the return.
So the Bills need the big strike here. They could use a Ferguson to Butler. Next Saturday, it will be live from Pretoria, South Africa. Big John Tate, undefeated against Harry Coetzee, also undefeated for the WBA World Heavyweight Boxing Championship. You'll see that live on NBC Sports World.
We were talking about Larry Little. He has got a bruised shoulder. They've stated he'll be back in the ball game. Maybe.
Trying to work it out there. First and 10, Buffalo. Bills trail 17-0. 6:02 to play in the first half. Rain has let up now, but the Bills go to the run, and not for much, as Barisic is in at nose tackle for Baumhauer, made a stop on Terry Miller. Miller was a 1,000-yard rusher, as you know, last season as a rookie, but he hasn't been able to get it going this year, nor have the Bills with their running game. It just hasn't been there.
Well, I think a lot of that is due to the fact that DeLamielleur's been hurting a little bit. Their offensive line hasn't created the holes that they did late in the season last year. Their total coordination just isn't quite as good, but their offense has been productive. Ferguson's been throwing great.
That's right. Miller got his in the last 8 games of the season. He really tore it up then. Roland Hooks runs hard, breaks a tackle on a 2nd down and 8 play. He carries the ball out to the Buffalo 40. And that'll bring up 3rd down and about 4.
Don, we've mentioned how
Chambers
good the guards
down
are.
the stop.
We've mentioned how good the guards are for Buffalo. Reggie McKenzie, Joe DeLamalure. Here's McKenzie. He can pull out. When you've got a guard that can pull out, get around the corner as fast as he does, knock Small out of the way, and give your back a chance to cut up, it forces the defense to have excellent penetration and excellent pursuit. That time they got there in time, almost got a big gain out of it.
John, we've just been informed Pete Johnson took it in from 2 yards out for Cincinnati. And the Bengals now lead the Steelers 13-3. 3rd down and 4 for Buffalo. Ferguson with a deep drop, big rush. He throws. Intercepted. Tim Foley, the veteran strong safety, number 25 from Purdue, now in his 9th year. Picks off Joe Ferguson throw, only the 4th time this season Ferguson's been intercepted, and the Dolphins have the ball back.
The real good pass rushers force good quarterbacks to do things they wouldn't ordinarily do. This time Ferguson, as he gets back, he's trying to go to Butler down the field. He hasn't been able to get to him all day, has to elude somebody on the rush. That time he got in front of Frank Lewis. Tim Foley almost picked one off earlier on the same play. This time he made it stick.
So it's 17-0, and Miami has the ball back. And we'll be back at the Orange Bowl in a moment.
This coming Saturday night on CBS, we have a super special you won't want to miss. It's Celebrity Challenge of the Sexes, featuring some of the biggest name stars from the entertainment and sports world in high-spirited competition. That's Celebrity Challenge of the Sexes, next Saturday, October 20th, 8 o'clock Central, or I should say Eastern, 7 o'clock Central, right here on CBS.
And boy, do they have some people in there. How about Phyllis George, the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, Tony Tennille, Charlie Pride, a lot of them. That's going to be fun.
Bill Cosby. First down for the Eagles at the 37 of St. Louis. Jaworski, beautiful play action fake. Camfield intercepted for a moment by Roger Worley. Boy, what a fake by Jaworski, and what a fine effort by Worley. He had good hands on that play.
That wasn't Worley's coverage. He came off of his coverage and played the ball. Really made a big play on the ball, only to drop it.
Worley really played well against Philadelphia in the past. In fact, the Eagles are saying it seemed like every game he's come up with a big interception or a fumble recovery.
Wish he wouldn't mention that to me. I hit him in the chest right here on this same field that he went about 55 yards with. He's got good hands. I don't see him dropping those balls.
How many times did you run that film back? 2nd down 10 now from the 37. Jaworski again, pressure put on. Montgomery at the 40. Montgomery to the 35. Excellent effort. He's to the 33, maybe the 34-yard line. Pretty good reaction that time by the Cardinals, but good effort by Montgomery.
It shows you that you've got to tackle this guy. You can't just go out and expect him to go down without any effort. You see this little screen pass out to him. Watch this. Eric Williams comes up first. Uh-oh, where'd he go? He just dodges people and keeps going. Pollard missed him. Niels finally brings him down.
Going to bring up 3rd down and 6 from the 33-yard line. 7-6, the Eagles with the lead. Cardinals scoring their 6 points on 2 field goals. Jaworski back. Pressure by Davis, broken up again, and this time it's Carl Allen. Well, Allen finally got one over there after 2 interferences, and Jaworski is hit. That's Dawson, number 73, getting up. Ron is down, and both quarterbacks now have been hurt in this game. Hart earlier, and now Jaworski.
He got hit just as he delivered the ball, and for you in such a defenseless position, throwing the ball unprotected, you can't brace yourself in any way. He delivered it and took the blow.
He has been a tough customer. Ron Jaworski started every one of the games last year for Philadelphia. They'll have a timeout at the 5:30 mark. The Eagles with a 1-point lead.
Full lineup of regional games on CBS next week. First, the Redskins will be back home to take on Philadelphia. It'll be a big one for Washington.
You know, Cleveland's offense has been basically throwing the football. They haven't been able to hurt the Redskin defense running. Be interesting to see what they try to do in this drive.
Well, they have the football at their 31-yard line. St. Louis-Dallas game should be a beauty next Sunday, too. A couple of key games in the NFC East. Browns bench getting the word. Little X's and O's there, George.
Yeah, making adjustments on the sidelines.
Calvin Hill in the ball game as a slot man to the left side. The give is to Pruitt up the middle. He takes it out to the 34-yard line. See, I noticed where Frank Kush got fired at Arizona State. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's too bad. He's a great coach. I know Frank, my son Bruce, worked for him, but you know what? I've even known of a coach to lose his job after 2 preseason games, Frank.
Nobody in this booth, right?
No, I don't know him.
Those things will happen in the coaching profession. Pickup of 3 yards, 2nd down and 7. Browns at their 35-yard line. 6 minutes left. There's Pete Wysocki, right side linebacker, replacing Malott, who was injured. He had one of the great quotes, I think, in the NFL this year, which we'll tell you about in just a moment. Brian Sight over the middle for Rucker. Into and out of the grass. Wysocki, after playing against Earl Campbell of the Oilers, said, you tackle Earl Campbell, it makes your IQ go down.
Well, Pete's a good special team guy. We got him out of Canada, and he's done an outstanding job on the teams. Now he's going to have to play regular, take over because of an injury.
3rd down, 7 needed for the 1st down. Browns at their 35. Calvin Hill comes out. Cleo Miller and Mike Pruitt are the running backs. Logan wide to the left side, and Rucker in the slot inside of him. There's Reggie. Pruitt caught at the line of scrimmage. Good defense by the Washington Redskins, and the big strong man is Dave Butts, number 65, who just wouldn't let him go.
Well, I tell you another thing about Butts. Butts is big and strong, but he also moves pretty well. You aren't going to move him too much. He has to work on his pass rushing techniques, but he's improving, and he's going to be a fine football player. He's young, and if he has the dedication, he can be a great one.
Evans in to do the punting for the Browns. He was one of their top draft choices a year ago. He's also a backup quarterback. But a strong kicker. Hardiman is deep. Snap a little bit low, but he gets a nice kick away. Buddy Hardiman fading back to his 19. Up the middle to the 25, threads his way to the 30, and up to the 32-yard line. And Washington puts it in play from there after a 45-yard punt. Ricky Jones makes the stop. 4:56 left to play in the 1st half. Browns leading the Redskins 6-3. Cockcroft's extra point attempt blocked, and that could be a big factor in this ball game. Tomorrow night on CBS, one of the best Monday night lineups anywhere. White Shadow thinking about going back to pro basketball on MASH. A great episode. Radar says goodbye forever. WKRP and Lou Brandt, all on CBS tomorrow night. 1st and 10 from the 31. Riggins pounds his way over the left side out to the 33-yard line.
Well, Frank, that last set again is what we talked about earlier in the 1st quarter. That's where the fullback, Riggins, lines up in the fullback spot, and they run the ball weak side. They've done that about 4 or 5 times now.
Screen. Malone. Hard piece of running, and Malone is very close to the 1st down at the 42-yard line. Oliver Davis makes the stop. Well, could we have an upset in the making? Cincinnati winless all year, leading the Steelers 13-3. Pete Johnson on a 1-yard run with the latest touchdown. Well, that'd be the upset of the year, wouldn't it?
That certainly would. You know, Malone is a slashing type of runner.
It is a 1st down. Jack Pardee. You got to put Jack in the running along with John McKay in the early balloting, I think, for Coach of the Year. The job he's done with the Redskins so far. Of course, we got a long way to go. Riggins takes the handoff from Theismann and sees nothing.
Usually, when that happens, you're going to lose yardage. You stay with the blocking. Unless you have great speed, if you try to cut back, the offside pursuit's going to pick you up. You're going to lose yardage.
Talk about Theismann's development so far with the Redskins.
You know, Joe has a lot more poise.
That crowd reaction is to the Pittsburgh score just a moment ago.
And yes, this is a passing situation. 2nd down and 10.
Well, there's a little option play to Riggins. That's a college play.
Yeah, it's a quarterback keeper pitch.
That's a little strange call.
Yeah,
2nd and 1.
When we defense that, we didn't want the quarterback to pitch it. We wanted them to keep it, and we wanted to pound the quarterback. So we would cover the pitch man and force the quarterback to keep it. That's a play that you don't see much in pro football because it's too risky on your quarterback. But Joe's talking about Joe Theismann. Joe, when he scrambles now, throws the ball rather than runs. At one time in his career, every time he'd scramble, he was looking to run a bit to get the first down.
3rd and 7. Redskins from their 45. Harmon is in the lineup. Pass to Harmon over the middle. He is stopped short of the first down at midfield. Dick Ambrose, number 52, the middle linebacker.
Nice play by Dick Ambrose.
Looked like Alzado was shaken up. Alzado injured on the play. There's a timeout of the field, and we'll be back at Cleveland Stadium in just a moment.
Greasy takes a deep drop, lots of time, lets her rip, man is open. A great one, turns over the middle, Matt Moore, and he is down inside the Buffalo 30, and the Dolphins are looking to put the KO punch on in this game early, if they haven't done it already.
Well, it's the quality. You find the top quarterbacks, they have this quality. When they're going bad, there's something within them that gets them turned on. It's like, oh yeah, file all of you. I'm going to have myself a good day. If you want to come out and watch, good luck. But that ball was thrown about as well as it could be thrown. That was vintage Greasy.
And vintage coverage as you get a look on the slow motion. Our producer here today for NBC is George Finkel. Our director, John Gonzalez. Nat Moore moved out on the right flank again. It's 1st and 10. Here is the handoff up the middle. Not much there. A big surprise going on at Cincinnati. The Steelers fumbled the kickoff, and the Bengals took it back in, and now they lead the Steelers 20-3 in the second quarter. As you know, the Bengals have not won a game this season. Not till today.
Well, Pittsburgh's been coming back, but they've got their work cut out for them today because they're playing up in Cincinnati. And when you're playing in that stadium with a 17-point deficit, you've got some work cut out for you.
Yeah, you sure do. Boy, you better be ready for 60 minutes when you play the Steelers. They're the best. They are the best. They're going to win it again.
They are?
Second and after what I've seen of them. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Miami Dolphins and the National Football League is prohibited. Talking about Shula in Notre Dame, that has been rumored for a long time. Shula once applied there to be an assistant coach and was turned down by Joe Kuharich.
I don't think he'd take an assistant's job. Here comes Zonk. He's been running at will all day long. Give him a little rest.
It's 3rd down and 7 now. Greasy takes a look, fires, and the ball is complete down to the 16-yard line.
What a super-looking catch that was.
Wasn't that? Bruce Hardy, the tight end, comes back at the ball, and the reception goes. It's a first down for the Dolphins. And we pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
This is WGR TV2, Buffalo.
So the Dolphins are challenging again as a break in the action with 2 minutes to play in the first half here at the Orange Bowl. Miami 17, Buffalo nothing.
Chicago, adjacent to Lake Michigan on the south side of the Windy City. It's a brisk 50-degree day. A sellout, some 58,000 fans await the Bears and the New England Patriots. This the 56th year that the stadium has hosted major sports events, including Dempsey Tunney, 1927. 41 times the college all-star game played here, and the all-time largest football crowd ever, 123,000, saw USC and Notre Dame in 1927. Today, it's the Bears of the NFC, the Patriots of the AFC. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Chicago. Dick Enberg along with Merlin Olsen, and today we feature the top running back in the National Football League, his sweetness, number 34, Walter Payton.
Walter Payton's a rubber ball kind of a back, Dick. He bounces through there. He's tough to get a shot at, and he's the kind of back that puts fear in the hearts of the defense. They see him take that ball in the backfield, and they say, oh, my God, here he comes again. Peyton averaging well over 100 yards each game, although in 2 of the Bears' losses, less than 50 yards. And he'll be the focal point of that New England Patriots defense. Stop Peyton and you can stop the Bears. On the other hand, New England barely beat Detroit last week in an interesting development. Steve Grogan pulled out in the second half, and Tom Owen won it for the Patriots. That's the kind of game they walked away from saying, boy, I'm glad we got that one finished and just got out of the way. So it's the Bears and the Patriots. Beautiful day in Chicago, and we'll have the kickoff in a moment.
Weekend of play on NFL 79. Brian Gumbel and Mike Adamley. And our NBC studios in New York update you with the scores and the highlights here at Miami. The Dolphins are cooking right now. 2 minutes to play first half. They lead the Bills 17-0. Greasy's thrown the ball 4 times. Has completed 4 for 52 yards. Now he goes to Zonka. And the Bills finally get Zonka down for no gain. Took a few hard hits. Scott Hutchinson put on the second one. Charles Rome was also on the play. 1:47 left to play at the Orange Bowl in Miami. The Dolphins in white leading the game 17-0. This is Don Criqui with John Brody. As Miami, criticized openly by its coach, Don Shula, for not having offense, broke the game early when Tony Nathan, a rookie from Alabama, ran 86 yards for a touchdown on a punt return. And that got the Dolphins all jacked up. Their defense came out, pushed Buffalo back. Shortly thereafter, Zonka was in the end zone after a sustained drive of 64 yards. For a second touchdown, Von Schaumann hit a field goal at 17-0, and there could be more. Swing pass goes out to Bula. Lost the handle. Big Boo retired and was lured back. He's trimmed down. He used to play at 230. He's down to 210 now.
He can still get it done. He used to be a 9.6 sprinter at TCU, and he came into pro football, had 3 or 4 just outstanding years, and then he developed his skills to where he was an all-purpose back. He's been a fine pass-catching halfback. Every team needs one. Shula utilizes him in that position. He dropped that ball, but you won't see Boo drop very many.
Bulash, when he weighed 225, ran track for Texas Christian, ran a 9.500. That's fast. Cincinnati scored another one. Franco Harris fumbled for the Steelers, and the Bengals ran it in from 31 yards out. Greasy throws. Good coverage on the play. Dropping back, Isaiah Robertson, number 58, the former L.A. Ram.
Which has been playing pretty good here in Buffalo. That's 2 coverages in a row where he blanketed the receiver. Greasy's trying to pick on him. So far, it hadn't worked out.
So Greasy now, with an incomplete pass, he's not had many of those today. That's his first one. Don Shula seems well pleased with this whole proceeding. They got a big one next week. We'll be up there for that one, John, when the Dolphins go to New England. You'll see that in most parts of the country as part of an NBC doubleheader. That one could have been blocked by a helmet.
Yeah, he didn't get that one up over his offensive line.
It went under the crossbar. That doesn't count. So the Bills take over the football, trailing 17-0. You'll see all the highlights of that spectacular game at Cincinnati. Spectacular for the Bengals as they're routing the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. We go to NFL 79 at halftime. Here at Miami, we have 1 minute and 4 seconds left to play in the first half. The Bills have not yet put up points, nor have they been close. Buffalo breaks the huddle on offense. Joe Ferguson at quarterback, who has been the best in the NFL this season, having an off day. Houston leading Baltimore. Jesse Baker, a rookie defensive end, picked up a fumble and ran it in 20 yards for a touchdown. Greg Landry fumbled. Bert Jones isn't playing again this week. Ferguson fires. Beautiful play, a reception downfield at the 38-yard line. Frank Lewis from Grambling going way up in the air to take the ball, then a hard hit and held on.
That's what I love about the way Ferguson throws, is he can throw those patterns 20 yards deep to the outside. The ball goes on a line. It gives the receiver a chance to beat his defender, and when he does, get the ball right at the spot.
You can see when Lewis catches one, it's usually for a long way, almost 25 yards to catch. 53 seconds left to play in the first half. We'll be back in a moment.
Next Sunday, CBS Sports kicks off its NFL coverage with the NFL Today, followed by a full slate of regional games. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
All right, back here at Busch Stadium, a delay in the action while Ron Jaworski's being attended to. Let's go back on that last play, Sonny. Very fine defensive play.
Carl Allen really makes a good play, almost intercepts this ball. Jaworski delivers, then he went down. You see Allen come right around. Carmichael almost had an interception.
Well, they're having a battle over there. Already 2 unnecessary roughness penalties on Allen. There's Jaworski getting up. It looks like a leg, and that is not good. Boy, I hate to see that. Football team that's 5-1 and under the direction of a quarterback who's just getting better every week. John Walton, who will replace him when he does go later. There hasn't thrown a pass all year for Philadelphia.
Well, he's not even able to walk off, but it is a leg injury of some type. You just get planted on this artificial surfaces, Gary. So unusual. Your foot, and it just doesn't slide when you get hit that way.
All right, this will be a 50-yard field goal attempt by Franklin. The only one he's missed this year was from 52 yards out. He's 8 of 9. His longest thus far has been 48. Kick on the way, and it is just short. Just short. A 50-yard attempt by Franklin. And so the Cardinals have held, and this is becoming a very costly football game as both Jim Hart and Ron Jaworski have been felled by injury. Well, tomorrow night on CBS, the White Shadow. And the big question is, will Coach Reeves go back to a pro team? Then on MASH, Radar says goodbye forever. And WKRP in Cincinnati plays baseball against rival station WPIG. Followed by Lou Grant. That's on CBS Monday night. From the 33-yard line now, the Cardinals with the football after the missed field goal attempt. Otis Anderson going wide. He's up to the 35-yard line. Got a block that time from Bob Young. When Bob Young blocks you, you know you've been hit.
I tell you, he ran right over John Bunning that time. He just buried him.
They're going to give him only a yard on the play. 2nd down 9. Let's check Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Sonny.
It's in the second period. Cincinnati, look at that. Can you believe it? 13-3.
I just can't believe it. Cincinnati 0-6.
And Miami leading Buffalo. Buffalo still being shut out, 17-0 now.
7-6 our score here. Flag on the play. Pizarkowicz to Tilley. Tilley can't handle it as Bobby Howard is over there, but the Cardinals again with another penalty. They've been plagued by this all year long. It's going to be offside. This time it's against Philadelphia. Looked like it might have been Claude Humphrey, the left side of that defensive line. Jim Tunney walking it off.
Offside, 85. Still 2nd down.
That can't be 85. 85 is Charles Smith, so I'm sure
I think it's
Humphrey.
87. 87, I think it is. I think it's Claude Humphrey.
Smith is a wide receiver. The penalties in this game now, 5 for a total of 40 yards against the Cardinals. Philadelphia 1 for 5 yards. 2nd down now, 4. Anderson. Look at him cut, would you? Out to the 44-yard line, very close to the 1st down. He gets low to that ground for a big guy at 6'2", 215 pounds. That's Humphrey again on the tackle, and they got the 1st down. We understand that Jaworski has a sprained left ankle. Hart has, what, a sprained foot? That's really interesting. You wouldn't expect both injuries to be so similar.
There he is. There he goes, right on the front of the Cardinal helmet there, going off the field. Both quarterbacks have had to be taken in for x-rays.
Pizarkowicz, the man in place of Hart, wants to get it off on a screen. He's going to run it, and he goes down at the 49. He wanted to get it off to Anderson. Anderson was covered, and so he just took off.
He had to be careful that time. He almost threw a lateral here. Watch him when he goes back. You see the delay by Anderson going out. The problem is he's got Carl Harrison in front of him, and you see he can't throw the ball. He ducks back. Little scramble. Doesn't he realize that Hart is injured and he's running with the football?
Pizarkowicz has good size. He's 6'2", 205. Gain of 5, 2nd and 5. On the 49, Pizarkowicz to Anderson. Anderson spins away. And he's into the Philadelphia end of the field at the 47.5. Carl Hairston again making the stop. We mentioned that Hairston has 10 sacks, but Sonny, they think maybe he's better against the run. They think he's the best in football.
That's what the old Swamp Fox says. Marion Campbell, that coaches that defensive line, and he thinks he does play the run as well as anybody in football. But this year, he's become a pass rusher too. 10 sacks.
1 yard to go on a third down. The Cardinals 3 of 7 on third down conversions. 3:27 to go. At halftime, we'll be visiting with all-pro middle linebacker Bill Berge. Here's a give to Anderson, and Anderson is he down? He's not. He fumbled the ball, though. Who's got it? They're unpiling Anderson on the second effort, stripped, and the Cardinals have recovered it. Ooh. I don't believe the Eagles agree with that.
The Eagles were signaling one way. You see Connie giving the indication there. Watch this from the hand up. See where he loses the ball. Looks like he goes into a pile up and is going down. Keeps his balance, comes out. That's where the ball came out. The ball got knocked free of him, and I don't see it. Such a pile in for everybody going in after it, but the Cardinals keep the football.
That was John Shira that came flying by that did separate him from the football. So they have a first down. Anderson 42 yards for the afternoon. A first down from the 44. Pizarkowicz with time. And Tilley intercepted by Randy Logan, the strong safety. Logan to the 40, 45, 50, and he's knocked out of bounds at the Cardinal 48-yard line. Randy Logan with his first interception, and we have yet another Eagle down on the field. A 32-yard return by Randy Logan as another Philadelphia player has been shaken up.
And a very bad decision that time by Steve Pizarkowicz to throw that football right into the teeth of the defense. He hung the ball, and Logan had a very easy interception.
And we see John Walton coming on now to quarterback the Eagles. The Cardinals leading the NFL in turnovers. That's 20. You know who's second? Detroit. Third is Cleveland.
That's right.
And so Hart had 11 interceptions coming into the game. That's the 12th interception of the year by the Cardinal quarterbacks. And you said it very well. There were too many green jerseys around Tilley.
He just laid the ball up right into a pile of people. And
look at that.
Is that something? Doug Coder's got their last points, 22-3 now. And Cincinnati is leading Pittsburgh 20-3.
That's Carl Hairston, the man shaken up. Man we were just talking about a moment ago. Looks like he might be okay, though. Going to very slowly let him get his wits together. So Walton comes in. Now, John Walton has been in the league. He's been around. He was a free agent with the Rams. Dick Vermeil was an assistant with L.A. when he was there. He then went to the World Football League and then has come over to play with Philadelphia in his 5th year in the NFL. Well, next week, Sonny, we reach the halfway mark of the NFL season, and Philadelphia and Washington will go at it again.
Big rematch, huh?
Chicago, Minnesota, that's always a rugged football game in the Central Division. Detroit and New Orleans and other regional games that will be coming your way. The Giants against surprising Kansas City. St. Louis against Dallas. They'd like to redeem themselves after that 1-point loss. Be sure now to consult your local listings for the games and times in your area. First down after the interception by Randy Logan. Setting it up at the Cardinal 48, Wilbert Montgomery. Montgomery to the 45, the 40. He has the first down. Inside the 40 to the 38-yard line.
This is just a pitch back. The pitch back to Montgomery. He gets good blocking this time. Look at the blocking. Uh-oh, wait a second. A little holding by Harris there. He got away with it.
You see, Allen made the tackle, and he's hurt. That's the man that's down. Allen with a body block that time, knocking Montgomery down, but he's not getting up. So on 2 successive plays now, we've had people shaken up. This historically has been a very tough physical game, and today is no exception.
Well, you're going to have to watch this. You see the body block there, and a lot of people go over Carl Allen. You're going to have to get a number to get an x-ray in there, aren't you? Well, people standing in line.
They understand now that Hairston will be able to return. He had his bell rung, but will be back. And now Allen coming off. Montgomery with 25 yards now as Perry Smith will come in and replace Carl Allen. Now you're a quarterback, Sonny. Do you go after Perry Smith right away?
I do, yes. I think you would go after him right away.
And there's the quarterback who's never thrown a pass this year. He had a good preseason for the Eagles.
They have a lot of confidence in him.
They do. Second down, a yard to go. Got a play here he could kind of play around with. He's going to go for the first down, gives to Montgomery, and Montgomery has the first down. A slashing type runner, a great cutback runner, Montgomery is. That time, Bob Pollard making the stop. Montgomery said that when it started turning around for him as we come to the 2-minute warning was the Pittsburgh game when he gained 98 yards. He then had 126 against the Giants. And last week, 4 touchdowns and 127 yards. 7-6 our score at the 2-minute warning as the Cardinals got off first in this game.
NBC Sports presents the best of the National Football League, the American Football Conference. Brought to you by Schlitz. Make the most of now. From the life you live to the beer you drink. Go for it. By Chrysler Corporation. See the mileage makers at your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealers. By Pennzoil, the ask for motor oil. When your car is worth caring for, Pennzoil is worth asking for. And by AC Delco. Quality automotive parts for quality motoring. Go with the names you know. AC Delco.
Soldier Field, Chicago on a perfect football afternoon. 50 degrees. Hello, everyone. Dick Enberg with Merlin Olsen. The Chicago Bears of the National Conference, 3-3, host the New England Patriots. 4 wins and 2 losses. And the Bears have won the toss. Will receive to our left in their navy blue uniforms with white and orange trim. And the Patriots in their white with red pants will kick it off right to left.
Dick, this is the kind of day that football was made to be played on. A little bit of a bite in the air, a little cool in the stands. On the field, you can run all day, and you can see the excitement building along both sidelines. I think we're going to have a great one today.
The Patriots, John Smith will kick it to Neil Armstrong's Bears. There's Ron Earhart, the headmaster of the Patriots. This is the 3rd straight weekend that New England's been involved with a National Conference Central Division team. Green Bay, Detroit, and now Chicago. End over end, fairly short. Walter Scheid at the 3, out to the 10, the 20, and down at the 24, maybe the 25-yard line. Terry Falcon, number 68, one of the Patriots down early for the tackle. Here come the Bears on offense. They'll be led by quarterback Bob Avellini, number 7. His backs, big Robin Earl, 240 pounds, number 39, blocking for the top runner in the National Football League, Walter Payton, number 34. The receivers for Avellini. Mike Cobb, the tight end, has started every game, has 1 reception. They don't throw much to the tight end. James Scott, the best wide receiver for the Bears, and Brian Baschnagel out of Ohio State, number 84. First play of the game. Earl moves up as a wing right. Here comes Payton wide right. 30, and out to the 31. A gain of 6 for Walter Payton.
Let's introduce you to the men who clear the way for Payton. Albrecht, Jackson on the left side, Dan Neal at center, Reeve Sori, and Dennis Lick on the right. A very fine blocking offensive line.
Well, they're really geared for the run, too, aren't they, Merlin?
That's their bread and butter, Dick, and you'll see them stay with it throughout the day, and believe me, they're liable to run the ball 45, 50 times today if they get their way.
Payton himself might get the call 40 times. They only threw 8 times last week against Buffalo in the 7-0 shutout win. Earl again to the right, only Payton behind Avellini on 2nd and 4. Payton up the middle trying to pick us all, fumble, and New England recovers at the 34-yard line. New England's ball as Payton, who rarely fumbles. In fact, that's the first time he's carried the ball 152 times this year. The first time he's coughed it up. Number 27, Doug Bedoin recovered.
A close look at Payton as he takes the ball. Looks like he has a hold of it, has it locked away. There's the pop right there. Sugar Bear Hamilton, I think, put his head right on the football. 2 Patriots alertly on the ball.
It was 71 Hamilton who knocked it loose.
Sugar Bear gets free. He's got his shoulder right there. Looks like his shoulder went right into the football, and boy, there's no way to hang on to it when they hit you like that.
The Patriots with an early break from the 35 of Chicago. Harold Jackson in motion. Grogan to Don Calhoun. Short yardage. Bear defense, sparked by Mike Hartenstein, number 73, to make the stop. New England on offense with Steve Grogan, 14, starting at quarterback. He has Don Calhoun for the injured Andy Johnson. At running back was Sam Cunningham. Cunningham ever so close to being the all-time New England rusher. He's just about 300 yards behind Jim Nance's all-time mark. Francis, Morgan, and Jackson, 3 great receivers, and Francis so tough that he often is double teamed, and that makes it tough for those cornerbacks on the wide receivers. Pass to Stanley Morgan, complete to the 26-yard line. That'll be just shy of the first down. Terry Schmidt, 44, bumped him out of bounds.
A little bit of scrambling going on the offensive line for New England. Dwight Wheeler, of course, on the left side with Hanna. They've had to put Pete Brock in at right guard. Sam Adams has been sick all week. Glenn Kiedis at center and Shelby Jordan on the right side.
At the 26-yard line, New England looks at third down, a long one. Ron Fargo Earhart. North Dakota State, where his team's lost only 7 times and nearly 70 chances. Cunningham looking for the first down and plows forward on second effort. I believe he has it at the 24-yard line. Gary Campbell, 59, came up with a pop from his right side linebacker position. But Cunningham, Sam Bam appears to have the first down. He does.
Chicago has an interesting defense. They'll throw everything at you, but their regular 4-3 setup has Hampton, Osborne, Page, and Hartenstein in there on the defensive line. You're liable to see Muckenstern, Buffon, Doug Buffon starting in there at the middle spot. Tom Hicks has been sick all week, too.
Calhoun sweeping to the right and gets a yard at best. Gary Fensick, 45, came up to support Doug Buffon. Fensick at safety, always in on the tackle. Let's talk about those defensive backs. Terry Schmidt and Virgil Livers at the corners, and those 2-minute safety. 45 Fensick and 46 Plank. Year after year, the last 4 years, they lead the team in tackles, an unusual statistic.
You see some of the substitutions going in there. Chicago really is a situation defense almost entirely. You'll see almost all of their defensive players on the field at various times during this game.
Allen Ellis, who has been injured, has not played in a year and a half, is in at a cornerback. Grogan screens it to Cunningham, and then Cunningham can't find the handle. He had some blockers.
There were a couple of defensive linebackers over there very, very quickly to shore up the play. I don't know if he would have made that much yardage, but we'll never know now after he dropped that one away. Good smart call by Grogan. He knows that they're going to be trying to get the rush early in a sure passing situation. They just let them come through. Drop the pass over. He has blockers. He has a little room. There's Huron coming in from the inside, and 58 Muckensturm also out there. But no way to carry it if you don't have the ball.
4-1-6 defense. 6 defensive backs facing Grogan, and he finds an opening at the 10-yard line. A first down for the New England Patriots as 86 Stanley Morgan catches that one around his ankles. First and goal, New England.
Grogan threw that ball low and away. Morgan doing a fine job of adjusting to it. But, of course, anytime you've got defensive backs behind you, that's the way to throw the ball. You got control of it that way. But an excellent adjustment by Morgan to catch that football.
So after the fumble recovery at the Bear 35, New England has marched to first and goal just inside the 10-yard line. Grogan rolling left. And touchdown, Stanley Morgan. What a throw by Grogan. Virgil Livers was ever so close to an interception that could have taken it 100 yards the other way.
Dick, I don't think there are 3 quarterbacks in the league that could make that throw. He's rolling away from his strong arm. He stopped right in the middle of it, off balance, and rifled that shot into the hands of Morgan right through a defender.
Stanley Morgan moves in and gives it to Darryl Stingley, who is a Chicago native, the former wide receiver for the New England Patriots, and Morgan gets the touchdown and immediately races to the sideline to give it to a man that they love so much, Darryl Stingley, now working in the scouting department for New England. John Smith boots home the extra point, and New England quickly converts the fumble by Payton into 7 points. 11:34 remaining in the first quarter here at Soldier Field, Chicago. New England 7, the Bears nothing.
The preceding announcement was furnished as a public service by the National Football League. 53 seconds left to play in the first half.
We look at Bob Greasy waiting on the sideline. The last time I saw Buffalo in this situation before the half, they were playing the Jets. They were down by 12 points. They ended up winning the ball game big.
That's right.
And they need some kind of a play by a Jerry Butler or a Frank Lewis to get them on the scoreboard.
Well, they've got those two flanked to either side. A very disturbing report will give you an injury to Ron Jaworski, the Philadelphia Eagles quarterback. He's been taken from the field at St. Louis with a leg injury. Greasy on the sidelines, and there is the throw to Jerry Butler as Ferguson drills it right where John Brodie was looking for it.
I've got to, when you see a guy throw a ball before a man makes the break, and when he turns, Butler just turned around, the ball hit him right in the zero. Now, ball can't be thrown any better than this one. Watch, as he turns, bang, thank you very much, see what I can get. Those are two perfect throws. They've got it down in scoring position.
Here we go with another one. A swing pass goes out. Roland Hooks has the football for the Bills inside the 25-yard line. He's not done yet. He's down to the 24. And the clock shows 19 seconds to play in the first half, and it's stopped. 18 seconds now. Ernest Roan finally made the tackle, so the Bills are challenging with just seconds remaining in the first half. They can get points up here. We could have a football game. Shula obviously not pleased with the yardage his team is giving up to Ferguson at this point.
Buffalo's the kind of team that I'd be a little scared of if I got too far ahead, because it forces them to do what they do best on first down, second down, third down, all the time. When you've got Ferguson just firing the ball, seeing what sticks, you see Bill Munson down there in the frame with him. He's the man with the blue jacket on, the back of his head to you. The fella's been playing 16 years around this league, and he's helped Joe a lot this year. Joe's never had an older guy to look to, and Joe mentioned to me earlier, he said, you know, it's kind of nice having Bill's thoughts around. He's very sane. He keeps things at a very level edge. And getting back to what I was talking about, when Ferguson has to throw, the Bills scare me to death. It's if I'm playing defense, and when they're trying to mix it up with the run and the pass, I'm not so worried if I'm playing defense. So right now, I think Miami has a problem.
John, Steve Grogan just threw to Stanley Morgan from 10 yards out. New England takes the lead over Chicago at Soldier Field, 7-0. All the details in that game and all the scores will be coming up at halftime on a report NFL 79. Don Shula, the master of Miami, says he's just a guy who rolls up his sleeves and goes to work. Always looking for the winning edge, and he usually finds it. Right now, his team has a 17-0 lead. 18 seconds to play first half. Ferguson sets his offense with 3 wide receivers. The Miami Dolphin crowd comes alive now as the Bills start to challenge. Ferguson looking. And the play is whistled dead.
I know the flag was thrown from way in the end zone. Oh my, Kim Beaucamper coming off. Looks like he's hurt a leg. Looks to me as if it just took a little bit too long getting the
He's
play
had a
off.
knee problem, Beaucamper. Missed the early part of the season. He's played a great game today, and you can tell how he feels about the whole thing.
Oh, well, when you get an injured leg, Don, I mean, everything you work so hard for is gone, whether it be just for a week, 2 weeks, or a year or two. It's
Buffalo 5.
Kim Beaucamper on the sidelines. The assessment against Buffalo, 5 yards, sets the ball back now to the 29-yard line, where it'll be 1st and 15. The Bills were too long getting the ball in play. They overused the allotted 30 seconds. So now the game clock shows 15 seconds to play in the half. Bills huddle it up again. 1st and 15 is Gordon McCarter having a problem with his microphone.
I think Ferguson was trying to get those 4 seconds back on the clock because they stopped it before the play got underway when there was 19 seconds left. 4 seconds is a whole lot of difference.
Yeah, that's right.
When you're getting down to the end of the half.
That's right. That's another clock. Game clock shows 15 seconds, but they'll let the play go 4 seconds before they start the clock. First down, 15. Ball at the 29-yard line of Miami. Ferguson with the deep drop again. Here's the rush. He steps in, triggers, and lets it go out of bounds. 12 seconds left to play in the first half. Ferguson's now thrown the ball 13 times to the Bills. Has completed 5 for 55 yards. Again, repeating, Ron Jaworski, the Eagle quarterback, was helped from the field with a leg injury in that game at St. Louis. And now Bob Chandler, who has not played this season after suffering a separated shoulder in the preseason in a workout, is in the lineup for the first time. This is one of the great pass catchers in football. Another guy you don't hear as much about as you should. The last couple of years, he's caught about 120 passes for Buffalo.
You don't hear a lot about the teams that don't win a lot of games.
2nd down and 15 with 12 seconds to play in the half. Ferguson looks, the ball is stripped from him. And Joe Devlin wisely falls on it with 5 seconds left. And 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Apparently the Bills will let the clock run out. They do.
John, it looked like Joe just dropped the ball, but Better's got his hand in there and forced the fumble. It was an alert play by Devlin to even fall on it.
So the Buffalo threat is stopped again by inspired play by the Miami defense, and Shula takes his winnings to the locker room for the halftime as the Dolphins are in the lead 17-0. A report on NFL 79 is coming up here on NBC.
Lyle Alzado being assisted from the field during the 2-minute warning, limping rather noticeably. He hurt his knee earlier this year. You might recall he was hurt in that Monday night game against Dallas and is obviously slowed there. And if he's not able to come back, it'll be a big blow to the Browns defense. The swing man is Mike St. Clair, who was a starter up until this week. St. Clair took a walk during the week when he was informed he would no longer be a starter. He dropped out of sight for a day and then came back. But it was on that side of the line where St. Clair was involved that the Steelers ran rampant last week.
Yeah, it usually isn't just one man that makes a defense fail. It's a combination. It's teamwork.
We are down to the 2-minute warning during this timeout, and we might tell you that our clock is inoperative right now. You see, it says 15 minutes. Obviously, that's wrong. We are down to the 2-minute warning, and we're probably, unless they get it repaired, going to have to guess at the time remaining in the first half from this point on in. But right now, there are 2 minutes to go.
When I see this situation, I think of one year we played Dallas, and the Dallas center drew us offside. In fact, Wysocki
jumped. D.D. Lewis, wasn't it?
That's right. D.D. Lewis jumped. Wysocki jumped offside, kept the drive going. We were leading in the ball game 7-0 at the time. We end up losing the ball game 14-7.
What D.D. did, he lifted his head rather quickly, right?
Lifted his head. Wysocki jumped offside, gave him a first down.
Little conference there. Number 26 is the kick returner, tiny Dino Hall. Number 47, the defensive back, Ricky Jones. 4th down. Now the Redskins need 2 for the first down. And there are 2 minutes left to play in the half.
Good strategy here, Frank, is to go on a long count.
Bragg back to do the punting. He's punted for 38, for 40, and for 27 yards on his 3 kicks here in the first half. Fine high kick. Hall going to field it at the 10. And he has dropped at that point. That's kind of in the twilight zone, isn't it? Where you want him to field it or not field it?
Well, our general rule was let the ball go inside of the 10. But I think he did the right thing there. He had some time to return it.
Monty Coleman made the stop.
And you don't want them to down the ball in there and be working out of the end zone.
There's Alzado exercising that left knee, which obviously is troubling him. 1st and 10, Browns at the 10-yard line. They're trying to get that clock set to where it is right, and apparently it is now correct with 1 minute left to play in the first half. Well, we thought it was, and it started going crazy again. Ryan Sipe back to his 2-yard line, out to Reggie Rucker. It's picked off. Parrish at the 20-yard line. Parrish back to the 10, down to the 9-yard line. And the Redskins, the masters of the turnover, have done it again.
Yeah, that ball hung a little bit. And Parrish has good inside position. He comes in and takes it away. Watch him come right in and take it away from Rucker.
This man's #1 in the NFC with interceptions, and that is 6 for him on the year.
Well, you see, this is another thing why you got to have the running game to establish it so that you don't have to throw all the time, especially out of your own end zone. That's a big play for the Redskins.
Alzado with a strained left knee. That's the word we get from the bench. About a minute to go in the first half of play. 1st and goal from the 9. Theismann wants 6, and this is intercepted by the Browns. Tom Garden out to the 15, the 20, fumbles the ball out of bounds. The Browns will retain possession. They got a penalty marker. Yes, I think we do. Let's see. I think the penalty may have come on the run back. It may be a clip.
You know, Frank, I'll tell you what. You go to the pass, you go to the pass. He didn't see Darden there. Darden made a nice play, but you've got to be able to run the ball first and pass second, to my way of thinking. Both quarterbacks were intercepted. You got to establish the run a little bit before you throw the ball.
There's 1 minute. 1 minute, 15 seconds.
All right, thank you. That's the referee, Jerry Seaman, informing us there's 1 minute 15 seconds left to play in the first half. Can you second guess the call there on throwing the ball first down?
I'm not saying that so much, but I think that if you keep throwing that football, you're going to be intercepted. You're going to be sacked.
Brian Sipe to Pruitt, 35, and Pruitt is out to the 40 and dragging tacklers out of bounds at the 44-yard line. He did not get out of bounds. They say he was stopped before he went out of bounds, so the Browns are going to have to call a timeout here. I don't think Rutigliano much cares for that call. He thought they dragged him out of bounds.
Yeah, there are certain times when you got to run overpass.
Tom Darden ran an interception back for a touchdown against Dallas in the Monday night game. Last year, the only Pro Bowl representative of the Browns, and you can see why. Great All-American from Michigan. Ryan Sipe pumped it once, tucked it under, and there he goes to the 48-yard line. And now he wants time. And again, we'll tell you our clock is inoperative here, so we'll have to get the official time from the referee. Sipe will come over and talk things over with Sam Rutigliano. Well, you talk about a change of events. Looked like the Redskins were going to be ahead.
Yeah, this is a wild game. You know, Sipe, one of his first starts was against the Redskins. He's an underrated quarterback. He's got a lot of poise.
There are 27 seconds left in the half. You have 2 left, Coach.
That's the voice of the referee, Jerry Seaman. And that brings you up to date and brings us up to date on the time.
There are 27 seconds left in the half.
What were you saying about Sipe?
Well, I think he's one of the better quarterbacks in football. He's got a lot of poise. He knows when to run.
Look what Cincinnati.
He does have a lot of interceptions. However, part of it is due to the fact that he's had to throw the ball so much. And he's been playing against some pretty good defenses. Look at that score.
Isn't that something? Cincinnati 27-3. That's the reason for the periodic cheers you hear every time they announce that. Of course, a great rivalry here between Pittsburgh and Cleveland.
Next week, Cleveland and Cincinnati play.
That's right. And of course, if the Bengals win and the Browns win, the Browns are back tied for first again.
Yeah.
27 seconds. Jim LeClaire, the linebacker of Cincinnati, ran a fumble recovery in 27 yards for the latest Cincinnati touchdown.
Cleveland has 2 timeouts.
Second down. They need a short 2 for the first down with the ball at the Redskin 47. 27 seconds left in the half. Sipe trying to get him in shape for a field goal try by Cockcroft. Good protection. It took a little bit too long to throw it. Yeah. Finally, the rush got to him, Perry Brooks. There's a flag. That'll be roughing the passer. There's the Browns owner, Art Modell, on the right of your screen. Oh, you talk about a fan. Art is really into it.
I think that penalty's against the Redskins. Redskins had great coverage on that. Nobody to throw to, and Sipe took just a little too long before he took off.
Brooks throwing the quarterback down unnecessarily, and the
personal foul, number 69, defense, unnecessary roughness, Cleveland, timeout.
Now the Browns call time, and this will get them a bit further down the field. I don't think quite in Cockcroft's range. There's Don Cockcroft. I tell you, when I worked in Cleveland here some 10, 11 years ago, he was a rookie coming in for Lou Groza, a legend, and now he's to the point where he could possibly surpass Groza in points scored before his career is over, if he can hang on for another 2 or 3 years.
You can't have penalties, stupid penalties that can...
there are 17 seconds left in the half.
That can beat you.
There are 17 seconds left in the half. That is Cleveland's second timeout, has 1 remaining.
Well, we don't need the clock anymore as long as we got the referee, Jerry Siemens. He keeps you up to date, doesn't he?
He's doing a play-by-play down there.
Well, a penalty will move the ball to the 34-yard line. 17 seconds. They have one timeout left, which means, of course, they'll try to run one more play and get it a little bit closer. Right now, Cockcroft would have to kick about, a 50, 51-yard field goal. And that may be a little bit beyond his range with the wind
He's
slowing
got,
around.
if he throws the right type of passes, he's got time for 2 passes here.
17 seconds?
Yeah.
Throw twice and take a chance with one timeout left?
He has to throw the sideline route so they can get out of bounds.
No wind around the area of the goalpost anyway, but it is swirling down to the other end. There's Sipe. Over the middle, he's got Rucker at the 22-yard line. Now they call time. They'll use that last timeout, and here comes the field goal unit. Don Cockcroft, who had an extra point attempt earlier, blocked. Jack Pardee, a bit nervous on the far side. Cockcroft needs 12 more points to move past Lou Michaels into the NFL's all-time top 10. There are now 6 seconds left in the first half.
There are 10 seconds.
Well, I was wrong. Make it 10.
There are 10 seconds remaining in the half. That is Cleveland's last timeout.
All right, the ball is at the 22. You spot it back 7 yards to the 29, which will make it a 39-yard effort for Don Cockcroft.
Be interesting to watch the snap and the hold on this field goal. Last time he kicked a line drive, Coy Bacon came in and blocked it, number 79.
He's 9 out of 12 on the year in the field goal department. Great clutch kicker. He has won 4 games in overtime for the Browns over the last couple of seasons.
Yes, you used the right word. He's been a tremendous guy in the clutch.
In fact, he's probably the most consistent kicker in the history of the NFL. His long 44 yards. This will be from 39. Well, let's see. They took him back out. They took him back out. Sipe is back in there. No timeouts left.
But I was saying they had time for another play. They're still going to.
They're gambling a little bit with the clock. Rucker in motion from the 22-yard line. Sipe back to throw it. He's going to have to dump it or the time's going to run out. He's going for 6. And Parrish was back there defending. We've got penalty markers down in the field. Logan was the intended receiver. Dave Logan, number 85. Couldn't be much left now, I'll tell you that. Well, let's see what this one was about.
Illegal shift.
Well, he gave us the call, and the line judge stepped up to get his 2 cents worth in.
Number 82, offense. 3 seconds left.
That's Ozzie Newsome. Well, he still left 3 seconds. He'd have scrambled a little bit longer, and that would have been it, and you could have second-guessed Sam Rutigliano the rest of the afternoon.
Well, with all these multiple formations, you see a lot of that. Illegal shift.
Of course, even so, now Cockcroft's got to kick it back 5 yards further than he would have on the previous play.
Puts the pressure on Cockcroft. We got a 42, 43-yard field goal.
Shift. Number 63, offense.
So the ball is at the 27-yard line. That's the line of scrimmage. Logan will hold. He'll put it down at the 33. So this is a 43-yard field goal attempt. High snap. Kick blocked. Parrish scoops it up. That's a live ball. He's run out of bounds, and certainly the time has run out now, ending the first half. Kind of a wild finish to a rather unusual first half here at Cleveland Stadium.
The guy that blocked it came in from the outside, which usually means timing. The snap was a little bit high.
So Cockcroft has had an extra point attempt blocked, and now he has the field goal attempt blocked.
Well, I don't count that for against Cockcroft. I think the snap was a little high, and by the time the holder got it back, the outside man came in and blocked it.
6-3, Cleveland leading the Washington Washington Redskins at intermission. Both teams head to the locker room. Sam Rutigliano having a word with the officials as they head off. Looking back at this first half, you'd have thought maybe it'd be a little more scoring.
It's been a wild first half.
That's it for the first half of play here at Cleveland Stadium. We'll be back shortly.
There's the veteran Jim Hart giving his expertise to Steve Pizarkowicz. Hart is hurt. Jaworski's been hurt. Pizarkowicz and Walton have come in. Walton now has the team at the 33-yard line of St. Louis. First down, Philadelphia. 7-6, the Eagles with the lead. John Walton going to throw his first pass. Krepfle. And Krepfle out of bounds. Ken Stone, who's back in there despite that dislocated finger. Ball will be marked at the 28-yard line. It'll bring up second down and 5.
Good smart throw that time to throw the ball short, get your completion. And he also got out of bounds to stop the clock.
Krepfle's the guy that nobody knew anything about. And when they traded Charlie Young to Los Angeles for Ron Jaworski, Krepfle took over the job. And Jaworski and Krepfle have been quite a combination since that time. Second catch for Keith for 14 yards. Second and 5. Montgomery. Montgomery trying to go wide. Oh, hit hard at the 25-yard line. Well, it's going to bring up third down and still 3 yards to go. You see the time, the upper right-hand portion of your screen. The Eagles scoring in the second quarter at the 13:26 mark after the Cardinals had hit 2 field goals, one of 28 yards and one of 27 yards. Montgomery, 33 yards.
Excuse me, Gary. Listen to this score. Cincinnati is leading Pittsburgh 27-3. Their last 2 touchdowns have come on fumble recoveries that were picked up and run in for a touchdown.
And of course, Pittsburgh's only loss of the year prior to today was to this Philadelphia team. So timeout is called now by the Eagles. Philadelphia asked for the timeout at the 1:16 mark. And look at this one. Houston leading Baltimore. That's a big one for the Oilers, trying to bounce back from last week's loss.
That also was a fumble recovery by defensive lineman Jesse Baker, ran 20 yards with a Greg Landry fumble.
New England, Chicago. Chicago last week with a tough win.
Grogan hit Stanley Morgan with a 10-yard pass. 7-0. That's in the first quarter.
And looking to the CBS Sports Spectacular, next Saturday at 4:30 Eastern Time, we'll have the 1979 World Amateur Roller Skating Championships from Altenau, West Germany. Artistic championships in men's and women's pairs and dancing, and the world's strongest men. Now listen to these competitions. Hoist lift, the tram pull, plus a special stunt. Of course, Bob Young, who we're watching today, is involved in that competition. John Kolb of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The tram pull?
And a whole tram up, I think, a hill. I'm not sure what they do.
I'm glad you had to say that town in West Germany. What'd you say? It's
Altenau, I believe.
Altenau? I'm glad I didn't have to say
We're going to hear from somebody that's from there that's going to say that that twang of mine didn't quite catch it.
The reason for the timeout, even though they had some problems in the huddle and getting the play called, that the clock was, the 30-second clock was down to 6 seconds, and they were going to get caught. They were still in the huddle.
Third down, 2 yards to go. 1:16 remaining till halftime. Montgomery. And Montgomery may have the first down, but it's going to be close. Eric Williams came over there and just kind of cut the legs out from under him. Going to stop the clock at the 1:08 mark, and it may produce some measurement. And we have another man shaken up. We have another Cardinal shaken up on the play. Getting up slowly is Williams.
Well, they play the thing well defensively. You see Neal's out there, Green out there, Eric Williams coming around and cutting his legs out from under him. Good defensive play by the Cardinals, and they're going to measure for it.
Now Williams will come out, and that means that Johnny Bearfield will replace him at middle linebacker, and Bearfield is an outside linebacker. They're short. Bearfield has played outside, but now must move inside after the loss to Kearney. They are at a 44-man limit. They did not add the 45th man this week because they didn't know about the injury to Kearney till too late in the week to re-sign a player. So they're short a linebacker, so Bearfield must play in the middle. 4th and inches. Spagnola will come in. They have 2 tight ends in now. 2 timeouts remaining for Philadelphia.
And they're definitely in field goal range of Tony Franklin.
Anywhere close to 50 yards, he's in field goal range. 4th down, inches, and Walton trying to sneak it. I guess he got it. I don't know.
He leaped over the top. According to where they marked the thing, he did gain some ground on his leap.
Well, they've had a tough time, haven't they? Earlier, they tried to send Harris for a yard. He couldn't get it. Been a pretty tough interior of that St. Louis defense. Eric Williams coming back now. Let's watch it again.
You'll see the sneak. You see how much yards he does gain some yards then. I think he picked it up.
Kurt Allerman met him helmet to helmet. It is a 1st down. We understand the x-rays were negative on Ron Jaworski. No broken bones. He might return in the 2nd half.
And he definitely, both starting quarterbacks that are out with injuries have to be ready to play because they do not carry 3rd quarterback.
Not a lot of time left now. 32 seconds and counting on a 1st down for Walton. Walton. Carmichael. He was turned the wrong way, and that was what made that such a difficult catch. Roger Worley defending.
Worley looked like if the ball had been underthrown, Worley played it real well. He looked like he was going to intercept the football, but he overthrew him. Watch this. You'll see he throws the ball on the wrong shoulder, as you stated. Looks like he wants to throw the ball a corner, but threw it down the middle. Watch the adjustment Carmichael makes right here. He makes the adjustment to go back and almost makes the touchdown grab.
Thing about him, you think you got him covered, but when he's 6'8", he always seems to have a little extra reach on you. That was a good indication of it. 2nd and 10 with 24 seconds left.
Here comes the blitz.
Here it comes, as is Allerman. He got it off to Montgomery. Montgomery to the 5. Oh, as he hit at the 3-yard line. That's Ken Green, the strong safety. Now the time, very important, 11 seconds. They're going to call a timeout, I believe, are they? They're still letting it go. And now the clock is stopped with 7 seconds.
Well, they let a lot of time. The blitz comes on this. See the blitz coming. And he just gets the ball off. Finds Montgomery. Montgomery takes it on down the sidelines. Watch his hit. Does he get a hit right there? Boom. Stunned by Ken Green.
19-yard pickup. Now here's the situation. 1st and goal at the 3. They have 1 timeout remaining and 7 seconds. I'm like you, Sonny. I don't know why they let so much time get away from them.
They lost their poise. They lost their poise a little bit. Walton should have called timeout after the completion and the ball was down, but he was going down toward the huddle and realized that the clock was down this slow. That's when he called the timeout.
All right, now let me ask you this. You're playing with fire now. You have 7 seconds left. What are you going to do with 7 seconds? You just settle for the field goal here or try one more pass?
Oh, you got to pass play. You got to throw it. You can get it. The play takes about 5 seconds.
Okay.
So if you go back and throw the ball, don't take too long. Throw it in completion. Clock is stopped.
So from the 3-yard line, it'll be 1st and goal there. So they're going to evidently try one as Franklin is on the far sideline. He's ready. He's got the boot off, the barefoot ready to go.
Well, they're not going to have a completion. It's not good for a touchdown. So it's either going to be incomplete or a touchdown. Throw the ball away. You don't want to take any chances here with the football and get it picked off.
John Walton in place of Ron Jaworski sends Carmichael in motion. 7-6 lead for the Eagles. Walton wanting to throw. Carmichael intercepted. Intercepted. That's Ken Stone. And Stone with his 5th interception of the year. And he did that with a dislocated finger.
Bad decision by John Walton. He tried to force the ball this time. He had people open. He did not take them. He had a man open outside. Should have thrown the ball right then. Then he tries to come back, force the ball down the middle. It gets tipped. Big play by Eric Williams. Tipped that ball up in the air, and Kenny Stone comes away with it. Take a look at Montgomery, wide open outside for the touchdown if he wants him. Didn't go to him. Force the ball back into Carmichael. It gets tipped and intercepted.
You know what happens on a play like that? Look at that for Ken Stone. 5 interceptions. Is that you're thinking in your mind what you're going to do before the play develops. So you got the feeling he was going to throw that ball to Carmichael regardless.
He knew who he wanted to go to, and he did force it then. No question.
Instead of going to Montgomery. So with 2 seconds left now, Cardinals have the ball at the 20-yard line. They escape what could have been at least 3 points. Marzarkowitz intended for Gray, intercepted by Logan again. His second interception of the day. Time is out, and Logan will be dropped at the 34-yard line. And what a first half of play we have had. Dick Vermeil's team with a 1-point lead of 7-6 will be visiting at halftime with All-Pro linebacker Bill Berge.
Chicago, and the Chicago Bear fans, who have not been noted Merlin Olsen for being noisy all season anyway, are really quiet now after that quick New England score.
I think that's the quickest way to quiet down the local fans that there is, to put some points on the board. They did it here, and of course the Bears have got to get going. If they want to run the football, they better get back into this ball game in a hurry.
Now John Smith kicks it off. 3.5 minutes into the game, and the Bears trail 7-0, and this is Walter Scheid on the run at the 20. At the 25, outside at the 30, 35, 40, and finally Smith rolls him out of bounds at the 49-yard line. Lenny Walter Scheid. Now the Bears with good field position. Let's go back to the touchdown throw. Grogan to Stanley Morgan that gave New England the early 7-0 lead.
Watch Grogan now rolling against his right arm now. He's off balance, stops right there, and absolutely flat-footed, throws a strike. I don't think Livers could believe that ball zipped in there that way. Great catch by Morgan. Just a beautiful shot.
Boy, and Livers was in position. If it's off target at all, he has clear sailing down the right sidelines. Walter Payton dragged down at the 47-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 6 for the Bears.
We didn't have a chance to introduce you to the defense for the New England Patriots. 3-man line, Lunsford, Hamilton, and Rich Bishop. It's a fine linebacker, some of the best we've seen. Mike Hawkins, who sometimes drops to a 3-point stance. Nelson, I can't say enough about Steve Nelson. Missed a full ball game last week, was knocked out a couple of weeks ago. Sam Hunt, the Buddha, and Rod Schode on the outside. Fine linebackers.
For that Hunt, you think he's king on 34 Payton today?
Boy, he better believe it.
Oh! Payton, little juggling act, and still makes yardage down to the 43. You know, Walter Payton can do just about anything. He's a great gymnast and not a bad juggler on that play.
One of the problems back there, they've worked with 3 different quarterbacks, and all of them would have their own way of delivering that football. Payton concentrated on where he wanted to run, did a good job of sucking that one back in, and you see the moves right there. Great eyes, great reflexes. Payton's an exciting back to watch.
You notice he had the football with the 2 oranges up there. Let the oranges go and grab the ball. That's right. A good juggler. And the defensive backs for New England, great corners, Claiborne and Haynes, with Bedoin and Fox at safety. It is 3rd down, a long 1. And it's Robin Earl breaking a tackle. He has the first down at the 38-yard line.
Robin Earl is 239 pounds. He's got his number on his back there, 239 pounds, and a big horse. Payton is also a blocker in there. Watch him right there, going in on the cornerback Claiborne, ties him up. Earl breaks to the outside, and boy, he knows how much he has to get. That's Tim Fox bulldogging him down there.
And Fox, had he not been there, Earl had no one in front of him. First down at the New England 38, 7-0 Patriots. Avellini to Payton. He gets to the 33-yard line. Mike Hawkins, 59, from Texas A&I, made initial contact for the Patriots.
I talked to Walter Payton before the game, Dick, and he said I was really concerned. He said, I've worn the same thigh pads all through high school and college, and he said, I thought they were lost last week. And he said, I finally found them. They'd gone to the cleaners in my pants, and he said, I couldn't stand the thought of having to put on new thigh pads. There's really some superstition on equipment among good athletes.
He's worn the same thigh pads since...
all the way through high school and college, and in his career here with the Bears.
2nd down, 6. It's Earl, big hole, 25. He fumbled at the 21, and New England has it again. Earl, a big hole as they were keying on Payton wide up the middle, but New England recovers its 2nd fumble in this first quarter.
Well, I tell you, what a big break for New England, and what a sad thing to have happen. The Bears only fumbled, their running backs only fumbled 4 times last year, and all of the year in this game already, 2 fumbles. And again, you have to attribute it just to good, hard hitting, head and shoulder right into the football. But instead of having the ball and heading on in, as they would have done, as you'll watch again, Earl, they're keying on Payton, and they started to stretch out for Payton. Earl just broke it inside. The Ball knocked loose there. Quick alert defense popped on it. Here comes New England.
Rod Schott is the man who forced the fumble from behind. Don Calhoun toppled at the 23-yard line. Dan Hampton, the brilliant rookie from Arkansas, with the initial contact. Tim Fox and the New England Patriots happy about another recovery. It was Fox who fell on the loose ball. Other scores, second quarter, actually a halftime. 27-3, Cincinnati leads the Steelers.
Wow.
You sure you got that one the right way? 27-3, a big upset as the Bengals looking for their first win. Grogan to throw, dumps it out complete to Cunningham, 30, 35, and a first down. Before Virgil Livers can come up from the right corner to make the tackle along with Jerry Muckensturm, 58. Other scores, second quarter, the Giants hosting the San Francisco 49ers, 22-3. New York leads San Francisco. New Orleans, Tampa Bay scoreless in the second, and Baltimore leads Houston 7-6 in the first quarter. Those are the games underway thus far. Here it's 7-0 New England, and the Patriots have a first down at their own 35-yard line. Cunningham caught in the backfield, and down he goes. And Alan Page, number 82, filtered through. And also in on that tackle as they unpile Doug Plank, 46.
Page stunning. The Bears use a lot of slants, a lot of stunning defenses. Watch him here. He's going to step out a couple of times before the snap, and I think actually got the offense offside. But you see Page almost as if he understood where that play was going ahead of time, out there to make a very fine tackle. Loss of about 3, going to be second and 13 yards to go, almost 14 yards to go.
Pass situation then for Grogan, who is 4 of 5, 43 yards and a touchdown. No, he tries to cross him up with a draw, and Cunningham gets back to the 37-yard line, where it's going to be third down and a long 8 for New England. Dick Enberg, Merlin Olsen, Chicago's Soldier Field. There's the key to this game for New England, stopping the rushing attack of the Bears and the top runner in the NFL, Walter Payton. And the story for the New England Patriots, the quarterback situation. And a stir last week when Tom Owen called off the bench for the first time to replace Steve Grogan to rally his team from behind to beat the Lions.
Grogan looks like he's hot today, Dick, and he certainly got him rolling. Let's see if the Bears defense can cool him down.
Bears using that 4-1-6, only one linebacker, 6 defensive backs. There comes the scrambling Grogan. He's got running room at the 40, 45, and out of bounds, a first down at the 49-yard line. And that's the dimension that Steve Grogan gives his New England team that few quarterbacks can.
Anytime a quarterback can take a play that looks to be a sure loss and turn it into not only a break-even play, but make a big first down, you've got that extra dimension. Grogan not only runs the ball effectively, but actually has about 4.6 speed. And unless you get some very quick linebackers or defensive backs on him, he'll run right away from you. There you see him making a quick move, and they're in a man-to-man defense there. They're looking at those receivers, and they've got their backs to the quarterback.
That's a good point. Grogan to throw on first down. Harold Jackson at the 35, the 30, and Jackson is finally stopped at the Bear 21-yard line. Oh my, a fingertip catch by Jackson, slanting across the middle.
Harold, one of the shortest receivers in the NFL, but he's amazing the way he can stretch for that football. Ball thrown high for him, and watch him as he goes up for that football right here. No way, he looks like he'll be able to get to it. Just stretches up, takes it right at the fingertips. Beautiful pass by Grogan. Grogan is a streak thrower. When he's hot, and today, he's hot.
Indeed, and Jackson averaging over 27 yards a catch, and that one went for 30. Patriots lead 7-0, first down at the Bears 21-yard line, first quarter. Sam Cunningham gets about 3 off his own left side. Cunningham from the University of Southern California, team stunned yesterday by Stanford's comeback in the second half to tie the Trojans at 21, so undoubtedly we'll see a new NCAA #1 team in the polling next week.
Dick, we talked about the situation defenses and the constant substitution by the Chicago Bears. One of the things they're trying to do is to confuse the offensive team. They throw so many different formations, a 5-man line, a 3-man line, a 4-man line, 4 defensive backs, 5 defensive backs, 6 defensive backs. They'll give you just about every kind of situation you'll ever see.
2nd and 7 for Grogan. He fires, incomplete for Jackson at the goal line. Bensick and Plank, rather, and Allen Ellis had double cover Jackson. For the Bears, I would think this early already burned by the fumble recovery in their own end and a touchdown, and then driving well only to fumble it away. They'd like to stop New England, at least force them to try a field goal, not give them 14 so early.
You don't want to find yourself on the short end of a 14-0 score early. That really forces you to almost change your philosophy and go after some more passing plays. And certainly the strength of this Bear team is the running game. They'd like to stay with it. They can do it early, but they don't want to give away too many points right now.
You saw Cleveland leading 6-3 at the half against the Redskins. This is 3rd down and 7, and the blitz is on. And he picks it up for a touchdown. Harold Jackson. Grogan saw the blitz coming and lobbed the rainbow touchdown to Jackson.
Beautifully done by Steve Grogan. Read the blitz, as you said, Dick, and of course it's an automatic pattern then. The receiver also must read that blitz, and he knows he breaks it deep and goes for the post. Just laid the ball. Grogan just laid it out there, just kind of hung it up. You see it right now from the defensive back's perspective. Jackson just stretching all the way out, pulls it in, gallops into the end zone. A beautiful play.
Well, the old man Jackson at 33, the leading receiver, active receiver in the NFL. He's made a couple fingernail catches. John Smith tacks on the extra point, and 2 fumble recoveries lead to 2 New England drives, and with 4.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Bear fans are mumbling. New England 14, Chicago nothing.
You saw it on CBS Sports. Roller skating isn't a fad, it's a sport. And here's the king, Lex Kane, winning the men's freestyle at the 1979 U.S. Roller Skating Championships. Next Saturday, the CBS Sports Spectacular takes you to West Germany for the World Roller Skating Championships. Top skaters from Europe and the Americas vie for world honors. Then see super heavyweights in action in the world's strongest men competition. Another super Saturday of sports. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
7-6, our halftime score here at Busch Stadium. The Eagles with that 1-point advantage. The most coveted trophy in the collegiate ranks, the Heisman Trophy. Who are the favorites, the not-so-favorites? Well, Brent Musburger searched that out.
It is college football's version of the Oscar, and last year's winner was Billy Sims at Oklahoma.
Really, you know, going to this season, I'm not, I guess, really concerned with winning the Heisman Trophy. The things that happened last year, you know, I like to look at it as a history. It's over with. This season, I'm more concerned with my health and possibility of having a chance to play for the national championship.
Sims says he is completely healthy now for the first time. And as a running back, he is awesome. In his career at Oklahoma, he has averaged almost 7 yards a carry in 398 attempts. Professional scouts love him for one other reason. He has a nose for the end zone, having scored 39 career touchdowns. But the Heisman is not automatically going to Billy Sims. If you look to the west, there's a man by the name of Charles White.
It means a lot to me to be able to win it, but it's 10 other guys out there on the field that got to help me perform, and the other 11 guys out there on defense that got to do well, too, for me to win that trophy. And hopefully, just like I said, at the end of the year, we'll be able to bring it all home.
Like Sims, White has been slowed by injuries much of the year. But yesterday, he passed Earl Campbell of Texas and became the 6th all-time NCAA rusher. For SC, he has carried 831 times for better than 4,000 career yards. Even yesterday, he was tied in the second half by Stanford, but it wasn't his fault. At Notre Dame, there's a young running back by the name of Vegas Ferguson. Now, along with talent, the one thing you need to win the Heisman Trophy is publicity, and stars at Notre Dame always receive their share. If you're looking for long shots, you might try this young man from Texas A&M. His name is Curtis Dickey. He's as good as any running back in the game, and certainly as quick as Sims. But Texas A&M is not nationally publicized. At Alabama, they do not promote individual stars. If they did, then this quarterback would be a strong candidate. His name is Stedman Shealy, and of all the quarterbacks in college football this year, Shealy is perhaps the finest runner, averaging almost 7 yards a carry. It is rare for one school to have two Heisman Trophy candidates, but such is the case at SC this year, where this talented quarterback, Paul McDonald, must be considered a long shot. Next Saturday's game, USC and Notre Dame could decide the winner of the Heisman Trophy.
That's one of the Liberty Bells, as at halftime, the Liberty Bells and the Big Red Line having a competition. As at halftime, you see our score, the Eagles with a 7-6 lead over the St. Louis Cardinals. We'll be back with Bill Bergey, the all-pro linebacker, as we return to Busch Stadium.
$14-0 New England. Smith roots out his best one yet. Walterscheid from his own end zone takes it to the 15 and out to about the 22, maybe the 23-yard line. A 26-yard return, and the Chicago Bears in the hole, 14-0. Bring the offense on. Credit Ray Kostick with a tackle on the kickoff return.
Bears offense now certainly has their work cut out for them. I don't expect that they'll change their philosophy. They'll stick with their running game. They have plenty of time, but they need to get down that field and put some points on the board, get themselves back into the momentum of this football game.
Yeah, the Bears in 3 of their 6 games allowed 7 points or less, so this is a tough first quarter for them. They've stayed on the ground. Avellini yet to throw. Bashnagel in motion. Payton, the workhorse, gets maybe to the 25 before they drive him back. Some of the fans saw a little extracurricular activities there. There's the latest report from New York as the Giants have scored on a Phil Simms to Curtis Gray 11-yard touchdown pass, and they've jumped 29-3 in front of San Francisco.
Cobb and Latta, 2 tight ends, taking the plays in from the sideline. They stop and talk to Neil Armstrong, the head coach.
Payton 6 carries, 23 yards. Earl 2 shots, 18 yards, but a fumble. 2nd down, 7 from the 25. Avellini, first throw, in trouble, gets it off to Cobb. Flag is down. Cobb fumbles, but after the whistle. He was down at the 29, and we'll see if that's holding against the Bears. Steve Nelson made the tackle in the play. Holding against Chicago, so nothing going right for Neil Armstrong's Chicago club.
Chicago's offense looks very tentative, very uncertain out there. They just, I'm sure that there's a problem of having to put a quarterback who was hot like Vince Evans on the sideline, not only on the sideline but in the hospital. I mean, there's a depressing piece of business there, and Avellini has not played that much, and certainly one of the things they're missing out there is the kind of sharpness and timing that comes with that kind of an experience.
Leg whip, number 64 offense. Ted Albrecht, the left tackle, guilty of a leg whip. He's regarded as the top Chicago Bear offensive lineman on the season.
It's an unusual call. We don't see that one very often.
That's when your man's beating you, just try to throw your legs out and slice him down.
Well, you hate that when you're playing on defense, too. That's the one that hurts, right across the shins.
2nd down and about 17.
Oh, penalty. Where is it?
Walter Payton tumbled down at the 16. Apparently they thought he reset for the second before the snap, but Payton had moved.
Maybe felt he was going laterally, but he certainly was moving before the snap, and no way he was set for a full second before it went. It looks, again, I would comment that just looking at the Bears to get back into this ball game, they're going to have to get a little emotional. You see Grogan relaxing on the other sideline, talking to one of his favorite receivers, Russ Francis, but the Bears have got to get some big plays going here, make something happen. They're going to have to put the ball in the air a little bit. You just can't run against this New England team and live on it as a steady diet.
Avellini on 3rd and 15 on a draw to Payton, and he's corralled at the 21-yard line. And listen to the fans. They're feeling as you are, Merlin, that something's got to happen with Chicago. You just can't run off tackle and guard and hope to beat a team like the Patriots that already down by 14.
Certainly can't, and I'm not so sure, but what New England didn't expect them to do that. They were right there to jump on it.
Bob Parsons to kick. Stanley Morgan a solo safety at the New England 35. Low kick, fair catch Morgan. at the 42-yard line. So New England, excellent field position as they're back on offense. A 37-yard punt, no return.
Kind of reminiscent, Dick, of the game we saw against the Chargers a few weeks back.
And of course, San Diego did rally. Timeout here in Chicago with a minute and a half remaining in the first quarter.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by the 1980 Marquis, Cougar XR7, and Capri, all from Lincoln Mercury. Budweiser, for all you do, this Bud's for you. And by Visa, we're keeping up with you.
Welcome back to Busch Stadium, 7-6. The Eagles lead the Cardinals. And with us at halftime, a familiar face, a guy who should be wearing the pads today, all-pro middle linebacker Bill Berge, who sustained a knee injury in the third game of the year against the New Orleans Saints. And Bill, how's the injury coming along?
Well, I'm doing real good. A lot of leg lifts, just trying to rehab it the best I can right now with the thing being in a cast. But got to wear the cast a couple more weeks and 6 weeks on crutches, and then it'll be a real tough, long rehabilitation period to get myself ready for another year.
Really the first time you've ever been hurt, right?
Yeah, first time I've ever been hurt, and it's really kind of a terrible, empty feeling, but I like to travel with a team and be, you know, a small part of it and do whatever I can do.
How's your replacement, Totolo, doing in there? Have you been evaluating him?
Yes, I've been watching Terry, and Terry's really doing a fine job. He's very young, inexperienced. He's got a lot to learn, but stepping right in there, a lot was expected of him, and he's really doing a very adequate job.
I hardly recognized you without your beard.
Yeah,
what happened?
Well, I don't think I have to play that bad man act anymore for a while, and maybe another season I'll grow it back, but I got rid of those nasty whiskers for a while.
Tell me, Bill, is this the best Philadelphia Eagles team you've been on?
Without question, Sonny. They're playing with enthusiasm. Dick Vermeil has completely turned the program around, and he's just a great coach, and the guys really identify with him. And everything's been going real good. I wish we would have got that last touchdown just before the half. I know they had Wilbur Montgomery open in the corner, and the ball was deflected to Harold, but that would have been a big boost, you know, starting the second half. But everything's going real good, and we're very pleased. And Dick Vermeil, he really thinks that we're right exactly where we'd be right at this time of the year.
Do you really feel that they had somewhat of a letdown going into this game after the big win over Washington?
Well,
they started a little flat, I thought, starting off.
You know something, you played many, many years, and you know
more than he wants to remember.
And, you know, year after year, it gets a little bit tougher for guys just every week to be at their very high peak, to play with the intensity week in and week out. We played Pittsburgh and beat them, Washington last week and beat them convincingly, and I don't think there's really a letdown, but, you know, we're on the road now, and things are a little bit different after being home 3 weeks, and they're gonna be okay, though.
Well, Bill, we wish you well. Get that knee back. You know, it's not the same without you out there.
Okay. Hey, can I just add one thing?
Sure.
I'll never forget the time I was in Cincinnati when this guy lowered his head and ripped me so bad. Most quarterbacks are supposed to fall down on the ground.
I don't believe
he laid me out, and he is a good one, and I'll tell you, it's my honor to be with him and you.
Well, let's go now to the NFL today in New York. The major story in the NFL this afternoon, a rookie quarterback by the name of Phil Simms is 9 of 14 for 155 yards, and the Giants are running it up on San Francisco. Meanwhile, New Orleans and Tampa Bay, well, there's the first score of the afternoon. The Buccaneers move ahead early in the third period, 7-0. And, of course, the game you're watching, a big one for both teams, 7-6. Both Jaworski and Hart are injured. And here's the score. Giants 29, 49ers 3 at the half. Cleveland and Washington. Cockcroft with problems, missed an extra point. 6-3. Mosley connected for 3 from 35 yards out. Miami going to beat Buffalo again. 17-0. That game is now in the third. It did rain for a time in the first half in that contest. Cincinnati 27, Pittsburgh 3, and the Steelers defense is having all kinds of problems the last couple of weeks. Houston ahead of Baltimore 7-6. That game is now in the second. Steve Grogan has returned as the New England Patriots quarterback this week, and already he has thrown for 2 touchdown passes to Morgan and Jackson in that game. We told you about the rookie Phil Simms of the New York Giants, drafted out of Morehead State. You're probably aware of the story. On the day of the draft, the Giants really wanted to throw in Samoan.
but Jack Thompson was gone. And let's watch what happens here. Melville of the 49ers, I still can't get over that play, giving the Giants 2 points on the safety, and then it was the rookie going to work. Here is Scales, so surprised that a Giant quarterback could get it to him, he was out of bounds. And back came Sims again, this time looking for Gray, right down the middle. And Sims is covered this time, ducks the rush, goes to the corner, and picks up 6 as the Giants move ahead, 9-3. Next catch by Gray is a beauty. This is tough territory over the middle. You're always going to take a lick here if you hold on. And Gray did for 6. Doug Coder for the touchdown. And still, Sims was not finished. His favorite receiver, Gray, 7 catches, 148 yards. None prettier than that one right there. And from there, it was the combination again. Sims to Gray, 29-3. Giants lead at half. Let's send you back to the game you're watching right now.
And the game here is 7-6 at halftime. A game that, well, we've just had a lot of injuries, and in particular to the starting quarterbacks, Jim Hart and Ron Jaworski. They may return when we return to the start of the second half of play.
And a big NFL doubleheader. Oh, maybe the biggest of this season. Wow. Early game includes the Dolphins against the Patriots, the Bengals and the Browns, Oakland and New York. Then most of the country will see the interconference clash between the explosive Chargers and the powerful Rams. Merlin and I will be in the Coliseum. Check your local listings for the games and times in your area. Grogan, red hot, hits Don Calhoun, who gets bombed at the 49, but hangs onto the football. Gary Fensick, who will offer his flicks until there's a 7-yard gain.
Well, I tell you, that's one that the quarterback almost apologizes for when he hangs it up like that. And I tell you, that was a great catch by Calhoun. He was stretched all the way out, took the shot right to the ribs, and still hung on to that football.
Grogan already with 99 yards passing in this first quarter, 7 of 9. He hasn't gone to Francis yet. Calhoun stopped at the 46. Mike Hartenstein led the charge, number 73.
Doug Buffon also there, number 55. Buffon not usually playing on the inside, playing that middle linebacking position. He's dropped all the way from 230 pounds down to 218 pounds. Boy, that's not much size in the middle as a middle linebacker.
The last Bear to play for Papa Bear, George Hallis, 55, Doug Buffon. Now a restaurateur, owns 4 restaurants, 3 here and 1 in Las Vegas. New England on third down. They're 4 for 4 in this first quarter. They need 5. Grogan pitches. Horace Ivory spins out of the tackle and gets the first down at the 45. Bruce Herron, 51, had him, and Ivory on the injured list since opening night injury, an ankle injury against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and how they've missed his outside speed, and he gives them a first down.
Well, they lost Andy Johnson, and getting Horace Ivory back makes them feel a lot better. And Ivory, again, we've seen the receivers from New England catch the ball well, and the backs have caught it all well. 3 different backs have made excellent catches on the football. Gives you an idea of the kind of artillery that Grogan can throw at you, and they're just tough to handle.
18 seconds left in the first quarter. 14-0 New England from the Bear 46. Cunningham trapped in the backfield, a rare deficit for 39 Cunningham as Osborne 68 and Page 82, the 2 Bear inside down linemen, made the stop.
Now, I said they were doing a lot of slanting on the inside, and what happens, you end up making some big plays. Earhart wondering what happened, but that's exactly what happened. Slanted in, hit it perfectly.
But the Patriots, with a couple of fumble recoveries, jump in front 14-0 at the end of the first quarter, and we'll be right back after these messages from your local station.
They call it the city of brotherly love, but I like to think Philadelphia is a United Way city. How about you, Brooks? What does United Way mean to you?
Learning to swim at the Y.
How about you, Kim?
It means the Girl Scouts, Dad.
I'm John Bunning of the Philadelphia Eagles, and this is my family. You might say that we're a United Way family. We've all been helped by the United Way. But as volunteers, Renee and I have seen what United Way does for so many people, both in the city and in the suburbs. It helps people in distress. It helps the whole community. It helps people of all ages, all walks of life, rich, poor, every race and every creed. because there are people who care. United Way works here in Philadelphia. It works in your town, too. Thanks to you, it works for all of us. The United Way.
United Way.
The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service by the National Football League. Gary Bender was Sonny Jurgensen. And Sonny, if you look at the stats, I'm surprised at this 7-6 game that the Eagles have rushed for only 42 yards.
42, that's amazing. You know, they have to run the football. Dick Vermeil says we have to run to be successful. 2 turnovers by both teams, 2 interceptions. The Eagles' turnover right before the half was more costlier to them.
Time and possession, that all came about because in that first quarter, Cardinals had the football something like almost 12 minutes.
Well, you see the plays up there, 40 offensive plays to the Eagles' 30.
Now, the story and the question mark we have right now is whether Hart and Jaworski will be able to continue. We've been trying to locate them, see who, in fact, will play. Right now, the Cardinals will be kicking off, as both of them were felled in the first half with ankle injuries, foot injuries, both of them being sprains. They both had x-rays, and they were negative.
I have yet to find Mr. Hart on the bench. I don't think he returned with the team. He may be inside, still getting treatment, or getting wrapped differently, but it looks like we're going to see Steve Pisarkowicz going for the Cardinals.
There's Wally Henry. We have another man that's out for the game, Roy Green, who earlier really had quite a tackle on a kickoff, bruised his shoulder later, and he is out now for the remainder of the game. Wally Henry at the goal line. Henry to the 20, 25, and to the 30, and he's to the 32-yard line. Wally Henry, who last year was hurt in a game against New Orleans, sustained a knee injury, and they really missed this little guy, and you can see why, because he really makes things happen. Thomas Lott made the stop, and John Walton's going to be the quarterback.
You can take a look at this, and you'll see why he is so dangerous when he gets the ball. He gets some pressure from the outside around behind the wedge. You see that big green wedge in front of him, but he breaks tackles. He's a hard man to bring down. Keeps fighting. Makes contact again with his own man over there, doesn't he?
As we mentioned, the quarterback is John Walton from the 32, gives off to Leroy Harris, and Harris wedges it out across the 35 to the 36. Well, and here comes Jim Hart. I don't think we're going to see him playing, do you?
I don't imagine we would see him. And just watching him walk on the field, I knew that he wasn't out there. I thought maybe he was getting some more treatment or something.
Boy, it's ironic that both quarterbacks would sustain almost the same injury in the same game. 2nd down and 6. So Pisarkowicz and Walton, they're going to be the people, the key figures in this second half of play. There's John Stats, a big interception, though, at the end of that first half. Quick pitch, Montgomery to the 40-42, and that might be enough for the first down. Bouncing off of people.
He was hit right at the line of scrimmage, and he kept his balance and fought for the first down.
And that's what it's going to be, I believe. Let's see. They're going to measure to be absolutely sure. Montgomery is that type of runner, very resourceful runner. He'll bounce off of you, and he did get the first down. Philadelphia, the 5-1 record. They'd like to win here, then return against Washington in the nation's capital next week.
The last time they were 5-1?
1961, and a guy by the name of Sonny Jurgensen was quarterback. How many did you win? You won, what, 7-1 that year?
We were 7-1 that year, and the one team to beat us, the St. Louis Cardinals. That's right.
From the 42, first down, 13:47 in the third quarter. Walton gives off to Harris again, and Harris draws the crowd that time, doesn't he? Picked up a couple of yards. Bob Pollard. Let's look again at that Cardinal defense.
A very fine defense, too, and they've developed, and with a lot of injuries, and you just see them playing off block. Pollard, Allerman, all of them over there.
You know, we had some other people on that 61 team by the name of what, Brookshire and Irv Cross?
I think he was Irv Cross' first year.
His rookie
year.
He
was a rookie year, yeah.
Tampa Bay, they're tied up now.
Yeah, Manning, a 2-yard run by Archie Manning makes it 7-7.
2nd down and 8 now. From the 44, play action by John Walton. He's going deep to Krepfle. Krepfle hand fighting that time with Eric Williams over the middle. And John Walton not making the connection. And we have another Eagle down at the 43-yard line.
It might be I think it's their left guard,
That's
Petey
Payroll.
Payroll.
That's the rookie. Now, he's the rookie that has been playing in place of the injured Wade Key, second-round draft pick out of Northwest Louisiana. They have Gary Petts, a veteran from the New York Jets and last year Tampa Bay, who they can bring in, but they're getting very thin at that guard spot.
We open the second quarter with the New England Patriots leading the Chicago Bears 14-0. Refurbished Soldier Field, a new carpet this year, and new stands in that far end zone as you look from upstairs. New England with the ball, facing second down and 12 at the Bear 48-yard line. Grogan to throw. He's been hot. Plenty of time, and now it breaks down at the 43-yard line as the Bears have their first sack. Jim Osborne and Mike Hartenstein.
Grogan hanging on to that one just a little too long. Looked like he absolutely could not find anyone to go to in that secondary. Bears secondary doing an excellent job of coverage. Let's watch the pass rush. You see Osborne coming around to the outside, Page looping. That's a stunt in the middle, and it's Osborne really getting in there, gets the first crack on him. The early whistle was blown. Even if he'd have thrown that football, they would have brought it back, Dick.
Now, Maryland, here's where the Patriots have been at their best. Third down. They're 5 of 5 in the game. Third and long, about 21. There goes Ivory on the draw. Breaks a tackle at the 50. He's at the 44 and to the 43. Not enough for the first down. And again, using that man-to-man defense, pass defense, Merlin, you could see many of the Bear defensive backs had their backs to the play, and Ivory was running right behind them.
One of the things you do against situation defenses is you have to take advantage of the fact that they have put passing people in there. You try and run a few times against that, and when they put all the running players in there, you try and pass against that.
Eddie Hare to kick. Steve Schubert stands at the Bear 10. Dying boot, fair catch by Schubert, and a tough chance at the 12-yard line. First down for Chicago. They trail New England 14-0 early in the second quarter. Now let's go to New York and an update on NFL 79.
In Cincinnati, the Bengals are surprising the Pittsburgh Steelers. Where?
Guys might be blue, but it's still raining, Don.
Right. Rained all day yesterday, rained real hard this morning, almost till kickoff time, then started up late in the first quarter. We've had from light to heavy rain ever since. Now, Mickemeyer moves into the ball, hits it well downfield. He'll take Nathan 4 yards deep in the end zone. He's going to bring it out. Nathan takes it out to the 15, to the 20. Tries to go to the outside, but the Bills contain him and knock him down at the 22-yard line. So Miami goes on offense first and 10. And for the Miami Dolphins on offense, they'll have Bob Greasy at quarterback. Delvin Williams and Larry Zonka are the running backs. Duriel Harris and Nat Moore are the wide receivers. Bob Kuchenberg and Mike Current the tackles. Ed Newman and Larry Little the guards. Jim Langer will be down over the ball at center. We'll see if that's Laxo apparently going to be back in there at right guard for Larry Little.
I think Little did come back in the ball game.
He's out there. Had the injury in the first half, so Little will start. Kadish is the nose tackle for Buffalo, the former Miami Dolphin, lining up across from Langer. Greasy goes to the run, running with the ball, but not very far. As Shane Nelson comes in to make the play on him is Delvin Williams. Gain of a yard, if that. Nelson's been playing good football. Third year from Baylor.
We mentioned Kadish does a good job right at the center. If you take Langer and you stuff things up the middle, it allows your linebackers to come in and clean up the work, and it's exactly what they did.
Kadish came here as the #1 draft choice out of Notre Dame in 1972, reported out of shape. And Shula cut him. He was gone. He played well for Buffalo. He's been embroiled in some contract difficulties, but apparently that's been settled. Pitch back goes to Delvin Williams. And the Bills come out playing football, and they knock down Delvin Williams. Kadish comes across. Kadish is taking on an all-pro center in Langer and winning right now. He wants to get some of these Dolphins. He don't like Shula. He makes no bones about that. I don't think Shula's overly affectionate towards Kadish. He's been a #1, and it didn't work out at the time.
That's just the way it works in this game sometimes.
They say about Don Shula, he likes those players to play hurt because he has a very high tolerance for somebody else's pain. Norm Bulash and Gary Davis are the setbacks now for Miami. A lot of wind wind, but not much rain at this point. Temperature is 75 degrees. 3rd down and 8. Uh-oh. Gary Davis in a foot race. Look out. Gary Davis has a man to beat finally. Jeff Nixon catches him. Gary Davis got the open lane up the middle and took off like a sprinter. And rookie Jeff Nixon finally caught him or he'd have been gone.
That's the kind of play, Don, and everybody in the stands, as we stopped at the line of scrimmage, said, what kind of conservative football is that? Running the ball into the middle. However, it's a trap play, and it's a sucker play. They got him to bite. The hole is big enough to drive a truck through. Gary Davis didn't hit anybody till he got 12, 13 yards down the field. Picked up a long gainer, and Miami keeps control.
A 41-yard gain on his first carry, 42 yards. So he comes out, and the Dolphins now start to mount a challenge. Bills have stopped them up till that point. Zonka runs, and he buries it into the middle and takes it down to the 31-yard line. Kadish stopped him. Gary Davis, 200-pound back out of Cal Poly at San Luis Obispo. 12:15 left to play in the 3rd quarter. And the Dolphins leading as they did at the half, 17-0. Both these clubs coming off of losses. Miami was beaten last Monday night at Oakland. The Bills were beaten at home last week against the Chicago Bears, losing 7-0. Next Sunday, the Buffalo Bills play Baltimore at Orchard Park, and the Miami Dolphins go to New England. 2nd down and a long 7 for the Dolphins. Greasy, he can sit down and write a letter back there.
He almost had to get on his horse and chase Haslett down the field because Jim was in a great position. He played it all the way. Greasy never had a chance to see him. He just kind of stayed off the ball. Watch this. Now he's over into his area. He hasn't committed to the ball yet. Oops, here it goes, and he's in perfect position to come in, cut in front of the receiver and pick off the ball. Got to hang on, Jimmy.
Tampa Bay at home after losing for the first time last week, leading New Orleans in the 3rd quarter, a 7-0 game. As Haslett comes out now, and it's going to be 3rd and 7 for Miami. Bills go with the extra defensive back, Jeff Nixon, the rookie from Richmond, who saved the touchdown when he caught Gary Davis, playing way back. Greasy backpedaling, takes a look, lets her go long. Oh, what a play on defense! That was touchdown to Jim Cephalo, and it was broken up. Charles Rome, number 26, who the Dolphins remember well from the first game when he ran back a blocked field goal for a touchdown. Just gets up in the air. His hang time was good. He got it.
Charles Rome was very lucky that he got a chance to get to that ball. Greasy, as you see, the ball's wobbling a little. That's not the way Greasy normally throws it. It's also a little underthrown. Well-thrown ball would have been 6.
Would it? Cephalo had the defense beaten, but Charles Rome's recovered. And now Von Schaumann will try a field goal from the 39-yard line. It'll be a 49-yard attempt. That didn't even get to the end zone. Now it rolls in. A punt by Von Schaumann.
Picked up 11.
Yep. Tried to get it down inside, but he didn't get there. Just goes into the end zone, very nearly a down ball inside the 5-yard line, but the Buffalo Bills get the ball back now. They have it 1st and 10 at their 20, their first possession of the 3rd quarter.
Thank you, Bryant. And all Mike Adamley's friends and fans here in Chicago wish him well. Avellini throws on 1st down. Greg Latta drops it, and I know what the fans are thinking. In Latta's behalf, hey, I don't get many chances. What am I supposed to do with it?
Ball thrown slightly behind Latta, but you see where that ball is. It's down on the 12-yard line. The Bears have had horrible field position early in this game. Of course, New England taking advantage of those fumble recoveries and giving themselves good field position, got a couple of touchdowns early. The Bears are looking at really an 88-yard march down to the other end of the field, and if they don't get something going here pretty quick, they're going to be way, way down in this ball game. They don't want to have that happen.
Bears still looking for their first yard passing. 2nd and 10 from the 12. Avellini tosses to Payton. He draws a crowd, and no gain at the 12-yard line. Peyton from Jackson State, the first-round pick of the Bears in 1975. He was the 4th player selected that year behind Steve Bartkowski, Randy White, and Ken Huff. 600 pounds leg press, the strength, the lower body strength of Walter Payton, and he has upper body ability as well. He can still walk on his hands 50 yards. He used to do that before practice. Tampa Bay, third quarter, breaks that scoreless deadlock with New Orleans. Doug Williams hits Higgins a 22-yard pass, 7-0.
I think Peyton would rather run for 50 yards right now, Dick.
That's right. So would the Bear fans like to see that. 3rd and 10. Avellini. They got him at the 3-yard line. Number 85, Julius Adams, with a sack for the Patriots, who have 26 now this year. They're in 2nd place in the NFL.
Well, an obvious passing situation, and they're just coming with everything. Julius Adams just quickly to the outside. Nobody even touched him. Albrecht out there, but he just blew right by him. Again, you see Avellini. He's going to get it from the blind side. Just a quick rush up the field by Adams. Just ran right around him.
Now Parsons, with his heels right on the back line of the end zone, kicks it to Stanley Morgan, standing at the 45 of the Bears. Drives the kick well. Morgan has a return at the 47 of Chicago. 45 and to the 41, and a flag goes down. Apparently we have an illegal block by one of the Patriots. Lenny Waldershire, 23, made the stop for Chicago.
There is a flag on the play.
Illegal block on a return below the waist. As you know, on kick returns, you cannot block below the waist this year.
Got a ball.
And sometimes players, after all that high school and college and pro training, just forget.
Well, and sometimes you, even when you remember, it's difficult not to end up being thrown across someone's legs. That'll march New England back a little bit. I was mentioning that this early part of this game, reminiscent of the game that the Patriots played against San Diego a few weeks ago. The first 5 times they touched the ball, they scored on every drive. The Bears stopped them on their last situation, their last drive. They need to do it again right here, and they need to force a turnover, Dick. That's what they need to do defensively.
Mosi Tutupu, 30, was the man guilty of the foul. We have a timeout. 12:31 remaining in the first half. It's the Bears trailing the Patriots by 14. But John Hanna's taped hands. Well, he's really banged up this year. He said the most injuries he's ever suffered. Grogan to throw. Look at the time. Goes long for Francis. A little too long, and Grogan all the way back to the 15-yard line, skipping. They thought he had a touchdown. A flag is down anyway. It's against New England.
They called Shelby Jordan for using his hands hanging on to someone there on the defensive line. I'll tell you, one of the most colorful people on the field has to be Alan Page, Dick. Talking to him earlier, and we use the term graybeards to talk about our veterans.
Number 74 offense holding.
As you had surmised, it's Shelby Jordan, 74.
You might see it right at the top. Dan Hampton, number 99, a very fine rookie. There you see the hands right there, just locked up on the jersey. Shelby trying to protect his quarterback. There you see him again, hanging onto that jersey. Can't do it that way, Shelby.
I want to get back to the graybeard Page. That sounded like you're starting to develop an interesting personal story. First down and 20. Patriots with a screen on. Grogan can't get away. He's down at the 14-yard line. Hampton and Page made the tackle, and the veteran, 82 Page, they may have gray in the beard, but it shows the sagacity of his ways.
Well, I tell you, I think he heard us talking about him and gave us something to really talk about. Alan Page, one of the fine pass rushers in all of football for so many years, right here breaking loose. And this is one of the toughest things in the world. One-on-one with a quarterback that can run a 4.6 and is very quick on his feet. And you see him right there. Gets a hold and does a leg lock and rolls him right to the ground. Graybeard and all, not only a fine player, but a great leader for this Bear defense.
Draw play doesn't work at all, and down with a flag down at the 15-yard line as Mike Hartenstein, 73, made the tackle of Horace Ivory.
And again, a holding call. Gonna go march that ball back even further. The Patriots had real troubles last week. Many penalties called against them. A lot of yardage marched back. A lot of big plays lost last week because of penalties. And right now they're getting some of the same, having some of the same problem here in Chicago.
Merlin, the punt return by Morgan was to the 43-yard line. And now, if they mark off this penalty, well, they've gone from the Bear 43 And now they're back at their own 7.
Well, actually, the Bear defense made more yardage than the Bear offense here in the early going.
Score in the third quarter. Archie Manning has run for a touchdown to tie Tampa Bay. The Saints and the Buccaneers at 7. Bears with a loose pass defense. Grogan will stay on the ground. Ivory, he gets to the 10, and they're trying to tackle that football. Now that's awakened the crowd, Merlin.
Well, that's what they had to do. They needed to have a big play, something to get them pumped up emotionally. You see Alan Page just bounce up off the ground and sprint around. Alan forgot that there were a couple penalties in there that kept it down the same. It's going to be third and boy, how far is that? 45 yards. When was the last time you saw third 45? What is it? 10, 20, 30, almost 40 yards.
41.
41 yards, okay.
Well, the third down efficiency may be in trouble on this one.
Grogan may not have a play for this particular situation.
Rolls and going to throw. To Morgan, complete and out of bounds at the 22-yard line. So the Patriots gave their punter a little extra room. And on comes the kicking team for New England.
Smart call, and obviously Grogan knew he wasn't going to get it all. He just got him out of there a little ways. Maybe with a good kick now, they put the Bears back well into their own territory.
Update. Field goal by Mosley, 18 yards for the Redskins, ties Cleveland in a low-scoring game, third quarter at 6. Hare's boot, very high. Steve Schubert, a fair catch at the 42 of Chicago. It's about as fine a field position as the Bears have enjoyed in the game today.
Now they have to do something with it.
11:09 remaining in the first half here in Chicago, where the Patriots lead the Bears 14-0.
Dick Vermeil looking on with concern as Petey Payroll is assisted off the field. Payroll is the guy playing in place of Wakey. They really like him. They say he has the disposition of a defensive player. And now Gary Petz would come in to replace him from Valparaiso. He was drafted in the 12th round in 1973 by the Jets. And he started over there for 5 years. Third down and 8. John Walton on the third down. Pressure put on. Jankowski giving chase. He gets it off, though, to Harris. And Harris is spun around. Short of the first down, there's a flag. A flag around the 50-yard line. Good coverage in all areas that time by St. Louis. Bob Pollard is the man eventually who made the tackle. And the pressure also. And it's going to be an ineligible receiver downfield. Got to anticipate that as much running around as he did.
You can see how rusty John Walton is. He had Keith Krefley wide open that time, right down the middle. Take a look at it when he goes back. You may be able to see Krefley come into the middle. There he is, hooking right in the middle. He's open, and he doesn't throw the ball. Of course, he had some people in his face. Mike Dawson.
I think he said that was Petz, didn't he? 64 that was downfield again.
Maybe he doesn't know which position they sent him in at. Maybe he thinks he's a wide receiver, huh?
Runniger will kick from the 30-yard line. Harrell is back deep. Now, wait a minute. A little mix-up out there. The officials want to talk things over. Ball has been spotted at the 48-yard line. They're still about 8 yards short of the first down. Bud Wilkinson. Boy, that team, they feel like they were reborn a week ago when they beat Houston after that dismal performance on the West Coast against Los Angeles. Today they started out very well, but then they lost Jim Hart. And the 2 field goals has been their only scoring thus far. Runniger to kick. Low snap. He's kicking it to the 20-yard line. Harrell with a fair catch there. And so the Cardinals will have their first offensive opportunity of this second half of play. 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in quarter number 3. The Eagles, trying to make it 6-1, have a 1-point lead.
Hello again, everyone. Brian Gumble in New York reporting to you that it's been a strange day in Cincinnati. Here's the way things have been for the Steelers. Larry Anderson fumbles a kickoff. Howie Koenig picks it up, runs it in for a Cincinnati score that makes it Cincinnati leading 20-3. And then Pittsburgh 3rd and 1. Franco Harris fumbles. Jim LeClaire picks it up, runs for a touchdown. The Bengals scored 3 times in 1 minute and 54 seconds. They are out in front of the Pittsburgh Steelers by a score of 27-3. Let's go back Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen.
Thank you, Brian. Out there on the lake, This 50-degree day, that's got to be a real challenge, the weather, although I guess considering what it's been, it's not bad at all. Avellini going to throw on first down, nothing but white shirts there. Three closest men wore New England uniforms. Crowd didn't like it.
John Hannah on the sideline, Dick. Can't see those hands, but last week he dislocated fingers on both hands. I talked to him in the locker room. He said, boy, they really know how to destroy a man's game. I said, yeah, you can't hold now, can you? Took his game plan right away from him. You see how heavily taped they are. And tough for a man, any man on that football team to operate with dislocated fingers on both hands.
From the 42, Bears with the ball trailing 14-0. This is Avellini's third pass. Has a man, and Walter Payton can't hold on at the 41 of New England. So that's 2 drops for Avellini, and he's still looking for his first yard through the air. Update, second quarter with 8 minutes left in the half in Baltimore. Earl Campbell has scored on a 7-yard run, and Houston leads the Colts 14-6.
Well, apparently Kenny Myers decided they just couldn't stay with that run business. He calls the plays for the Bears from the press box through Coach Armstrong on the sideline, and they've gone to the air twice in a row. 3rd and 10, they're going to have to go back again. And without success, two men that could have caught the ball, but the ball slightly off target in both cases and goes for naught.
Payton really would have had some running room, too, had he caught that. 3rd and 10 from the Bear 42. Avellini under some pressure, dumps it off. Robin Earl struggles and may have made the first down. The fans cheer the first Bear completion. Sarcastic in their applause.
Well, this is a tough crowd. They've had great football over the years, and they've had a long drought. They'd like to see it come to an end, and of course they were really in the corner of Vince Evans, who had them roaring and rolling, and they'd like to get him out of the hospital, but unfortunately it's going to be a long time before he gets back on the playing field, I'm afraid.
We want to explain that. Vince, watching our telecast today from a Chicago hospital, sees Walter Payton to the right side, 45, and buried at the 44-yard line. Evans, who has thrown all 4 of Chicago's touchdown passes this year, suffered an unusual problem. As you look at Walter Payton's great marks, Evans had a staph infection, and apparently a microorganism circulating through the body until it finds a weak area, and he'd had a hip bruise, and it settled there. Had extremely high temperatures this week, near 105 degrees, and they feel now they don't know how long it will take, but he probably won't play for a month, and that's really a terrible setback for this Bear organization.
We certainly would extend our best wishes for a speedy recovery to him. That's a real loss for this Bear team, and a personal loss, I'm sure, for Evans, who was really coming into his own.
On the blitz, and that should be a forward pass, and it is. No, they're going to call it a sack at the 46-yard line. Avellini had his arm going forward, but Mel Lunsford had him tackling and in control of Avellini. They're calling it a sack, the second for the Patriots.
That's the second of the day for both teams. Boy, I'll tell you, that Mel Lunsford usually plays the run. You'll see him coming on just like a freight train. Julius Adams from the other side. Those are 2 very big and active defensive linemen.
Now the Bears, who had invaded New England territory, now back in their own half of the 50. I'd like to thank WMAQ-TV, our NBC-owned station here in Chicago, for furnishing their new Center 5 helicopter to give us those beautiful aerial shots of the game here at Soldier Field. That's a nice dimension. We're enjoying it today. Thank you, Channel 5 Chicago. Avellini, complete. There goes Dave Williams, 35-30, 25-20, 15-10. Dave Williams, touchdown! Dave Williams, acquired by the Bears just before the opening game when they lost 2 backs by injury, open over the middle, and Bob Avellini has his first touchdown throw of the year, 54 yards.
Now, we said it earlier, they had to do something to get it back on track. They left the running game behind for a brief while. The chance right there to stop it in the backfield. Steve Nelson missed the tackle. Kostick tries to get him from behind. Rod Schote tries to run him down. Evans did a good job of zigging right there and just dove over into the end zone. A beautiful play.
Bob Thomas tries the point after, it's good. and the Bears are back in the game. So Dave Williams, a former 49er, catches the pass over the middle and some fancy broken field running. The Bears are on the board. 9 minutes left, first half, 14-7 Patriots.
But NBC will be there. Live coverage. Here is the handoff to Curtis Brown. Baumauer in at middle guard, number 73. Big nose tackle in his third year from Alabama. Shunned the block. Made the knockdown.
Baumauer played the play very well. He's got a man on the other side, Doug Betters, who's been having an excellent afternoon. We'll take a look. He's playing. Joe Devlin's playing against him right before the half. We saw him cause a fumble by Ferguson. Nobody's run over him all day.
Betters is good. You don't hear a lot about him. I think he was drafted about the 9th round out of Nevada, Reno. But he's really come on. They think they've got something here. Doug Betters, 75 at right end. Second down and 10 for Buffalo. Ferguson goes to the run. Rolling hooks, darting inside, loses the ball. But I believe the play was whistled dead, John. 10:35 to play in the third quarter.
It was dead.
Betters was in there.
But the play wasn't too effective either. Now they've got a third down and about 9 or 10 yards to go. As we see, nobody's pushing anybody around from Buffalo to Miami. When Miami has the ball, they seem to be moving people a little better at the line of scrimmage. As a result, it's going to force Ferguson to throw the ball at will. I'm a little surprised he hasn't thrown it on one of the first 2 plays.
Yeah, the offense has been predictable, but maybe because it has been difficult for Miami. They've probably been looking for the first down pass. Consequently, Ferguson looking to break it up the front with a run. Third down and 5. Quick drop. Ferguson steps in. He throws. He's got a man. The reception is made for a first down and plenty more. Out to the 37-yard line. Frank Lewis came back at the ball and caught it down on one knee. He has 2 good receptions in this game.
That's one of those times where the real strong arm comes into play. Aren't many quarterbacks in the game that could get away from a rush, be as far off balance as Joe was, and still get the ball out to the sideline as swiftly as he did.
Norris Thomas, 41, you saw come back. He was beaten on the play, but it was very difficult to defend against. And now with 9:20 to play in the third quarter, Miami in the lead 17-0. The Bills have the ball first and 10 at their 37. Butler is wide to the left against Gerald Small. Ferguson's looking at Butler. He throws to him. Boy, he can play. Butler goes way up and takes the ball at the 45-yard line of Miami. A gain of 17 yards and a first down 18-yard gain.
It's one of the few times today that Ferguson has been able to get Butler in a one-on-one situation. Occasionally, as we mentioned earlier in the game, he'll be able to do it going to small side because they respect small so much. This time, he had no linebacker help. It was an easy throw, an easy catch. They pick up a first. No, there's nobody in front of him to block his vision. The ball was thrown a little behind him, but he makes a fine reception.
Gary Butler comes out again. He's going to be seeing the football more. It is first and 10 Buffalo at the 45-yard line of Miami. Terry Miller on the sweep. Cuts upfield, and Miller gets ahead for a gain of 6 or 7 yards inside the 40-yard line of Miami. Doug Betters finally knocked him down.
Betters and Chambers on the tackle. Taking a look at Don Shula, you can see he's a bit involved. He doesn't take much for granted. He knows that Buffalo's one of those teams that can put 14, 21 points on the board in a very short period of time.
Talk to the Jets or Cincinnati. Buffalo scored 51 against Cincinnati, 46 against the Jets. And right now they're looking to break the ice here, get off the snide. Archie Manning just threw for a touchdown, ran for one. It's tied 7-7. Saints in Tampa Bay. Ferguson, play faking. Looks, he's got a man open. Frank Lewis is inside the 20-yard line. He's down to the 19. So Buffalo, behind the right arm of Joe Ferguson, starts to cook here in the third quarter.
Excellent call, excellent throw. He's in a run-pass situation. Simple little play-action pass. You can see Betters trying to put a little pressure on him, but he's got Frank Lewis wide open in the middle of the field.
The rain has stopped. And so Buffalo's throwing game can gear up right now. There's Frank Lewis. He is out on the right flank. Gary Butler, single coverage against him. Gerald Small is single coverage against him. Ferguson goes to the run. Fumble!
I think Buffalo got the ball back.
scary. He lost the ball and got it back, and he got ahead for 6 yards.
It looked from up here, and we'll see in the replay, as if it was kicked back to him. He loses the ball right here. Here it comes back. Thank you very much.
Does draw a crowd, that football, doesn't it?
Okay, Willie Parker on Baumhauer. He does his job. Better tries to play a game, get inside. Everything got jammed up.
Now Buffalo is challenging. 2nd down and 5 at the 15-yard line of Miami. Hand off to Miller. Sometimes you get hit, sometimes you get hit.
That is one of the toughest plays in the game for a quarterback to make. He has to contain. He came all the way in from the offside.
Matheson, 53, who's been around 13 years, was the guy who drilled him.
And Norris Thomas did a little work himself.
Washington and Cleveland now tied 6-6. 2 Mark Mosley field goals for the Redskins. Earl Campbell has run it in from 7 yards out. 14-6. If Pittsburgh loses, Houston goes to the top of the AFC Central. They'd be in a tie, actually, with the Steelers. Ferguson looks, fires, man's open. Frank Lewis is down inside the 10. It's a first down for the Buffalo Bills at the 8-yard line of Miami.
That's one of those patterns that you have to rely on your receiver to do some adjustment. Ferguson went back. He had 2 people running corners. Frank Lewis running a little delay pattern. When he did so, it was cluttered up in the middle. He just cut the ball up short, came to the outside, and picked up the first.
The Dolphins ranked 4th in the NFL in total defense. They ranked 3rd in rushing defense. They've given up fewer touchdowns than any team in the National Football League this season. Right now, Buffalo, no points up, is threatening. First and goal. Miller runs. He's down inside the 5. He's down close to the 3-yard line. Good execution. They got those power guards out in front of that one. Delamelier and Reggie McKenzie. Jones and Devlin the tackles. Willie Parker the center. Good blocking up front.
You bet. It couldn't have come at a better time. On first down to pick up 6 yards inside the 10-yard line. It's no picnic with 2nd and 3. Those are the toughest yards in the game down there. But to get 6 on first down gives them a chance to either run or pass, and it makes things a whole lot easier.
3rd quarter moving by quickly, John. 14-15 left to play in it. 2nd and goal from the 3. Rolling hooks.
Look at that play.
They mark him out at the 1-yard line. He now they call a touchdown.
Yeah, it looked like a touchdown all the way.
10 seconds after the play was over, they signaled touchdown.
Well, they had to make sure. They had to find out whether or not he stepped out of bounds when he started spinning. We'll get a chance to look at it. He just outruns the pursuit. Foley thinks he's got him trapped. He gets outside, gets away from Norris Thomas, and as he goes out of bounds, he's got the ball over the goal line.
There is Coach Shula looking on now as he sees his powerful defense literally taken apart by Ferguson's passing and subsequently the touchdown run by Roland Hooks. Nick Mickemeyer drills the extra point up and through, and with 3:57 left to play in the 3rd quarter, the Buffalo Bills are on the board. They now trail Miami 17-7.
A lot of you viewers will be seeing the Atlanta-Oakland game immediately following this one, so we have a lot of entertainment coming your way throughout the course of the day. As it's now first down at the 21-yard line, we understand that Payro suffered an injured right knee. Here is the give to Wayne Morris. And Morris is going to lose some yardage on that play. Reggie Wilkes, number 51, is over there. Wilkes hurt a back last week in that game against Washington, but doesn't look like it bothered him too much. He's the guy that calls the defensive signals for the Eagles in only his 2nd year out of Georgia Tech. Houston and Baltimore. Houston.
14-6 now. Earl Campbell on a 7-yard run. It's Houston's 2nd touchdown.
He was held to 53 yards by the Cards last week.
Got a tie in Cleveland. 2 Mark Mosley field goals. Kroftuck had his extra point blocked.
Loss of 2 on that last play. On a 2nd and 12, Otis Anderson gets it to the 24-yard line. Ken Clark, number 71, making the tackle for the Philadelphia Eagles. This Eagle defense last week was ranked 3rd. They gave up a lot of yards late in the game to Washington. They're now ranked 4th. But last year they gave up only 250 points. Just a little over 14 points a game. And, Sonny, they're right back in there again doing the very same thing this year.
14-8 they're giving up now, and they've given up about 89 points.
But what's important to them, they're scoring more. They're averaging just over 20 points a game, and that's what Vermeil felt they had to do. 3rd down and 7. Zarkowitz. Wayne Morris, 1st down. Wayne Morris, that's a pretty tough catch. Frank LeMaster was over to make the tackle. But on a 3rd down, Zarkowitz keeps them moving.
You see him come out of the backfield. Steve gets good protection here, a little pressure by Harrison, but he delivers the ball enough for the 1st down. The swinging back out of the backfield.
Boy, I tell you, LeMaster really lowered a boom on him, didn't he?
He did.
Good blocking that time by Keith Wardman up front. He's been doing a good job against Carl Hairston, their top pass rusher. 1st down from the 33-yard line. Morris again. And again, reaction is very good, and it's LeMaster, 55. He's the man who got a flag on the play, who played alongside Bill Berge for so long, and now trying to help the youngster Terry Tatalo. LeMaster did play very well last week against Washington.
He's a good linebacker. I think that's the strongest position the Eagles have, is their linebacking crew.
Well, their #1 pick, Jerry Robinson, can't find a place to play.
That's right. Tatolo stepped in, Chesley from Pittsburgh.
Let's see what this penalty's all about.
The foul, 68, 1st down.
That's Terry Steve, guilty of clipping. Can't say enough about Terry Steve. The coaches were telling me he may be playing as well as any guard in the league right now. He's up to 260-some pounds, gained about 25 pounds, hit the weights, and they missed him. And last week he came back against Houston, and they started running the ball again.
Much more strength this year, much stronger.
15-yard penalty makes it 1st and 25 from the 18-yard line. A delay to Morris. Morris out across the 20 to the 21. Charlie Johnson, the nose tackle, will be credited with that tackle. And so the Cardinals trying to fight themselves out of a big hole right now. It's a dangerous situation for a young quarterback.
Well, it is. I think both teams offensively have suffered by losing their first-string quarterback. They look like they've lost some continuity.
That's to be expected. Buffalo, Miami.
Buffalo finally scored. Roland Hooks on a 3-yard run. 17-7 now. That's in the 3rd quarter.
Mel Gray, Pat Tilley, the wide receivers on a 2nd and 21. Zarkowitz has Gray. He's got it. Look out. He's off to the races. He's to the 30-yard line. Gray to the 20. He's going to take it all the way. Touchdown. Mel Gray keeps his streak alive. He now has caught a pass in 81 straight games, and that's a 78-yard touchdown.
What a spectacular catch he makes on it. He goes right up and takes the ball away. Let's take a look at it. Zarkowitz throws the ball actually before Gray makes his move, because it's a long throw. And watch him go up and catch the ball right. Took it right away from Wilson. And it's a long chase when you have to chase down Mel Gray.
You know something? He hasn't had a touchdown catch in a long time. I think it was 22 games since he's had a touchdown catch, and he got a big one there, 78 yards. Point after attempt by Steve Little is on the way. It's a 13-7 game as the Cardinals erupt on a 2nd and 21. Zarkowitz hits Gray for 78 yards, and the Cardinals have the lead.
In Miami, and that man, Roland Hooks, just went in from 3 yards out for Buffalo's first touchdown. It's 17-7 Miami, 3rd quarter, 3:56 to play in it. The kickoff goes to Tony Nathan, who ran back a punt, 86 yards. He hands off on a reverse to Don Besselou. And Besselou, a rookie from Georgia Tech, is knocked out of bounds at the 33-yard line. Nickemeyer got it. Next Sunday, kickoff exciting football action with NFL 79 when it takes a look at the life on the inactive list through the eyes of injured receiver Billy Brooks of the Cincinnati Bengals. Then an NFL doubleheader. Early games include the Dolphins versus the Patriots. Most of the country will see that. Other matchups, Oakland and the Jets, Cincinnati at Cleveland, Baltimore at Buffalo. And then the doubleheader game for most parts of the country, San Diego at Los Angeles, Houston at Seattle. That's an NBC doubleheader next Sunday. It's first First down and 10 Miami. 32-yard line. Greasy gives off. Delvin Williams is caught by Lucius Sanford back at the 25-yard line. A loss of 7 yards.
You talk about your outstanding defensive plays by Lucius Sanford. He took Ed Newman and just pushed him right back in the backfield. When you've got a guard that's leading your back and he's standing behind him, you're in trouble.
And I tell you, Newman bench presses over 500 pounds. He's the strongest guy on the team. I know that always impresses you, the weightlifters.
Well, you can catch anybody going the wrong way, and you can throw them a long ways, and that's exactly what Sanford did.
That's how it stands right now in the AFC East. Gary Davis and Norm Bulash in the offensive set now for Miami. Second down and about 18 yards to go for the first down. Handoff. Gary Davis, he's got a problem. Breaks one. And the Bills are out there striking hard now. He got back some of the lost yardage, but it's going to be third and about 11 for Miami. Mario Clark, 29, hit in the left corner.
Ben Williams made a pretty good play. The problem was he didn't have enough pursuit coming with him. You can see as he spins off the block, he forces Gary Davis to go outside a lot farther than he would like, so that when he cuts up, the pursuit's there to handle him.
Davis, as you see, has run the ball just twice. That first one was a 41-yarder in the first half. Led to the field goal. Third down and 11 for Miami. Here's the rush on Greasy. He throws. He's got a man open, and Juriel Harris. It's a first down for the Dolphins at midfield. A perfect strike by Greasy.
He had no lane to throw it in. He had to throw it over the top of linebackers, and he did it with perfect touch. Hang in there, Duriel. It gets a little rough when that ball's coming rather slowly and you're in the middle of the field. It does attract the crowd. You can see here, Bob pulls the string on it a little, throws it over the top of the linebacker. Hasn't. When he does so, Duriel Harris is waiting.
Harris came right between the deep drop of the linebackers in front of the zone coverage of the defensive backs. And the strike is right there for the big gainer. It's a first down for Miami, midfield. Dolphins leading the game 17-7, 1:25 to go, third quarter. They go to the run up the middle. It doesn't get too much, maybe 3. Bob Avellini has just passed for the first touchdown of the game for the Chicago Bears, a 54-yarder to Dave Williams. Grogan's thrown for 2 New England scores, as in the second quarter the Patriots lead the Chicago Bears 14-7.
And here in Miami, we look at number 39 leading number 24, Delvin Williams. Pickup of about 4, the easy way.
We're having some pretty good collisions in that middle, just like we like it.
Well, Buffalo's using a lot of people in the middle. They're trying to force him to throw. Got to stop when they do so.
Second down and 6, Miami. Zonka is hit hard and driven back. D. Hardison in the game, a 270-pound defensive end, number 74, in his second year from North Carolina. Knockdown is made at the 43-yard line. The end zone pylon, they call it, as you see the ground level camera. And Zonka goes back to the backfield with 64 yards in the books today and a 6-yard touchdown run. Third quarter is winding out on us very quickly. We're down to 14 seconds in running. Apparently the Dolphins are going to let it run out.
They'd just soon be going with the wind as against it.
You got it. That is the end of the third quarter here at the Orange Bowl in Miami, as the Miami Dolphins now will shift sides with the Bills, and Miami with the timeout lead 17-7.
Well, there he is. He's catching his breath. A 78-yarder and 81 straight games. That's kind of a sensational way to keep your streak going, isn't it?
Isn't it ever? What a great play.
Wally Henry, with the Cardinals leading at 13-7. Henry comes right back up the field. He's to the 24-yard line. Well, Gray has been hurt all year long. Hasn't been able to run full steam, but boy, he took off that time. And now Ron Jaworski is coming back at quarterback. Jaworski, let's see how well he can continue with that injury. I think that 78-yard touchdown pass may have made a decision to get him back in there.
Well, they definitely would like to play him if at all possible, and if he's not going to hurt himself by playing.
That was only the 9th catch of the year for Mel Gray, to show you he just hasn't been able to put it all together. But that will heal your wounds in a hurry.
Got to do a lot to Steve Pisarkowicz, too.
From the 25-yard line, Carmichael jumps out at the bottom of the screen, split out. Jaworski giving off to Montgomery. Montgomery to the 25, across the 30 to the 31-yard line. Bob Pollard eventually ran him out of bounds. And so the Eagles trailing for the second time in this game. They trailed early 6-0 and took the 7-6 lead. And that interception just before the end of the first half could prove to be a very big play, Sonny.
Has to be a very big play because look at the momentum that would have given them in at halftime, coming from behind the way they did.
Well, Tampa Bay's 5-1, but they may be 5-2 in a minute here. Look at this.
Tony Galbraith scored the second touchdown for New Orleans, 6-yard run, 14-7.
Thanks to that excellent offense. Second down and 4 from the 31-yard line. Jaworski. Carmichael, the 45, the 50, and so now, all of a sudden, they're going to their big money receivers, Gray and Carmichael, a 19-yard pickup to the midfield stripe.
They caught him in a good defense this time, and he throws, look how quickly he throws the ball. Right behind the linebacker, nobody covering him.
Jaworski's tough. He's played with a fractured finger this year. Now he's come back in with a foot injury. Wonder how this one hurt.
He's a leader, too, Gary. They have to have him on the field.
First down at the 50-yard line.
I think his finger's recovered, and it feels
much better.
Much better.
Jaworski has two receivers, split to the top of the screen. Montgomery almost didn't get that ball put away, and now he's to the 41-yard line, and the Eagles are storming back. That's going to be about a yard short of the first down.
You see the great run right here. Watch this. He cuts back. He got some good blocking right there. It didn't look like he was going to make a lot of yards out of it, yet he picked up 9 yards.
At the 41, second down, a yard to go. There's the stats on Montgomery. He has 2 100-yard days. We've been told now by our producer Bob Rowe that Jim Hart will not return to this game today. Ron Jaworski, of course, is back. Here is Montgomery trying to pick up the first down. Very close. Kurt Allerman making the tackle. Let's check up on the Patriots and Bears.
The Bears have come back and got a touchdown. They were trailing 2 touchdown passes by Steve Grogan. Dave Williams on a 54-yard pass from Bob Avellini.
Williams, the guy has had to play all year at fullback. Roland Harper out for the year now. They lost also John Skabinski. Robin Earl did return. It is a first down now for Philadelphia. At the 40. So the Eagles, I think, have stirred them up a little bit, that 78-yard touchdown.
I think they're picking up a little bit offensively also with the return of Jaworski. They realize they're going to have to play well, protect him.
Gary Petz is in there for payroll, playing in the left guard position. He's 64. As Ron Jaworski playing, I'm sure, with some pain. On the first down, Jaworski moving pretty well. Got time to throw. Harris doesn't see it.
Wasn't looking. Didn't expect it.
That's kind of embarrassing, isn't it?
So to me, I'm not looking at you, huh? Take a look at this. He comes out, it's a little play-action fake. Everybody was covered. Ron did the right thing and not going long. It looks like he takes his eyes off him and hits him right in the helmet. He went away from him. He must have thought that Ron was going long, but just looking back like that, that'll keep you awake.
He'll hate to look at that film this week, won't he?
That's right.
There's the stats on Jaworski. He came in here ranked 3rd in the NFC. Second and 10. Excellent protection. This time Harris has it. Harris against the grain to the 35, 34-yard line. It'll bring up third down, still 4 yards to go. Leroy Harris, who came to the Eagles for a 7th-round draft pick, but he weighed at about 235 pounds. He's now down to 223. He had a sore knee, which has come back, and he's playing like they expected him to play.
I tell you, just watching Ron Jaworski walk back in the huddle, he's limping more noticeably right now.
There it is, 3rd and 4 from the 34-yard line. It'd be a long field goal if they don't get it here. You don't know if it's out of the range of Franklin or not. He kicked 2 60-yarders in one game against Baylor at Texas A&M. Jaworski, Carmichael, he has the first down. Wait a minute, they say he's out of bounds. He was out of bounds. Bud Wilkinson over there to be absolutely sure they were aware of that. And it's going to bring up 4th down, and here comes Franklin.
Take a look at this. Got to have both feet in bounds. Up, he picked his foot up to catch the ball and steps on the sideline.
It was a good call, and when you're 6'8", you got a lot of body to keep in bounds, and there was a good example. He couldn't do it. Now this kick is going to be a 51-yard attempt. For Franklin, it might be a chip shot. I'll tell you the way he's been kicking. Franklin's missed one today. He attempted one from 50 yards out. This kick is on the way. It's straight enough, and it is good. He just got it over. A 51-yarder. That's his longest of the year. Prior to that, he had a 48-yarder. And the rookie from Texas A&M has paid big dividends this year for Philadelphia.
New England leads, and the Bears, after the touchdown, will kick it off. That's how it stands coming into this game. In the East, AFC, Miami, and New England tied for first place. The Patriots trying to make it 5 victories. You saw famed Lakeshore Drive. Jason to Soldier Field here in Chicago.
Might have seen a few cars zig when those Bears scored a touchdown. I imagine quite a few of those radios tuned in to this ball game.
You know, these Bear fans, family, they really follow the Chicago sports franchises. Alan Clark, kickoff return for New England at the 15. And down he goes at the 20. And now it's a more spirited audience here at Soldier Field, and that should reflect in the play of the Bears, who are back in it. Lenny Walderscheid, another tackle on the special teams for Chicago.
One of the things you have to have in your home stadium is that feeling that, hey, we can make it tough on you. You make a mistake in our stadium.
Miami is leading Buffalo 17-7. Third quarter, Roland Hooks has just scored for Buffalo on a 3-yard run. Of course, they're interested in this game against New England, and they'll be matched against each other, Miami and New England, next Sunday. From his own 20, Grogan on an option run is dropped at the 20-yard line. Dan Hampton, who saw a lot of that action when he played at Arkansas, Southwest Conference, made the play. 99 Hampton, the giant rookie, 6'5" and 252 for the Bears. He still has his pet pig, Pork.
Well, he was corralling some people on the other side. He's really come into his own, has all the physical talents, and certainly learning how to use those hands, quickness. Going to be a fine defensive player. But as, again, it very often happens. The offense makes a big play. You can see that defense is aroused, too, and they're going to try and make a big play of their own right here.
Second down and 10. Grogan to throw. 9 for 11. Francis almost made an impossible catch. One-handed, reaching behind him. Gary Campbell, 59, the coverage for Chicago.
A couple of Hawaiian boys there. Campbell from Hawaii, along with Russ Francis. They were out in the middle of the field before the game talking about home. Right there, they were very close together coming down the field. Campbell doing a fine job of covering the great All-Pro.
Francis yet to catch a pass, and he's the leading receiver for the Patriots with 21. 6 defensive backs now in for the Bears on 3rd and 10 from the 20. Blitz. Grogan gets away. Ivory complete. First down at the 35. Grogan extricating himself from one of those impossible traps and making yardage.
Now, we talked earlier about the great advantage the quarterback with mobility has. You saw the run earlier, and now he uses the run to get extra time. And you give good receivers extra time to run in that defensive backfield, they're going to find an open spot.
And he throws so well against his body as Ivory finds the opening. Now Grogan running left and throwing back against his body, and a perfect throw.
Archie Manning, one of the only other quarterbacks in the league today that I know that is strong enough to make that kind of throw.
Patriots continue to make the yardage on 3rd down. Now it's 1st down, and Horace Ivory trying to get outside. Cannot. Down at the 36-yard line. Good lateral pursuit by the Bears, led by Jerry Muckensturm from Arkansas State, 4th-year linebacker. Now let's check the Bears division, the NFC Central. Tampa Bay in front by 2 games. They beat the Bears in a close game here at Soldier Field earlier. Minnesota tied with the Bears, and it's Green Bay and the Lions. But it's early, and Neil Armstrong said you look down the list, and some of the teams have not had the injuries we've had, and there are plenty of games to go. A couple of key injuries can turn a season around. Grogan, play action, roll. Wide open Jackson, and bumped out of bounds at his own 44-yard line by Virgil Livers. It is a first down or not? Not enough.
No, he's short of it. He had to come back for that football. Grogan putting it on target. Could be third and just less than a yard to go. But again, you get the feeling of the tremendous explosiveness of this New England offense. They have great outside receivers. They got a tight end that can block and catch the ball. They have good running. They get outside with Ivory, and all of their running backs can catch the football. Boy, I tell you, it's a tough offense to stop.
3rd and 1. Ivory outside, first down and more at the 48 of Chicago. Finally tackled by 44 Terry Schmidt, the left corner from Ball State. Originally signed with the New Orleans Saints back in '74. Ivory gives the Patriots even more dimension. While he was hurt, the defenses knew that the Patriots couldn't run wide. In fact, Grogan was their best outside runner. Now with the speed of Ivory, the power of Cunningham and Calhoun inside, Grogan's legion of outstanding receivers, it is a difficult team to defense.
Not only that, but he says he's 85%. Sugar Bear Hamilton there with an ice pack on his thigh. Must have taken a bruise.
Grogan to throw, first down. And it's Harold Jackson again, run out of bounds by Livers at the Bear 42. And again, a most accurate throw because Livers was right on his man.
Well, Jackson and Morgan both have outstanding speed, and Livers just giving Harold enough room, and I'm sure Harold's gone back and said, hey, he's playing me off. Let's work him over, force him to come up. But as you said, Dick, that ball had to be right on the money. Livers made an excellent reaction to the ball, could not get up in time to bat it away. Again, the strong arm of Grogan comes into play.
Jackson not used much this year by Grogan, has 4 catches, 64 yards. Harold had only 11 in the first 6 games. Cunningham has the first down and more to the 35, he burrows. And the Patriots are on the march. They lead 14-7 with 5.5 minutes remaining in this first half. We pause briefly for station identification. From Chicago, this is the NBC Television Network.
WMAQ-TV, Chicago.
First down, New England at the 35-yard line. Dick Enberg with Merlin Olsen. We're late in the second quarter in Chicago, where the Patriots with the ball in the lead. It's a draw play to Cunningham, and he's down to the 27-yard line. A gain of 7 on first down.
Blitz was coming on that one, and that looked like Buffon ran right past him before he realized that Cunningham had the football. Cunningham doing a fine job of just kind of hesitating and hanging in there. An excellent job of mixing the plays, screens and draws, short passes. I wouldn't be surprised to see Grogan use Jackson or Morgan with a short out and then up. They've tried to work Livers over the short passes. Now they may take him deep.
4.5 minutes left. It's Calhoun close to the first down, just shy at the 25. Calhoun, 4.5 speed and 212-pounder. And Grogan indicates to the sidelines it's short by that much.
Sam Adams coming onto the field. Adams been sick all week. They'll put Pete Brock at the other tight end. Hasselbeck, their normal number 2 tight end, has been kind of hurt during the week. Had an ankle problem. Hasselbeck is in there, so we got 3 tight ends in there.
And the Bears counter with an extra defensive lineman, Ron Rydolph, 76, as they're shoulder to shoulder, anticipating the run. And it's Grogan sneaking it ahead, and it appears he made it. As he lurched forward, then pushed back. We'll see.
See where they mark it. They actually put Pete Brock out at the wing position, but they use him as a 3rd tight end in that situation.
First down as Grogan straight ahead behind his own left guard. Not a bad man to run behind, John Hanna.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm glad that when I was playing defensive tackle, I didn't have to play against John Hanna every week.
6'2", 265 from Alabama. Rated the #1 lineman in the NFL last year. Wears number 73. Patriots leading 14-7. First down at the 25. And Grogan wants to throw. Toward the end zone, incomplete. Livers on the coverage of, well, it could have been to Russ Francis or to Stanley Morgan as they crisscrossed down to about the 5-yard line, and no one near it.
It looked to me like it was going to Francis. Gary Fensick was right on top of him, and I think he may have just have tossed that one away. Look at Grogan as he drops back. Watch Francis now. 45, Fensick right on top of him. the ball thrown high, but I think he just chucked it away. He saw he was covered, and rather than take a sack, he unloaded it.
Grogan and that catcher's squad in the huddle to call the plays. 2nd and 10. Grogan now makes his home in the Boston area, but returns back to his native Kansas in the summer to work the fields. He likes to ride that combine and the wheat fields. Trying to ride his team into a bigger lead. 14-7. 2nd down throw. Intercepted. Doug Buffon, the veteran Buffon, makes the play at the 16-yard line, and they love him here in Chicago. He represents a link to the past. Veteran Buffon, 35 years of age, has his 23rd career interception that breaks the linebacking record with Dick Butkus. 23 for Buffon. We'll be back. 14-7 New England.
Well, so far today they are. New Orleans out in front of Tampa Bay, 14-7. Tony Galbraith just ran in from 6 yards out for the Saints as they take a 14-7 lead. Maybe Tampa Bay isn't ready for the Super Bowl.
They're a pretty good team, but I don't. It's a little premature.
3rd down and about 3 yards to go for the 1st down. Here comes Gary Davis turning the corner, and he is stopped by the Buffalo Bills 2 yards short of the 1st down. Isaiah Robertson, number 58, made the play. That brings up 4th down. George Roberts, the punter, is coming out as we have 14:43 left to play in the game. Miami leading 17-7. Bills drop back 2 punt returners. Pacone goes back, as does Keith Moody. Moody number 2 in the AFC in returning punts. There is George Roberts in his 2nd year from Virginia Tech. He came here as a free agent. Accurate kicker. He'll knock it out of bounds inside the 20. He'll place it inside the 10 on a little loop punt. Bills go for the rush. Ball is hit down at the 5-yard line. Can the Miami Dolphins get to it? Almost. Up to touch the end zone line. Just touched it. Touchback. Comes out to the 20. Despite the best efforts of rookie Glenn Blackwood from Texas. Boy, is that kid a hitter in college. He almost downs it.
Don, he makes an excellent play, but you can see how accurate the officials are. They're right there. The ball just touches the line, out to the 20.
Well, he's talking about Joe Theismann, obviously.
Yeah, he's talking about getting a better pass rush.
1st and 10, Browns at their 33-yard line. Logan wide to the left side. Rucker set in the slot inside of him at the bottom of your screen. Now they start Rucker in motion. Ryan Sight back into the pocket, delivers the football. It is caught by Logan at the 45-yard line, his 5th catch of the afternoon.
You know, Logan has been doing a splendid job today. There was a little report in Washington by Peters that Logan wasn't quite tough enough to come over the middle, or not as good a blocker as a tight end, but he gets open. He's got a weave type of move.
This guy took Paul Warfield's place, so you can see the shoes that he is filling in Cleveland. He reminds a lot of people here of Gary Collins, only he's faster than Collins. He's one of the great all-time receivers for the Browns. Straight up the middle to Calvin Hill for short yardage. Another thing about Logan, and I don't know if there's another athlete that they can say this about, he was drafted in 3 major sports: football, basketball, and baseball. He was a 3rd-round pick for Cleveland, the Indians, or rather for the Browns. He turned down a baseball offer from the Cincinnati Reds and an NBA contract from the Kansas City Kings.
Well, it shows he's a good athlete. I know he has great hands. Now the Redskins sent their nickel personnel in.
2nd and 9. Browns at their 46-yard line. Score tied at 6 late in the 3rd period. Hill, nice hole up the middle. Calvin Hill to the 40, to the 35-yard line. Hill at the 30, and finally out of bounds near the 20, and we got a flag.
Yeah. You know, we talked about running against the nickel defense. That's what Sipe did. That's the best play, a fast trap, and Calvin showed that he can still play football. Watch his maneuverability.
Well, Hill coming back to haunt the Redskins. He scored the only touchdown.
Hit him out of bounds.
There was a flag thrown right as the tackle was made. It was a 34-yard gain. Now let's see what the penalty is. It's going to be against the Redskins. And we'll move the ball half the distance to the goal, which will take it down to the 10-yard line. And we'll get the official word from the referee, Jerry Seaman. Well, tell us about the penalty.
That was a smart call.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 59, defense.
You attack the weakness of every defense. Don't throw into the strength.
Brad Dusek, number 59, guilty of the roughing penalty. And the Browns have a first and goal to go from the 10-yard line. A minute 46 left in the third period. Ryan Sipe giving to Pruitt. Maybe a yard, and that's all. Good job by the right side of the Redskins defense. Mark Murphy was in there, and so was Pete Wysocki.
We talked about Cleveland's ability to run wide. You can see there that the Redskins played that well. They got across, they penetrated and strung it out, and you had no chance to go wide. There's where you need the Greg Pruitt, the extra step to beat the defense around the corner.
Mike Pruitt, of course, is from Purdue. He also was a #1 draft choice, so the Browns came along rather slowly, but has done quite well here in the last year or so. Second and goal from the 9. Pruitt and Hill are the running backs. Sipe waiting over the middle and intended for Logan. Incomplete.
Well, he was covered. Sipe threw the ball high so that there was no chance for an interception. Here it is from the end zone.
Would have been tough to come down with this thing and stay in bounds even had he caught it.
Either way, offense or defense.
It was thrown right at the very back of the end zone.
Here it is.
Of course, he's got that great height.
Yeah, real high. Let him try to go up for it. No chance.
Logan is 6'5". It'll be third down. Goal to go with the nose of the ball just inside the 10. Logan was shaken up on the play. There's Logan. Shaken up a little bit, but he's in there. Sipe under pressure from the Redskins. A fierce rush. As the blitz was on, Dusek was in there quickly.
That's a good call. He's had too much time to throw.
Tony Peters also came in there, number 23, blitzing from the defensive backfield. Peters got him.
They gave Peters a chance to get back at him. That's what he said he wanted to do.
Of course, he played here some. Left under not the best of circumstances. Now, here's Cockroft. Keep in mind, he's had an extra point blocked. He's had a field goal blocked. It's not been the best afternoon so far. Logan will put it down at the 27. It'll be a 37-yard try to untie this football game with 36 seconds left in the third period. Long enough and good. John Cockroft, as he has so many times, comes through for the Browns in the clutch, and Cleveland has taken the lead, 9-6.
55 stretches up, pulls it away from Stanley Morgan, and the 15-year vet breaks it away, gets a few extra yards. Told me before the game, he said, hey, this man right here, Cato the trainer, he's my man. Kept me together 15 years.
Well, the Bears, down 14-0, have stopped New England after the Patriots had it 5.5 minutes without any points. Robin Earl, big hole, gets to the 22-yard line. And not only did the fans cheer Buffon on the interception, another roar went out when we were away on commercial because the score from Tampa Bay was announced. With a minute and a half left in the first half, in the third quarter, Tampa Bay trails New Orleans 21-7. New Orleans has scored 3 straight touchdowns, the last in Archie Manning to Henry Child's 15-yard throw. So the Bears sense a possible comeback win, get them right back in the race. Peyton running into a lot of traffic, and looking at him, he carried a couple of men across the 25 to the 26, and that'll be a first down, I believe.
Peyton has a unique ability, Dick, to find a hole with his body, just almost like a worm. He'll get up in there and slide and jiggle and twist, do whatever he has to. He makes a tremendous amount of yardage after he's hit for the first time. I think that's the mark of the great back.
St. Louis has taken the lead 13-7 against Philadelphia. Steve Pisarkowitz to Mel Gray, but the news there is not all good. Both starting quarterbacks, Jim Hart, Ron Jaworski, have been taken out with injuries in that game. No report on the seriousness of those injuries to Hart and Jaworski. First down, Bears at the 26th. We're working toward the 2-minute warning first half. Avellini. Complete and then dropped at the 50-yard line. It was intended for James Scott, number 89, the leading receiver for the Bears in terms of the long ball. He has 13 catches, averaging 18. Raymond Claiborne, 26, brilliant left corner for the Patriots, right on him.
Claiborne over to tap a hand on the shoulder of Mike Haynes. One of the toughest positions to fill in football, those cornerback positions. And the New England Patriots have two of the finest in football. And the great advantage of having corners with speed is that you can put them one-on-one on those fast receivers. It gives you tremendous flexibility with your defense. It allows you to blitz when you want to. All the rest of it. You got the whole package.
See from that aerial shot, you can see how they had 123,000 here once, how they've closed in this stadium. Walter Payton reversing, coming back across the 30 to the 31. That'll make it third down and a long 5 for Chicago. At one time, 123,000 people saw Notre Dame and USC. 1927 was the year. And you see they built those stands to close in the field. It used to be able to go almost halfway into the loop here at Soldier Field. We'll be back.
Zonka at rest at the moment. The Miami defense on the field as Buffalo takes over the ball on the touchback. First and 10. Dolphins led at the half 17-0. Bills have the only touchdown of the second half. They trail 17-7. Terry Miller looking to break one. A lightning quick back out of Oklahoma State.
Very big drive, Don, for the Bills. If they can get a score right now, they are in the game with a lot of time to play. Excellent offensive line surge. DeLamalure, Willie Parker made good blocks at the point of attack. They've only got 1 yard for a first down. It looks, when Buffalo gets hot, you can kind of feel it. Right now, it looks as if they feel they got things going their way offensively.
Well, the wind has died down a great deal. They're working into it. Second down and about 1.5 yards to go for the first down. And Mike Collier runs and doesn't get there. Collier's going to be short. That'll bring up third down and about 1 yard or two. Big Bob Baumhauer, Shula says, when they come here from Alabama, they're ready to play pro football. The Bear trains them.
He gets them ready.
Had them ready yesterday. They beat Florida 40-0. Reuben Gant, double tight ends now. Steve Pizarkowicz has thrown to Mel Gray for 78 yards, and the Cardinals lead the Eagles 13-7.
The one good piece of news for Philadelphia, however, is Jaworski is back in the ballgame.
He is back. Oh, that's good to hear. They'll be glad to hear that in Lackawanna, New York, outside of Buffalo, where he's from. Jaworski is back in the game after being taken out with the leg injury. But the Bills took too long. So instead of third and less than 1 yard, it's going to be third and just over 5.
Not okay, Don. That's one time where that's the sort of error you just can't afford to make. It happens for different reasons. However, that's the second time it's happened to Buffalo today, and there's no reason for it other than the fact that maybe plays are a little slow coming in from the bench. You notice Miami, Greasy calls the plays. In Buffalo, the bench calls the plays. There are a lot of people instrumental in making that call. When you get the play to the quarterback too late, sometimes you're going to get caught that way.
New Orleans is getting after Tampa Bay now. Manning just threw to Henry Childs for 15 yards. Third down and just over 5 for Buffalo. Ferguson looks, fires, there's a man out there, but it's tipped and broken up. Nicely done by Neil Colsey. A free safety from Ohio State who's right here from Coral Gables. After some years with the Oakland Raiders, he comes back now to play in Miami.
Neil's always been that type of player. He's the center fielder type of a defensive back. He loves to be in a position where he can take chances at certain times, and that's the opportunity he's got in Miami.
So now the Bills have their punter Rusty Jackson in the game. And back deep for Miami is Nathan again. Nathan moving up on the ball, takes it on the run at the 44-yard line, turns outside. It's caught by Joe Shipp, and it's caught by Doug Green, number 21. So the Dolphins go back on offense with 12:21 left to play in the football game, and Miami in the lead 17-7. We'll be back at the Orange Bowl in a moment.
28 seconds left to play in the third period. There's your score. The Browns leading the Redskins 9-6. I'm Frank Lieber along with George Allen. And you're looking at Don Cockcroft getting ready to kick off.
They haven't kicked off too well from this end. The ball's been dropping around the 15-yard line. The Redskins, if that happens, the Redskins have a chance to get a return and set up field position. Let's see where the kickoff goes this time.
Hardiman standing at about the 5. It's been a wild football game so far. Hardiman at the 5. 10-15. Crosses the 20, breaks a tackle, 25. Pretty good run back by Hardiman. Gets it beyond the 30-yard line to about the 32. Pat Moriarty making the stop.
That's what. There's 47, Ricky Jones.
Oh, he got popped pretty good there, didn't he? And again.
Good block on him. He's staying with him. Still staying with him.
That's Greg Dubonnet of the Redskins. And finally, Jones says enough of this, right?
He didn't like that.
1st and 10 at the 32-yard line. Redskins trying to get back into it once again.
Well, they still have Harmon at fullback.
We have not received any word on Riggins.
As I mentioned, Harmon was our fullback in 1977 and did a fine job, but you like that size that Riggins has.
That's the end of the third quarter with the score. The Browns 9, the Redskins 6. We now pause for a word from your local station.
This coming Saturday night on CBS, we have a super special you won't want to miss. It's the Liberty Challenge of the Sexes, featuring some of the biggest name stars from the entertainment and sports world. 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. Red Fox, Bill Cosby, Barbie Benton, Charlie Pride, Lynn Redgrave,
Phyllis George,
and Phyllis George. Franklin, after the 51-yard field goal, making a 13-10 game. Thomas Lott is back deep along with Willard Harrell for St. Louis. Franklin hits it high. This is going to be Harrell. Harrell out to the 20. That's it. At the 20-yard line. So Tony Franklin this year, 9 field goals and 11 attempts. His longest of the year just a moment ago, 51 yards, but he didn't have a lot to spare, did he?
I tell you what, if he'd had to go 51 and a half, I don't know that he would have made it.
Let's watch him now. How does he protect that bare foot when he kicks off?
He's out of the way. Watch him. It goes down. He'll stop along here.
Look at that style, would you?
That's what you call styling.
So it's a 21. The Cardinals now with a 3-point lead. Well, they're leading the NFL in turnovers, and there is a very costly one. On the other hand, the Eagles, they just don't make very many mistakes. They have made one in this game, though, a big interception right before the end of the first half. Last week, they didn't make any against Washington. Washington made one, and it cost him. Here comes Montgomery. Montgomery to the 20, the 15, the 10. He has a first down, a 1st and goal at the 7-yard line.
You know, they had that play defense perfectly, and just the great running ability of Wilbert Montgomery, and he picks up a first down. Look, the man's got outside position. Niels does. There's the man. Carl Allen was forcing the play back in. He was in good position. That Montgomery gets the first down.
Ken Stone with a tackle. New Orleans has bumped it up even further.
Archie Manning hit Henry Childs with a 15-yarder for their 3rd touchdown.
Boy, they have an arsenal of receivers in New Orleans. 1st and goal now at the 7-yard line. Montgomery was 69 yards on 15 carries. And here he goes again to the 5-yard line. Be 2nd and goal there. Jaworski limping, and look at him, see?
Boy, he is playing in pain. You have to admire him going out there. Takes courage. The game's tough enough to play as it is.
Niels, Williams on the last tackle. 2nd and goal to 5. Charlie Smith comes in now. Spagnola checks out. Giants, San Francisco, and the Giants behind Sims. You see those highlights at halftime on Sims?
Is he playing well? They should have started off the season with him. 29-10 now they're leading San Francisco.
2nd and goal to 5. Jaworski has 2 receivers split to the top of the screen, and Carmichael and Smith gives to Montgomery. Montgomery in the 5. He is in for the touchdown. Wilbert Montgomery, who had 4 touchdowns last week, takes this one in. And the Eagles have erupted here after going down 13-7.
Again, I know it sounds redundant to continue to say this. Look, good position by everyone defensively, but you see what happens. You have to tackle this man. Alleman slips off. He just breaks tackles and gets into the end zone.
5-yard run. Montgomery came in here with 7 touchdowns for the year.
So hard to tackle him, huh? You see, Alleman's a good tackler and just bounced off of him.
Franklin to add the point after. Shira to hold, and Tony Franklin has now made it a 17-13 game in favor of the Philadelphia Eagles. So a seesaw affair, and what an entertaining football game. And a lot of it left. We still have 4:53 remaining in this third quarter play as these teams have exploded here in this third quarter. Let's look ahead now. Next week, the halfway point of the 79 season, and Philadelphia against Washington again. They go right back against the Redskins after a week away from them. Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Chicago, Minnesota, and Detroit, New Orleans.
And we're going to be at that Detroit-New Orleans game.
Giants, boy, they're a different football team now. Kansas City 4-2 going into today's activity. St. Louis and Dallas, that's always some struggle. And Atlanta, San Francisco.
Seems like St. Louis never gets a break, huh? They got to go back and play Dallas now, and you don't know if Jim Hart will be available.
I tell you, it's hard to believe that we are almost to the halfway point of the season. It's moving along, isn't it? Be sure now to consult your local listings and times in your area, and of course the NFL Today gets it all underway. Let's check the Washington-Cleveland score. We have a change there.
Cleveland got a 37-yard field goal by Don Cockcroft. They lead 9-6 now. Field goal kicking contest, huh?
Well, I guess. 17-13 our score here. Franklin, the kickoff. Montgomery now has 76 yards in this game on 17 carries. This time it's going to be Thomas Lott, the rookie out of Oklahoma. And Lott lowers his head and makes it just short of the 25-yard line. Lott playing in place of Roy Green now, who's out. John Shira making the tackle for Philadelphia. That last drive, after the fumble, didn't take long. 5-yard run by Montgomery, netting the point. The turnovers last week, Washington threw the 1 interception, and it turned the game around. Renard Wilson picked it off, and the Eagles marched in. There's Jim Hart. He will not return for today's game. They hope they have him ready against Dallas next week. There's Anderson carrying the 25. We've been told that the longest touchdown pass in St. Louis football history was Hart to Ahmad Rashad, 98 yards. You can't throw him much further than that, can you? That was in 1972. He was the #1 draft pick for the Cardinals. At that time, Bobby Moore, now Ahmad Rashad. From the 25-yard line, 2nd down, 9. That's Paris in motion. Bazarkowitz back. Gets it off behind Anderson, incomplete. Bazarkowitz, again, having a tough time locating that swing man.
He's having a tough time locating his receivers. There's pretty good coverage that time. The rush got to him, and he was just trying to dump it off to Anderson, but he threw it behind him.
And the Eagles make about 5 defensive changes now on this apparent passing play of 3rd and 9. Bazarkowitz is 5 of 14, 117 yards, but 2 interceptions.
Well, this is a situation you try to avoid, Gary. It's throwing against their pass defense team. They put in their rushman. They put in an extra back. John Shar comes in. Tough to throw against this defense.
You don't think they don't have Mel Gray in their mind right now as he's lined up at the bottom of the screen. 3rd and 9. Gray's picked up by Herman Edwards. Bazarkowitz throws up the middle, short. Intended receiver over the middle, the big tight end. That's Gary Paris. That'll bring up the 4th down. Again, Gray was really covered that time by Edwards. He was stride for stride with him. And so the Cardinals will have to kick the football. There's Paris, picked up this year after he was released by the Cleveland Browns. They've used him because he has better speed than Chandler does at that tight end spot, even though Chandler's an excellent blocker.
I think he was open that time, but it looked to me like Steve pulled the string on the ball a little bit and guided it instead of just letting it go.
Wally Henry back, little to kick. His 2nd of the afternoon, and he hits a dandy. Beautiful kick. Henry from the 29-yard line. And he's going to make it out to the 38. Very fine kick that time by Little, making the tackle Rod Phillips, the former Los Angeles Ram. And so the Eagles, with their lead of 17-13, will have it after a 9-yard return, a 41-yard punt. Next Saturday at 4:30 Eastern on the CBS Sports Spectacular, the 1979 World Amateur Roller Skating Championships from West Germany and the world's strongest men.
Well, that roller skating is really getting big in the country, isn't it?
It really is. It's maybe the fastest growing sport in the United States. They're trying to get it included in the Olympics in 1984. First down from the 37 is where they're going to mark it. There's Jaworski, who was hurt in the first half, but he's come back. Quick pitch, Montgomery, flag on the play. Montgomery breaks tackles to the 50, 45. Ken Stone is over there and knocks him out of bounds. But we said there is a flag. Who's it again? I'm not going to guess right now, and it's going to be illegal procedure against Philadelphia. That was a 30-yard run brought back. That would have put Montgomery over 100 yards.
I tell you, it's worth taking a look at anyway. You just see it. It's fun to watch this man play football. Boy, Stan Walters pulls out and makes a real fine block at the line of scrimmage. And there again, you just see this driving, churning little legs. Boy, and he just powers his way by. Kenny Stone finally runs him out of bounds.
Tackle was uncovered. Still first down.
What was that? Tackle was uncovered.
I think he backed off the line a little bit. You have to stay up on the line of scrimmage. 7 men have to be along that front. And he may have set back a little too far.
He just ran through the arms of Worley. Montgomery is 5'10", 195. Great leg drive, and what an attitude this guy has in his third year. Last year gained 1,220 yards. Mishandled snap. And the Cardinals have an opportunity, so they've evened up. That's one of the few mistakes the Eagles will give you, and right now the Cardinals will have the ball at the 30-yard line.
Let's see what happens here. See if we can pick it up. Oops, just didn't get the handle on it. Guy Morris, Jaworski, just couldn't come up with a handle.
Hard to tell. Looked like Kurt Allerman had gotten there. Eric Williams, 55. Both of them pounced in the near vicinity of the ball, and the Cardinals will get the ball at the 31. So a very similar fumble as the Cardinals had earlier.
Uncharacteristic of the Philadelphia Eagles.
That's 2 turnovers by him. Anderson and Brown now, the running back. This is Anderson. Anderson to the 25, 23-yard line. He is exciting, and he carries the football. And those linemen know that just a brush block, just any kind of block, sometimes could be the difference when he's carrying it.
Look at that Cardinal defense forced 18 fumbles this season.
You know who leads in that department? Tampa Bay. They have some defense, don't they? Tampa Bay had forced 22 prior to the start of today's action.
I don't know. Ask Archie Manning that, Jerry. They got 21 points so far.
Second down and 2. That defense may have gone to sleep today. Here's Anderson trying to go wide. Look at that foot fake he put on him. To the 20, and that's the first down. Boy, he really made a cut then, didn't he?
Bobby Howard had him dead to right. You see, if you pick it up, he runs right at Bobby Howard. No blocking in front of him. You watch him, he has him, and he just gives him a little wiggle and goes by him. Bunning to Tolo.
Got Bob Young coming out. He's hurt. George Collins replaces him.
He and Theodis Brown. There's that move.
Isn't that something?
Look at that. Where did he
Turn
go?
the inside out, won't it?
Where did he go, huh?
First down at the 20. As we mentioned, Young is out. Collins is in. Here's Anderson again. Anderson running behind the block. And I don't know where they're going to mark it. About at the 15-yard line. A little discussion going on between Hairston and Anderson.
A friendly pat.
I don't know how friendly it was, but it was a pat. It's going to bring up now. Second down, 5 yards to go at the 15-yard line. Anderson now starting to pick up some yardage. He has 64 yards on 16 carries. He's had to work for him, though, after that first week. And he got 193 yards and had that beautiful 76-yard run. He's had to kind of hammer away. The long runs are far between. Here's Anderson again going wide. He got a yard, and that's all. Very good reaction that time by Philadelphia.
Wait a minute. Anderson's getting up very slowly now.
We have been told that Bob Young's injury was a pulled hamstring, and that's an injury he had trouble with a year ago, and Anderson's limping a little bit.
Is that going to hurt him in a strongman contest?
You know, he holds a world record in the deadlift of 1,410 pounds, Bob Young does. There he is. Taking some of the tape off. Wayne Morris is in. Harris comes out of the game. They have a full backfield, a full house backfield on a 3rd and 4. Pizarkowicz with a blitz, gets away from Humphrey, delivers the ball, and it's caught by Theodis Brown. Did he get the first down? That was a pretty good play by Theodis Brown, not to mention Pizarkowicz.
Pizarkowicz really has to get away from Claude Humphrey here. Humphrey takes it inside, and look at him. He's back there before Steve gets back there. He does a good job avoiding him. Throws the ball. Could be very close to the first down. I think he's a little short.
He is short, Sonny. It's a 4th down. He's a half yard short. Brown has been an excellent receiver for this team. And now they're going to have 4th down. They're going to go for it at the 11-yard line. Pizarkowicz 6 of 16 now, 120 yards in the passing department, showing a very good ability to move with the football. Here we go. Big play. They're going to go to the big guy, Brown, and he's got it. And that has been the man, as a rookie, that they've depended upon time and time again on the goal line and on short yardage situations, and he delivers.
I tell you, good blocking on that left side of the line, and Brown picks up the first down. Keith Wortman, really a fine block that time.
Seeing a lot of football. The ball at the 9, 1st and goal now for St. Louis, as we have less than 30 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. 17-13. The Eagles with the lead. Pizarkowicz gives off again to Brown. He's at the 5, and he'll be shoved back. 2nd and goal there, and that'll be the last play of this 3rd quarter.
You see, they just kind of grinded in there. They're going behind the blocking of George Collins and Keith Wortman on that side. Takes it down to the 5 as the 3rd quarter ends.
That is the end of the 3rd quarter with the score, Philadelphia 17, St. Louis 13. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Red Fox, Lynn Redgrave, Tony Tennille, Tony Rivers, Charlie Pride, Bobby Benson, Phyllis George, the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, the Temptations, and the rest of America. Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Celebrity Challenge of the Sexes on CBS. First down for Tampa Bay under 21. Now out of motion is Ricky Bell, and that's on the 20-yard line. Alois Grooms made the stop. Tampa Bay cannot budge New Orleans now.
You know what they've done? They've used that man in motion play trying to get outside to disjoint the safety man, Ray Brown, and they haven't made any yardage on it all afternoon. They've run it about 4 times and haven't succeeded in doing any good at all on that kind of a play. I would think that they stop running it and do something that'll be more effective than what they've done.
Looks like they're going to have to throw it here to get moving at all, Hank.
They have to throw, especially on 1st down. Of course, they're in trouble here field position-wise, and they don't want to take a chance, I'm sure. That's why they're not throwing on 1st down, just like the Saints didn't when they had bad field position in the 1st half.
Now he rips that one out, and it's to the 29-yard line and is dropped. Pat Hughes was there, and coming out of the backfield, Ricky Bell couldn't hold on to it. 3rd down, 11 to go. Tampa Bay on their own 20. They're behind 21-7. They won 5 in a row. They were upset by the Giants last week, and now they're trailing New Orleans. Reggie Mathis and Don Swartz check into the Saint lineup as pass defensive measures.
If they don't get out of this trouble here and have to kick again, the Saints will have good field position and could stuff it right in there for another touchdown if they're not careful.
Johnny Davis into the backfield for Tampa Bay. And they try and throw a little screen there to Ricky Bell. It doesn't work. It's 4th down, and in 3 plays, they lost a yard.
It's incredible, and they had 2 perfect chances with receptions. Ricky Bell specifically, number 42, and he dropped both of them.
Crowd is booing some now. They're disappointed.
Money receiving deep for the Saints.
21-7. The Saints ahead. Punt formation. Tom Blanchard will be do the booting. kick is up. High twisting kick. Marty chasing it back. Flag is down. He's got the ball in his own 30. Turns upfield to the 35. He's to the 40. He's got a block out in front of him. He's still moving. And he's finally down at the 40-yard line of Tampa Bay by Jim Obradovic. But we had a flag down on that play. We had a great block there from Jim Merlo.
Boy, Jim Merlo really got a beautiful block, and I wonder if that's the one they call a clip. It sure looked like a great block from up here.
So Marty's excellent punt return may be wiped out. We had a couple of flags thrown on this play.
Watch the block. I don't know how they could possibly call. That's a block by Jim Merlo. You can't make him any better than that.
But there's one. The second one may have been the clip.
Yeah, it could be.
First one I didn't think was a clip. He came in actually from an angle from the side, all right, but from the front side of it.
Yes, the head was definitely in front, and Marty really does a great job of running the play downfield. And number 20, Eric Felton, is down there in good shape, throwing a block, trying to help him get as much as he possibly can on the play.
We had a flag down there back of the line of scrimmage that I called immediately when the foot hit the ball by Blanchard. It's a 5-yard penalty against New Orleans.
No, first down.
And a first down. This is going against New Orleans.
I don't know what it could have been called. Let's see.
We have a multiple foul, a defensive holding while the ball was in the air, a clip on the return, first down.
Defensive holding is while the ball was in the air, they had defensive holding, and that's the one the Tampa Bay chose. They retain the ball. They're on their own 25. Doug Williams looks out. The pass is complete and out of bounds. That'll be a first down. Morris Owens caught that ball right in front of Clarence Chapman, the left cornerback. 28 seconds to go in the third period. Tampa Bay a first down on their own 37.
Johnny Davis and Ricky Bell in the front backfield.
I can't understand why they haven't thrown the ball to the tight end Jimmy Giles more than they have in first down, because Ray Brown is wide and almost on the line of scrimmage outside the linebacker. That middle area is wide open.
Here's a draw play. Scampering over the 40, dancing away to the 50, still going. 40. Down at the 37-yard line. Ricky Bell. Excellent run by Ricky Bell. Myers had to haul him down from behind.
He put it in overdrive there. Good-looking play inside, makes a good inside-outside move. Don Reese was caught inside, and Tommy Myers finally made the tackle, number 37.
26-yard run by Bell. That's the end of the third quarter. It's 21-7 New Orleans. We pause now for a word.
Frank Lieber with George Allen, Cleveland Stadium, as we head into the final period of play. It'll be second down 7. Redskins with the football at their own 36-yard line, and they're playing catch-up. They trail by a score of 9-6. We were checking the bench during the timeout for John Riggins, because he hasn't been in there in a while, and we did see him take off his jacket and start to loosen up. Theismann puts it right in there for McDaniel at the 50-yard line, and John McDaniel falls forward to the 48. That is a Washington first down. Boy, you talk about threading the needle.
Yeah, well, Joe's got a good arm. He rifled that in there, and he had good protection, by the way, on that all the way.
Here comes Riggins back in the game. Philadelphia in the third period leading the Cardinals 17-13. Giants still out in front of San Francisco 29-10, and New Orleans has really come alive in the third period. They were scoreless at the half, and they've scored 3 touchdowns in the third period. First and 10, Redskins from the 49-yard line of Cleveland. Hardiman caught at the line of scrimmage just as he tried to turn it upfield. Bolton, number 28, on the stop.
And John Riggins threw a tremendous block. Probably can't see it, but boy, he cut his man down right at the knees. Here it is. Tony Werner showing it again. See that man on the ground? That was a block by John Riggins.
Second down, little more than 10 needed for the first down, actually closer to 11. So let's call it second and 11 with the ball at midfield. Bugs to the left side. Ricky Thompson in the slot inside of him. Theismann. Thompson got his hands on it. Yeah. Scott was there defending. Look at it again.
Well, Joe's thrown to the slot side of the formation. The ball was a little bit overthrown.
Well, somebody got a piece of that thing right at the line of scrimmage, threw it off line, and Thompson made a good effort.
Yeah, it looked like it was deflected there.
Theismann is now 9 out of 15 for 155 yards. There's the stat on him so far. It is third down, and the Redskins need 11 for the first down from midfield. Cleveland defense digging in. Good protection for Theismann. He throws it behind. Clarence Harmon, the intended receiver, at the 42-yard line. Unfortunate.
Well, what Cleveland did there, Cleveland faked the dog and then came off and covered. Rushed with 4 and covered with 7. See, Joe has the time. Threw the ball a little bit behind Clarence.
Scott close to an interception, number 22.
Chances are he wouldn't have made the first down if he caught the ball.
13.5 minutes left to play in the football game as you look at Dino Hall, number 26. Back to receive the punt off the toe of Mike Bragg. Bragg standing on his 35 as he awaits the snap. Perfect. Browns playing return all the way. The kick is a little bit short. Takes a Redskin hop inside the 20. And will roll to about the 12-yard line, and Cleveland will put it in play from there.
And you know, Frank, that happens so many times where the kick is short, and if the defense, the receiving team, lets it roll, it turns into to their advantage. They pick up an additional 15 yards.
38 yards on the punt. Cleveland leading Washington 9-6.
Back at Miami, we pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
This is WGR TV2 Buffalo.
With John Brody, this is Don Criqui, and the Miami Dolphins on offense, as you see the opposing coaches, Chuck Knox and Don Shula. 12:21 left to play in the football game. Miami leading 17-7. Dolphins were up at halftime 17-0. They've not scored in the second half. Right now they have their power offense in. 2 tight ends, just 1 wide receiver. They're going to run the ball and try to control the clock. They go to Delvin Williams. He got ahead for 2 or 3 yards. Isaiah Robertson fills quickly 58 and hits him.
Don, we mentioned earlier that, you know, Buffalo is taking chances. Defensively, they're trying to stop Miami at the line of scrimmage when they run the ball. Both of their linebackers, Isaiah Robertson and Lucius Sanford on the outsides, are just coming down the line, making somebody do something. When you've got 7 people at the line of scrimmage that are all playing the run, you should stop it for very little gain.
Keep those 7 people up close long enough and somebody's going to kill you long. Bills are looking for that. They've got Nixon playing center field. Greasy's looking that way too. He's looking deep. He fires in the flat. Ball is caught.
Okay, it's a perfect example right there. We're talking about the linebackers playing the run, all right? Now, Sanford and Robertson have both been playing right up at the line of scrimmage. This time, he takes just a couple steps too many forward. You can see this. He's playing the run right now. It's a passing situation. It's 2nd down and 9. Now he can't get into his lane. When he does so, he's late. Greasy easily throws the ball over the top of him, and they've got a first down.
Moore with 23 receptions on the season is the leading pass catcher for the Dolphins. Greasy having a very sound game. He's not made a mistake. There's been 1 turnover in the game on the interception of Joe Ferguson. They go back to the 2 tight ends, Bruce Hardy and Ron Lee. 1st and 10 Miami, 35-yard line of Buffalo. Delvin Williams once again. Scott Hutchinson did a good job for Buffalo. 2nd-year player from Florida. Shot the gap and knocked it down. Tony Franklin just hit a field goal for the Eagles. They're back in the game, trailing St. Louis 13-10 in the 3rd quarter. And the New York Giants are getting well against the San Francisco 49ers, leading 29-10. Sims has thrown twice to another rookie, Ernest Gray, for touchdowns. Steve DeBerg. I don't know if he's the new John Brody, but he's quarterback in the 49ers.
He's played pretty well all year, but they can't stop anybody.
Greasy is 6 for 10 for 84 yards. Handoff goes to Delvin Williams. On 2nd and 10, he got 4. Smurlus, the nose tackle, 5th 76. He's tough, 270 pounds. He was a wrestler at Boston College. And he's given Langer all he can handle on most plays. The only time they're beating Smurlus when they trap block him as the Dolphin is down. Williams is down. So Dell Williams, running back for Miami, is being attended to. There's a break in the action here at the Orange Bowl. 10:43 left to play in the game. The Dolphins in the lead 17-7. Taking a 3-point lead on Washington late in the third quarter. 3rd down and 7 for Miami.
He got him again.
Hardy is in the end zone. Big tight end. It was up in the air looking for the ball but couldn't hold on. But number 77, Ben Williams, the defensive end for Buffalo, looked like he left early.
You think just using your head isn't important? 3rd and 1, Buffalo gets pulled off sides, and they got 3rd and 7. Now Greasy is 3rd and 7. He pulls the defensive player from Buffalo off sides. They got 3rd and 1.5. And that's the kind of 3rd down situation you can handle.
You were saying earlier that he just changes his cadence over what they're used to hearing.
Just a little bit. You don't have to change a lot. You know, everybody on both sides of the line are anticipating when that ball's coming up. The good thing is the team with the ball knows it.
Zonka goes back in the football game. Now Williams is going back in, so he got well in a hurry.
Philadelphia's back on top, 17-13.
Wilbert Montgomery ran a touchdown from 5 yards out. He gets in the end zone, and the Eagles take the lead 17-13. 3rd and just over a yard for Miami. Zonka. 1st down, Dolphins. Carl Gromes, a much smaller cornerback, hit him head on, but Zonka won it. And he gets in, and the clock now winds down inside 10 minutes to play in the game.
You have to meet Zon quick in order to stop him, but even when you do, you've got a lot of work to do. This time 3 people hit Larry just in front of the line of scrimmage, and he makes 2 yards on his own, picks up the 1st.
First down and 10 now for Miami. Gary Davis running wide. He is down for a loss of a yard. Buffalo defends well against that. Steve Freeman, the strong safety, came up and made the play. Tonight on NBC, it's Disney's Wonderful World at 7 o'clock. Baseball Fever. Then at 8 o'clock on the big event, The Miracle Worker, starring Patty Duke Aston and Melissa Gilbert. At 10 o'clock, it's Primetime Sunday with Tom Snyder. That's tonight on NBC. Ball is spotted at the 25-yard line of Buffalo. Miami has it. 2nd down and 11. Norm Bulash and Gary Davis are the running backs for the Dolphins. Clock shows 8:55 to play, and Miami leads 17-7. Great play by Duriel Harris. He's going to be down at the 8-yard line. Duriel Harris making the cut. Greasy delivering the football, and the Dolphins can put this game away if they take it in from here.
Well, they can certainly increase their lead. I don't know if 3 touchdowns are in the making, but excellent pass protection. Duriel Harris runs a fine pattern. He's one-on-one against Rhodes. When you get real good pass protection, you're going to hit him. Take a look. Here's Jim Langer blocking on Fred Schmierless. Got a little help from Laxo.
A lot of help from Laxo. Schmierless beat Langer going away, though. The Dolphins have the ball. 1st down and goal. Inside the Buffalo 10. Delvin Williams into the middle. There's not much there. Bills are tightening up against the run. It's been their offense that's not delivered in this game. Just 7 points. And the clock shows 7:50 left to play. 17-7 Miami. It'll be 2nd down and goal coming up from the 8-yard line. Well, the Buffalo fans know that one. 19 straight losses.
They beat them the first 3 out of 4 games they played them and haven't beat them since.
10 years that beat. So wow. 2nd and goal. Greasy gives up to Zonka, and he's down to about the 7. He didn't get much, maybe a yard or 2. Jeff Nixon coming up hard to fill against the run. But the Dolphins continue to do their prime objective here, and that's to run that clock down, closing in on 7 minutes to play and running. Next week is a doubleheader week on NBC. And one of the feature games to be seen in most parts of the country will be these Miami Dolphins and the New England Patriots. locking up at Foxborough. A doubleheader game for most parts of the country, San Diego and Los Angeles. Gracie takes a look in the end zone. He throws, it's intercepted. Jeff Dixon picks it off for Buffalo.
Excellent play, 2 times in a row by Jeff Dixon, a kid that just comes in on goal line situations, Don. First he fills the hole and stops Zonk for no gain. Now he covers the receiver like a blanket, picks the ball off perfectly.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, the Miami Dolphins have a friend running the clock in this place. 2 seconds ticked off the clock after the interception. He was down.
The way it goes at home.
Looks to be another outstanding Sunday night of viewing on NBC. A salute to baseball will include that famous Disney cartoon, Casey at the Bat, on Wonderful World of Disney. Miracle Worker at 8, and Primetime Sunday with Tom Snyder at 10 o'clock. And in that Miracle Worker, Merlin Olsen, one of your friends is a star.
Little Melissa Gilbert, one of the stars of Little House on the Prairie. I had a chance to go and see a special showing of the Miracle Worker. She and Patty Duke Austin, they do a marvelous job with the Helen Keller story, and I would heartily recommend that all of you tune that one in and have the kids watch it too. That's a special family show.
Avellini hands off on 3rd down, but that's not going to fool him. Gary Campbell, or check that Dave Williams was the man shooting through and did not pick up the 1st down. So the Bears are going to have to give up the football with the clock running, 1:45 left in the 1st half.
Yeah, you can almost bet that they're going to come after this one too. Watch them coming after right up the middle.
Now Parsons kicking to Morgan. Morgan drifting back to his own 22. 10 men on the line of scrimmage. Now 2 of them back off. Bears used a lot of time. The Patriots didn't call time, and the Bears burned up as much as they could. Morgan takes it at the 31. Spins out and gets back to the 34. Minute and 10 seconds left for the Patriots. Chicago wisely took all the time they could before the punt. And the Patriots, though they have all 3 timeouts remaining, now have just a minute and 10 seconds to work with. 36-yard punt and a 4-yard return by Morgan.
Very important here for the Bears defense to continue with the kind of play they've had in the 2nd quarter. Again, obviously Grogan liked to take advantage of that minute 10. He doesn't have bad field position. If he can get it inside of the 30, he'll get a shot possibly to field goal. What he'd like is another 7 points. We'll see what he does with it here.
He has Morgan right, Jackson left, tight end Francis on the right side. Check that left side for Francis, and they're running that way to Calhoun. 35, 40, was about to break into the open when a saving tackle from Doug Plank, 46. That's an interesting story. Plank from Ohio State started in only 5 games. You'll see him make this tackle.
Plank coming on the backside. Calhoun cutting back against the grain. Good pursuit, and as you saw it right there, had not Plank gotten him, Calhoun would have really cut out into the open. Great team pursuit, but sometimes that can get you in trouble too.
Plank only started 5 games because Tim Fox was playing ahead of him at that position with Ohio State. Of course, Fox starring in the safety spot for New England. Sam Cunningham unable to get out of his tracks as the Bears read that one perfectly, and Jim Osborne made the stop.
That was our old gray-beard friend there to make the first hit on him. Alan Page just slinked through there. And how many times over the years, Dick, did you and I see him do that unhappily as he was playing for the Vikings, wearing that familiar 88?
Oh, he really used to put it on the Rams.
Oh, I'll tell you.
8 seconds, 7 seconds. Apparently the Patriots and the Bears content to let this one run out. So the first half, couple early fumbles. Patriots scored 2 quick touchdowns. The Bears came back on a 54-yard pass, Avellini to Dave Williams. And at the halftime at Soldier Field, Chicago, it reads the AFC Patriots 14, the NFC Bears 7.
In fact, Doug Williams has been sacked only once this year, the Tampa Bay quarterback. They give him outstanding pass protection. Now he's fading. He's looking. And he tried to force that ball. He had no chance. You saw number 27, Ray Brown, on Jimmy Giles.
Jimmy Giles was a tight end that time, and he split from his normal position to get a one-on-one situation on Ray Brown. He ran a very poor route, went right at Ray Brown, and didn't drive him back or turn him at all to try to get his knees turned inside or outside. For that reason, Brown did a good job of covering on the play, and the ball was incomplete.
Field goal by Cockcroft, 37 yards, sends the Browns out in front of the Redskins 9-6. Second down 10 for Tampa Bay. They're trailing 21-7. We just started the fourth period. Cut back at the 35 to the 33-yard line is Ricky Bell. He's over 100 yards in the game. Bordelon and Fettersfield, the two linebackers, converged on him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the St. Petersburg Beach Chamber of Commerce is a major
third down 6.
Band in 1979. The band, 21-3 in the NFL, is under the direction of Dean Hayes.
It's our second week in a row with Tampa Bay. We had him last Sunday up at New York. I'll be back here Wednesday speaking with the Advertising Federation in Tampa Bay. Like I'm going to be moving here, isn't it?
Yep.
Here's a deep drop and the bomb, and it is incomplete. The Mucker. Larry Mucker of Arizona State was there. He caught a brilliant, made a brilliant catch last week in the end zone against the Giants. Felton was guard against him.
He had him licked that time. He just threw the ball too far out in front, and he tried to desperately make a one-handed catch, but he just couldn't do it because it was too far out in front of him to make that play.
Fourth down and 6. They're trailing 21-7. They're going for it. Ricky Bell has just had the second 100-yard game of his career. 6 yards they need for a first down. The passes to the sideline, too high. He had Owens open. If he threw the ball correctly to him, it would have been a first down. All Owens had to do was grab it and step out of bounds.
Yes, but Jimmy Giles, a tight end, was wide open right in front of him. It would have been an easy throw, a high percentage pass. He didn't even look at him, tried to throw the ball outside, and went over the top incomplete.
There's your score, 21-7 New Orleans.
Browns leading 9-6. They have the football, 1st and 10 from their 12-yard line. Pruitt and Hill are the running backs behind Brian Sipe. Pruitt, nice hole up the middle to the 30-yard line, or close to it, or he's nailed from behind by Murphy. They drop him at the 28. That's a first down and 16 yards.
Look at that hole. You could drive a truck through there. Well, Calvin Hill went in motion strong side. Looked like the Redskin defense went with the flow of the play, opened up that hole along with some good blocking.
First down, Cleveland Browns at their 28. Sipe 8 out of 15, 138 yards on the afternoon. Figures pretty much close to what Joe Theismann has. And he's back to throw on first down. Under pressure, gets the pass away. Good defense over there on the far side. The intended receiver was Pruitt, and all over him was Neil Olkowitz, number 52, the Redskin linebacker.
He's lucky that wasn't picked off because Neil had him covered like a blanket.
He's a rookie out of Maryland, Olkowitz. And a fine choice for the Browns.
It's strange for me to see Dyron Talbot, number 72, going out because he was always one of our better pass rushers and ran stunts well and quarterbacked the entire defensive line of McDowell and Brundage and Berlin Biggs.
Of course, there's only, what now, 3 Redskins left off that Super Bowl team of 72. Talbot, one of them. Hermeling and Mike Bragg, the other 2. Pruitt getting the call again. Short yardage this time. Stop short of the 30-yard line. Here's Sam Rutigliano, the Cleveland coach.
I tell you, one guy that's left is number 75, Terry Hermeling, who's overcome, Frank, 2 serious knee operations and has done a great job, having a fine year.
Key member of the Redskins offensive line for a long time. And, of course, what can you say about Bragg? As long as he's been around, he's still one of the best.
Yes, he is. He's a consistent punter, does his job, kicks the ball out of bounds when he has to.
Third down. Browns need 9 for the first down. All day for Brian Sipe, and then finally it wasn't there anymore as the penetration was made by Perry Brooks, number 69, the designated pass rusher of the Redskins, and watch him cave in on Sipe.
That's the reason Bobby Mitchell was our personnel scout, pro scout, and he recommended, let's get this Perry Brooks. He was cut by New England. And the reason he's there is that we felt he could rush the passer. Bobby recommended him. We signed him. He got hurt. He was on our cab squad. That's the one problem he's had. He's been hurt so much that he can't play a regular year.
Evans standing back in his 5 on 4th down. Redskins playing return all the way. Nice kick by Evans. Hardiman all the way back to his 34. Up to the 40, 45, and really popped at the 47-yard line. 47 yards on the punt, and the hit made by Ricky Jones, number 47, off the Browns special unit, who has been very active so far on this sunny, chilly afternoon. 11 minutes, 20 seconds left to play in the football game, and the Browns still lead it by 3.
Perfect football afternoon in Chicago. The Bears, the host team, trailing New England 14-7. Merlin, and a game that you have funny feelings at halftime. I think we're about to see something special.
I think so too, Dick. New England obviously had complete control of the first quarter, and then the Bears just kind of bounced back into it. Got a couple of big plays. They need to play some good football coming out in this third quarter.
So New England, a team that has the capacity to literally destroy a team and sometimes then keeps you in the game. And that's about what we've seen in the first 30 minutes. New England 14, Chicago 7. Let's go to New York and Bryant.
Even as you're watching the Patriots beat the Bears 14-7, this Sunday is producing one very big upset. That upset going on in Cincinnati. There, the winless Bengals are not only beating the Pittsburgh Steelers, they are humiliating them. It stands 27-3 in the third period. We'll have scores, we'll have highlights of that game. Bryant Gumbel, Mike Adamley will get to it all after these messages from your local station.
Jeff Nixon on the left, who made every All-American team last year at the University of Richmond. And here's what he did on the last play before we broke. Jumped in front and picked off a greasy pass. So Buffalo has back the ball with 6.5 minutes to go, and the Ferguson will be throwing. He's got a man open. His tight end, Reuben Gant, gets ahead across the 30-yard line to the 32. It's a first down for Buffalo. Chambers, one of the linebackers, hit him. Excuse me, John.
No, it's the first time he's gone to Reuben all day long, and it's actually the first time I've seen him open. They keep him in a lot to help protect Ferguson. When they do so, it takes something from their pass offense, but it does help their protection.
Jerry Butler is the Bills' leading receiver, has only one today. Is averaging 19 yards a catch. 26 for the season. First and 10 Buffalo. Clock is running. 5:50 to play. Miami leads 17-7. Here comes Terry Miller. Doug Betters was up to make the stop for Miami, but trying to keep this Dolphin defense honest isn't going to work as far as scoring touchdowns.
Well, you almost don't have time to run plays like that. You've got 5.5 minutes to get 10 points on the board. They've got to score in a pretty quick manner in order to get the ball back again after Miami gets it on the kickoff. And in sweeps and running the ball isn't going to get it.
Unacceptable record for Coach Shula. Winningest coach in football in the 70s. Ferguson. Cut by Doug Betters.
Ken Jones trying to handle Betters. Betters has taken care of everybody he's been up against. In the first half, he played the left side. Now he's playing the right side. Take a look at him on Ken Jones. Collier's there, and he's supposed to be able to help. But he gets right around Collier before he gets in a good position. Two men couldn't handle him. He handled Ferguson.
So Doug Betters has played the big game of defensive end for Miami. As the Dolphins defense, Gordon, number 50, breaking the huddle. Bo Camper's blocking the line on the left side. Gordon is in the game. Defense spreads out now, looking for Ferguson to throw on third down and 15. Here's the pitch. It's good to Reuben Gant. He goes out of bounds at the 39-yard line. He's going to be about 3 yards short of the first down.
They cannot afford the luxury of punting at this point. They've only got time to get the ball on this possession and one other in all probability. I think you'll see him go for it on 4th and 3.
Glenn Blackwood was in the game, made the play for Miami. 4:38 left to play. The clock is stopped. Now we have a timeout called by the Buffalo Bills. Ferguson on 4th down and 3 wants to talk it over with his head coach. So there's a break in the action with the Dolphins in the lead 17-7. We'll return to the Orange Bowl in a moment. With John Brody, this is Don Cricky back at the Orange Bowl in Miami. You see the time remaining to be played, 4:38. And the score. Miami 17, Buffalo 7. It's 4th down and 3 for the Bills. 4th and 3 at Buffalo's 39-yard line. Ferguson throws.
Bad time for a miscommunication.
That might put the lid on this one. 4:32 left to play, and Miami takes over in Buffalo's end of the field. So Ferguson goes off an errant throw. And the Dolphins on 4th down get back the ball.
Chuck Knox a little bit disappointed. I can understand that. He was trying to go to Hooks. He couldn't find him. He was moving around trying to alternate his pattern with Butler, and he actually threw it right in between both of them. Might be the last chance for them, too.
Miami takes over, and Shula will go right to the run. Greasy sets his team down, goes to Larry Zonka. And the big back from Syracuse takes it over the 70-yard mark for the day. Lucius Sanford hit him. We'll watch it ground level. Zonka out of the blocks and right at us.
All right, when we get a 10-point lead, we give it to the man. Real good block at the point of attack by Bruce Hardy. That tight end's playing pretty good football.
Yes, he is. Producer here today for NBC is George Finkel. Our director, John Gonzalez. Spotters, Harry Von Suskill and Bo McComas. And Paul Merker is our stats man, as we have 3:57 left to play. 2nd down and 4. Zonka. All day long for this big guy.
Just keeps plugging.
Zonka carry stopped by Nelson.
NFL Report will have a complete rundown of all the scores as we see in the 4th quarter. The Cincinnati Bengals about to win their first game of the season. A most impressive victory as they're out in front of Pittsburgh 27-3. The Steelers have fumbled 8 times in that game and lost 6. That was at the last count.
Hard to win that way.
Real hard. Zonka has 75 yards and 18 carries. It's 3rd and 2 now. Zonka's the lone setback. He gets ahead for enough yardage for the 1st down, but a penalty marker went up when the ball was snapped.
Yeah, it looks like they got a little bit anxious.
Zonka's taken off almost 30 pounds since last March.
Well, they may have caught Sanford jumping just a little bit before the gun.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I didn't see anybody offensively.
The following groups in attendance at today's game.
Player is shaken up on the field, so there is a pause in the action. Shane Nelson is taken up. He was on the tackle. We'll be back with 3:09 left to play.
Welcome back to NFL 79. Brian Gumbel along with Mike Adamley. This is Sunday number 7 of the NFL season. We'll try to get you caught up. Some things in the NFL never change. Among them, the Miami Dolphins do indeed beat the Buffalo Bills 19 straight times coming into today. Looks like the Dolphins are about to make it 20 straight. It stands 17-7 in the 4th period. And Mike and Miami, they have been having quarterback problems all year, but the defense has been brilliant.
Defense has been great. So is a man named Larry Zonka, number 39. He has had a good day this afternoon as well. This is how the Dolphins got it all started as Chuck Knox looked on. His team has lost 3 in a row, his Buffalo teams. He doesn't want to make it 20, but watch number 22 here. The rookie out of Alabama, Tony Nathan, a great punt return. He beats the punter here, number 4, and watch him cut back against the grain. This linebacker cannot catch Tony. 86 yards in all. That is the longest punt return in Miami history. That made it 7-0. In the 2nd quarter, Greasy in a 2nd and 8 situation handed off to Larry Zonka, 68 yards so far. Here he bangs in from 4 yards out to make it 14-0. 17-0 when the Bills finally got on the board. Here Roland Hooks, Mr. Touchdown for Buffalo, bangs it in. Great personal effort. 17-7. That's the way that one stands right now.
Okay, Mike, in Cleveland, 2 teams at the crossroads of their season, the Redskins and the Browns. Browns out in front, 9-6, that ball game in the 4th quarter. Philadelphia against St. Louis. It's 17-13, Eagles on top in the 3rd period. Both Jaworski and Hart had to leave the ball game with injuries. Jaworski has returned, but Hart now reduced to civvies. It stands 17-13 in the 3rd period. And here again, the shocker of the day, the Bengals not only in front of the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're annihilating them. And the Bengals are winless, the Steelers defending world champions. How has it happened? The Steelers so far 8 fumbles, 1 interception. You cannot turn the ball over that many times even if you're playing a grade school team.
The only possible explanation might be astrological. Perhaps Neptune is not aligned with Saturn or something. Anyway, the Bengals are absolutely destroying Pittsburgh. Kenny Anderson has done a good job, too. He got the Bengals on the board first when they were trailing 3-0. Watch this pass reception by Dan Ross, tight end. Rookie tight end from Northeastern University. Great, that made it 7-3. But here's those fumbles. Larry Anderson, number 30, elects to return his kickoff. He is annihilated by Howie Koenig, number 59. Koenig just gets up and walks into the end zone. They rule it a touchdown. That made it 20-3. This last touchdown made it 27-3. Here, Franco Harris looks like he just drops the ball. It is picked up by number 55. The steady veteran, Jim LeClaire, made it 27-3. Cincinnati, I just think they may win their first game this year.
Chuck Noll having what you call a bad day at the office, I'd say. San Francisco against the Giants. 49ers still in search of victory number 1. They're playing the NFL's worst, perhaps, but not doing very well at it. 29-10 Giants out in front in the third period. New Orleans against Tampa Bay. What has happened to the Buccaneers' Cinderella season, you ask? Fourth quarter, Saints out in front, 21-7. Ball game you're watching has the Patriots playing the Bears. Patriots have found life in the NFC Central a bit tough. Stands 14-7 at the half, and the AFC contenders had to take on Green Bay and lost. Barely beat Detroit. They're having a tough time with Chicago.
No question about it. They are driving the ball. They were going to make it 21-7. You saw Doug Buffone make a great interception. This is what some of the action looked like early. Steve Grogan has been maligned in recent weeks. Last week he was replaced for the first time in his career by Tom Owen. However, he got the Patriots on the board first. This touchdown pass to Stanley Morgan. Now there's a man in attendance today in Soldiers Field. His name is Darryl Stingley, the Pats' biggest fan. He's recuperating, of course, from paralysis that he suffered last year against the Raiders. 14-0 was the way it was when Grogan here hit Harold Jackson. Nice catch by number 29 to make it 14-zip. And then, second quarter, Avellini, who has replaced Vince Evan, who is in the hospital with a staph infection, throws his first touchdown pass of the year. However, he ought to give a lot of the credit to number 22, Dave Williams, the refugee from the San Francisco 49ers. Great move against Timmy Fox there. He bangs it into the end zone, 54 yards in all, 14-7. The Bears hanging tough.
Okay, Michael. In Baltimore, the Colts got victory number 1 last week, but they're not doing so swell today. They're hanging close, though. Houston Oilers out in front, 14-6 at the half. Earl Campbell, the consistent one, 13 carries, 77 yards, 1 score. Michael, let's have a look at it.
Well, so often, as we have said all year, the rookies are making a giant impact in the NFL this year. Houston got their first score, courtesy of a rookie, Mr. Jesse Baker, as Bum Phillips. He's always resplendent, not exactly looked out of Gentleman's Quarterly, but he looks good nonetheless. Here's that touchdown by a rookie I was talking about, number 75. After Landry is stripped of the ball, Jesse Baker made it 7-0 Houston. Landry has done a really good job filling in for Burt Jones this year. Here, Roger Carr makes a great reception. Now the two set up Baltimore's touchdown. They missed the extra point, 7-6 Houston. And then in the second quarter, 4th down and 1 yard to go. Earl Campbell, who's having a good afternoon. This is his 9th touchdown of the season. Bangs it in. That's the way it stands. Houston Oilers 14, Baltimore Colts 6.
Okay, Mike, still 2 good football games to come on NBC starting at 4. It has Denver at Kansas City, Seattle at San Diego, both AFC Western affairs. And don't forget, after football today at 7 o'clock here on NBC, it's Disney's Wonderful World. Salute to baseball, including the classic Casey at the bat. That to be followed by The Miracle Worker, starring Patty Duke Aston. We've got a second half of football to come, so let's go back to Chicago.
For the Saints, their own 33. They scored 3 touchdowns in the third period.
See if they run right.
They do. Muncy cutting back, getting 4 yards. He's out to his 37. Play didn't look like much, but he wound up with 4. And now we get Mike Ray. There's your man loosening up.
I think he soaked his arm in some Gatorade, trying to get cranked up here, Kurt, in the event that he has to go back in the game, or go into the game.
Second down, 6. New Orleans Saints, their own 37.
Could be a quick screen here to Galbraith.
Pitch to Galbraith. Galbraith outside, runs for the first down. And he's just short of his own 50-yard line. When he turned upfield, he really surged.
Yes, he does. I guarantee he does. And Chuck Muncy did a good job of blocking on the left outside linebacker that time, number 57, David Lewis.
First down for the Saints. They have really moved well here in the second half. And a flag on that play is going to move the ball farther for them. Pat Haggerty checks it out.
Personal foul, number 25. Defense, first down.
Curtis Jordan, number 25.
Late hit, probably. New Orleans has the ball on the Tampa Bay 37-yard line. The Saints' 2 wins this year have been against San Francisco and the Giants, who had a combined record of 1 win and 11 losses. Some people were discrediting the Saints, but they played very well here in the second half. They run the draw play to the 35, to the 30, to the 25. That's Chuck Muncie again having a field day. Most of his yardage in the second half. They have the first down. Watch him go.
Here's a draw play, but he has such great instincts. Chuck has good balance, great speed. Look at him change direction, has good body lean. Almost lost the ball that time, but he maintained possession. But he is really a super talent, he and Tony Galbraith.
The Saints have had fourth quarter offensive consistency. They've scored exactly 7 points in the final period of 4 of their 6 games. And they're on the way to a score here, it looks like, unless they give him stop. Galbraith to the 20-yard line. 4-yard gain, Galbraith and Muncie. Muncie and Galbraith. A hard running combination today in yardage. Muncie has a 78, and Galbraith has 67 now.
The offensive line of the Saints is really controlling the line of scrimmage. The right guard, Dobler, Woods, Henry Childs, the tight end, Zanders and J.T. Taylor, along with John Hill, are really doing a good job of moving people off the line of scrimmage so they can run the ball inside.
Second down, 6. New Orleans on the Tampa Bay 20.
See if they run outside right. Draw.
Draw right up the middle. Galbraith breaking away.
There he goes.
Tackling. Galbraith in for the touchdown. And Tampa Bay were hugging, not hitting that time. That's what they were warned to do. They were hugging the ball carriers of New York. Hit them. They were hugging then. They broke tackles consistently.
The other thing is they're staying in that same alignment and giving the same look to Archie Manning. And as we talked about that earlier, watch it. It's just a double wing. Good blocking at the point of attack, but the key really is a great running of Tony Galbraith. There's another missed tackle by Curtis Jordan. 2 missed tackles, but he makes you miss tackles because he's such an outstanding running back, Tony Galbraith, number 34.
4 touchdowns in the second half by the New Orleans Saints. The kick is up, and that makes the score the New Orleans Saints 28 and Tampa Bay 7, and some of the fans are starting to file out with a timeout on the field.
Well, there's Bob Young, Sonny, with the hamstring injury. You imagine how much bandage and how much tape they have to wrap that thigh.
Look at that arm. His arm's as big as my leg.
Well, he's out. He will not return with that hamstring injury. As we mentioned, he had trouble with that all last year. Look at the time and possession. St. Louis still on top. A lot of that coming in that first quarter. A seesaw game and a lot happening, and we have 15 minutes remaining. Here's the situation. 2nd and goal at the 5. The Cardinals trailing 17-13. Zarkowitz in the second half in the absence of Jim Hart threw a 78-yard touchdown pass to Mel Gray, and then Franklin kicked a 51-yarder. Montgomery scored on a 5-yard run. We've had a lot of offense in the third quarter. Let's check the Saints game again. They just continue to score points.
28-7. Boy, I tell you, some offense. Tony Galbraith, he's got his second touchdown of the day.
What is happening here? Jim Tunney, the referee, visiting with Bud Wilkinson.
There's some concern, and he came over and he's calling somebody to get some verification on some ruling. We'll try to find out what the delay is and why Tunney came over to make the call. Maybe he just had a long-distance call, I think.
His wife reminded him to stop by and pick up a gallon of milk after the game. So let's see. Maybe he'll explain it to us.
You know, we should congratulate Keith Pepley. He became a father on Friday night.
Brian.
His wife, Sandra, had a little boy named Brian. That's right.
That's their first young one, and we do congratulate them. And Keith's having an excellent year at tight end. John Shira's wife had a baby, I think, the day
Michelle,
of the Pittsburgh game. Yeah.
I had a little girl named Kristen.
Well, Jim, what are you doing down there?
I don't know. Now they're going to, somebody else is coming over.
And so they're explaining it to Bud Wilkinson now. Bud listening to why, what, and when. All right, Jim, let's hear it. I don't think he's going to explain it to him. Now Dick Vermeil wants to know what's going on.
I'd like to find out what's going on.
We're going to hear now from... Now, this is interesting. Now, I've never heard this. Dick Vermeil's headset, his communications with the press box have gone out. And so the league rules indicate if one goes out, the other must quit using their headsets, the other team. And so both now are going without communications to the press box. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Second and goal at the 5. Anderson, and he went nowhere. It's 3rd and goal. Charlie Johnson, 65, reacted on that play. The Otis Brown will now come in for St. Louis. Paris will come out. A big play now. A 3rd and goal at the 5. Have you ever heard of that? I didn't know that.
Well, Bud Wilkinson doesn't wear one. I notice there's a coach standing next to him right now. It still has his headset on, and he's talking to the press box. Maybe it was just Vermeil wanted his headset hooked up also.
Here we go. 3rd and goal at the 5. The full house backfield. Anderson, Brown, and Wayne Morris behind Pazarkowicz. He's going to throw it. He's got his man at the goal line, Otis Brown. He didn't get in, I don't believe. Are they going to mark it? It'll be 4th and goal. He's inside the 1-yard line.
Yes, he throws the same kind of play earlier that John Walton had intercepted. He throws out. They deny him the goal line. It's going to be held right at the 1-yard line, and I think they're going for it.
Big decision. Bud Wilkinson, Wayne Putman, the offensive line coach who was with the Eagles a year ago, and now St. Louis is going to call for a timeout. They use their first as Pazarkowicz comes to the near sideline at the 13:44 mark. Well, if you speculate about it, if you would kick the field goal, you're still down by 1 point, so why not go for it?
Exactly right.
So we'll be back as we take a break from the action here at Busch Stadium. 17-13, the Eagles.
Be sure and stay tuned after the conclusion of this game. Most of you will see one of our CBS doubleheader games today, either Atlanta against Oakland out on the West Coast or Detroit and the Packers in Milwaukee. 1st and 10. Redskins at their 46-yard line. Excellent field position for Washington following that punt. Let's see if the Redskins can take advantage. He's going for all of it to Buggs, and Buggs just couldn't reach it at the 10-yard line. Good throw.
Well, Frank, we were talking here before the intermission timeout, and we said it would be good for Theismann to throw and throw deep in here, and that's exactly what he did. Buggs was open. Ball was just a little overthrown.
Theismann trying to keep those fingers warm.
Well, they have great field position.
Well, I'll tell you, Saints can score on you. No question about that. They're now 28-7 over Tampa Bay. And the bloom is off Tampa Bay, I would say, after the last couple of weeks. 2nd down 10. Hardiman takes it to midfield and a step beyond. 4 on the play. It'll be 3rd down 6. So the Redskins in a passing situation again, and here comes Harmon.
Well, here comes Harmon.
So they're looking to throw. This is the Redskins' 4th consecutive road game. Their 5th road game of the year. Crowd reacting again to the Pittsburgh-Cincinnati score. They're keeping close tabs on that game because if Pittsburgh loses and the Browns win, they're tied for first place. Here's Hardiman.
Boy, that's...
See if we had a marker down on that play.
Well, they went on sound, and usually when you go in a quick count, there's somebody moving. Somebody in a... That's what it is. It's against the Redskins.
Illegal motion. Jerry Seaman looking very solemn about it, the referee. And that was a passing situation for the Redskins. Might surprise you that they ran the football.
Illegal motion, number 88, offense, Decline.
On Bugs, Browns decline it, which will set up a 4th down. And the Redskins still need 3 for the first down. Ball is at the 46-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. Bragg comes in to do the punting. 10.5 minutes left in the game. 9-6 Cleveland. That's where we stand. Dino Hall standing on the 10-yard line. Hall lets it bounce at the 5, and it rolls on into the end zone for the touchback.
And you know, Dino Hall did something. He also blocked the man downfield so he couldn't down the ball. He blocked Coleman, 51.
10:20 left to play in the contest. Still anybody's ball game, and we'll be back in a moment.
12-yard run. Jim LeClaire ran Franco Harris's fumble back 27 yards. It's 27-3 Cincinnati over Pittsburgh. Ragsdale out to the 20, just to the 25. And Cincinnati has not won a game this year and leads the Super Baseball on their own 25-yard line. Mike Ray, veteran, he played at USC also.
He's a good quarterback, and he's got a good arm.
Throws it out. It's going to be a short gain. That's Johnny Davis to the backfield that caught it. Bordelon was right on him, Ken Bordelon. And that'd be a holding call against Tampa Bay. 61 yards for Muncie in the game, 52 for Galbraith. Ricky Bell has 97 net yards now, they say. Eckwood is 44. Chandler's a leading receiver, 5 catches. He leads the league in reception and also has the most yardage.
Holding, number 70. Offense, first down.
That's Darrell Carlton holding, right tackle. Manning is 8 out of 11 through 3 quarters. Doug Williams was 10 out of 25.
Yes, I think any time two teams play a game like this one, and the talent is pretty close, you have to go with a quarterback with the most experience, and it shows up here today because Archie Manning is really one of the premier quarterbacks in the National Football League, and he's done a great job again this afternoon.
Flanker reversed to Mucker, 20, 25. They just tripped him up, and he was tripped up there by Barry Bennett, the left tackle, or he might have gone upfield for some more. So they're trying to open it up and do anything to get it going.
That was a good call. The defense that time really chased the left linebacker. That time Kenny Bordelon, number 50, really took off in pursuit and was caught on the way back after they made the exchange and ran the reverse to the right side.
Second down, 8 to go. The Buccaneers on their 27. They're trailing 28-7. 10.5 minutes to play in the game. Ray's pass complete to the 31. And squirting forward is Johnny Davis for another yard or two, where Ken Bordelon dropped him there. Look at that. The Eagles are rallied now, and they lead the Cardinals 17-13 in the 4th period. That one's not over yet, though. Rick Burns goes in for Eckwood as a running back. Third down, a yard to go.
Eckwood has really not run as well as he's capable in the last 2 games we've seen him, Kurt. He's got trouble with a wrist, and seemingly it's been a very disturbing thing for him in the games we've seen him play against the Giants and also against the Saints here this afternoon.
Backs are out. The pass is complete to one of the backs for a first down. Rick Burns, of Nebraska rookie, caught the ball, and Joe Fetterspiel hopped right on him. First down for Tampa Bay.
And Jimmy Giles, again, the tight end. I can't understand why they don't throw the ball to him. He's a super tight end, but they don't throw it to him very often. And again, he was wide open in the middle area.
Up come the Bucks on their 38 with a first down. Mike Ray looking deep. And knocked away at the 45-yard line. 2 defenders covering. There's your man, Jimmy Giles, the tight end. Tom Meyer slapped it away that time.
Yes, and Pat Hughes, number 54, the linebacker, really got good depth on the play and also was instrumental in his dropping the pass.
Second down, 10 for Tampa Bay. Well, the Bucks finally struck out against the big cities. They beat Los Angeles. Then they whipped Chicago in successive weeks, but they lost in New York last week. New Orleans is not as big as those cities, but they've been big on the football field today. There's the fourth period score. Cincinnati ahead of Pittsburgh 27-3. That'll kick them up. Deep drop. Ray is hit. There's our first sack of the game. It's Alois Grooms. Derlin Moore. This Grooms has been some player defensively today for the Saints.
Yes, and it's a funny thing. I asked Jerry Wynn yesterday about him, and he said that he's had just a so-so year, but he's really playing extremely well here this afternoon.
They lost 9. Third down and 19.
You know, Kurt, you have to be impressed with the organization of the Tampa team. Hugh Culverhouse and their fine staff. Very impressed with their executives, Richard Beam, who was a super golfer and really made some fantastic putts the other day playing with him.
Wade throwing deep over the head of Isaac Higgins, who was there, but over his head. And again, a punt formation will have to come up for Tampa Bay with 8 minutes and 35 seconds to play. A very quiet crowd of 72,000. Set through a scoreless first half, then watch New Orleans play almost perfect football in the second half. Rich Motti will return this kick if he gets a chance. Tom Blanchard to do the punting.
It's always difficult, Kurt, when you have good field position and don't take advantage of it, especially on a windy day like this one today.
Motti on the 22, around the ankles, and he gets it back to the 27-yard line.
Bud Wilkinson, Jim Hart ended their discussion with Steve Pozarkowicz. He's back onto the playing field. It's 4th and goal at the 1-yard line. The Cardinals down 17-13, 13:44 to go, fourth quarter, and you can see a very nervous Dick Vermeil as the Cardinals are going for it. Pozarkowicz, quick pitch, Anderson, touchdown. I like that call.
Very strange call, though. Real unusual goal line play. Unusual goal line play. The flip. He flipped the ball out. He got good blocking that time. Excellent blocking by Gary Paris. And that's all Otis Anderson needs is just a little bit of room.
And so the seesaw battle now swings in favor of the Cardinals. They lead it 19-17. Point after attempt coming up, a big one because of the field goal situation. And the Cardinals with a 3-point lead now. 20-17. And this is so characteristic of this struggle through the years between Philadelphia and St. Louis. They've always been struggles like this, and today certainly no exception.
For Patriots 14, Chicago 7, the official first half statistics, Merlin.
Well, a couple of things obvious. The first downs one-sided in the side of the Patriots. Yardage, total yardage, quite close, about a 60-yard deficit there for the Bears. Time of possession quite one-sided there also. Passing 12 of 17. Grogan, and as we said, having a hot day, especially the first quarter. 2 of 6 for the Bears, and well, of course, one of those, a very big pass, turned into a touchdown for them.
And that one to Dave Williams, by the way, was Williams' first touchdown pass in his NFL career. He had 2 other scores, both on kickoff returns for the San Francisco 49ers. So a big moment for him to cut the lead to 14-7.
I talked to Williams in the locker room before the game, and I said, "You really had a fast start here in Chicago." He said, "Yeah." He said, "I came in from San Francisco, and I was just kind of an extra back. I was going to be behind Peyton, and actually number 3 behind him. I was sitting on the bench." He said 2 fullbacks went down. He said all of a sudden they said, "Hey, you in the ball game, play fullback." Oh yeah, okay.
Never practiced at play at fullback with the Bears. So the 2 quarterbacks, Grogan and Avellini, getting ready for their roles in this second half. The Patriots will receive the kickoff to start the second half as the sun shining more brightly than ever today. Avellini only 2 completions, but 1 for a touchdown. Running down again the scores that you've just heard Brian and Mike recap. Miami is leading, so the Patriots looking for a win to keep themselves in a first-place tie in the AFC East. Tampa Bay is losing, so the Bears could pull within a game of first with a victory today. Bob Thomas hits it well. Alan Clark on the goal line. The rookie to the 5, the 15, The 25, 30, 35, and finally out of bounds around the 40-yard line. As Lenny Walderscheid, who has been sparkling all day on the kick special teams as a tackler, finally stopped Clark.
Walderscheid, see him right there, number 23 in the middle of your picture, bouncing off one block. Looking to the outside, that's Kostick trying to get him. Mostly Tutupu tries to get him. He makes a very big tackle. Alan Clark just runs with abandon. He's a wild man on the special team.
5'10", 186 pounds. A tiger, as he is self-described on those kick returns. First down, and Grogan goes to the air. First play of the second half. Incomplete to Stanley Morgan at the 45. Virgil Livers there to bat it away. Livers, a story too. He's perhaps the smallest, or at least the shortest defensive back in the NFL at 5'8.5", but a mighty mouse, very strong and extremely fast.
Livers there just to tap it away at the last second. Just beautifully timed. You see Morgan get up. He said, hey, nice play. Great respect between professionals. You saw it going from Stanley Morgan.
Even though Fensick seemed to hit him just a little late, but was no intent. And Morgan recognized that. 2nd and 10. Up the middle, Cunningham. 41, 2-yard line he goes. Tackle made by Jerry Muckensturm, number 58.
One of the Bear players, it's number 45, Fensick, coming off. Looked like he might have pinched a nerve in his neck. Holding the side of his head off to gets a little treatment there as he walks to the sideline. Doesn't appear to be hurt badly. Yeah, there he is. He goes to the arm. The numbness. You can almost see that from up here. He reached to the arm.
You saw the score. Otis Anderson has scored on a 1-yard run for the Cardinals to give them a 20-17 lead over the Eagles in the 4th quarter. 13 minutes left. 3rd and 5. Grogan down the middle. Complete to Francis at the 45, the 40, and he's all the way to the 33. The Patriots go to the big guy, tight end Russ Francis.
Russ Francis, one of the class receivers in all of football. Big tight end that can block for you, and then he can do this. He can get open, and he can catch the football. A tough ball to catch, low and away. Gets his hands on it, cushions it gently, and then takes off for the goal line. As Walderscheid making a saving tackle. Again, quick release to the outside, gets cleanly off the line. Linebacker's got to do a better job of keeping him on the line. Awfully tough to let him in that open end into the backfield.
First down play, it's Horace Ivory. Cuts back at the 30, and he's inside the 25, near another first down. Ivory about 10 yards. With 11 and a half minutes remaining in the 4th quarter at Tampa Bay. Look at this one now, 28-7. New Orleans has scored 4 unanswered touchdowns, the last by Tony Galbraith, a 20-yard run. So it appears the Buccaneers about to suffer their second loss after winning their first 5.
Big news, of course, to these Chicago Bears as they're locked up in the divisional race with the Tampa Bucs.
Of course, the other big upset today, Cincinnati leading Pittsburgh 27-3 late in the 3rd quarter. On first down, Calhoun gets about 5 yards as he slams up the middle. Muckensturm and Buffon make the stop.
Dick, over the last few weeks, New England has been a little listless, kind of a tentative football team. They've not played effectively, and throughout the year they've tended to start aggressively and then kind of slack off in the 3rd quarter. They've only scored 14 points in the 3rd quarter all year. They appear to be moving it pretty well here.
Indeed, and now have it 2nd and a long 4. Ivory inside the 15 and then bounce back. He's close to a first down. Ivory, the leading rusher for the Patriots, just under 40 yards on the afternoon. Short of the first down. Horace from the University of Oklahoma.
Big third down. Big third down play. 3rd and a yard. This is where a defense really has to buckle down. Grogan, of course, the kind of guy that'll even scare you on this kind of yardage. He's not afraid to throw that football.
Or bootleg it.
That's right, or bootleg it. He knows that if he goes back to pass, can't get the ball off, maybe he can run it and get it in for a first down.
3rd and 1. He is going to run or throw. Throws to Francis. First down at the 11-yard line. A solid tackle by Gary Campbell from the University of Colorado, number 59, but they only needed 1. They got 4.
Well, that puts the pressure on you defensively. When a quarterback is not afraid to throw the football on 3rd and short, he forces you to do different things than you like to do. You like to be able to put your whole team right up there on the inside. But when you have great receivers and you have great confidence in your arm, you do what Grogan did right there. Drives you crazy on defense.
Interesting, it was Campbell and Francis again saying aloha on their contact to Hawaiians. I know a lot of folks watching out there this morning in beautiful Hawaii. Sam Cunningham, little beauty there, except socks from about 3 different sides by Bear tacklers, a gain of about 3. And again, Gary Campbell in on the stop. Alan Page had a piece of the action.
Talking about Hawaii, Dick, I'm sure the calmative is flowing at Kapalua on a day like today, looking out over that bay toward the other islands.
Cunningham and Dwight Wheeler, 62, shaken up on that last play. Wheeler, of course, playing that left tackle spot, vacated when Leon Gray was traded to Houston.
Well, that puts them in a bind now. That sends Sam Adams back into the game. They didn't want to have to play Sam, put Pete Brock over on that left side. That means Pete will be playing the second position of the day.
34-3, the Bengals looking for their first win, leading Pittsburgh. We understand at one point the Steelers had fumbled 9 times and the Bengals had recovered 7 of the 9. 2nd and 7, Grogan right through the hands of Francis at the 3-yard line. Francis covered by 45. Fensick back in the game. Gary Fensick, the rare note that he attended a class at Yale taught by Howard Cosell. I wondered, I was going to ask him what he learned, but I didn't dare ask.
Well, I'll tell you one thing we just learned is that sometimes that strong arm gets Grogan in trouble. He gunned that one, and a very difficult ball to handle. Francis still upset, felt he should have controlled that football.
Ball at the 8-yard line, 3rd down and 7. Good protection. Almost intercepted. Laying back was Fensick, and he knew where it might be going, toward Francis. A diving try, but couldn't come up with the intercept, and the Patriots bring on the field goal team.
Well, certainly you'd rather give up 3 than 7, although they're not going to concede to 3. Ball thrown right here. Is it to Francis or to Harold Jackson? I believe maybe to Jackson, as Francis is up in front. But Fensick timed it perfectly, read it nicely, and came across. You think he's angry that he didn't pull that ball in?
He's now be on the probable list next week with bruised fists.
Yeah, right.
John Smith to try the short field goal. This is just a 25-yarder. It is off the upright. Good. A flag is down, and we may have roughing against the Bears, which could change the complexion.
Running into the kicker. Refused. Will penalize on the kickoff.
So they refuse it. They could have taken the penalty and had it down close to a possible touchdown. They take the sure 3 as Smith kisses it off the upright. They'll get the 15 yards on the ensuing kickoff.
Will be first. He's had good running. So Muncie with 78 yards. Daubert with 87 yards. In motion is Rich Motti, who's in there now. And Mike Strawn has also gone in, number 33. He started the game. Muncie had flu for a couple of days this week. They set him out, then put him in the first period. Strawn started.
Jack Holmes is also in there at fullback, number 45. It's Strawn and Holmes, 33 and 45 in the backfield now with the New Orleans Saints.
And disappointed fans leaving here on Orange Sunday. Blue. It's going to be Blue Sunday here in Tampa Bay. Ball's on the 26-yard line. Tinker Owens and Rich Motti are reserve receivers. They're in there now. As Nolan goes to his bench. It's the Tinker Owens at the 30. Owens at the 32-yard line.
That's only the second pass Tinker has caught all season long.
Having pass complete to Tinker Owens.
Yeah, he was disappointed in Oklahoma yesterday. Boy, were they stopped by that Texas defense. On the 32-yard line.
Ladies and gentlemen, the all-new
of New Orleans. 3rd down and 5. New Orleans is leading 28-7. 7 minutes remaining. Play action pass, wide open down there is Motti. He has it at the 30, at the 25, the 20. Monty at the 10. Lost the ball. No, he still had it and is finally stopped inside the 10. And Manning fooled everybody but his own receiver.
Well, it was a play-action fake inside, a trap play, and obviously the defensive back who was responsible for the deep outside of their zone came up. Two guys came up. Nobody stayed back. Monty was wide open. He looked like he ran right out of the bleachers. Takes advantage of the running situation and is finally tackled downfield by Mike Washington, number 40. But a beautiful-looking play by the New Orleans Saints, Archie Manning, to Rich Monty.
9 out of 12 for Archie Manning in this game. And today he looks like the player that was voted the most valuable player of the National Conference last year. He's taken his club to 4 touchdowns in the second half. Stewart's in at guard for Xander. And that time, the straight-ahead buck goes nothing. Otis Anderson has scored on a 1-yard run for the Cardinals. They lead the Eagles now, 20-17 in the fourth period. Long ways to go in that game, 13-40. Randy Crowder has replaced Bill Kohler, the nose guard. Second down, 7 to go for a Saint touchdown. Dobler's out. Stewart's in it. Second down, 7 to go for a Saint touchdown.
Play action pass.
Out it goes, and it's complete to Mike Strawn, but only for a yard or so, where he's immediately wrapped up. Dick Nolan, the head coach. Third down, 6 to go for a touchdown.
Archie threw that a little bit too quick that time. He was trying to get it out there very fast because he knew he was open, and he didn't get himself set very well and threw the ball a little bit low. Strawn had to dive for it, made the catch, but not much yardage on the play.
Brooks Williams brought a play in, the tight end, number 88 from the bench. 3rd and 6 for the Saints for a touchdown. 4:40 to go. This is Strawn, the 5, and he is out of bounds. They spot him out on the 1-yard line. Mike Strawn, number 33, out on the 1. 4th down, a yard to go for a Saint touchdown. This game's about out of reach now, and this one really put it away for them. Larry Hardy, tight end, brings the play in. No field goal for New Orleans. Tinker Owens is out. They've got all the tight ends in there to block.
Yeah, they got the muscle people in there, and they're going to stick it at him. Let's see what happens here. It looks like they might run. Maybe, let's see where we are. Maybe to the right side.
Holmes, Strawn are the running backs.
Here we go.
Strawn, and he scores. Mike Strawn is in for the score. Another touchdown. 5 touchdowns in the second half for New Orleans. Just about every time they've had the ball here in the second half, they've marched down the field and taken it in. There he goes. Look at him. Watch him dive. That ball just over the goal line.
Just broke the plane, didn't it?
That's right. That's all he had to do. Strawn scores. Now 34-7 Saints. Now one-sided game. Tampa Bay was a slight favorite here on their home field. And a scoreless first half. 41 points. If they hit the point, it'll be 42 points scored in the second half. It's up, and the kick is good. And the Saints now, with their most impressive performance of the year, against the top defensive club in the National Conference.
First and goal at the 4, New England.
New England wants a chance for 7. They don't want to take the short 3. You can't blame them, especially when they get the ball on the 4.
Let's see how it works out. Horace Ivory stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Oh, just a sea of black shirts smothering Ivory. Campbell and Plank and Hampton all in on the tackle and more.
Certainly have been impressed with the aggressive play of the Bear defense. They're a tough defensive team. They don't have the great standout defensive players that you would have on some other clubs, but you certainly have very aggressive and very consistent play across the line.
Now the Patriots gave up the 3. It's 14-7. Lost a yard on that one. Second and goal at the 5. Calhoun slips outside, and there are the Bears again. Number 24, Livers, makes the play.
How many times have we seen it, Dick? A player makes a mistake, gets penalized, comes back with a great play. You saw right there Back bounce to the outside, and Livers was right there. The dangerous, a very dangerous play. Calhoun stopped here briefly to the inside, sees an opening to the outside, and breaks it away. If Livers does not make that tackle, Calhoun is faster than Blank. He might get it out all the way into the end zone.
They lost 4 yards, and it's now 3rd and goal at the 9, and the Bears look for the pass. Big play, 14-7 New England. Grogan looking toward the end zone. Instead goes short, and Ivory doesn't make it. Out of bounds at the 4-yard line. Now they'll get another chance at the field goal.
Well, and of course, the Bears will get another chance to block it.
And Tampa Bay falls behind 35-7. That game is at Tampa Bay. Mike Strawn has just run for a touchdown for New Orleans. Now John Smith, who hit the upright the last time, then the penalty. New England went for 7. He gets a second opportunity. This is not much more than an extra point. And by the way, an extra point, Smith has a current active record, 58 in a row. It's only 21 yards away. And it's good. Now the Bears certainly made New England earn that 3, but Smith consistent. Hits them both, 1 counts, and we have a timeout. 8:49 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Patriots 17, the Bears 7.
The Miami Dolphins will continue to lead the AFC East along with New England if the Patriots hold up. And you'll get a report on everything developing today in the National Football League on NFL Report, which is coming up next here on NBC. Right now, we have 3 minutes and 9 seconds left to play in this game. The Dolphins with the ball, 1st and 10, 26-yard line of Buffalo. And Miami leads 17-7. Zonka, like a Clydesdale, isn't he? Big clumps of turf fly up.
His offensive line moved people back pretty well then. That looked like the play was stopped at the line of scrimmage. He still picked up 3 or 2.
He was drafted by the Dolphins back in 1968 after he eclipsed the rushing records of people like Jim Brown and Ernie Davis and Floyd Little at Syracuse. Rushed for almost 3,000 yards during his career there. The World Football League took him. Made a lot of money, but it didn't make him happy, and wants to give it one last shot with Dolphin coach Don Shula.
Now he's got everything. A little money and happiness on the right club.
All those good things. Bob Greasy. Next Sunday, it is an NBC doubleheader day. Miami at New England is the big one that you'll see in most parts of the country. You see the other games, Oakland and New York Jets, Cincinnati at Cleveland, Baltimore at Buffalo. And then the doubleheader game, San Diego and L.A. play at the Coliseum in Los Angeles, Houston at Seattle. That's next Sunday, a doubleheader day on NBC. 2:52 left to play in this game. Miami has been running the ball. They've taken control as Tom Catlin and Chuck Knox look it over. Greasy comes out, playing a conservative game, a lot of running. He's mixed it with the pass. You see his numbers. He's been intercepted once. It would have been a touchdown. Jeff Nixon stepped in to pick it off for Buffalo on Miami's last possession. Jerry Butler hadn't gotten the ball as much as they'd like him to have it today.
Or he would like to have it.
Second down and 8. Right back to Zonka. He gets stronger as the game wears on. Zonka takes it down to the 18-yard line. I thought he was going to be retiring in his first year here at Miami because he had very bad headaches. Somebody in their wisdom found out his helmet didn't fit.
He's delivered a few, too.
That's right. He will pass out those headaches.
He's doing his job. He's created a first down for the Dolphins. 2:45 left. It doesn't look like Buffalo's even going to get the ball back.
Actually, it'll be 3rd and 2 when we can go back to the action, and I think we can be pretty sure it will be Zonka once again. He's been getting the first downs and keeping those chain markers moving, keeping the clock running. Who do you think the best team in the league is, John, from what you've seen?
Oh, I don't know, and I think it's a little too early to say. I think that personnel-wise, New England stacks up with anybody. The team Miami's playing next week. Pittsburgh, obviously, is the team that people think are the strongest. If you take 3 teams, I got to take Dallas, Pittsburgh, and New England. that doesn't mean a team like San Diego can't come out and win. I mean, the only thing that San Diego can't state right now is that they have been there.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's the only difference between the New England, Pittsburgh, and San Diego.
Zonka needs 16 more yards for another 100-yard day. He's got 84 on the afternoon. Now they go to a double setback formation. Zonka the up back in the eye. As you look at it from ground level, this is what the Buffalo Bills will be seeing. Zonka. Well, he makes noise when he carries the ball. There's crashes.
He just kind of left a wave behind him. Poor fella's had a shot.
You heard a pop. 2 helmets hit there.
Well, this looks like the Zonka of 6 or 7 years ago. He runs low, and the worst thing you can do is hit him because he's going to leave a welt somewhere on your body.
And he is tough.
Picks up 4 yards without any real blocking room.
I tell you, another guy that'll hitch is at Charles Rome's number 26. He's coming up from the corner and putting a full shot on Zonka. Charles has given away just a little bit of weight, like about 50 pounds. Right now, with 2 minutes left in the game, Bob Greasy goes over to the sideline to get the game plan from Don Shula, which he already knows. Number 39 is the game plan at this point. We'll be back in a moment.
Rare meeting between the Browns and the Redskins. These two teams have really only met twice in regular season in the 1970s. Washington won it in '75. The Browns won it back in '71. They did meet in preseason this year, and Cleveland won that game rather handily at RFK Stadium. Jack Pardee. I get the impression it could be 10 below and he'd still be chewing ice. Everybody has their own way to keep from being nervous. Some people lick their thumbs, right?
Yep, occasionally.
Mike Pruitt and Calvin Hill in the backfield. 1st and 10 for the Browns at their 20-yard line. Pruitt out to the 25.
Frank, they did exactly what we said. What was going to be the first play of this series. They ran the same play where Calvin Hill goes in motion strong side. They give the ball to Pruitt straight ahead.
It's been fairly effective. Of course, they pass very well, but you don't want to take a chance of a turnover. You don't have to. Eagles in front of the Cardinals in the 3rd period. Philadelphia will be at RFK Stadium next Sunday afternoon. And George will be there. Pruitt trying to cut back in and pick up the 1st down. He's a couple of yards short. Paul Smith, number 78, on the stop that time for the Redskins.
Well, again, they're trying to go wide.
This is the rookie middle linebacker, Neil Olkowitz, 52. He's in there.
Redskins got pretty good penetration. Good pursuit.
Olkowitz has played a good portion of the afternoon instead of Hover at the middle linebacker slot. Malott went out early with a wrist injury, and so Wysocki's been filling that bill. It's 3rd down, and the Browns need a long 2 for the 1st down. They're at their 27-yard line.
Yeah, there's movement. There's movement.
Redskins are pointing at the Browns. Paul Smith pointing to the opposite side. Take a look at it from this angle.
Well, Butts started to go off and came back, and then the right tackle moved. Offensive right tackle.
Looked like Henry Shepard.
No infraction on the play.
Well, of course, we have the benefit of instant replay, and the officials don't, but it looked like Henry Shepard, number 65, the offensive right tackle, did raise up, and that's all he has to do.
3rd and 3 is usually a passing situation. We always jet charge in this situation and play pass over run.
Hogan to the left side, Rucker to the right. 8:55 left in the game. Side throwing over the middle, short toss, 1st down. At the 33-yard line, Calvin Hill. Hill is coming back playing against his former mates.
He is. This is what we call a whisk pattern. The weak halfback comes out there and hooks between the corner and the linebacker just enough to get the 1st down. Sipe threw it right in.
He scored. Hill has the Browns' only touchdown from 1 yard out. He set up a field goal with a long run. And now he comes up with a critical catch there for a first down. Brown's working on that clock a little bit now, which is moving at 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Pruitt drives into the left side of the 38.
Speaking of Hill, I'd like to say this, that the LA Rams wish they kept him. They gave him a tryout last year and had him in for a couple of days and let him go and signed another back. And it's to Cleveland's credit, to Art Modell and his organization's credit, that they saw something in Calvin Hill that we knew he had, and he's helped this entire ball club, not just as a player, but as a solid guy, leadership.
Now, shall I ask how he ever left Washington in the first place? We'll leave that unsaid. Second down 6. Pruitt driving forward and very close for the first down at the 43-yard line. Good individual effort there.
Yes. Well, their offensive line came off of the ball pretty good there. They put the Redskins' defensive line back.
Official time for measurement.
The first rule of running that football is have that offensive line come off of the ball and keep their feet driving. And that's what the Cleveland line did there.
Brown's a good mixture of youth and experience. 9 rookies on their ball club, including 8 draft picks and a free agent, plus Jack Gregory and Lyle Alzado that he faces. Brown's picked up the first. Well, they keep their drive going at the 43-yard line. This drive had started at the 20. They're protecting a 3-point lead with 7 minutes and 15 seconds left to play. Pruitt now with 17 carries. He has 63 yards rushing, the leading rusher on the afternoon. Sipe is 9 out of 17 for 144 yards.
The Redskins brought in Paul Smith and took out Perry Brooks.
Pruitt and Calvin Hill. The setbacks in the I formation. Hill gets the call. Drives forward for maybe a yard. Sam Rutigliano, just the 6th head coach in the 33-year history of the Cleveland Browns.
You know, a guy we haven't talked about very much is number 20 of the Redskins, Joe Lavender. I think he's a fine football player. He's got a good feel for the ball game, good hands, makes a lot of big plays. He's got long arms. He's got the arms of a basketball player. And he's really been an addition to this team after Mike Bass retired.
He was one of the first guys to wear those goggles, too, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
2nd and 9. Miller has come into the backfield, replacing Pruitt. Ryan Sipe, good protection over the middle. And again, it is Calvin Hill in heavy traffic at the 48-yard line.
Yeah.
That's very close to another first down.
You know what Calvin did? Calvin kind of came back for this ball. Calvin was well covered. Sipe took a chance on throwing that in there. See how he comes back for it, stayed with it, put it away.
Close enough again for measurement. And they'll bring in the change from the near side. You know, talking about things going on in the division, you mentioned Dallas a few moments ago. What do you think of that Dutton deal?
Well, I think that's the type of deal I've always liked to make.
I know.
Get an established football player for a couple of draft choices. They need Dutton. Dutton can play the run, he can rush the passer, and he's only 28 years old. Again, they have to make a decision there. Well, they already made it. They're going to put him over on the left side. I thought he was always better on the right side. So he'll be like Alzado. He has to make a transition, but it's a good trade for Dallas.
You saw the time left, 6 minutes.
And it's a good
first down.
And Frank, it's a good trade for Baltimore also. They had a disgruntled player and they got 2 good picks.
Kind of unlike Dallas, though, to deal those number 1 draft picks.
Yes, it is.
Browns working on the clock. Pruitt back in the lineup, dives forward to the 43-yard line. And that clock certainly now becomes a factor. Cleveland leading 9-6. 5 minutes and 20 seconds and counting. Sipe leading the number 1 pass offense in the NFL and doing it on the ground here in this particular drive for the most part.
You know, surprisingly, we haven't seen many screens or many draws today, and we've got a passing ball club both ways. Both clubs have good pass offenses.
Cleo Miller, you saw duck into the huddle with the play from Sam Rutigliano, and Pruitt comes out. It is 2nd down 7. Big rush. He got the pass away to Miller, but not much there. Good defense again by Neil Okowicz, number 52, the middle linebacker.
Well, the Redskins dogged on that, and that's the middle linebacker's coverage. He has the first back strong side, and he gets over there and makes the play.
Okowicz has impressed me so far this afternoon. He's been around the ball.
Hover must be injured. He's normally in there.
We haven't heard any word. You see, Sipe, he indicated to the bench he doesn't want the play. They're going to send Pruitt in with the play.
This is a real big down for both sides now.
Tokoroff getting loosened up just in case. A little bit out of his range right now. 3rd down 5. Browns at the 41 of Washington. 4 minutes left to play in the game. Big rush. He gets it away. Calvin Hill for the first down and out of bounds at the 33.
What a Sipe read the dog. Calvin ran a perfect pattern, and he hits him right in stride. Look at that, right in stride.
Murphy running him down, number 29, but not before he picks up the first.
That's Murphy's coverage. He has the first back weak side. When you got a guy like Calvin Hill, you got to play him a little bit tighter than that.
Again, the crowd reaction to the Pittsburgh score. 63,323 in attendance today. Brown victory and a Steeler loss could move Cleveland back into a tie for first place. First down. Cleveland at the Redskin 33. Pruitt inside the 30 to the 29 to the 28. Close to 5 yards on that play.
That's the same play we talked about. Hill taking off early, going in motion strong side, or leading the count and straight ahead blocking, and the offensive line of Cleveland's moving the Redskins back now. Straight ahead blocking.
This has been some ball control drive so far. Look at this crowd, and this is the reason they're yelling, because Cincinnati is stomping Pittsburgh. Cincinnati winless on the year, and the world champion Steelers trailing 34-3. What an unbelievable score that is. 2nd and 5. Pruitt. First down, Cleveland at the 21.
There's a smart play. The fullback started weak, and watch the middle linebacker take himself out. You see that? That's what inexperience does. He should be keying the fullback and staying at home and not running himself out of there. That's something that Harold McClinton always did very well. Stayed at home and didn't overrun the play, but that's what you get with inexperience. Smart play by Cleveland.
Clock continues to roll on. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to play in the game. First down. This drive started at the 20-yard line. It is eaten up. Better than 5 minutes on the clock. Redskins can't score unless they get their hands on the football. Again, Pruitt, the workhorse, down to the 16-yard line.
Well, again, they're coming off of the ball, M blocking, straight ahead, man for man. There's nothing, no finesse with this. It's just take them on, do your job.
Pruitt, 83 yards now and 21 carries, leading rusher in the game. The ball is down to the 16-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and a long 5 needed for the first down, and the Redskins are going to call time here with 2 minutes and 14 seconds left to play in the game. And we'll be back at Cleveland Stadium right after this.
Season, and there's been a lot of other developments around the league, which you'll see in NFL Report. Nobody runs on the field here in Miami because that dog isn't here to watch the game.
He has got his back turned to the action.
That dog is all business. They let that thing run around and let people know that he ain't a leash either. First and 10 Dolphins. Zonka. They'll keep on hitting on him. Scott Hutchinson came up and hit him. Steve Freeman hit him. Zonka got a little more, though, on a first down carry. He brought the ball down close to the 13-yard line. Don Shula will be 50 years old in his next birthday. We were mentioning earlier his contract runs through this season and next. And there's been a lot of speculation as whether he'll be here in Miami or whether he'll go someplace else. There are a few people who would hire him, I think.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. He can go just about wherever he wants, but he's been so effective here, as he has everywhere he's been, that I see no reason for a change, and I expect very much to see him back.
Once again, they go to Zonka, and he's down close to the 12-yard line. He's not getting much, but he is getting time, and 1:07 shows on the clock, and it's running. The Bills have no timeouts left, so it's just a matter now of the Dolphins running out this football game and extending their 5th victory of the year, with a big showdown coming up next Sunday at Foxborough, Massachusetts, against their arch rivals from the AFC East, the New England Patriots. Miami 17, Buffalo 7, 45 seconds left to play. Dolphins got their first touchdown today at an 86-yard punt return, as Joe Ferguson has had, I guess you'd call it, certainly been an off day for him off what he's been doing this season.
Well, they haven't had the ball enough, and when they did have it, they didn't sustain much, and it's just been one of those frustrating days against a very good team.
Zonka runs. It might be a delay of game against Miami. Whistle blew before the snap of the ball with 17 seconds left. Norm Bulash, who was summoned back from Texas when Don Shula needed another fullback. Well, that's going to be it. The clock's going to wind out. Off goes Coach Shula with yet another victory in the Orange Bowl. And the Miami Dolphins get ready for the New England Patriots, tuning up with a 17-7 victory over the Buffalo Bills. John?
Well, I think when you take a look at Chuck Knox, he knows he was outmanned. He played a team that has better people. Buffalo continues to play pretty well. Right now they're a 500 team, and normally they're a 500 team as long as number 12 is playing well. Down the line, I think Buffalo will get a lot better. But Miami, on the other hand, has put themselves in a position to fight for the AFC East. And next week, when they play New England, that will be some kind of football game.
And stay with us. We'll be updating all the scores and the highlights around the National Football League on the 7th weekend of play, as Bob Greasy must quiet his critics at least for another week, as he directs an effective Miami offense that did what it had to do to win the football game. The Dolphins winning over the Buffalo Bills 17-7. Buffalo going home next week to play Baltimore, and Miami going up to go against the New England Patriots, with a game that you'll see in most parts of the country as part of an NBC doubleheader. San Diego and Los Angeles, the second game. So that was the story here in Miami.
Next Sunday, CBS Sports kicks off its NFL coverage with the NFL Today, followed by a full slate of regional games. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
There's the drive after the fumble. Anderson scoring his 3rd touchdown of the year. Wally Henry with the kickoff now from Steve Little. 20-17. We've had just about everything happen in this football game and still have over 13 minutes left to play. Little kicking, and this is a dandy. Henry at the 1-yard line. Wally Henry out to the 15, to the 20, 30-yard line. He's out to the 40, to the 45-yard line. Wally Henry, he's upset at himself, but oh, what an effort. Rod Phillips eventually made the tackle.
What a great run back. He gets into his blocking well and breaks tackles. That's the thing. He's not ready to concede and go down when he gets closed in on. And boy, he gets the Eagles back in great field position again.
And that's a 45-yard return.
They're not far from Franklin field goal range, are they?
At the 46-yard line.
There he is, Wally Henry.
They called him Hollywood Henry. Played for Dick Vermeil on that outstanding Rose Bowl team at UCLA. Montgomery trying to go wide, and he's being chased down by Calvin Favron. Rookie did a good job getting out there, but still Montgomery got 2 yards on it.
And Favron had him in the backfield.
That's right.
Had him full off.
There's Jaworski. Now, last week he had 8 of 12. Again, he's not throwing the ball all that much, but he's throwing it effectively, picking his spots.
Now, you're talking about these two teams, how tough the games are when they play. The Cardinals, what are they? They've won 11 out of the last 13 games against the Eagles.
That's right. In fact, they had 9 straight against Philadelphia until a year ago here in Busch Stadium. And they've always come down to a big play late in the game. Back to throw, Jaworski. Dumps it off to Leroy Harris, and he doesn't have it. He's having a tough time with that football.
He is. He was looking where he was going to run with the ball. Took his eye off of it.
John Bearfield putting some pretty good pressure on that time. And so it'll bring up a 3rd and 8. All right, as you can see, Vermeil's communications have been restored, so both teams now have communications with the press box.
Well, I'm glad they got it straightened out.
Well, third down now, 8 yards to go. Scott Fitzke, the rookie out of Penn State, number 81, is in, along with Charlie Smith. Top of the screen, Carmichael at the bottom of the screen. Let's see if they come after it. Jaworski back. Over the middle, Krefley, and it's picked off instead by Smith. 2 men in the same area.
Well, Krefley was trying to clear the area, and he got jammed going up the field a little bit. He's going off the field right now. And the ball was delivered. Either guy could have caught the football. Charlie Smith came across and made the reception. You can see, looks like the ball is going to Krefley. And Smith came right underneath and picked it off. First down for the Eagles. They're moving again.
Smith with his 11th catch of the year. Jaworski limping as he walks to his position behind the center. Comes through with a 19-yard completion. First down at the 33 of St. Louis. 12 minutes remaining in the game. Montgomery wide. He's in trouble. Give credit to Eric Williams, 55.
Boy, he does a good job that time.
That's not Williams.
John Bearfield comes across and makes that play. You see, and he this time holds on. Harris did not make the block. He did not block him because he didn't expect the penetration by Bearfield.
That was Bearfield, not Williams. And Bearfield is the man who just seems to be getting better every week. A second-round draft pick a year ago. He called himself Dr. Doom, came in here, and really did not contribute that much to the team. This year he came in very quietly and has been playing with a lot of authority. Second down, 11, a loss of 1. Jaworski back, time to throw. Harris dropped immediately by Fabron, and that'll still be short of the first down by some 3, maybe 4 yards.
Keith Krefley has left the field also now. John Spagnola, the big tight end, the rookie from Yale, is in there playing that position now. Boy, is he big. 6'4", 240.
He was the 9th-round pick of New Orleans, or I should say New England, and they picked him up after he was cut, and they like him. Inside the 32. Third down, 3. Another third down for the Eagles. Smith, Carmichael, split out wide. As Sonny mentioned, Spagnola in at tight end. Quick pitch, Montgomery. And he cuts it against the grain, and he got a first down. That is what Montgomery does as well as anybody, is cutting against the grain, and he didn't have running room, and he found some.
It looks like this play had been stuffed by Bearfield just earlier. They come right back to the same play. Very basic. It looks like he's going to come up short of the first down. You see him break the tackle again. Kurt Alleman had him again short of the first down. He broke it, keeps the drive alive. First down on the 20-yard line.
Look at that. 4th in the NFC in ball control. Montgomery now with 84 yards. First down at the 20-yard line. Inside 10 minutes to go. Each time the Cardinals have taken the lead, the Eagles have just come right back at them. Jaworski, Montgomery to the 15. Montgomery is to the 12-yard line. It's going to be 2, maybe 3 yards short of the first down. He's been a workhorse.
Well, watch this. He gets some good blocking this time. Gary Pett pulls out and is leading him. He follows right behind him, cuts back. Almost another first down.
Also, Leroy Harris with a big block. We have a final now. Miami.
Boy, how many times have they beaten Buffalo? 17-7. That's the final. Do you realize what Cincinnati's beating Pittsburgh? 34-3.
Boy, that Central Division now is up for grabs in the AFC, isn't it? From the 12-yard line, 3 yards to go on a second down, straight up the middle, and they have a first and goal. The Eagles pick up the first and goal with still a lot of time left in this game.
Well, they gave Montgomery a play off here. Gave it to Harris. Anytime you give it to Harris, he's got to be running free a little bit. He found some daylight up front, plowed in there, and picked up the first down, makes it first and goal on about the 7-yard line.
Harris very important to this Eagle offense because Dick Vermeil uses his fullbacks a lot. He uses them as blockers, receivers, and they had a good one last year in Mike Hogan. Harris now has filled his shoes. First and goal at the 8-yard line. Jaworski to Montgomery. Montgomery to the 5. Inside the 5 to the 3-yard line. It'll be second and goal there. Have a fourth quarter score.
Look,
it's all over.
That team was 5-0, 35-7
New Orleans was 2-4 going into that game. Ron Jankowski now comes in defensively for St. Louis on this goal line. 2nd and goal at the 2-yard line, just outside it. Allerman comes out in place of Jankowski. Montgomery trying to take it in, and he fumbled the ball. He fumbled the ball, and the Cardinals have downed it, and they'll have it at the 20-yard line.
Can you believe that?
I want to see that again.
The ball. That's 2 touchdowns. Let's take a look right here. I've never seen the Eagles make so many mistakes. He looks like he's going to get into the end zone. He's going down. He's got the ball protected. We lose him right there, and there it comes. It comes out of there.
He didn't get across the goal line. If he had been across the goal line and fumbled, it would have been a touchdown.
And the man that comes up with it, Kenny Stone.
Boy, he is an opportunistic football player. At the 20-yard line, the Cardinals get a new lease on life.
There's a score. New Orleans 35, Tampa Bay 7. What has happened to the #1 defense in the NFL? Tampa Bay Buccaneers taking it on the chin. Our score, the Browns 9, the Redskins 6. And right now, the Browns in good shape, 2nd and 5 at the Redskins 16.
To answer that question, sometimes you win a few, but it doesn't mean you're going to continue to win. Teams that win year after year and are consistent, that's the test.
Browns have done a beautiful job in this drive, utilizing the clock. Pruitt, the workhorse. Caught at the 15, down to the 14-yard line. A pickup of 2. It'll be 3rd down, and looks like 3 needed for the 1st down, and that will necessitate now another timeout being called by the Redskins. That leaves them just 1 now.
Using all their timeouts, that puts a lot of pressure on Theismann and the offense.
Now you're wondering when this drive started. You may be wondering. It started back at the 20-yard line, and it started with 10 minutes and 20 seconds showing on the clock in the last period. We've now got 2:04 left, so Cleveland has held the ball for 8 minutes.
And what they've done, they've grounded out, except for a couple of passes to Calvin Hill, a wisp pass, about a 4 or 5 yard hook, and a shoot pattern. It's been all on the ground. Basic football.
8 minutes and 16 seconds. The Browns have hung on to the football. They have a 3rd down and a long 3 coming up for the 1st down, with the nose of the ball just inside the Redskin 15-yard line. Now, field goal really doesn't help them that much.
No, it doesn't.
The Redskins
but, you know, the strategy here, I would think, would be maybe to run the ball both downs. Depends on what they make on this down, but run the ball both downs, try to get the 1st down and get the touchdown.
That says it all. Ryan Sipe under center. Pruitt, Calvin Hill, the setbacks. Sipe looking for Hill. He's got him, but he was out of bounds.
Out of bounds.
Caught it out of bounds at the 2-yard line.
He took a chance. Good play action. Boy, Hill's caught every pass in this drive. 3 for 3.
Now a decision for the Browns as to what to do with 4th and 3 coming up from the 15-yard line.
When you throw the ball, you stop the clock.
2-minute warning.
There it is. See, the pass took him out of bounds.
Mark this down on your television schedule. Tomorrow night on CBS, The White Shadow. The big question, will Coach Reed go back to a pro team? Then on MASH, Radar says goodbye forever. And WKRP takes on rival station WPIG in a baseball game. That's followed by Lou Grant on CBS Monday night. Sonny, that last drive took 6 minutes, 11 seconds, only to culminate in a fumble in the end zone. Look at the turnovers by the Eagles. That's unheard of for them. 4. Anderson and Morrison running backs from the 20, the Cardinals. Mazarkowitz off to Anderson. Anderson trying to go wide. Nothing doing. He loses a yard or 2. Green jerseys everywhere on that one. He started the game running right. He's never been able to go off the left side effectively. One reason is Reggie Wilkes. Ropes again on that tackle.
Hey, every time he touches it, though, you got to expect him to go all the way.
You see Collins, 66. He's still in there in place of the injured Bob Young. Anderson, 64 yards on 20 carries. Montgomery, by the way, on that last play on the fumble, now has 98 yards on 23 carries. Second down, 12. Up the middle, Anderson. Look at that cut, would you?
What a pretty run, wasn't it?
Beautiful move.
Boy, that was such a pretty move that he makes here. It's a draw play. Goes back, makes the pass, and watch him cut it. Here's his cut right here. Whoom. It's like he put it in overdrive, doesn't he?
Looks like he gets in a little groove there, and
Yeah.
it just opens up for him. Now 73 yards for O.J. Houston to Baltimore, third quarter score.
Earl Campbell scored another touchdown. 20-yarder this time. He has 2 for the day.
Having a big day. 6:17 left in this one. Third down, 3 for Steve Bazarkowitz and the Cardinals. They lead it 20-17. Bazarkowitz gives to Morris, and he's dropped immediately by Charlie Johnson. Johnson was there almost as quick as the exchange. And that'll mean a kicking situation now for the Cardinals. Little will come in. You don't hear a lot about Johnson, but the football Cardinal staff was very impressed with him. They talked a lot about him. He's kind of one of those unheralded players who comes up with a big play once in a while, just like that one. He's a Vietnam veteran. 2 years in the Army. He was an MP over there in Vietnam. I don't imagine too many people argued with him.
Good punting day for Steve Little. But this man that's kicking too, Wally Henry, look out. Anything can happen when he gets it.
Time of 5:29 left in the game. On a 4th and 7. Little to kick inside his own 10. A high snap. Nice kick. Henry going to call for the fair catch, and the ball is going to roll down to the 31-yard line. We have a flag all the way back inside the 20-yard line.
What'd they do, Rush? They must...
Holding against St. Louis. That was a 48-yard punt by Steve Little, but they're going to have to do it again.
He's going to make him kick it again. Back him up, make him kick it again.
You know, Wally Henry wanted to field that ball. One of his own teammates got him in a little bit of difficulty over there, and he got away from it, probably very wisely. Anyway, a 10-yard penalty means that Little's going to be kicking from his own goal line.
36, 10 yards.
A little trouble with the mic, but I believe he said 36, Rod Phillips. St. Louis, 7 penalties, 65 yards. New England leading Chicago.
John Smith got the 21-yard field goal.
There's Hart visiting with Bazarkowitz.
17-7 now they're leading, huh?
Here's Little kicking from the end zone. Henry standing at the 50-yard line. Little hits a boomer. Oh, did he hit that one? Henry back at the 35-yard line. He's got some running room. 50, 45, 40. He's to the Cardinal 33-yard line. What a run by Wally Henry. Again, he's upset he didn't go all the way. That he has been one of the big performers in this game today. With 4:58 left, the Eagles have the football.
Frank Lieber with George Allen in Cleveland. 4th down for the Browns and 3. What do you think, Coach?
Frank, I think here they're trying to prevent a tie by getting this field goal. The Redskins have to go the distance and get a touchdown. It'll be interesting to see the snap and the hold because Cleveland hasn't had much success today. The Redskins are out of timeouts, or they may have 1 timeout left.
Cockcroft has kicked 1 field goal, but he's had an extra point blocked, and he's had another field goal attempt blocked. Logan will hold. He'll put it down at the 22-yard line. This will make it a 32-yard field goal attempt. 1 minute 59 left in the game. It would put the Browns up by 6. No good. So the Redskins will get one last shot at it. And the normally reliable Don Cockcroft fails in this situation. And we'll be back in just a moment.
Good job here this afternoon.
He's been driving them into the end zone. Here's his kick at the short one. 25 to the 30 to the 35 and the 36-yard line. Here's Isaac Hagan back. David Gray's in and out for Tampa Bay at the left cornerback. Mike Ray quarterbacking for the Buccaneers. Punt, throws it deep, and it is intercepted by David Gray. David Gray to the 50, to the 45, to the 40. David Gray just came in the game at the 35 and is down at the 34-yard line. Gray just replaced Chapman for the Saints at cornerback, and he had a good block out in front of him there by Derlin Moore. Archie Manning in 70, Bobby Scott in 71, Tinker Owens of Oklahoma in 73. Mike Strawn burst loose at the 30, 25, 20. And you've really got to fault the Tampa Bay tackling today.
Yes, they really have not done a good job in that particular area. And the other thing is, of course, you have to give the New Orleans a lot of credit for doing a good job of blocking. They really control the line of scrimmage, and they've done an excellent job of picking the defenses of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tampa really hasn't changed very much during the course of the game as far as trying to disguise their coverages and the blitzes and that kind of thing. And the Archie Manning really has done a fantastic job of covering them up in this game this afternoon.
And there's Strawn running again. He just scored a touchdown. Ken Anderson has thrown a 14-yard touchdown pass to Walker. Cincinnati 34, the Pittsburgh Steelers 3. Can you believe that one?
Oh, boy.
I'll believe anything.
That's what makes the league such a great league, Curtis. So unpredictable, you never know what's going to happen from week to week.
2nd and 7 for a first down. They've got Taylor, Finney, Stewart, Peterzak, Rafari on the line, the second string line.
Touchdown.
Touchdown is Strawn. That's the second in a row for him. And now the Saints are really marching. March, march, march. That's all they've done in the second half. Here he goes, Strawn. Look at that hole.
Dave Lafari, number 64, goes through there and manages not to touch anybody on the play.
Arm tackling.
Yes, very definitely. Dave was looking for somebody to block. Couldn't find anybody. Went through the hole clean. Strawn followed him into the hole, and they go in for the touchdown. Another good surge by the offensive line of the New Orleans Saints.
34-yard drive again. And they have scored 6 touchdowns in the second half, 42 points in the second half. Timeout, the time remaining in this game. 3:14, New Orleans 42, Tampa Bay 7.
Features on NFL 79 next Sunday at 12:30 will be a Steve Grogan special, and then Miami and New England could well be fighting for first place in the AFC East. Most of the country will see that one. Others will see Oakland, New York, as you saw the lineup. And the second half of the doubleheader, most of you will see San Diego and Los Angeles at the Coliseum. Merlin and I will be there. Houston, Seattle, the other late game. A big, big NFL doubleheader on NBC next Sunday.
A lot of great football.
John Smith kicks it off.
Short.
Walterscheid, you heard him yell out, you. Ricky Watts, the rookie, at 20 to 25, hurdled out to the 30 and out of bounds at the 32-yard line. You could hear Walterscheid as he said, you, meaning I can't get to that ball, and the rookie Watts from Tulsa returned it to the 32. Check the scoreboard. Well, Pittsburgh, perhaps too late. Fourth quarter, 7.5 minutes left, scores its first touchdown. Bradshaw to Stallworth, 33-yard pass, but Cincinnati has a big lead.
Taking out all that frustration. Boy, they got a belly full of that in the early going this year.
Cincinnati hungry for a win and trying to get it against the world champion Steelers. Avellini first down toss to Payton. Tripped over his own man. Out to the 33-yard line. Appeared that Robin Earl was the man that couldn't get around.
I think really the play made by number 40, though, Mike Haynes, very aggressively. I don't think anybody plays their corners closer to the line than New England. Haynes up very quickly, actually forced Payton to dip inside before he wanted to. Didn't give him any room to run. Payton had to cut before he wanted to and had to go across the heels of Robin Earl, as you said, and trip. But forced by the good defense of the New England Patriots.
First final, Miami has won, so New England needs a victory to stay tied for first in the East. On 2nd and 8. Big hole again for Earl to the 40, but a flag is down, thrown by the referee. And it's backfield in motion against the Bears. Well, every time they fake Payton wide and give it to Earl inside, he has a huge hole.
Well, you got to believe that there are a bunch of those New England Patriots saying, hey, if he's going outside, let's get there ahead of him, which is pretty hard to do.
Illegal motion, number 65.
Against the guard, Noah Jackson, 65. Meanwhile, at Baltimore, Houston has scored again.
There's a look at Jackson, number 65. Wanted to get over and cut off the linebacker. And, of course, in stepping too quick, nullified what was a very fine gain.
So it is now 2nd and 13 for the Bears. Ball back at their 29-yard line. Houston 21, Baltimore 6. Earl Campbell has scored his 2nd touchdown, a 20-yard run. Rod Schote, 56, valuable linebacker, goes out.
4-man rush coming here.
Avellini to throw. Dumps it out to Latta, and the tight end is tackled immediately at the 35, and we have another penalty down. Now Latta, the tight end, as you see, wears glasses while playing. Game 2, the Bears from the World Football League with Jack Pardee when Pardee moved here. Holding the call against Chicago, so that short game will be called back. Bears trailing 17-7, and penalties have figured prominently in the last 2 quarters. Hurt New England. Kind of took the momentum away as they were penalized heavily in the 2nd quarter.
Number 70 offense, holding, 2nd down.
Dennis Lick, the right tackle, guilty of the hold. Referee Gene Barth with a call. At New York, 49ers have scored a couple of touchdowns to make it tighter on the Giants. It's now 29-16. 10.5 minutes left. DeBerg has hit Schumann and Solomon for touchdowns. 2nd and 22 for the Bears. Avellini on a draw to Payton, and Richard Bishop, 64, said, oh, no, you don't. Other than that, and Payton get him into the secondary and let him use his elusiveness, but Bishop just didn't get him, let him get off to that fast start.
Well, you're really in trouble when you've got a second that long. You don't have that many options anyway. They were trying to hit him with a little bit of a surprise. The Patriots had line stunts called on both sides, which are a perfect call. They fell right into it. Perfect call against the draw because you try and let the people get upfield, so you let them get by you. When you have a stunt like that, that throws 2 defensive ends right into the ball carrier. They killed him in the backfield. Going to be 3rd and about 23.
Long yardage facing Avellini with less than 7 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter.
Too much time.
And that's always the insulting penalty. Even the fans say we can count to 30 seconds.
Well, and not all of the problem is Avellini's. The plays are coming in from the sideline, and he is at the mercy of that call from the sideline. He can only wait till that comes in and then hurry up from there. He may have taken a little bit of extra time, but that's one of the weaknesses of calling the plays from the sideline.
Well, then, too, on his behalf, Merlin, you get the play from the sidelines. Now, see, already 15 seconds approximately gone. Then you get up the line of scrimmage and look at the defense. You're trying to call maybe an audible, and you don't have time for it.
Well, I wonder if they got a play for 3rd and 29. That's just like the situation Grogan faced a while ago.
Yeah, he's going to throw. And incomplete to Robin Earl in the left flat. He's lucky to get it off.
Tremendous pressure put on him there. That's what we used to call a jailbreak. 3 or 4 people all turned loose in there. Avellini, lucky to get out of there with his life.
If they throw him for a loss too far out of the stadium, that'll be Avellini. In the 4th quarter, 3 minutes left. New Orleans now leads 42-7. Strawn has scored again for the Saints. Now Parsons will kick from around his own 2-yard line. Morgan back at his 45. 10 men on the line of scrimmage.
They're coming.
Gets it away. High wobbly kick, fair catch, Morgan. New England will put it in play right at midfield. 38-yard punt, 6 minutes and 41 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. The Patriots have the only score of this 3rd quarter, a field goal. They have the ball again and lead here in Chicago, 17-7.
Who's the fastest growing?
Theismann back to throw, hits Buggs at the 35-yard line. Danny Buggs at the 40. Buggs to the near side of the 45, gets a block from Hardiman and runs out of bounds in Browns territory at the 47-yard line.
Well, here's the missed field goal. Good snap, good goal.
High enough?
He just sliced it.
Long enough? Not straight enough.
Yeah, sliced it to the right. Theismann went to his favorite receiver, Danny Buggs, and Buggs runs well with the ball after the catch. Now with a field goal kicker like Mark Mosley.
Now that's a big, big miss for Cockcroft because it puts the Redskins at least in position of, with a field goal, sending this into overtime. 1st and 10 from the Redskin 47. They're playing like they want to end it in regulation time. Warren, the tight end, making the reception. Keep in mind that the Redskins have just one timeout left. So they'll line up quickly at the 40-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. 1:26 left to play in the game. Theismann over the middle to Harmon at the 30-yard line. They're already now within Mosley's range, I'd say, down at the 28. It's another first down. First down at the 28-yard line. The clock is moving with 1:10 left to play. Redskins have one timeout left should they needed to stop it for the field goal attempt, and Theismann stops it right there with that throw over the head of Ricky Thompson.
Well, what happens in this situation? The defense loosens up. You give them the short stuff to prevent a touchdown, and Theismann's doing the right thing. He's hitting the intermediate passes and moving the ball down the field for either a touchdown or a field goal.
It's amazing, though. You play that tough defense the whole ball game, and all of a sudden, inside of 2 minutes, a team just picks up 10, 15 yards at a whack. Makes it look so easy.
Yeah, sometimes you play it too loose.
1:03 left to play. Redskins with one timeout left. They have a 2nd and 10 upcoming at the 28-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. Redskins trying to pull this one out. Hardiman to the 25. Again, just one timeout left for the Redskins. Jack Pardee glancing nervously at the clock. Jerry Shirk made the stop. Redskins go without a huddle from the 26. Here's Theismann. Over the middle. Inside the 15-yard line. Warren makes the catch at the 14, and they're going to call time. With 38 seconds to go, Ricky Jones on the stop, and we'll be back with the finish in just a moment.
Bears fan in the news of late, they're all wondering who's she going to support in an upcoming Democratic situation. A reminder tonight on NBC on Wonderful World of Disney, Baseball Fever includes that great cartoon Casey at the Bat. Miracle Worker tonight, Patty Duke Austin, Melissa Gilbert, and then primetime Sunday Tom Snyder. Big night on NBC this evening. Patriots ball midfield, leading 17-7. Here comes the reverse to Stanley Morgan at the 50. 45, good running to the 43, and a gain of 7.
Interesting call to come back out. Patriots obviously wanted to get the big break on that one. They ran a misdirection play. Play opened up briefly, and Morgan with that great speed for a second looked like he might get it all the way, but some good recovery in the defensive secondary.
Third time they've called this play, Merlin. Morgan has made 20 yards the first 2 times. Grogan, a good job hiding the ball on his hip. It really melded in with those red pants. I wonder if they went to the red pants for that reason.
Well, I don't think so, but it certainly helps.
2nd and 3 from the 43. It's Ivory. Down short of the first down at the 41, and they stole the ball, but after he was down, Gary Campbell came up with a pumpkin.
Be another 3rd and short. Bears have had a lot of this 3rd and short during the day. And of course, again, as we said, Grogan really has the option. If he can consistently make yardage and get into a situation where he has the option at first. That's Gino Cappelletti sitting with Tim Fox, number 48. Cappelletti, one of the great kickers in the past history of the AFL, and now a coach, a special teams coach for the Boston Patriots.
3rd and 1. It's Calhoun.
No, did not make it.
He's short of that 40-yard line. And again, the Bears show they are a strong team versus the run.
Very aggressive play by the Bears on defense. Good line surge, but the Bears were equal to it. Over on the right side, Hartenstein and Alan Page doing an excellent job. Actually, Ridehalgh in there in place of Page. Page is not the biggest tackle in the world, playing at about 220.
Grogan, you'd see how he reacted. He was hoping he could influence the decision by going back in the huddle on 4th and inches, but Earhart said no, leading 17-7. Don't give the Bears a chance to stop us and pick up some quick momentum. Hare, oh, did he hit that one? That lands out of the end zone. Straight down the middle, so first down on the touchback at the 20-yard line. The net on that one is 20 yards. Never could quite understand why not even try to go toward the sidelines. But I guess there after the low snap, he just wanted to be sure he got it off.
Well, he drilled it. And you know what happens a lot of times? The kicker thinks he's just going to pooch it. Gets it easy, and whap, away it goes.
Just like off the tee, you don't try so hard, you seem to hit it farther. New England still leads 17-7.
Mark Mosley, who could be called upon in a moment to kick a field goal that would set this game into sudden death overtime if the Redskins don't push it across in the 38 seconds that are left. Now, keep in mind, the Redskins do not have a timeout left. They have a first down at the Browns' 14. Theismann. Incomplete. Intended again for the tight end Warren, who pulled it down but could not come back in bounds.
Well, that play took 5 seconds. That's a good call. Rolling out, get away from the rush. In the case they dog, you get away from all those blitzers.
Now, he's got to be careful not to get trapped here, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Because the Redskins don't have a timeout left. They're going to have to rush that field goal unit on if it gets down to that. 2nd and 10 now. This drive started back at the 20-yard line. Ricky Thompson wide to the right side. Danny Bugs is split to the left. Theismann under pressure over the middle. He's got Harmon for the touchdown. Clarence Harmon 15 yards out for the touchdown with 27 seconds to go.
Great play by Theismann and a fine catch by Harmon. He kept going, got open. Watch this. Good protection. Joe's looking for Bugs. Then he comes back to Clarence Harmon. There's Harmon. Nice over the shoulder catch.
Got behind the linebacker Hall as you look at it from yet another angle. Hall, number 59, trying to stay with him.
Well, he can't stay with him that long.
Extra point try by Mosley, and this Cleveland crowd of 63,000 is stunned. The Browns held the football for better than 8 minutes, then missed the field goal attempt, and the Redskins came storming back 80 yards for the go-ahead touchdown with only 27 seconds to go. Washington leading 13-9, and we'll be back in just a moment.
That was a 54-yard kick, and here is the situation. With 4:58 remaining, the Eagles down by 3, 20-17. They have the ball at the 33-yard line. It was a 54-yard kick by Little, but I should add it was a 34-yard return by Wally Henry. He's going to be leading the NFC in punt returns after today. Here's Montgomery. Montgomery to the 30, the 25. He has a first down to the 21-yard line. Montgomery now over 100 yards for the day. His third 100-yard day of the season.
Same play they've been running. Fake up the middle to Harris. Pitch back to Montgomery. And give that Eagle line credit. Boy, they just doing an outstanding job of blocking. Gary Petts again out in front of the play. Dan, I tell you what, fine blocking that time.
The 22-yard line, fourth quarter now. The Saints are really hammering Tampa Bay.
42-7.
Montgomery, the 109 yards, adds some more. He's down to the 13-yard line. They just can't get this guy right now. They can't seem to one-on-one make a tackle.
Watch him stumble right when he gets the ball here. He stumbles right here. Oh, hold on, I'm not quite ready to run. Now he finds his balance. He gets all the way to the secondary again. Walters, Putt, Morris, People, all doing a fine job up front. Jerry Sassmore.
Giants, well, 49ers are putting some points on the board. We have a second down here, a short 2 to go. Smith, Carmichael, the wide receiver. And Jaworski keeping, and I don't think he wanted to do this. He is dropped by Carl Allen. What happened on that?
A busted play. It was just a busted play.
And with the injury he has, that's the last thing he wanted to be doing is running and having somebody come after him, and that could be very costly. Now it's third down and 4 instead of second and a short 2.
Back went the wrong way. Either he went the wrong way or Montgomery went the wrong way. But again, another mistake by the Philadelphia Eagles in scoring territory. And do they throw him down? They don't take any prisoners when they see that quarterback with the ball.
Third down and 4. They don't get it here. Franklin then would have to go for the tying field goal. Jaworski back. He's got a man open. Far side is Campfield. And Campfield has it, I believe.
Oh, he backed off for the first down. One time trying to get more yards. He backed up. Did you see that?
Let's see if he
Take
got
a
it.
look at this. I think he's going to pick up the first down, but he came very close to losing the first down. Watch him after he catches it. He has the first down there, but he'll back up. He backs up. If they had made the tackle in, they'd have set up a fourth down play.
That's Perry Smith that bumped him out. But it is a first down, but not by a lot. It certainly wasn't. Cincinnati still leading that one.
34-10. So they put it on him. Bradshaw hit John Stallworth.
The ball is just inside the 12-yard line. First down. This is Campfield again. Second-year man from Kansas to the 5. Touchdown. Billy Campfield went in on his feet. And he's a man you don't hear a lot about, but they're very high on him, and he gives Montgomery a breather, and he takes over. And look at Jaworski.
And the last time, I tell you something, every time he comes in, he came in and ran a 15-yarder earlier in the year for a touchdown. He knows where the end zone is and how quickly the Eagles strike.
And so it's a 23-20 game and a battle, and what a battle we've had. Back and forth, and now point after attempt. A big one, obviously, as this would keep the Cardinals with an opportunity from tying it up with a field goal. 2:54 left in the game. Franklin's kick is on the way, and he had that one easily. Tony Franklin makes it 24-20. And the Cardinals, once again, are going to have to come from behind. As you have to hand it to this Eagles team, they've had all kinds of opportunities slip away, and yet they still have a 4-point lead. They've had an interception in the end zone, a fumble into the end zone, 4 turnovers, and still with a 4-point lead. Well, tonight, 60 minutes. And an interesting story. Do you want to borrow a couple of $1 million at interest rates so low your banker would laugh at you? It's not all that difficult. Ask Uncle Sam. A lot of people who already are millionaires did just that, and they got the money. Watch it tonight on 60 Minutes. Franklin now to kick from the 35-yard line. And the Cardinals, well, they've had the big plays today. They're going to have to come up with some now. There's still time, 2:54.
Trailing 9-6 with 27 seconds left. Joe Theismann hits Clarence Harmon as they come from behind to beat Cleveland 13-9.
Boy, that really gets the Eagles in excellent shape now. They're 5-2 for the year. Did I say the Eagles or Redskins? Here's Franklin kicking off. Thomas Lutz, he's not going to bring it out. And so at the 20-yard line, the Cardinals will have it. Steve Bazarkowicz has done a very commendable job. Will come back in at quarterback. There's that last drive. And Campfield taking it over from 12 yards out.
Boy, and that costly penalty, I tell you, after the fair catch, and they had the ball way back and then gave Wally Henry that opportunity for the big punt return.
Wally Henry right now is about as effective at returning the football as anybody in this league. Jaworski, by the way, has only 95 yards passing, but he had 11 of 17. His percentage continues to be excellent. From the 20-yard line. Bazarkowicz on first down. Protection's good. Pat Tilley's there. Tilley has a first down catch at the 38-yard line. And he had something on that football. Bernard Wilson making the tackle.
You can see right here, it's the same pass pattern that Mel Gray went 78 yards on earlier. A crossing pattern. You see him coming across. This time Bernard Wilson is right there to make the play.
19-yard pickup. They mark the ball at the 39 with 2:18. You see it in the upper right-hand portion of your screen. On the first down, Bazarkowicz in a little bit of trouble. He throws it to Anderson, almost intercepted. A flag is thrown. Anderson had a hand on it. Now, what's the flag all about?
I don't know. He took a long time to throw this ball. They may get him for roughing the quarterback. Let's see what happens here. He goes back. He looks. Doesn't have anybody. There he has a man open. He sees him late. I think they're going to call face masking on him.
That's right, and it'll be a first down.
Face mask, number 68, Ball is returned to the line of scrimmage. First down.
Dennis Harrison, the guilty one.
So it's now come to a first down at the 38-yard line. The penalties, St. Louis again leading in that department. They did last week. They did 2 weeks ago. They've been a heavily penalized team. Jim Childs is now checked in. Childs along with Tilley, the wide receivers. Last week, Childs had 4 catches against Houston for 58 yards. Almost jumping off is Houston. A flag on the play. They may have jumped off. Bazarkowicz steps up. Tilley, he made the catch. What a catch by Tilley at the 42-yard line. Now let's see what the flags are about. Boy, does that ball well caught by Tilley, a 20-yard completion.
Let's see if it's going to count. Flags down.
I think it's against the Eagles. Offside against Philadelphia, and they'll obviously refuse that. And so the Cardinals are still alive.
They certainly are. You take a look, you see right there, the man that jumped offside, Ken Clark. What Pittsburgh goes back to a little hole there, but watch his catch by Pat Tilley.
Boy, that is something, isn't it?
Good
this
concentration.
Young man works so hard after every practice to make catches just exactly like that one. 2-minute warning.
They're secure about. They were a little apprehensive about their offense, but they thought their defense was an extremely good one, and here you get riddled for 42 points. He really shakes you up, Kurt.
Well, this could be a big lift for the Saints, huh?
Well, there's no question about it, and again, it verifies what people around the country have thought about this team, especially offensively, because they're as explosive as any team in the league. There's no question about that. And I really thought coming into this game they would be, early in the season, I thought they would be 5-1.
This is Higgins. Still going. He's back to the 30-yard line. Well, they have an excellent tight end today, and Houston leads Baltimore now 21-6. Campbell just lumbering 20 yards for a score. Mike Ray fading, throwing the screen out to the 30, to the 36-yard line. And with the ball is Rick Burns, number 36, tackled by a second-string linebacker, Jim Kovash. The Saints have their second string in there, both in offense and defense.
You know, there was a good illustration of how the Tampa team is playing this afternoon. That time Burns caught a screen pass, and the blockers were behind him. He was leading the lineman downfield on the play. The timing of that play was that bad.
Second down. 5 to go. Tampa Bay on their 36. Ray trying to get away. Down the middle. It's complete at the 44 of the Saints. Kovac on top of the receiver. Larry Muffin, number 87. And we have a timeout now. No signal to who this timeout is on. Now it's down to the 2-minute warning. The clock moved. 2 minutes left to play with the timeout. Chuck Will, Chili we call him, has been our producer. Our director has been Bob Daly. Associate producer, Rupert Kopanex. Field operations engineers, George Ojira and Arthur Timm. Technical director has been Ed Jones. Audio, Sam Lane and Stu Shirtliff. And that's the lineup of the fellows heading the crew today to bring you another CBS presentation. And the analyzer has been one Mr. Henry Stram, who coached this New Orleans team for 2 years, knows him. And I know he's been impressed with him in the second half.
Yes, and really, we've talked about it. We don't want to belabor the point, but really they have some outstanding people, and they're coming into their own, I think, at this stage of the season. And I think a lot of fireworks could happen between now and the time the season ends with this team, because, again, as I said earlier, they're really a talented group, especially offensively.
New Orleans returns to the Superdome to host the Lions next Sunday at 1 o'clock Central Time. Brady shoots the pass out. It's good for a first down to Higgins. Higgins fights his way to the 22-yard line. Tom Myers on him there. Tampa Bay remains at home. Will host the Green Bay Packers here.
Attention, please. Doctor 27. Please report to the stadium office.
Timeout.
Correction, Doctor 23. Please report to the stadium office. Doctor 23.
They set him up. The timeout has been called by Tampa Bay. They have one remaining. Celebrity Challenge of the Sexes. 30 of the top recording television movie stars. No mention of radio in there. Cheryl, Bill Cosby, Red Fox, Lynn Redgrave, Captain and Tennille, Joan Rivers. I guess the captain won't, got a pulled hamstring muscle, won't be playing. Joan Rivers, Charlie Pride, Bobby Benson, Phyllis George, the Dallas Cowboy Cheerleaders, the Temptations, and many more. Saturday, 8 o'clock Eastern Time for the Celebrity Challenge of the Sexes. There's your time, minute 48. The game is gone. It's 42-7 New Orleans. All the scoring coming in the second half. Mike Ray looking back. There's a man open, and he's got it in there for a touchdown to Giles, the tight end. Finally went to him for you, Hank.
Well, he just ran off the line of scrimmage right into the middle area. And Ray sees him, delivers the strike. A little low, he makes a diving catch, but makes the catch. Tommy Myers came from his free safety spot and almost made a play on the ball, but didn't.
Now, wait a minute.
Something happened here. Let's see.
Something happened. Maybe he lost that ball when he rolled over there. Maybe they called it incomplete. Saw one arm go up, but I guess it's not.
Yeah, evidently he didn't make the catch like we thought he did.
Second down. Our mistake. But he rolled over. I saw the arms come up, and then suddenly they called it incomplete. There it is out, and that's over the head of the receiver and batted away by Eric Felton, the right quarterback. New England and Chicago. John Smith has kicked a 21-yard field goal. The Patriots 17, Chicago 7. Terry Bradshaw has thrown a 33-yard touchdown pass to Stallworth with 7 minutes to play. The Bengals are about to score their first win of the year, and it's a big upset. Cincinnati 34, Pittsburgh 10. 9 fumbles by Pittsburgh in that game going into the fourth period. They lost 7 of them. Bradshaw was intercepted once. I don't care who you are, world's greatest team. You can't turn the ball away 8 times and not get it hurt.
And you can't go into a game because a team hasn't won a game with the idea that it's going to be an easy win. There's no such thing. That's exactly when the upsets occur, and that's what happened evidently in Cincinnati today.
Ray in desperation threw that one. Remember last year, Hank, Cincinnati lost their first 8 games. They were 0-8. Then they got tough. At the end of the year, they won their last 3. And many thought that that momentum would carry forward and they would open strong this year, but they didn't.
No, they didn't. And I was one who thought they really would, because I picked them to be second in that conference. And it was very surprising they got off such a poor start.
A minute and a half to play, 42-7, New Orleans ahead.
Mr. and Mrs. Sollenberger report.
This is a 4th down play coming up. 4th and 10. Sellout crowd here today. Well-organized bunch here at Tampa Bay. But he's not on the field today. There it is to Giles, and he has that one. That's a touchdown. They got it to Jimmy Giles, the tight end. He caught the ball just in front of the back line of the end zone with Ray Brown a step behind him.
I'm sure that was their plan going into the game, to get the ball to Jimmy Giles, working on Ray Brown, number 27. They didn't do it early enough when they had the opportunity. But there's a great illustration of the kind of ability he has. He's very much like Henry Childs, a younger player than Henry, of course, but he's got the potential to be that kind of a player. And Henry is one of the very finest in the league.
42-13, New Orleans. His kick is good. 42-14. About half the folks have gone home. And the time remaining is a minute 22.
Well, you talk about a change of fortunes. Here are the Browns ready to wrap this one up with that long ball control drive and ready to move into a tie for first place with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are getting beaten today. And all of a sudden, Cockcroft misses the field goal, and the Browns go 80 yards on that drive, and they leave 27 seconds on the clock. He did that in about a minute and a half on the clock, no less than that.
They played a little loose on defense. Mosley has to kick a squibbed ball here, squib kick, so they can't return it.
Browns do have timeouts left. He didn't squib it. Dino Hall at the 6-yard line. They need a big return, and they don't get it, as the Redskins special unit covers it very nicely at the 21-yard line. And Sam Rutigliano got to be feeling a little bit low. Our producer today, the venerable Perry Smith, and our director, who we've heard from constantly, Mr. Tony Verna,
who has done a great job today,
and some of our good technical people, a lot of our normal CBS golf crew on hand today. Jack Pardee. Well, you talk about a big win for the Redskins going into that game with Philadelphia next week after losing last week. And this, of course, the Browns don't pull it out, would be their 3rd loss in a row. Ryan Sipe over the middle for Rucker. Incomplete at the 50-yard line.
Rucker was open if he threw the ball accurately. All the Redskins have to do here is play deep. Don't let them get behind you. Keep them in front of you. They need a touchdown. A field goal isn't going to do them any good.
Sipe, the number 4 passer in the league. 13 touchdowns, 12 interceptions coming in. You don't much like the way they rate those passes,
I think one of the characteristics on rating quarterback, one of the factors ought to be won and lost record.
They don't weigh that in their stats. Again, Rucker, the intended receiver. Incomplete at the 50-yard line. He was covered by Murphy, number 29 of the Redskins, down there, along with Ray Waddy, number 47. Sandwiched in between at the 50. It'll be 3rd down 10. And the clock, as you can see, is now run down to 12 seconds. New Orleans with what's got to be the biggest half of the year by any team. Those 42 points by the Saints have all come in the second half. And they lead Tampa 42-14. It's hard to believe that game was scoreless at halftime. Our score 13-9, Washington. Sipe trying to pull off a miracle. This one for Logan, downfield, tipped out of bounds at the 40-yard line. And Logan was double covered.
Time for one more play.
That was the old Roger Staubach Hail Mary pass.
Yeah, what they probably could do here is send 3 receivers, a 3 right or 3 left, and send them all down in one area, hope for a tip ball or a penalty.
I saw a game with Atlanta, which that worked last year.
Yeah,
against New Orleans, won a ball game for them.
It's a chance.
All you can hope for here is, as the coach said, a tip ball or a penalty. Don Cockcroft, not one of his better days. He did hit 1 field goal, had an extra point blocked, had a field goal attempt blocked, and missed a critical field goal with a minute 59 left to play. Fourth down. Hill. That's the ball game. They fed it to Calvin Hill, and Calvin obviously could do nothing. Here we got a little altercation going on. Cleo Miller got into it with Ron Saul of the Redskins, but it's broken up quickly, and the teams head to the locker room. A major disappointment for the Cleveland Browns and a great come-from-behind victory for the Washington Redskins, who looked like they were beaten but came back strong. The NFL on CBS will be back after this word from your local station.
And today's game from Busch Stadium, produced on CBS by Robert Rowe.
Robert Rowe.
Directed by Jim Tillman. Associate producer Vince Linus. Engineer in charge Wilbur Allmeyer. Our technical director Tom Martin. Audio Ralph Day. And they've had an exciting game to help create here today, haven't they?
Boy, a lot of good shots, too. We thank them for that. Good camera work.
Atlanta versus Oakland on most of these CBS stations. Pazarkowicz with 1:57 left in the game, has a first down at the 42. That last catch, by the way, by Tilley, gives him 4 for a total of 62 yards.
Always works, as you said. Washington did beat Cleveland. That's the final now, 13-9 on that last second pass to Clarence Harmon.
Boy, what a game that'll be next week between Philadelphia and Washington in the nation's capital. First down at the 42-yard line. Pizarkowicz back over the middle. Oh, he hit it, and a flag is thrown. A catch was made, but almost at the same moment dumped was Gary Parrish, the tight end. Renard Wilson.
Boy, he saw that play coming, and he had a long run at that Gary Parrish that time. He started waving the secondary coming. They
picked up the flag, didn't they? I don't know what that. Anyway, on the play, they lost about 5 yards. 2nd and 15. Dave Steep is checked in for the Cardinals. He gets it off to Wayne Morris. One-on-one to Al Latimer. And he's to the 45. A gain of 2. It's 3rd down. Boy, the Eagles reacted well there.
Latimer made an excellent play then. Rookie out of Clemson. We did a good job there.
And so we have a timeout called by St. Louis. They have 1 timeout remaining. 1:33 left here at Busch Stadium.
Back in Cleveland once again, where the Redskins won it by a score of 13-9, and about as exciting a finish, I guess, as you could hope for. Let's take a look at some other scores. This game is still in progress, and the Eagles tied for first place in the NFC East with Dallas leading the Cardinals 24-20. Both Hart and Jaworski injured in that game. Other scores in the 4th period, the Giants still clinging in that lead. They had 29 at the half. 29-16 is where it stands right now in the 4th period as you look at Joe Theismann and Clarence Harmon, who combined for the winning touchdown pass for the Redskins. This is a final. The Dolphins over Buffalo once again. 17-7, the final in that game. And the big shocker of the day in the 4th period, Cincinnati, winless on the year, leading the defending world champion Pittsburgh Steelers by a score of 34-3. Joe Theismann is down on the field, and Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's Frank Lieber, and I got a friend of yours who wants to say hello next to me.
Hi, George.
Hey, Joe, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great 2-minute drive there.
Yeah, we've been practicing for a lot of years.
Yeah. Listen, on that last touchdown pass, were you looking for Danny Buggs first?
No, I was looking for Buddy Hardeman, our halfback, first, and the linebacker broke real hard at him. Then I went back over to check Donnie Warren, the tight end, who was stopped out wide, and I just happened to catch Clarence just before I got hit on the other side of the linebacker.
That's great, and Clarence made a nice catch. You got away from the rush, Joe, and found him open.
Well, I'll tell you, they just blocked real well up front, Coach, and it's the type of a situation where we just really, pulled one out of our tats, I think, that time.
Well, this
Clarence made a super play.
Joe, this is the type you have to win. Will you give the headset to Clarence for a minute, Joe?
Okay, here's a hero.
Congratulations, Joe.
Let's talk to Clarence Harmon, who caught the winning touchdown pass. Good job there, Joe. Clarence, can you hear us all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Hey, Clarence, for a free agent, you're doing a pretty good job.
Thanks, Coach.
Nice catch there. What are you weighing this year?
I'm weighing about 210.
Oh, you're bigger.
Yeah.
You put some weight on.
Yeah.
When you played fullback in '77, you're about 185, right?
That's right.
Clarence, you guys think you'd ever get the football back after the Browns had that long drive?
Right. We felt we would get it back. We know our defense was stopping eventually. We thought maybe they'll get a field goal, but we were prepared to go down and score a touchdown. We had to.
What was your assignment on the last play, Clarence?
Well, both backs had an option on the middle linebacker then, and Joe looked at Buddy first, but I was open at first, but I just circled back around when I thought he was in trouble, and I just hoping he would throw me the ball.
That's smart football on your part, and you made a heck of a catch.
Okay, thank you, Coach.
Keep it up.
That was a tough catch, no question about that. What's your reaction to the Cincinnati beating Pittsburgh today, 34-10?
Well,
that's now a final.
It's a final, but I don't have anything to worry about. I'm just celebrating my victory right now.
No question about that. Congratulations, both of you gentlemen.
You know, Clarence, we got a report that both Hart and Jaworski went out of today's game. Both were injured. So you guys play the Eagles next week.
Well, that'd be a big plus for us if Jaworski not able to play, and we plan to get after the Eagles pretty good.
Well, you're doing a heck of a job, Clarence, and I'm really proud of you. And give that headset to Joe again, will you?
Okay, thank you.
We only got one headset here among the network to share among these two guys.
Hello.
Joe, next week you play Philly.
That's right. We've got an evening up score to do. Historically, we've never Well, I don't know about Jaworski. I think Clarence mentioned he might have been injured.
Yeah.
No matter, it doesn't really affect us on offense that much. We still have to go against a pretty darn good defense, but we've traditionally not played very well in Philadelphia and played them very well at home. And it's the beginning of a long homestand for us. We won 3 out of 4 on the road, and I think this football team's really starting to come together.
Well, good luck, Joe, all the way.
Thanks a lot, Coach. Thank you.
Obviously, a victory like this has to pump up the Washington Redskins as they stay close to first place in the NFC Eastern Division and now return home next Sunday afternoon to face the Philadelphia Eagles. The final score once again from Cleveland Stadium as the Redskins come from behind and beat the Cleveland Browns by a final score of 13-9. Now, a reminder to stay tuned as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
And the onside kick. Tinker Owens comes up with it for New Orleans. 45 at the 50. Owens running at the 45 and out of bounds. Stops the clock with 1:16 to go. The Saints ball. Another chance to Tampa Bay Bucks by any National Football Conference team. And most points against Tampa Bay in 1/2 by any club since they've been in existence. That's Holmes carrying the ball to the 40-yard line at Tampa Bay. Time ticking on. You get 42 points and 1/2 scored against you.
You give the scorekeeper a lot of business.
This is the most points in Tampa Stadium against the Bucks. Let's clarify that. There's the last scoring drive for Tampa Bay. The clock moving along. We're down to 45 seconds remaining. Tampa Bay will wind up with 5 wins and 2 losses. New Orleans with 3 wins, 4 losses. And it doesn't seem possible, Henry, that next Sunday will be weekend number 8 of the 79 season, and that's the halfway mark.
Yes, it's the halfway mark of the season, and yet it's beyond the halfway mark of a college season. They played 4 preseason, 8 league games, and so it's 2 games beyond a regular college season, and sometimes it takes its toll.
What do you think about this is the second year now of the 16-game schedule. What you thinking of it compared to the 14?
Well, I don't like it as much, Kurt. I still think that you need 6 games to prepare your squad physically and mentally for the regular season, and I think it's a better situation from everybody's viewpoint to play 14 instead of 16 games.
Well, it's all over. And the New Orleans Saints with a tremendous second-half offensive excellence. And don't forget their defense played some ball today, too. Trampled the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The final score, New Orleans 42, Tampa Bay 14.
Bears ball trailing 17-7 late in the third quarter here in Chicago. Avellini to throw and has some time. Now he's in trouble. Mel Lunsford eats him up back at the 10-yard line. 3rd sack for the Patriots. They now have 28 for the year.
That's the very kind of play that a man with the mobility of a Steve Grogan can turn from a great disaster, really, into a possible big gainer. Avellini rolling out, little play action right there, looking for a receiver, cannot find anyone. Decides he's going to run, but can't get away from Mel Lunsford, who just crunches him. Rod Schote, 56, coming in from the outside, really taking away his only escape route.
Neil Armstrong obviously soured by that first down loss of 10. 2nd and 20. Bears have played this third quarter in the shadow of the goalpost. Flanker screen to Scott. Gets a block. 15. Breaks a tackle and skips out of bounds at about the 20-yard line. Good block by Ted Albrecht, number 64 in that screen. Julius Adams made the tackle. Final score, New Orleans beats Tampa Bay 42-14. Mike Ray hit Jimmy Childs, 21-yard touchdown for Tampa Bay in the final minute. So New Orleans with a big win, and Tampa Bay, a great defensive team, blown out at home by the Saints.
I believe that was Scott's first reception on the day, and one of the things that they have tried to do is to take away Scott and Peyton, and they've done a pretty good job of it today.
3rd and 10. Avellini sets him up at his own 20. But short of the first down is Dave Williams, the man who scored the touchdown on the long pass and run in the second quarter. So the kicking team comes on for the Bears. Had a most interesting, Is there a flag down? No, there is not. Interesting experience, Merlin, this week. On Thursday night, we were down in Raleigh, North Carolina for, I know you're very much involved in the MS drive out in Los Angeles. And they roasted Al McGuire and Billy Packer. And were there some lines? That was a marvelous evening for charity, and some thousand people really enjoyed it. Now the folks down there in North Carolina treated us richly. Stanley Morgan on the run at the 33, the 40, and out of bounds at the 45, so that's a difference. The Bears start at their 20 or less, and New England basically opening a drive at midfield. A flag is down.
Few emotions flaring earlier as Reeve Sorty, 69 of the Bears, had come down and thrown a late block on that last play. Some of the New England Patriot players a little upset. You see it right here, Sorty number 69, right?
That's not a block. That's not just a block.
That's Rod Schott. One of the first lessons you learn in this game, don't stand around a pile. There it was. That's a kiss. Watch it. Oh, my.
Well, Rod Schott has requested a commercial. It's 3:06 remaining in the third quarter. 17-7, New England.
There's the timeouts remaining for St. Louis. They have a 3rd and 13 from the 45 of Philadelphia, down by 4, 24-20. They've got to get the touchdown, the field goal of no value. Zarkowitz on the 3rd down. Pressure put on. He eludes it. And it almost is intercepted by Al Latimer. Zarkowitz tried to take something off of the football when he was scrambling around. His intended receiver was Anderson. That'll bring up a 4th down. Are they going to go for it now, or are they going to kick and hope to get the football back?
They got to go for it. They're going to have to go for it.
Let's go to a final score, and what a shocker that is.
Boy, is it ever. 34-10.
And this is just about as shocking.
Didn't expect that. That offense of New Orleans certainly got rolling against the best defense in the league, didn't it?
All right, here we go. 4th down, 13. The last gasp effort here for the Cardinals with 1:25 left in the game. Zarkowitz. Look out. He's in all kinds of trouble. He comes out of it. He may get a 1st down. Did he? He dived. I believe he got it. Let's see. Where are they going to mark it? I don't know. Now, they may have moved the ball back a little bit. If they did, I don't think he got it. Let's see.
Boy, is it close, ever so close. It looks like he's going to get trapped back here. He runs in behind his own people, scrambles, running, dodging, and he dives.
He didn't get it.
And he did not come. Look how close it is.
Well, you got to give Zarkowitz a lot of credit, though. He gave it his best shot, but just, I don't know. I did not see the measurement. There were too many bodies in front of the chains there, but it had to be about as close, maybe by an inch or two.
Or was it ever so close? It was less than a ball length.
Timeouts, well, you see, Philadelphia has 3, but the Cardinals only with 1, and 1:15 remaining. A tough situation now for St. Louis.
Well, excuse me, Gary. They're going to force the Cardinals to use their timeout right here, so the Cardinals will be out of timeouts after this play.
Everybody in tight. Jaworski drops to a knee, and they'll stop it. Timeout called. Still running. 109. Where is their timeout? 107, 6, 5, 4. I don't see any timeout yet. There they go. Well, wait a minute. They're going to let him go another play and then call it.
Well, they're going to have to use it. All they have to do is the Eagles are content just to stand there and let the 30-second clock catch them. They're going to use it all.
That's right, the delay of game. I want to thank our spotter, Tom Redmond, and our statistician, Steve Baer, for a job very well done. So with 39 seconds, they're going to take a delay of game, I believe. It's 2nd down, 12. 3 seconds, 2, 1. No, they got it off just in time before the 30-second clock ran out. And there with 30 seconds, they used their last timeout. So with 30 seconds left, it's 3rd down, 13 for the Eagles. When we return, Philadelphia hanging on to that 4-point lead.
The Sears Tower, 110-story giant, downtown Chicago. Soldier Field, the scene, with 3:06 left, third quarter. The Patriots with the lead in the ball, 17-7. Couple of yards out to the 47, their own 47. There's the final. Cincinnati's first win comes against the Super Bowl champion Steelers, 34-10 for Homer Rice's Bengals. They finally got the first one, and how sweet it is when you beat such a fine team. Say next Sunday, kick off a big day of football action. NFL 79 takes a look at life on the inactive list through the eyes of injured receiver Billy Brooks of Cincinnati. Then it's a dynamite NFL doubleheader. Most of the country will see the big AFC East shootout between these New England Patriots, Miami Dolphins, then it's the Chargers and the Rams from Los Angeles. Great throw to Horace Ivory. He's inside the 40 and down at the 37 of the Bears as Grogan hit his man on the dead run.
Excellent pass by Steve Grogan. And again, we see the flexibility of this New England offense. The capability of throwing not only to the fine wide receivers, the tight end across the middle, but here, looking down, not finding any of the receivers open. Little drop over toward the sideline to Horace Ivory. He's got his man beat, one-on-one with a linebacker. That's 51, Bruce Herron. And there's just simply a mismatch right there. Too much speed on too little speed.
Wentford gains 36, required to finally make the stop. Russ Francis shifts out a couple of feet, and that's Calhoun trying to go inside a block to the 35-yard line. We pause briefly for station identification. The score here in Chicago, 17-7 New England. This is the NBC television network.
WMAQ-TV, Chicago.
Dick Enberg with Merlin Olsen. Third quarter, a minute and a half remaining here in Chicago, where the New England Patriots, who had an early 14-0 lead. Bears scored in the second quarter. Patriots with a field goal here in the third quarter. And New England has the ball at the 35 of Chicago, second down and 8. Steve Grogan, a big day pitching, 16 of 24 for 200 yards. Fires, intercepted! Doug Buffone has his second interception today. How do you do?
Grogan trying to hook up with number 29, Harold Jackson. Instead, finds Doug Buffone getting a start at middle linebacker and using that speed of his to zip right in across. Ball badly thrown. It looked like Jackson wouldn't have had a shot at it. Buffone did. Watch the enthusiasm right here as he pops up. A little corralling by Jackson, but he is one happy football player right there. Okay, now offense, your turn to go to work.
And Walter Payton with a flag down is tackled at the 25-yard line. I believe we've got a illegal block against the Bears. So the turnovers are even. 2 interceptions now thrown by Grogan, along with his 2 touchdown passes. Holding against the Bears. So again, they start after the interception fairly deep in their own end, and immediately a penalty and drives them farther toward their own goal.
Well, again, we get another taste of the very conservative approach of the Bears, and you've got to wonder how long they're going to stay with that conservative philosophy. It really has not paid big dividends against this very tough running and defense of the New England Patriots.
To give you an idea of how run-oriented the Bears are, their starting tight end, Mike Cobb, has caught only 1 pass all year. Number 87, he's up on the right side. Scott and Bashnagel, the wide receivers. First and 20. Mike Phipps is warming up for the Bears. Avellini tosses, complete to Bashnagel at the 29-yard line. He picks up about 16 of the 20 yards needed, and it'll be second down and a short 4. Raymond Claiborne on the stop. There's the veteran from Purdue, Mike Phipps, loosening up. As we told you, Vince Evans, who had won the starting job and had played brilliantly, is in a hospital trying to recover from a severe staph infection that has settled in his hip.
Certainly difficult, though, to throw the football in those third and very long situations. Defensive linemen teeing off, extra defensive backs, makes it awful hard.
Second and call it 3 at the 29. Avellini to Robin Earl, stopped at the 30, short of the first down. It'll be 3rd and 2. And the Patriots trying to steal the football.
I see number 56, Rod Schote. He's the one that got leveled a little while ago by Reeve Sorty. And he is mad. He's still mad down there. He's popping people all over the place.
There's Schote from Oklahoma, a second-round pick at 75. No one likes it.
Oh, nobody likes to take a hit like that. And I guarantee you that on Monday, when they look at the films, they'll run that play perhaps 50 times.
That's the end of the third quarter here in Chicago, where the Patriots lead the Bears 17-7.
Jay, now tell me about this young man.
Not since Broadway Joe Namath has the town of New York been able to celebrate a quarterback like it'll be toasting Giants rookie Phil Simms tonight. In his second start today, Simms recorded his second victory, an easy 32-16 win over San Francisco. Paul Hornung, a former Golden Boy himself, talked to the rookie sensation right after the game.
Jane, there's the star that was born today here in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Phil Simms. 17 out of 32, 300 yards, 2 touchdowns. Phil, congratulations, and you really picked up the blitz well. It was unbelievable.
Well, thank you, Paul, for the congratulations. And, you know, we were expecting them to blitz me today. Tampa Bay did it last week and had real good success with it, so we worked hard on it all week, and we were prepared for them to do it. And when they did it, we hurt them with it, so I think it kind of slowed them down pretty much in the second half.
How about the 20-yard touchdown, Ron, when they blitzed the safety man? You went right under him.
Well, yeah, I think we had a little good luck on that one. He came in, and we didn't quite, I don't think our wide receivers read it, and I just accidentally got away from him, and everybody was on man coverage, so I just walked into the end zone.
One last question, Phil. Were you ready to play today? I know you've been sitting on the sidelines 4 or 5 weeks, got your first start last week. Were you anxious to throw the football today?
Yeah, to be honest, I was real anxious. I prepared hard all week, and I was just hoping we'd have a good day throwing today, you know, for myself and for the team. So now teams can't come up and key the run on us like I think San Francisco did today.
He certainly did, and New York is going to be partying tonight.
Oh, indeed.
NFL Today will be right back after these few words.
Immediately following this game, Atlanta and Oakland on many of these same CBS stations. Here is Jaworski dropping to the knee with 30 seconds. There's no timeouts remaining, and this game is over. As you can see, they're shaking hands, and now the best start since 1961 for the Eagles has moved to 6-1 for the year. They moved to Washington, who won today. They're 5-2, and they're going to have another big showdown next Sunday.
Boy, they made some mistakes. The one mistake last week against the Eagles, and it cost them the football game, and it's going to be some game in Washington.
And the Cardinals, 2-5, will go against Dallas, who plays Los Angeles tonight. This is Gary Bender for Sonny Jurgensen saying so long from Busch Stadium, where our final score, the Philadelphia Eagles 24, the St. Louis Cardinals 20. Stay tuned as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
This is CBS.